A bright light glows deep in a forest. We see the lower half of a man's face trembling with fear, the skin pale. He clutches his leg. "I can't feel it," he says. Suddenly, another warrior bursts out of the forest, screaming in horror. The wounded soldier looks around, panicking as though someone is chasing him. Under a nearby tree, a third warrior sits trembling. He asks, "Where are the others?" Someone shouts back, "They're all dead." We see the creature that destroyed them. A human-bodied monster wearing an animal skull as a helmet. All the soldiers fell to that monster. Running out of the forest, a soldier yells furious, "We're rank 40 and we're all PK pros. There's no way one naked psycho killed them all." He doesn't get a reply. 3 darts suddenly lodge in his temple. Blood flows from his eye. A black whirlwind approaches the wounded man. He freezes, shaking with horror, staring at his fallen comrade. Then he peers into the forest and yells, "Show yourself! The bastard who did this!" The monster steps forward calmly. The skull's eye sockets glow in eerie yellow light. "What kind of monster are you?" the soldier screams. "Who am I?" the monster replies. We see in the distance a castle surrounded by blazing fire. Red energy crackles around the monster. A warrior breathes heavily, clutching his side. He says, "I've taken too much damage." He realizes the monster is Battle God Damien, level 900, Field of Honor rank 1. His body glitches with warning messages. His stats are dropping. He bleeds. He can't use his skills. He's weakened, sealed, dying. He thinks, "Damn it. Were there always this many status effects in the game?" Then another warning pops up, petrification. His movement slows. He coughs up blood. He looks up thinking, "Not even Saint Magnus or the High Heaven Immortals could save me now." Another warrior appears, surprised the first is still alive. "You're like a cockroach. I respect your stubbornness." A message pops. Before us stands King Arthur, Demon King expedition leader. The young man reaches out and calls the newcomer a bastard. Before them is a skull-clad monster with huge horns and sharp teeth. The blonde King Arthur sends red energy blasting from his palm at the brunette man. "What did you say?" he shouts. A red warning flashes. "Stamina has fallen below the threshold. You may be logged out." Damien braces himself. King Arthur smirks. "Why did I do this?" he taunts. Over his shoulder we see Lord of the Abyss Abraxas, raising his mana and preparing a demonic technique. King Arthur spreads his fingers wide. "How dare you!" he shouts. A massive explosion erupts. Damien stares at Arthur, thinking, "Damn, that ultimate is impressive, no matter how many times I see it." Arthur delivers a brutal punch to Damien's stomach. Damien doubles over, cradling his gut. King Arthur, holding a menacing weapon, looms over Damien. He says, "A loser should live like a loser. Garbage should act like garbage." "The lower class should know its place," Damien cries out in agony, as Arthur strikes him while he's down. Arthur sneers, "But a loser bastard like this became a hero. That's a serious mistake, don't you think?" Damien, trembling all over, looks up at Arthur's arrogant face. Where did I go wrong? He wonders. Damien's mind drifts back to 10 years ago, to the time Arcasia Chronicle released its first virtual reality game, a Sea Chronicle. Graphics were so lifelike. They promised, defeat the Demon King, get the first clear reward, build your own kingdom, become the hero of this virtual world. Everyone threw themselves in. Damien did too. His family begged him to quit. He refused. The game was everything. Then he met King Arthur, real name Zhangyi, a servant of the goddess Area, possessing the Infinite Circle, which grants endless mana. Arthur, with his dragon head staff and charismatic leadership, helped lead Damien's team into the Demon King's castle dungeon. They fought. They won. Damien believed in Arthur. Back in the present, Damien lies face down. Arthur stands triumphant. I guess the world needs people like you, Arthur says. Thanks to you, we beat the dungeon and killed the Demon King. Damien finds strength to raise his head. Were you planning betrayal from the start? He asks weakly. Arthur draws his sword. Of course, he replies. Damien bows his head, helpless. Arthur glares. Useless parasite, he screams. I hated you from the start. Damien braces for the final blow. Is this how I die? He thinks. Just because of that traitor, without achieving anything. In his mind, a voice whispers, I understand how you feel. I am the old evil, Lord of the Abyss, Abraxas. Arthur looks startled. The voice continues. Kill the goddess of light, Area. I appoint the Avenger, Arthur snarls. I'll crush your skull. He attacks. Damien lies on the ground, a white glow above his body. Then, darkness. He wakes up, screaming, panting, dirt in his hair. He's in a small brick building near a parked truck. He doesn't know what's happening. He looks at his surroundings. This is my room. Why am I here? A man enters. Jinhun, come eat. Damien realizes that his name here is Ma Jinsung. He's wearing a school uniform. He should be in the military, but here, he's a student. He's 10 years in the past. Am I really back in time? He thinks. He eats home-cooked rice, his mother and younger brother looking at him in surprise. He tastes his mother's cooking, one of his happiest memories. He looks at the calendar, July 28, 2020, the day AC Chronicles beta test is released. He grabs his phone. Advertisements show Swords and Magic, a world of endless adventure, the first virtual reality game. The title, A Sea Chronicle. Today is open beta, he murmurs. Before leaving the house, his mother says goodbye. He promises to keep in touch, take care of himself. He rides in a car toward Jumjong Station, sitting in the back seat, overwhelmed. He looks out the window and realizes everything's changed. He is really 10 years in the past. Then his phone screen lights up. System is activating. A countdown appears. If you do not log into the game in 16 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds, you will die. He panics. He tries steadying himself. Music, voices, something familiar. He steps off the car. In front of him is the Evertale store, a virtual reality game shop. The salesman behind the counter greets him politely. Do you want to get one released today? She asks. She shows him a capsule, VR equipment. A demonstration model, she says. It's refurbished, used only for display. He gives her his card and buys it. She's surprised, maybe thinking he's rich, but he's just desperate. They install it that afternoon. Notifications appear. User registration begun. 84%, 99%, 100%. Virtual reality mode synchronized. You have successfully connected to the game AC Chronicle. Will you start? He hesitates. The screen shows error messages, main protocol blocking, DHCP warning, etc. It's chaos behind the system windows. Meanwhile, at Evertale headquarters, Oracle department, operator Chloe sees warnings, alarms blinking. Code black, she announces over the speaker. A man in glasses suddenly jumps up from his seat. What the heck? What is going on? This is an emergency, he shouts. Take action now, he orders. Chloe screams, terrified. Team leader, come here at once. A man in a white coat runs toward her. What's wrong? He cries. He is Kim Hoken, head of Oracle. He stares at a huge screen full of warnings. Both he and Chloe are scared. When did this start? Hoken asks. It just did. We don't know why, Chloe replies. Hoken rubs his chin, frowning. The system that protects the main network, the Akashic Record, has begun losing control, Chloe explains. If the blocking protocol keeps failing, the whole main system and possibly the entire game could be erased. On the screen, a white sphere, an AI core, hovers like a creature. It's a hyper-AI that has created an unknown zone no one has explored. Oracle has been monitoring it, but if anything goes wrong, it could wipe everything out. Alerts flash. The right to control the main system keeps dropping, 48%, then 36%, then under 25%. The Akashic Record is literally eating the server. Hoken swears and slams his palm down. Give up control of the mainstream, he orders the team leader. His partner tugs at him, but he snaps at her. We can't lose AC. He hits the red emergency button with all his force. A blue circle and pixels appear as the system tries to respond. The Akashic Record pauses its blocking protocol. A big sign reads, Mainstream activate. It's starting now, Hoken says. 3 messages appear on a console. A player has connected. Player, Damien. Connection date, July 29th, 2020. The screen confirms the hero's connection log. On a small island, a man in plain clothes sits by a huge boulder. 2 messages show his location. Whispering Island. Welcome to Aria. The man looks up and whispers, I really did come back. He thinks about 10 years of gameplay and the names that haunt him. He remembers Zhang Wei, the one who betrayed and killed him in his past life. This person thinks everyone has their place, the man mutters, remembering Zhang Wei's cruel words. Insects act like insects. Commoners should stay commoners. But bastards who failed in life become heroes. What a mistake. Anger burns in him. He punches the ground. I'll find you, Zhang Wei, he promises. I'll make sure not even your ashes remain. Yellow energy flares from his fists. You'll regret ever playing this game, he vows. Then he realizes where he is. Shouldn't I start at the village? He wonders. He frowns at the blue system window. The connection log confirms his arrival, and then a set of grim rules appears. A countdown has begun. The system warns of 3 fatal conditions. If you do not log into the game within 168 hours, you will die. If your character dies, you die. If you fail to complete a goal within the given time, you die. What is this? He screams, clutching his head. A new message says his sensory limits have been removed. Pain rips through him. Another window appears. His final goal has been reset. Final goal. Demon King's Descent. Time remaining. An absurdly long number of hours. He glares at the window. This damn game, he shouts. 2 more notices appear. His eventual class will be decided by the final goal. His new class is revealed, one he never wanted, Witch Doctor. The system explains in plain terms. Witch doctors use primitive, death-tied powers. Ancient sorcery, curses, poisons, summons of bones, blood, corpses, and souls. Their identity is mysterious. They treat death like salvation. He blinks in disbelief. The class is officially listed. Witch Doctor, Level 1. Affiliation, none. Alignment, incredibly low. An absurd negative number. Title, Atrocity. Stats, Strength 1, HP 1, Agility 1, Intelligence 1, Talent 1, Luck 1. His mouth falls open. My stats are terrible, he says. A detailed description follows. Witch Doctor spells deal damage over time. Poison is a key subclass, and attacks cause lingering damage. He can only learn more skills when he reaches level 10. Then more alerts slam into him. He's been flagged as a criminal. His alignment is unbelievably low, so low the number is almost impossible. An alignment penalty is applied. He trembles. That number. It would mean I killed 1 billion people, he cries. Is this a bug? Penalty windows list harsh consequences. 500% less experience on death, 500% higher chance to drop items when you die, 500% higher chance equipment will break on death. Safe zones are nullified. NPCs will attack him. Tears stream down his face. You've got to be kidding me, he whispers. A penalty like this brands him a demon king in the eyes of the world. He steadies himself. I received this second chance, but my life is at stake, he thinks. He covers his face for a moment, cursing everything. In a nearby village called Dunan, an elderly man named Elmore sits in his home. A new adventurer, wearing a paper bag over his head, enters. Why the paper bag? Elmore asks. It's cool, the newcomer says through the eye slits. Elmore looks at him like he's an idiot and clears his throat. Still, he hands the newcomer a quest paper. The Whispering Island is overrun with chicks. They've eaten all the feed. Catch 10 of them, Elmore instructs. Our hero approaches a small chicken hiding behind bushes. A tiny point is lodged in the chick's rear, an odd, comic image. He kneels, exhausted. I forgot I have only 1 HP, he mutters. A quest notification pops up. Tutorial quest. Catch 10 chicks on the Whispering Island, collect 10 yellow feathers. Progress 10%. Reward. Elmore's beginner set. He breathes hard and checks his skill menu. Names flash, shooting poison needles, control the dead, bloody impulse, corrupted elixir, voodoo doll, zombification. He frowns. He can only pick 1 skill now. The rest unlock when he reaches level 10. He steels himself and uses a crude spit tube weapon. He hits more chicks in the same weak spot. I just caught one, he pants. A system message confirms. You defeated a chick, you gained XP. At Ian Group's Skyscraper, executives watch the game launch. Capsules sold out the first day. A blonde young man wipes his face and smiles as he talks on the phone with his director. Have you prepared what I asked for? He asks. Yes, young master. The fastest leveling method, the best class, every item ready. He settles into his chair with satisfaction. This man is Zhang Wei, King Arthur in the game, a pro gamer and the 4th grandson of the Ian Group's president. He's confident, smug. Now it's time to turn this game around, he says, and looks up at birds flying past the window. Back on Whispering Island, the hero collapses to one knee, exhausted but alive. A blue glow signals a level up. Level 2, he shouts, trembling from fatigue and relief. He has gained 5 stat points, more than normal for a level up. Normally, a level gives 2 points, getting 5 hints that something unusual is happening. He grins. Is this because I have a hidden class? He wonders. His eyes flash with predatory resolve. Wait for me, Zhangwei. I'll shred you to pieces, he cries. He flees through the village, chased by a horde of angry chickens. Villagers stare in shock as the birds swarm him, pecking and clawing. An absurd, chaotic scene. The hero runs, breathing hard, as chickens close in, turning his simple tutorial into a frantic escape. 3 young men stood together, watching the chaos unfold in the distance. One of them frowned, pointing. What's with that paper bag on his head? Is he a Tamer? Another shook his head. No way. Tamers only raise one strong familiar. That guy's surrounded by chickens. What even is that? They kept watching as the birds swarmed closer to the strange man. At this rate, he's gonna die, one muttered. But before they could laugh, the paper bag guy, Jinsung, spun around and fired a dart from his blowpipe. It struck one of the chickens right between the eyes. The rest shrieked and rushed at him in fury. Jinsung flinched in surprise. Was that too much? He thought, then turned and started running again. But even as he ran, he smirked to himself. If I want to finish Elmore's quest quickly, gathering a whole flock like this might be the best move. He glanced around, searching for something. It should be around here. The chickens charged again, their bright eyes fixed on him. Jinsung's smirk widened. Moments later, the birds suddenly vanished from sight, only to crash into a pit trap he'd prepared earlier. You've all been caught, Jinsung said, his grin visible even under the paper bag. Now, turn into my experience points. A moment later, the pit was filled with still bodies. Feathers scattered everywhere as notifications flashed before his eyes. Level ups, experience gained, monsters defeated. Jinsung clenched his fists, feeling a surge of energy. Yes, he shouted. If I keep this up, I'll hit level 10 in no time. But then, something strange happened. A faint message appeared. Experience gained due to another player's participation. What? Jinsung looked around in confusion. Not far away, in another part of the forest, other players were hunting the same kind of chickens. They laughed as they easily slaughtered them. This is amazing, one shouted. Yeah, this quest is too easy, another replied. They were looting the birds without realizing someone else had weakened them. One even pointed at a dead chicken with a dart still in it. Whoever did this, thanks for the free food. Just then, Jinsung stepped out of the trees behind them. Hey, he said quietly. Enjoying that? One of the players turned around trying to laugh it off. But before he could finish speaking, Jinsung's fist connected with his jaw. The player collapsed instantly, unconscious. His friends froze in shock. What the? One shouted, kneeling beside him. Jinsung glared at them. Did you eat what was mine? They looked confused. What are you talking about? You have no proof. Jinsung pointed at the chickens on the ground, all with his darts still stuck in them. His voice grew low and dangerous. You dare lie, when the evidence is right in front of you? Smoke seemed to rise from him as his anger boiled. Do you really want to die? The players drew their weapons nervously, but one was too scared to move. This is your last chance, Jinsung warned. Spit out what you stole, and leave. One player tried to attack, slashing at Jinsung, but Jinsung was faster. He swung his blowpipe like a club, cracking it against the man's head. The others screamed, drawing their weapons. Kill him, someone shouted. Jinsung's expression twisted. I warned you. He charged into them, striking fast, his movements sharp and wild. One by one, the players fell. In seconds, only one remained standing, trembling and holding his sword. I told you to spit it out, Jinsung roared, swinging again. When the fight ended, the clearing was silent except for the moans of the wounded. A cold notification blinked before their eyes. Your party member has died. The survivors froze in terror. One of them whispered shakily, He's a chaotic user. The words sent a wave of panic through the group. Chaotic users were killers, players who hunted others for loot and experience. Run, someone shouted, but it was too late. Jinsung raised his blowpipe, firing twice. Both darts struck their targets cleanly. The men collapsed, poisoned. Jinsung stepped closer, scanning the area. Where's the last one? He muttered. One survivor lay hidden in the grass, hands over his mouth, trembling. He tried to call up the game menu to escape, but a cruel message appeared. You cannot log out during combat. 300 seconds remaining. Damn it, he whispered, shaking. Why did it have to be a chaotic user? A shadow fell over him. He looked up and saw Jinsung standing above him. Hello, Jinsung said softly. The terrified player whimpered as Jinsung raised the blowpipe. His scream echoed through the forest. When it was over, the ground was littered with bodies and feathers. Jinsung calmly checked the loot floating before him. Dozens of feathers, potions, and equipment. Better results than I expected, he said, still wearing the bag. Another series of messages appeared. You have reached level 10. New skills unlocked. Control the dead, blood impulse, corrupted elixir, voodoo doll. Jinsung grinned. Finally, I can use my level 10 skills. But then a red warning flashed. You have committed PK. Alignment decreased. Current alignment -9. He exhaled and chuckled. Guess I already hit rock bottom. At least there's no further to fall. A window appeared listing his title, Atrocity. Its effects increased loot, gold, and experience from player kills by 500%. Jinsung laughed. Isn't this basically cheating? He walked away from the clearing, whistling to himself. Well, I'll level up even faster now. Later, he stopped by a convenience store. The clerk turned and blinked. Oh, it's you. Why are you buying so much instant food? Jinsung smiled under the bag. Can't help it, I'm busy. The clerk sighed. You'll make yourself sick. Then you can treat me, Jinsung said lightly. As the clerk rang up the items, Jinsung noticed a news broadcast on the tablet. The youngest pro gamer, Jang Hyunmin, known as the Tempest of Time and Space, has announced his retirement. He's moving to the VR game AC. Jinsung stared at the screen. Jang Hyunmin? The clerk laughed. You don't know him? He's a legend. Rich, handsome, unbeatable. Everyone knows that guy. Jinsung just smiled faintly and didn't reply. Days later, deep in the forest near Dunun Village, Jinsung continued to hunt. Chickens, wolves, anything that moved, all fell to his darts. Level 15 already, he murmured. Still not enough. I need to get stronger. He opened his quest log. His next mission glowed in front of him. Epic quest. The Predator of Whispering Island. Defeat the mutated wild boar and bring back its hide. This is the last quest here, he thought. Once I finish, I can finally move on with Elmore's recommendation. But there was one problem. Wild boars often migrated, and finding them wasn't easy. If I don't find its den soon, I'll have to wait another hour for it to respawn. Then he froze. His eyes gleamed. Found you. A massive boar stood between a tree and a rock, calmly munching on mushrooms. A faint window showed its level, 30, an elite monster. Jinsung crouched low. Level 30 and elite type. One wrong move, and I'm dead? He remembered what he'd learned, normal, elite, named, and champion monsters. Elites had special traits that made them far deadlier than the rest. He activated one of his new skills, Corrupted Elixir, and leapt from the shadows. The bottle shattered against the boar's head, spilling a yellow mist. The creature roared in pain as its skin began to smoke. Good, Jinsung muttered. No immunity, that means it's working. The boar charged. Jinsung dodged, barely avoiding its tusks. The beast's eyes glowed with rage. So typical of dumb monsters, Jinsung thought, breathing hard. Suddenly, a glowing blue wall appeared in front of him. He skidded to a stop. What the? A barrier? The boar's body shimmered with energy. Don't tell me. Its a special trait is wall formation. The creature charged again, energy swirling around it. Jinsung raised his hands instinctively. I can't dodge this! A blinding white flash erupted across the forest. When the light faded, the air trembled with dark energy. The paper bag fluttered to the ground. Where Jinsung had stood, a new figure slowly straightened. Human, yet wreathed in red and black power. His eyes glowed with madness. The wild boar squealed in terror as the monster-like man stepped forward. Jinsung had changed. A notification appears before Jinsung. Zombification Level 1. Attribute. Corpse. The description reads, when your HP reaches 0, you will transform into an undead for 600 seconds. Your HP will not drop below 1 during this time. While undead, you emit a plague aura. Any opponent within 3 meters will be poisoned and start bleeding. While this skill is active, no other skills can be used. Cooldown. 180 seconds. Streams of red and black light rise from the corners of Jinsung's mouth as pain floods through his body. That hurts, he groans through clenched teeth. The wild boar, seeing his horrifying transformation, trembles in fear and lets out a terrified squeal. Jinsung glares at the creature, his face twisted with rage. "You dirty pig! You almost killed me," he growls. His voice echoes through the green meadows of the mountain as he charges forward. "You're a corpse!" he roars, striking the beast again and again like a true monster. Notifications flash rapidly. The wild boar is bleeding. The wild boar is poisoned. Gray smoke rises from the beast's body as Jinsung fights without mercy. Another notification appears. 10 seconds remaining until zombification ends. A wicked grin forms on his face. 10 seconds is plenty, he thinks. Energy of mixed red and black colors surges around his fist as he activates the plague aura again. "I'll turn you into a bloody pulp," he growls, slamming his glowing fist down on the boar's head. The countdown continues. 10 seconds. 9. 8. The red mark on the boar's forehead glows brighter, surrounded by a spreading green taint. 7 seconds. 6. 5. Blood bursts from the boar's skull as Jinsung keeps pounding it. 4. 3. 2. Then come the final notifications. You have defeated the wild boar. You gained EXP. Level up. You have reached level 16. Jinsung stands over the fallen beast, breathing heavily, his fist still raised. 1 second. 0 seconds. The red-black aura around him fades, and he collapses to the ground as another notification appears. Zombification has ended. A magic circle glows faintly above his shoulder as he sits up, exhausted. "I won," he mutters with a tired smile. Then, one after another, more messages appear. You obtained Wild Boar's Fangs. You obtained Wild Boar's Hide. You obtained Wild Boar's Essence. You obtained 30,000 gold. You obtained the title, The One Who Killed the Wild Boar Alone. Quest cleared. Predator of the Whispering Island. Jinsung looks at the endless stream of rewards, smiling weakly. "Nice. I got to hog all the rewards," he thinks proudly. A new window appears showing the title's details. The One Who Defeated the Boar Alone. Strength plus 3%, movement speed plus 3%, resistance plus 1%. He leans forward, studying the glowing blue window. A solo clear title, huh? Let's see what I got from this. He scrolls through the loot, thinking aloud. I can give the hide to Elmore, and as for the fangs and essence. Before he can finish, a deep, amused voice interrupts him. "Well, what a peculiar bastard," someone says. Jinsung quickly turns, startled. An old man with a massive, muscular frame is standing nearby, watching him with keen eyes. The man tilts his head, muttering, "How peculiar. How very peculiar indeed." Jinsung clenches his fist and steps back. "Who the hell are you?" he demands. A notification pops up. Unknown? Old man. Species. Human. Age. Unknown. Level. Unknown. Warning. This old man is ill-tempered. Avoid provoking him or you may die. Jinsung stares, shocked. I can't read his stats, he thinks. You, the old man says suddenly. How can you move like a dead man? Excuse me? Jinsung replies, confused. The old man steps closer and places a hand on his forehead. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Jinsung snaps, trying to pull away. A small white rune glows on his forehead. The old man nods. Judging from the rune, you really are another otherworld adventurer. Jinsung pushes the hand away, grimacing. Back off, old man. You stink. But the stranger only strokes his chin thoughtfully. I see. What do you see? Jinsung asks, annoyed. You borrowed the power of darkness, didn't you? The old man says calmly. Jinsung freezes. He hadn't expected anyone to recognize that. The old man lifts his hand slightly, showing a ring that gleams faintly. You used the power of darkness to become undead, didn't you? Not bad? That means you won't die easily. An eerie light flickers in his eyes, though his grin never fades. But tell me, why does an otherworld adventurer carry a level of darkness equal to the Demon King himself? How did you know? Jinsung asks cautiously. I can see it clearly, the old man says with a strange laugh. Suddenly, new notifications appear. New information updated. NPC identified. Name, Karen, Priest of the Apocalypse. Representative of the Forgotten God Shaka, Chief of the Black Cult. Age, unknown. Level, unknown. Warning, ill-tempered. Avoid provoking him. Jinsung frowns. Priest of the Apocalypse, the Black Cult. What the hell is that? Some kind of fake religion? Karen's expression instantly darkens. What did you just say? He growls. His rage surges and streams of black energy rise around him. I, Karen, am the 7th chief priest of the god Shaka, he declares. I will spread the gospel of the apocalypse across this land and destroy the despicable queen of the gods. Wait, calm down, Jinsung shouts, raising his hands, but Karen ignores him completely. You dare mock the faith of Shaka? I'll teach you a lesson. He lunges forward with terrifying speed, his fist slamming toward Jinsung's head. Jinsung barely dodges. What's your problem, old man? The next blow tears through the air and explodes against the ground, leaving a smoking crater. What the hell is that destructive power? Jinsung gasps. Karen grins. Ha! You managed to dodge that? Impressive. Jinsung glares at him. Of course I dodged. Did you expect me to just die? The old man laughs maniacally. Let's see how long you can keep dodging, boy. Jinsung steadies himself, thinking fast. He's insane. Seriously insane. A flurry of notifications appears. NPC Karen, Priest of the Apocalypse, has displayed hostility. Main quest activated. Karen's trial. Objective: survive the Priest of the Apocalypse. Reward: unknown. Warning: this quest cannot be abandoned. Jinsung's eyes widen. Mainstream quest. He knows what that means. Only a few chosen players receive main quests, and they shape the world's future. Every decision in these missions can change the fate of the game itself. He remembers his past life as the battle god. Back then, his main quest had been to defeat Abraxas, the Demon King. He remembers leading his team, the Six Masters, into the worst dungeon in existence, the Abyss, where countless demons awaited. If he hadn't cleared that quest, the entire middle world would have been destroyed. Jinsung clenches his jaw. If this really is another main quest, I have no choice. I have to clear it. Karen roars, charging straight at him. Why are you just standing there, boy? Jinsung dodges desperately, thinking fast. This guy's crazy. The old priest leaps high into the air, fist glowing with divine power. Let's see how you handle this. Jinsung folds his hands before his face, whispering an incantation only he understands. And the battle for survival truly begins. Streams of red energy flared around Jinsung as he pushed aside thought and calculation. A message blinked in his mind. Bloody impulse used. He told himself not to think. He would act on raw instinct and hit with everything he had. His muscles swelled. He let his body move on its own. Karen screamed and raised his fist. You bastard! How long will you keep running? He roared and drove a savage blow into Jinsung's jaw. The force hammered through him. For a moment, the young man couldn't steady his feet. Black and red veins of power pulsed across his skin. Jinsung kept moving anyway. He had one goal: survive. He dodged, staggered, and put distance between himself and the old priest. Karen's attacks were brutal and strange. A kick that would have broken most bones. A punch that left craters in the earth. Jinsung watched the old man closely, trying to read the positions of his hands. Then, Karen gathered a bright, humming yellow sphere between his palms. It glowed like a small sun. Die! Karen screamed and unleashed it. The blast hit Jinsung full force. He howled. The ground exploded beneath him, and jets of red and gray energy burst from his body. He sank to his knees in the smoking crater. A timer counted down. 2 seconds. 1, 0. The zombification that had once saved him finally faded. Karen leaned closer, studying him with hungry interest. Good body you have, he said, amused. Jinsung spat blood and smiled weakly. Yours isn't bad either, he managed. Both of them were breathing hard when new text blinked at Jinsung. Main quest. Karen's trial cleared. The words felt almost unreal. Karen's face split into a crooked grin. Well then, the old man said with ironic politeness, you still have teeth. You fought well. Jinsung coughed, smoke curling from him, but relief warmed him. He had survived. He had thought he was going to die. Karen reached out a hand and helped him to his feet. He peered at Jinsung's chest. That power you used, the darkness. You recognized it, didn't you? Karen asked. Jinsung frowned. The old priest was right. Someone could sense the shadow inside him. Karen's eyes glittered. He muttered the name of the forgotten god as if it tasted of iron. Shaka. Karen explained, almost proudly, that he served Lord Shaka, the 7th god, the god of apocalypse and darkness. He called Shaka greater than the light goddess Arya and the other great deities. Jinsung tried to picture those names. Arya, Nisa, Tenril, Oret, the familiar pantheon. But Karen spoke as if Shaka's legacy was the deepest secret. The old man's voice turned serious. Do you want real strength? He asked suddenly. Jinsung blinked, caught off guard. You should become my disciple, Karen said, palm out. Jinsung stared. What? No? He turned away, ready to leave. Karen's patience snapped. He smacked Jinsung on the head like a child and thrust a book into his hands. A book bound in black, glowing faintly. Apocalypse Invocation. The Book of the Black Covenant. A notice said as the book brightened. Another system message popped up. Mainstream encounter with the seventh god activated. Karen laughed loudly. This is a divine object. It's the tool to meet Lord Shaka, he declared. Open it? Jinsung hesitated. He didn't trust the old man, but curiosity pried at him. He cracked the cover with a careless tug. It's only a book, he thought. And at once, Karen warned him not to move. Before he could react, Karen brought a wooden rod down and struck Jinsung's head. A bright flash exploded, and blackness swallowed him. He woke in a dark, low cave to the sound of something small dancing and chirping. For a disorienting second, he thought he'd been sent to the underworld. He lurched up, clutching his head. A small boy stood before him, holding a staff topped with a skull. The child peered at Jinsung, wide-eyed, then grinned. You smell good, the boy said, almost delighted. Jinsung blinked. The boy's voice was oddly bright in the stale cave air. Then the child shouted happily and called a flock of tiny chickens, dozens of them, which came running at them, clucking like a crowd of playmates. The boy introduced them as my friends. He insisted on making friends with Jinsung. Before Jinsung understood why, he found himself oddly lightheaded and strangely close to the child. The boy's small face glowed with genuine joy when Jinsung accepted the friendship. The feeling washed over Jinsung like warm but dizzying tiredness. Suddenly, the scene snapped away. Jinsung woke again, this time on the cave floor with Karen looming overhead, irritated and amused at once. You punk, Karen spat as Jinsung lunged at him in fury. Jinsung grabbed the old man by the collar. You nearly killed me, he hissed. Karen shoved him off easily and scolded him like a bothersome pupil. But another system alert blinked through Jinsung's vision. Status: critical. Unable to move until recovered. He staggered and slumped. His body wouldn't obey. Karen circled him calmly and asked, with a scholar's patience, what had happened when Jinsung had met Shaka. Jinsung mumbled the memory of the little boy and the strange friendliness. Karen listened and then, with a slow smile, declared that friendship was the sign, a choice by Shaka himself. To Karen, it meant something monumental. Shaka had decided Jinsung might become his successor. Karen's grin turned grand and a little mad. He told Jinsung the long story of Shaka and the seven gods. Long ago, Shaka's power had grown so terrible that the other five gods, joined by area, bound and defeated him. Shaka went into slumber and became the forgotten seventh god. With him gone, balance shattered. The dead no longer stayed dead, demons multiplied, and evil spread. For centuries, Karen had wandered, waiting and searching for someone strong enough to help Shaka rise again and to challenge Area and the other gods. He had chosen a path of revenge and reclamation. Now he offered Jinsung the purpose. Become his disciple, become the sword of Lord Shaka, and help topple the ruling gods. A new system prompt blinked. Karen's wish has been activated. Do you accept? Jinsung saw the words and felt their weight. The idea of harnessing this power to get revenge stirred something hard and bitter in him, the memory of betrayal, of a past death at the hands of Jang Hyunmin. If he joined Karen, he might gain the strength to destroy Jang Hyunmin. And perhaps even more? The choice wasn't clean, but it was simple in its pull. He read the prompt, looked at Karen's eager, fanatical face, and made a quiet, dangerous decision. If this path would give him revenge, if it would bring back the chance to right the wrongs done to him, then he would walk it. Jinsung tapped the option. The blue window vanished, and something ancient and cold reached for him. The beginning of a new bargain, the first step toward reviving a forgotten god. After a long silence, the young man made up his mind. Defeating the six gods is an important quest, he told himself. It's not a bad decision. He knelt down before the old man and bowed deeply. Please accept my bow of respect, master, he said sincerely. Karen laughed warmly. Yes, you are definitely worthy of being my successor, he replied. As soon as he said that, strange messages appeared before the young man. He had officially formed a bond with Karen, priest of the apocalypse, and earned the new title, Agent of Revenge. A smile crept across his face. Once I finish training with this old man, I can finally defeat that bastard, he thought, filled with determination. But Karen suddenly stood up. "I'm leaving now," he said casually. "What? Wait, master!" Jinsung cried out in panic. Karen stopped, looking slightly annoyed. "What is it? Don't you have anything to teach me? Maybe a new skill or something?" Jinsung asked angrily. The old man chuckled. "What are you talking about? I already made you my successor and told you what to do. My job is done." He tossed an ornate black book toward Jinsung. "Ah, I almost forgot. If you need something, look it up in that book." A glowing blue circle appeared beneath Karen's feet. "And try not to look for me again if you can," he warned. "Wait, master," Jinsung shouted, rushing forward, but the old man vanished into the light. All that remained was the book, lying open on the ground. The pages fluttered in the wind. A new message appeared before Jinsung. Quest received? Karen's wish. He frowned, reading the impossible words. Resurrect the god of darkness, Shaka, and defeat the 6 gods and their families who ruled this land. The quest listed names: the god of light, the phoenix of fire, the knight of darkness, and others. His hands trembled. "Do I seriously have to do this all by myself?" he muttered. Frustrated, he kicked a stone and hurt his foot badly. "Is this even possible to clear?" he yelled. Then memories of his old comrades returned. The strongest heroes who had fought beside him before: Agnes the Crimson, Siren of Ice, Halo of the Mind, Cyrus of Steel, and Luke of the Boulder, warriors known as Disaster Class, the families of the most powerful gods. And above them all stood his greatest enemy, Jang Hyunmin, the Radiant King, once from the family of the God of Light. He was praised as the god of magic after obtaining the legendary artifact Infinity Circle. Jinsung clenched his fist. "Can I really defeat Jang Hyunmin? And all of them?" he whispered. Then, his eyes hardened. "No, I can't be afraid." He remembered his past life, the moment he was killed, the despair he felt, and the mysterious chance that brought him back. "But now I've been given another opportunity," he thought. Raising his fist high, he shouted, "I'll clear this damned quest. I'll end this cursed fate once and for all." As he made that vow, new messages appeared. The Book of the Black Covenant had awakened, granting him mysterious abilities. He could now return to villages, appraise, disassemble, synthesize, and create items. Jinsung stared in shock at the book glowing before him. "Is this an all-in-one item? This is insane." A sly smile appeared on his face. "A scam item with so many abilities. Not bad. Let's test it out." He placed his finger on a picture of a wild boar inside the book. Disassemble, then synthesize, and finally, create. A bright yellow light filled the air. Magic circles appeared beneath his feet, swirling with energy. Then, with a flash, something dropped from above. A strange helmet made from a boar's skull. He examined it. Wild boar helmet, plus 100 HP, plus 50 magic power, plus 3 to all stats, plus 10 defense, and bonus damage against beasts. "Not bad at all," he said, impressed. "This will definitely help for now." He quickly did the math. The boar's head alone could sell for 500,000 gold. And in game currency, that was worth quite a bit, but he sighed. "If I keep crafting without any money, I'll end up broke in no time." Deciding to move on, he packed the helmet and headed back to the village to see Elmore, the village chief. When he presented the boar's hide, the old man's eyes widened. "You caught this by yourself?" "Yes, sir," Jinsung answered, proudly wearing his new helmet. Elmore nodded in approval. "You are not someone who should stay on this island. I'll write you a recommendation." He signed the paper and handed it to Jinsung. "Take this to the harbor on the east side. Show it to the guild branch head on the main continent. He'll help you from there." Jinsung bowed deeply. "Thank you, elder." Later, seagulls circled above a small port as Jinsung sat on a bench, eating a bun and checking his status window. Name: Damien Level, 16. Class: Witch Doctor. Title: Agent of Revenge. Stats: Strength 10, Agility 10, Intelligence 31, HP 10, Luck 10. He sighed. Still level 16. I've got a long way to go. But when he looked at his title, his eyes widened. The Agent of Revenge gave him double attack and defense during PvP battles, and complete resistance to status effects. "That's insane," he muttered. "It's basically telling me to kill other players." He clenched his fists. "But I don't like killing people." As he sat deep in thought, loud noises echoed nearby. Turning his head, he saw a group of men harassing someone near the docks. One of them, clearly the leader, towered over his victim, smiling cruelly. "I told you, just pay the toll." Why make this harder for both of us? Jinsung narrowed his eyes. Killer mages, he muttered under his breath. The bandit leader raised his glowing hand, unleashing a bolt of blue energy at a young blonde man who tried to fight back. The man screamed as the magic hit him again and again, collapsing in pain. The crowd stood frozen in fear. The bandits laughed. Send our guest off properly, the leader said. Magic circles formed in their hands. But before they could act, something flashed before them. A blur of movement. And suddenly, one bandit's head flew into the air. The others froze in horror. Whoa, what was that? When they turned, they saw him. Jinsung, standing tall in his skull helmet, his dagger gleaming under the sun. His eyes glowed with a chilling light. Pay up, he said coldly. The bandits trembled. Pay what? One stammered. The price of your lives. He raised his dagger, his voice low and steady. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you want to live, pay up. The group stared at him, terrified and confused. What is this guy talking about? He's crazy, one whispered. But Jinsung didn't blink. His presence alone was enough to make even killers hesitate. And for the first time, the witch doctor had truly begun his path of revenge. Jinsung raised his dagger and began counting down, his voice cold and steady. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. He held up 5 fingers. 4, 3, 2. The bandits watched, growing more nervous with each number. Their leader's men clenched their fists in anger. This bastard wants to die, one shouted. What are you waiting for? Just kill him, yelled the leader. The bandits charged. But as Jinsung reached 1, and then 0, he vanished. For a moment, the enemies looked around in confusion. What? Where did he go? One shouted. And then a terrified voice cried, Above us! Everyone, dodge! Yellow projectiles rained down from above. The bandits screamed as poisonous shells burst around them. My eyes! Save me! Their leader could only stare in horror as his men fell one after another. When the dust settled, Jinsung stood in the middle of countless corpses, calmly counting under his breath. 1, 2, 3, 4. A blowpipe gleamed in his hand, a flask of yellow liquid in the other. Blood impulse, poison dart, corrupted elixir, he muttered. A cruel smile crossed his lips. Thanks to my title as Agent of Revenge, my PvP damage is even higher. The surviving bandit leader glared at him. You bastard, he spat. Jinsung smiled wickedly, letting the flask fall. Did this exceed your expectations? The scene cut to a nearby alley where a young blonde man slowly opened his eyes. A frightened girl knelt beside him. Brian, are you all right? She asked. Wendy, where are we? He mumbled. Memories of being attacked by mages flooded his mind. He clenched his fists. Those bastards, I'll kill them! Brian, calm down. You saw how strong they were, Wendy said. But Brian's eyes burned with rage. Wendy, you know when a streamer really dies, not when he loses his items or levels, but when he decides to quit. Wendy froze, shocked by his determination. So I'm going to crush those bastards, he said firmly. Before they could move, a blinding yellow flash erupted nearby. From the light emerged the corpses of the bandits Jinsung had killed. White sparks flickered in the air, and through the smoke came laughter. Jinsung's laughter. 3, 4, 5, 6, he counted, cutting down another foe. The bandit leader's face twisted in disbelief. How can a human fight like that? He shouted to his remaining mages. Hurry and cast your spells. Yes, sir, they replied, forming blue magic circles. The leader bared his teeth. I'll kill you myself, Jinsung smiled faintly. Then I'll use bloody impulse again. The mages released a barrage of blue energy, but the hero was gone. Did we hit him? One mage asked nervously. Then came a scream as Jinsung dropped down from above, surrounded by red and black energy. The effect is perfect, he laughed, firing darts through his blowpipe. Is he even human? One mage cried. How is he dodging everything? The leader folded his arms, glaring furiously. At this rate, we'll all die. Damn it! Endure for 3 minutes. Jinsung noticed the leader preparing another spell. A massive blue magic circle formed before the man's hands. I'll skewer you with lightning, the bandit roared. From a distance, Brian and Wendy were watching everything unfold on a tablet screen. Oh my god, is this real? Brian gasped. That's insane. The chat comments scrolled across the screen. Unbelievable, he's a monster. Brian grinned wildly. Tank boy, you're insane, he shouted at the screen. Brian, stop admiring him. This isn't the time, Wendy snapped. But Brian ignored her. Wendy, There are 236,000 viewers watching. I'm going after that guy, he said with a grin. Meanwhile, the bandit leader launched his lightning spell. Blue energy surged under Jinsung's feet. A massive explosion lit up the port. The leader, breathing heavily, watched as the smoke cleared. Jinsung lay motionless on the ground. I did it, he shouted with trembling hands. His comrades cheered. We knew you could do it, Mandu. He laughed proudly. See, you just needed me. But then came a voice, calm and chilling. That hurt a little. Mandu froze. Jinsung stood up, sparks still dancing across his armor, holding his dagger. What do you mean? Impossible, Mandu whispered in terror. Jinsung stepped closer, eyes burning red beneath his helmet. You shouldn't have messed with me, he said softly. Panicking, Mandu tried to cast a spell, but his hands shook too much. Memorize, he stammered. Jinsung's dagger flashed. In a blink, the mage leader was cut down, falling beside his men. You shouldn't have played around, Jinsung muttered. He licked the blood from his blade. I return kindness 100-fold, and revenge 1,000-fold. That's my creed. Mandu's eyes rolled back in terror as Jinsung poured a yellow potion over his head. All right, Jinsung said mockingly. I'll save you. Then his dagger came down. The sound of the final strike echoed across the port. Brian stared at the screen, frozen. Wendy covered her face. I can't watch this. That's insane, she cried. Brian whispered, I wanted to kill him myself, but this is beyond anything I imagined. When the battle ended, notifications flooded Jinsung's screen. You have committed an act of PK. Alignment minus 999. You have obtained 184 toothless daggers, 29 beginner's shirts, 113 coarse leather leggings, 98 old wooden staffs. Jinsung stretched his arms and looked around. So, why pick a fight you couldn't win? He said coldly. Another message appeared. Your alignment cannot fall any lower. You have received 3,429,325 gold. Jinsung's eyes widened. 3.4 million gold? That's $3,000 or $4,000 in real money. He burst out laughing. This is amazing. He quickly opened the trading system and typed, selling 3 million gold fast. Cheap and easy deal. Replies came instantly. I'll buy it. Message me. Another said, I can pay tomorrow. Please hold it. Jinsung chuckled. Which one should I pick? He selected one offer and confirmed. Trade complete. Your rank has changed from normal to VIP. Total sale, 35,611,101 gold. He raised his hand and grinned. As expected of Game Bank, lightning fast. Laughing, he realized something. So this is my future, he said proudly. The witch doctor stood beneath the sunlight, victorious and free. Meanwhile, across the world in Cambridge, Massachusetts, a man in a scarf walked down the street. In a tall glass office, Alan Jacobs, CEO of the top streaming company sipped his coffee. Good coffee today, he said. His secretary knocked. President, Mr. William Ballore from Switch is here. Send him in, Alan replied. William entered with a tablet. Good to see you again, Alan, he said with a smile. Alan nodded. You look pleased today, William. William grinned. I have news that will surprise you. Do you know what AC is? Alan blinked. That new game? Yeah, it's trending. A lot of our streamers are into it. William handed him the tablet. Take a look, this week's hottest clip. Alan watched the video. His expression turned serious. Who is this player? William smiled. A new rising star. Don't you think he'd make a great business partner? The camera cut to a familiar street. Jinsung, still in his witch doctor outfit, talking on the phone. Yeah, Mom, I sent money to your account, he said cheerfully. I got a bonus. His mother scolded him gently. You shouldn't spend too much, dear. I know, I'll visit soon, he said before hanging up. He smiled to himself. I sent what I needed to Mom. Now, should I start investing? In front of him appeared a glowing blue window full of market charts and currencies. After AC and Evertail appeared, cryptocurrency exploded over the next 10 years. And thus Jinsung, the FFF-Class witch doctor, began to walk a path that would soon shake both the game world and the real one. After earning a fortune from his latest quest, Jinsung decided to ride the current investment boom to build his future. Confident, he began working through the system interface. All right, he muttered. Let's start with 3,000,001. He selected one of the cryptocurrency futures options and hit buy. Almost immediately, warning messages started flashing in front of him, one after another. Warning: the selected cryptocurrency has dropped to its lowest price. Customer loss rate: 8.42%, 12.98%, 27.63%. Then the worst appeared. Due to severe losses, your funds have been forcibly liquidated. Jinsung froze, his face twisted in disbelief. My $3 million gone in just 3 seconds? He shouted. Panic and rage filled his eyes as he opened the fluctuation chart again. The numbers danced upward, Bitcoin futures rising sharply, 1%, 2.9%, 7.6%. He could only stare, his jaw tight. What the hell? He muttered. Someone must have interfered. He clenched his fists in anger. Damn it! There's only one thing left for me now. And with that, he turned his focus back to the world of AC. Jinsung City, Julan Province, China. Inside a small startup factory, chaos erupted. A young employee burst through the door yelling, "Chief, something terrible's happened." A man sitting inside looked up, cigarette between his lips. What's so bad you had to break the door again? Didn't I tell you not to do that? This was Minchin, the CEO of Jinsung's startup business. He frowned impatiently. Well, what is it? The assistant held up his tablet, trembling. It's the game bank, sir. 3 million gold just appeared. Minchin blinked, stunned. 3 million gold? Are you joking? That's impossible. It's real, the assistant insisted, handing over the tablet. Minchin's eyes widened in horror at the sight. That can't be. It's been only 2 weeks since I joined AC. How can someone generate that much? He slammed the table in frustration. That amount exceeds even our company's total production. A single player shouldn't be able to make that much gold. He pressed his palms against his forehead, voice shaking. If players like him keep appearing, the entire market will crash. The gold value will plummet. And I'll go bankrupt before I can repay our investors. Rage surged through him. He grabbed the tablet and smashed it against his assistant's head. Why are you telling me this now? Do you want me ruined? The assistant tried to explain, but Minchin cut him off with a shout. Find out who that bastard is. Now! The terrified man ran out of the office as Minchin stood there, trembling with fury. Out at sea, a small sailboat glided over calm waves. We're setting sail now, a sailor called out. Jinsung, dressed in his witch doctor's outfit, rested on the deck. He thought back to the island he had just left. That place was full of trouble, he murmured. But thanks to that Park Mandu guy, I got plenty of materials and items. He opened his system menu and began disassembling the items he'd looted. Item disassembly successful. You've acquired 8 low-grade iron. Nice, Jinsung grinned. With this much, I can make more money than players still stuck back there. More notifications appeared. You've gained experience points. You've reached level 20. He nodded to himself. That atrocity bonus really boosted me fast. Opening his skill menu, he reviewed his abilities. Bloody Impulse, level 5, boosts attack and speed for 100 seconds but drains stamina. Corrupted Elixir, level 3, deals high poison damage and lowers the target's defense. Control the Dead, level 1, summon weak monsters like chickens. Voodoo Doll, level 1, curse an enemy by stabbing a doll. These are all kind of useless, he sighed. Controlling the Dead only summons chickens, and I need a doll to even use the curse skill. Still, he stood up with renewed determination. I'll make use of them someday. A new notification appeared. Information about a new location has been updated. Jinsung smiled. Finally. He looked up to see a bustling harbor filled with sailboats and travelers. Current location: Terra Kingdom's dock. So this is the main continent, he said quietly, stepping onto the stone pier. The city of Terra was alive with noise and energy. Announcements echoed from every direction. Players recruiting for guilds, parties forming for raids, merchants advertising deals. Jinsung walked through the crowd, smiling faintly. It's just like before, he thought. Even with all these people, no one can sense what I really am. He spotted a group shouting loudly for recruits. We're forming a dungeon raid. Healers get priority, free meals and lodging. Same as always, he murmured. Guilds everywhere. Then his eyes caught a familiar sign. Ah, there it is. He approached the Adventurers Guild, a large stone building bustling with activity. Inside, guild workers handled clients and paperwork. A bearded man stood near the counter, giving instructions. Maria, bring me all the adventurer applications from today. Of course, a cheerful girl replied. Jinsung stepped forward. Excuse me, Hatson. The man turned, surprised. Oh, you know my name? I'd like to get a license, Jinsung said confidently. Hatson studied him with interest. You've got sharp eyes for a new adventurer, he said. Well, I should at least know the basics if I plan to be a mercenary, Jinsung replied. The guild master chuckled. True enough, not bad. He took out a pen and gestured toward the papers. You'll need to pass a simple test for your license. Behind this lobby is an arena with 10 stages. Your tier depends on how many you clear. So if I want a higher grade, I should come back more prepared, right? Jinsung asked. Hatson nodded. Exactly. Most people take a few days to get ready. But Jinsung grinned and raised his fist. No need. I'll take it right now. Hatson blinked in surprise. Are you sure? You won't have much time to prepare. A test only shows your real skills, Jinsung said firmly. The guildmaster smiled. That's quite the confidence. All right then, follow me. They entered the testing grounds, a massive arena filled with participants. Maria's voice echoed through a megaphone. Adventurers from 3001 to 4000, please get ready for the exam. Hatson patted Jinsung's shoulder. Good luck, kid. Give it your best. Thank you, Jinsung replied with a nod. A giant gate rose before them, glowing with magic. A wind burst through the opening. A summoning gate, Jinsung realized. The masterpiece built by Master Heiress of the Monster Tower. Maria smiled as she explained. Beyond that door, you'll face summoned monsters. There are 10 stages total. If you can't go on, just shout I forfeit. Are they real monsters? Someone asked nervously. They're illusions, Maria said with a grin. But don't expect them to be any easier. Jinsung rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Makes sense. Most guild work involves monster hunts. This test is practical. All right then, Maria announced. Let's begin. The bars behind them slammed shut. The test had begun. Screams erupted as monsters appeared, tearing through the unprepared. Jinsung tensed. It started, he muttered. The air filled with shouts of panic. Kill them! Don't let them through! Maria, still smiling, spoke calmly through her megaphone. No need to be afraid. It's just illusion magic. Then she turned toward the next group. Participants 4001 to 5000. Please stand by for your exam. The candidates stood frozen, their eyes wide with horror as realization dawned. What? That time already? One of them shouted. Jinsung, smiling faintly, rolled his shoulders and cracked his knuckles. Guess it's time for some action, he muttered to himself. Nearby, some of the examinees panicked. You're trying to kill us, aren't you? This isn't a real test, right? They yelled toward Maria, the cheerful woman overseeing the exam. Maria calmly raised her megaphone. Please don't misunderstand, she said, her voice echoing through the arena. This is the Summon Gate License exam. After clearing the monsters, you advance to the next stage. If you don't like the method, you may leave now, but you'll lose your adventurer license. The crowd went silent, shocked by her bluntness. Well, one guy said nervously, it's fine. It's just a game. Even if we die, we'll respawn in 60 hours. Yeah, another agreed. Let's just get this over with. Maria smiled brightly. Then let's begin the next test. The massive gate rumbled open, and she gestured for them to enter. Start, she announced, and the doors slammed shut behind them. A system message echoed in the air. Welcome to the Summon Gate. There are 10 stages in the Adventurer's License exam. Clear all monsters to open the next gate. Solo players who fail to defeat monsters will be eliminated. Jinsung rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So it's a stage-based test, he thought. The timer appeared before everyone. Next test begins in 9 minutes 59 seconds. He glanced around. There were 10 people in his group, all unfamiliar faces. The announcement's over, huh? He murmured. He thought quietly for a moment. If this exam is like others, there's usually a hidden rule, maybe a battle royale between participants. Did they leave that part out on purpose? The other examinees began chatting. Are we clear on what to do? Asked a player named Lua Bang Bang. I think so, replied OMJ, nervously clutching her staff. Buy me some chicken after this. I'm scared, Lua joked weakly. Her husband, Amyu's husband, laughed. Don't worry, I'll make sure we leave quickly. A man with a sword on his back approached them. Hello, nice to meet you, he said politely. His nickname read, Gentle-Mannered Guy. When you cross paths with someone, it's fate, he smiled. Let's team up. If we reach the last stage together, we can start with a silver tier license. Jinsung eyed him skeptically. A full iron armor set. Seems like this guy's a heavy spender, he thought. Gentle-mannered Decay introduced his group, veterans from the open beta. They were chatty and confident, joking among themselves. We'll clear this together, one of them said, raising his staff. With Gentle Nim here, we can rely on him, another added. His real weapon is that smooth tongue, Jinsung thought dryly. Gentle-mannered Guy noticed someone standing apart, a silent girl in a translucent mask. He approached with a friendly grin. Hey, nice to meet you. But the girl cut him off coldly. Shut up and get lost. I'm not joining a party with you idiots. He blinked in disbelief. That's a bit harsh, don't you think? The girl turned away. I said, get lost. A sharp beep interrupted them. Time remaining. 0 minutes. The test will begin. The sound of a horn filled the arena, and monsters suddenly appeared, mostly goblins. Gentle-mannered Guy drew his sword. Everyone, get ready. Let's fight together and get a high-tier license. The group shouted in response, forming up. He grinned. So this is it? The Adventurers Guild standards aren't that high. Then, with a blur of motion, a goblin was sent flying, dead before anyone realized what happened. What the? Gentle-mannered Guy turned just in time to see Jinsung slamming another goblin into the ground. What are you doing? He yelled. Jinsung ignored him, striking again and again. System messages flashed before his eyes. You have defeated 1 illusionary goblin. You have defeated 2 illusionary goblins. 10 goblins killed. First stage cleared. Breathing calmly, Jinsung lifted his helmet. Done already, he muttered. Behind him, Gentle-mannered Guy was fuming. Damn it! He stole all the points. Hey, you bastard, he shouted. Who clears everything while people are talking? You trying to die? Jinsung lazily cleaned his ear. The test's goal is to kill monsters, isn't it? He replied flatly. Surviving till the end is what matters. Furious, Gentle-mannered Guy charged with his sword. I'll kill you. Jinsung smashed a vial against the man's face. The green liquid splashed, and he screamed, clutching his eyes. Jinsung vanished into the shadows. Where are you? The man screamed wildly, swinging blindly. Not bad, Jinsung thought. He's not panicking. He's tracking me by sound. Gentle-mannered Guy pointed in his direction. You bastard! Fight me! His teammates began casting spells. Cure, Hawkeye, Fireball. Nice! My vision's clearing, the man shouted. Now you're dead. His sword glowed as he unleashed a powerful strike, but Jinsung was no longer there. I'm over here, came a calm voice from behind. A kick slammed into his back, sending him sprawling. Jinsung grabbed Amju's wife, pulling her close as a shield. Try shooting now! If you kill her, you all die, he yelled. Her husband shouted in panic. Let her go! Vile bastard! The priest shouted. Shoot! Gentle-mannered Guy screamed. Attack! No, don't shoot! Amju's husband yelled, grabbing the leader's arm. Gentle-mannered Guy shoved him aside. Do I look weak to you? The group hesitated, torn between orders and fear. Then, in a blur, Gentle-mannered Guy slashed the husband down. His wife screamed in horror as her husband fell. The crazed man raised his sword again. Kill them all! Jinsung's expression didn't waver. In fact, he smiled faintly. You're even dumber than I thought, he said, tossing the hostage aside. People who act tough always fall apart when tested, he thought. Once they gain recognition, they lose their edge. Gentle-mannered Guy roared and charged again. Jinsung's kick hit his shoulder. Bone cracked. The man staggered back, gasping. Spells rained down. Double shot. Energy bolt. But Jinsung weaved through them. He countered with his dagger, slicing through his opponent's guard, then landed another brutal kick. Gentle-mannered Guy was sent flying. And then, an arrow pierced his back. He hit the ground, lifeless. You're annoying, Jinsung said coldly, so I'll end it in one blow. He slammed his fist into the man's head, finishing it. Notifications flashed. Gentle-mannered Guy has left. Amju's husband has left. Roggood has left. Please. Buy Me Chicken has left. Everyone was gone. Jinsung frowned. Strange. They all disconnected? A weak sound caught his attention. He turned. A girl with a spear through her chest was crawling toward him. Save me, please, she gasped, coughing blood. He stared in disbelief. What the hell? Another notification. Lua Bang Babang has left. Then, from the shadows, a girl appeared holding a glowing purple knife. Her nickname read Juma. So, she said with a smirk, are you the only one left now? Seems like it, Jinsung replied calmly. A system tag appeared over her weapon. Sashimi knife +9, rare. Attack speed, very fast. Bonus attack, +200. Critical damage +50%, normal. +100%, sneak. A sashimi knife +9, Jinsung thought, eyes narrowing. That's insane. You're good, Juma said, circling him. For someone without gear, you must be hiding something. Funny, Jinsung replied. You're the one overgeared. He picked up a sword from the ground. She might be trouble, he thought. I should use this just in case. Juma smiled mockingly. You don't look like a knight. Think you can even use that? You talk too much, Jinsung said calmly, raising the blade. Just like that idiot before you. Her eyes narrowed. What did you say? She hissed, lifting her glowing knife. Assassins are deadly in one-on-one fights, Jinsung thought, steadying himself. Her synergy with that weapon must be insane. But let's see what she's got. He raised his sword. We don't have much time, he said quietly. Come at me. You bastard, Juma growled, stepping forward. I'll make you regret that. The girl rushed toward the hero with fierce determination. A bright flash burst across the field, and a purple vortex appeared in front of him. Gritting her teeth in pain, she activated her skills, Kanoi's skill and Tiger's mirror, and slashed with her knife. The hero blocked the strike just in time. As their blades crossed, he studied her carefully. She's no joke, he thought. If I didn't have my titles or gear, I'd already be dead. Out loud, he said calmly, You've got a good fighting spirit, but your arms are too weak. Juma's hands trembled with tension. He blocked one of my strongest skills, she thought in disbelief. What the hell are you? She demanded. The hero only smiled, his blade pushing hers back. You want to know who I am? He asked. Juma roared and charged again, unleashing two more skills, Kanoi's skill and misstep. An energy blast struck the ground in front of the hero, kicking up thick purple smoke. Jinsung's eyes narrowed. A stealth skill. So that's how she eliminated the others, he thought, scanning the area. Now you can only look around. Juma's mocking voice echoed through the dust. What a sight. It suits you so well. The hero raised his sword and focused. Her stealth window isn't perfect. It doesn't stop detection completely, he thought. Here she comes. Top right, 45 degrees. He moved instantly, dodging every strike that came his way, one after another. Nice, he thought, preparing to counterattack. Juma, frustrated, screamed, You rat-like bastard! How long do you think you can keep dodging? But before she could finish, a sharp blow landed in her stomach. She gasped as green liquid splashed from the hero's hand and shards of glass clinked to the ground. Horror filled her eyes as she staggered back. What? What is this? She gasped. Jinsung didn't hesitate. He stepped forward and drove his fist into her, sending her flying. It's a skill, obviously, he said with a cold grin. Juma sat up, clutching her chest as streams of green light rose from her body. What? What did you do to me, you pervert? She shrieked. Seems like you still don't get it, the hero said, walking toward her. What do you mean? She screamed. If you keep shouting, I'll send you off cruelly, he warned. But if you surrender everything you have, I'll make it painless. He lowered the tip of his sword to her face. I told you to surrender everything. Are you deaf? He asked sharply. His gaze was cold and unyielding. You have 10 seconds, he declared. 10, 9. His lips curled into a smirk. Damn, this is pretty nice, he muttered, looking at the pile of items that had fallen beside him after her defeat. Sashimi, steel wrist guards, tights, and Kanoi's discreet garter belt. She was overgeared. No wonder she fought so well, he thought. This is way better than normal loot. He picked up the garter belt with a puzzled look. But what even is this thing, he wondered. A distant announcement echoed. 10 minutes until the next test. Time sure flies, he said. He glanced at the knife he'd taken from Juma. Let's speed things up. From the darkness, armored rat-like creatures appeared, hissing and charging at him. Let's finish this quickly, Jinsung muttered. He lunged forward, his blade flashing. One by one, the monsters fell. Soon the ground was littered with their corpses. He stood silently, holding one by the tail while another remained stuck to his blade. Test level 2 complete, a faint voice echoed. Good, he muttered. Next. He stepped through another glowing gate. Skip the waiting, he said impatiently. Just start. And instantly, the next stage began. He fought through wave after wave of monsters, lizards, rats, slimes, and soldiers. each one falling faster than the last. At one point he stopped, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. What came after these guys again? He murmured. Then a new batch appeared. Lizardmen, armed with jagged blades. One charged at him, swinging an axe. Jinsung's eyes gleamed. His sword flashed, and the lizard's head rolled to the ground. Guess I can still use any weapon easily, he thought. That's probably from my past life. I cleared gladiator mode before regression. He remembered the endless trials, mastering hundreds of weapons and techniques. The body doesn't forget what it learned through hard practice, he told himself, cutting through another line of monsters. Everything I learned back then is still here. He finished them all and stepped forward, calm and ready. Next, he said. Somewhere far away a crystal ball glowed, showing his every move. Maria, how's the testing ground? A man's voice asked. A bearded officer sat behind her. Hatson. Not much to see, Maria replied. Just a bunch of newbies who don't know what they're doing. So no one promising? Hatson asked. Not really, she sighed. Maybe a few good enough to use as cannon fodder, but that's about it. Huh, he muttered, puffing on his cigar. Tens of thousands apply, and we can't find a handful worth sending to the field. Maria shrugged. Honestly, at this rate, NPCs might be more useful than explorers. True, Hatson said with a tired smile. Back in the early stages, at least there were guys who claimed to be from other worlds. We're just training obedient soldiers now, Maria replied. Don't expect too much. The narrator's voice filled the air. Across the continent, adventurers of every race and class joined guilds that accepted anyone, no matter their background. But the truly gifted ones were always taken by the Royal Academy or the Magic Tower. Meanwhile, low-level tasks and quests piled up, undone. Hatson exhaled smoke. Guess we'll have to train them from scratch again, he muttered. Even if we take in new recruits, it won't be enough. Maria suddenly leaned forward, excitement in her eyes. There is one interesting case, she said. A unique one. Hatson raised an eyebrow. Unique? Yes. 9 people died in the first test level, and the last one is clearing everything alone, she explained. He's blazing through the trials. 9 died in the first level? Hatson said, shocked. Even a normal man can handle goblins. How? No one gave up, Maria said with a small grin. But he killed all of them himself. Hatson froze. You're saying? Yes, she interrupted. He killed the other 9 participants and kept going alone. He's now on level 9. Hatson stared at the glowing orb, stunned, as Jinsung, Damien in the system, fought his way forward. Blood covered his armor as he sat on the ground, surrounded by the corpses of dark elves. Strange, he muttered. If I remember right, level 8 should have had slimes, and level 9 skeleton mages. But I got orc warriors and dark elves instead? He shrugged. Whatever, as long as I get the rewards. He stepped through another gate, facing a massive door marked level 10. The last stage, he said. If I remember correctly, it should be a slime king, a mud golem, or a blood goblin. He smiled confidently. That'll be easy. But a deafening roar shook the ground. Jinsung froze, eyes widening. What the hell? He whispered. Before him stood a towering minotaur, muscles bulging, horns scraping the ceiling. His jaw tightened. No way. These bastards sent me a minotaur? The creature roared again, shaking the air. Guess I have no choice, Jinsung said, stepping forward. I'll think later, after I kill it. Red energy surged around him as he raised his hand. Watch closely, he said calmly. I'll be quick. The minotaur snorted, confused for a moment, then howled in rage. Jinsung vanished from where he stood, reappearing beside its massive head. You know, he said with a smirk, you're a bit too chewy when cooked normal. You should be marinated first. He uncorked a vial of green liquid, the decay elixir, and threw it at the beast. Instantly, green light spread across its body as its defenses crumbled. The monster bellowed in pain. That's more like it, Jinsung said. He leapt, his sword slicing through the air. The minotaur swung wildly, smashing the ground with its fists. Each time, Jinsung dodged and struck back, red light flashing around him. You're just beef, cowhead, he shouted as his blade cut deep. The minotaur roared louder, its eyes glowing red with fury. The beast stomped, sending rocks flying, then began hurling them one after another. Jinsung weaved through the air, his movements sharp and effortless. Did you really think I'd fall for such slow attacks? He yelled, grinning. Despite this being life or death, my blood's boiling. His grin widened. This feeling, its fighting spirit. His heartbeat thundered as he charged forward again, eyes locked on the monster. "Let's see how soft you've become," he said. The Minotaur mirrored his stance, fists clenched, both ready to strike with everything they had. The hero rushes toward the enemy with a knife in his hand, jumping high and flipping over the monster's head. The Minotaur tries to grab him mid-air, but misses. "Would you look at that? You're still holding on," Jinsung says mockingly. The hero steadies himself, crossing his knife and sword in front of him. A Minotaur's weakness is right here, he thinks. With both hands, he strikes down hard. A bright flash explodes on impact, and blood spurts from the Minotaur's body. System messages flash before his eyes. Critical hit. Minotaur's phantom is bleeding. Jinsung crouches, watching the monster behind him gush purple blood. Another message appears. Minotaur's phantom is near death. Holding his sword tightly, he stares at the collapsing beast. Is it over? He wonders. You have defeated Minotaur's phantom. A voice announces, Test level 10 complete. Calculating results. Explorer Damien has earned 10 points. The Minotaur's huge body sparkles as it fades away. Jinsung exhales, surprised. I didn't expect this kind of monster, but it wasn't as hard as I thought, he thinks. I can't even tell what level I'm at anymore. I've grown a lot since I started. Unbelievably so. He looks at his jagged sword and smiles faintly. All right, I just have to keep moving. Another announcement rings out. Explorer Damien's total score is 100 points. The test has ended. He walks into a gate glowing with blinding light. On the other side, he finds himself in a grand hall filled with tall arches. At a table sits Hatsun, who looks up as Jinsung appears. I'm here, Jinsung says. Oh yeah, you're here, Hatsun replies with a smirk. The test must have been quite the ride. Well, it wasn't easy, Jinsung says, waving casually. Hatsun studies him quietly. Summon gate cleared in record time. First in overall combat skills, first in judgment and execution, killed all fellow participants. No wonder Maria called him a unique case. He recalls Maria's excited words. We have to scout him no matter what. She really wasn't exaggerating, Hatsun thinks. Your results are impressive, Hatsun says aloud. Though killing the other participants, that bothers me. Jinsung shrugs. I'm good at judging people. Those guys were all bad. I don't normally kill anyone. It's not a habit. Hatsun laughs. That makes you sound more like a psycho. Jinsung smiles and raises his hand. Then I don't know what to say. It's not an excuse, he thinks. I've played this game long enough to read people easily. But if Hatsun still rejects me, I can forget about the license. Hatsun glances at the papers between them. You don't seem like trouble, but you can't act like that again. A guild member's blade should face monsters, not humans. Of course, I know, Jinsung replies. Hatsun folds his hands. Then one last question. Will you take the license and work as a mercenary for the Adventurers Guild? Jinsung grins. Of course, it'd be an honor. Hatsun hides a smile and shakes his hand. All right, from now on, you're part of the Adventurers Guild. You have obtained an adventurer license. Affiliation changed to Adventurers Guild. Jinsung pumps his fist. It's finally over. He looks at the license in his hand. Adventurer license. Gold tier. Now that I'm part of the guild, I can take quests and hear news from all over the continent, he thinks. Another notification pops up. Title earned. Record time clear. Not bad, he thinks, reading the details. Attack speed and movement speed, both boosted by 3%. Do you like the rank? Hatsun asks. Of course, Jinsung says proudly. The gold tier is given only to those who've passed Maria's toughest tests, Hatsun thinks. Gold licenses are worth 10 iron and 3 silver. You'll be able to take high-ranking quests. I see, Jinsung replies. Hatsun hands him a few quest cards. These are gold tier missions. Choose one. It'll be your first. Jinsung scans the cards. Deep waterway exploration, Drake's breath cultivation, disappearing sheep in Cornell Village. What's this one? He asks, pointing to the card with a ram on it. Ah, that's a village called Cornell, Hatsun explains. The government sent that one. Sheep keep vanishing. The area's remote, so they'd rather pay someone to handle it than send knights. So I can deal with it however I want? Jinsung asks. Pretty much, Hatsun replies. From what I've heard, it's probably wolves. Just bring results that satisfy both the village and the government. Jinsung nods. Doesn't sound bad. I'll do it. Quest created. The village where the sheep vanished. Accept? Yes, he says, pressing the blue window. A gold tier mission, huh? This should be interesting. He turns to leave. Then I'll be back. Good luck, Hatson says. See you, Hatson. Jinsung waves and heads out. Let's go, he thinks excitedly. Outside, holding the quest card, he looks around. Is it this way? Before him, high cliffs glow under the sunlight. New location data updated. Cells Valley 3. He checks the map. Cornell Village, between the Terra Kingdom and the Principality of Pharma, also called the Ivory Tower of Truth. He sighs. I thought I was close, but it's still far. No wonder they didn't send knights. He rubs his chin. I accepted a gold mission, but have no equipment or party. It hasn't been long since I started, and I can't afford mercenaries. Better solo it. It's not like I couldn't find a team, he tells himself. Suddenly, he snaps his fingers. If I can't find party members, I'll just create them. He activates Control the Dead, level 1. A glowing magic circle forms. Did it work? A small voice squeaks. Are you my owner? He blinks. In front of him stands an angry chicken with a patch on its head. Nice to meet you, owner, it chirps. What the hell is this? Jinsung mutters. I'm your summon, says the chicken proudly. Wow, it talks, Jinsung says, poking its head. Can I even use this thing? I didn't think something this useless would show up. What? I'll kill you, the chicken yells. A prompt asks him to name it. A name for this useless thing, huh? He mutters. Don't you already have one? I was just born, the chick replies. How would I? Then, bundle, Jinsung decides. Bundle? The chick repeats, annoyed. Yeah, like a bundle of fur. Cute, right? I heard that, the chick screams, jumping onto his head. This thing's got a terrible personality, Jinsung groans. That was the moment my first summon was born, he thinks. They continue walking under sharp rocks glinting in sunlight. Stay close. If you fall behind, I'll leave you, Jinsung warns. Yes, owner, the chicken replies. He checks the system window. Cells Valley 6. There should be a side path nearby. That way. Sliding down a slope, he says, I've got to go somewhere. New location data updated. Farber Forest. He stands beneath tall trees. Same as before. Not a popular place. Too far, not worth the trouble. He remembers reading user comments. Skip Farber Forest. The mobs are annoying and tanky. And the main reason people avoid this place are the monsters themselves. Above him hang strange caterpillars resembling unripe bananas. Farber cocoons. Level 25 insect type. Their strings are strong and sticky. He looks up. They're high up, hard to attack and defend, but let's try. He grips a flask filled with green liquid, decay elixir. Ready? He throws it like a baseball, hitting the biggest caterpillar. Shoot, he shouts. Green fluid bursts from under its belly. Strike, he cheers as it drops. One by one, more fall from the branches. Farber has fallen. Defense decayed. Defense power decreased. Jinsung grins, approaching. Like fruit falling off a tree. Suddenly, pink ovals on one caterpillar's forehead glow. It spits sticky webbing. Too slow, Jinsung says, raising a blowpipe to his lips. 3 darts shoot into its body. The hero charged at the minotaur with a knife, vaulting over the beast and landing behind it. The monster lunged, trying to grab him, but its massive hand closed on empty air. Still holding on, huh? Jinsung taunted, sliding the tip of his knife close to the minotaur's cheek. He crossed knife and sword, found the beast's weak spot, and struck with both hands. A bright flash exploded on impact. Purple blood sprayed from the wound. Critical, bleeding, near death. The minotaur crumpled and then winked out of existence. The hero smiles while holding the bandit leader's head and twisted arm. The regular bandits are furious and ready to attack. You bastard! Let him go! They shout. Arrows fly toward the hero. Jinsung looks at them in surprise, then releases the hostage and runs to escape the barrage. Why are you shooting me? The leader yells as he's thrown to the side. The hero faces the rest of the bandits, ready to fight. Jinsung lunges forward and strikes them again and again. Each hit lands perfectly. 2 enemies with swords stand in his way. He's coming, one screams. The short-haired bandit swings his sword. You're dead, bastard, he yells. The hero blocks the strike with his wrist guard. A message appears. Defense skill. Wrist guard activated. The bandit stares, shocked that his attack did no damage. Cooing, lying on the ground and gritting his teeth in rage, watches as the hero beats down his squad. This son of a... he growls. He pulls out a crossbow and starts shooting. I'll kill you, he shouts. Jinsung looks back at him with anger. The hero moves swiftly, and behind him a bandit's neck snaps with a loud crack. Jinsung grabs another by the head and breaks his neck. Cooing lies on the ground with a dozen arrows sticking out of his body. The hero's eyes glow with an eerie yellow light as he stretches his hand toward the dying villain. "Don't think you'll make it out of here alive," he says coldly. The scene shifts. A sunlit brick building appears. Jensen's startup farming factory. A young man in a blue shirt bursts into his boss's office. "Boss! Boss Mion!" he shouts. "What the hell?" the boss growls. "How many times do I have to tell you to knock first?" He throws an ashtray at the young man's head. It hits him, and he lets out a strangled yelp, clutching his bruise. Mingan glares at him. "What are you here for? If it's not urgent, I swear I'll kill you." "There's a big problem," the young man stammers. "What is it?" Mingan snaps. "Team 1 of the week just got wiped out." "What?" the boss shouts, eyes wide in shock. He trembles with rage, staring down at his assistant sitting on the floor. "Say that again. Who?" "Team 1 of the week," the young man repeats. Mingan slams both fists on the desk. "How is that even possible?" he yells. "There were so many people on that team." He keeps pounding the desk. "Was it the Japanese? Are they trying to start a war with us?" "It wasn't them," the young man says quietly. "Then who?" Mingan roars. He grabs the assistant by the collar. "Tell me who dared to attack us." Trembling, the young man lifts a hand defensively. "Do you remember the guy who put 3 million gold into the game bank?" "What about him?" Mingan growls. "He's a Korean. His username is Jinsung 123. It was him." "What? Again?" Before the young man can finish, Mingan smashes him in the chin with a wooden stick. "You piece of trash, you want to die?" he yells. "You think that story makes any sense?" "But it's true," the assistant cries, barely conscious. "So you're saying one person did all this? Tossed a nuclear-level item into the bank and killed the entire Team 1? Mingan demands. "Yes, that's right," the young man confirms weakly. Mingan glares at him, gripping the wooden stick tighter. "You'd better explain everything. Don't leave out a single detail." System messages appear. "You have gained EXP. You have reached level 30. The scene cuts back to the hero. A chicken sits on his shoulder. "Oh, I got a lot of EXP, he says. Jinsung stands among dozens of enemy corpses. "Well, that's expected. I just killed about 50 players, he adds. More messages flash. "You have obtained. Hard outer shell. You have obtained. Basic steel." He looks at the loot. "Nice, some rare items too," he says. More notifications appear. "You have obtained. Elven branch. You have obtained. Rubber tree sap." He raises his fist in triumph. This much loot from one fight? That's rare, he thinks. Sure, most of this is probably stolen stuff, but still, that's insane. Inventory opens. Hard outer shell, 12,454. Basic steel, 8,213. Basic cloth, 6,228. Basic leather, 9,895. White herb, 1,224. Hunter's leather. Armor, 36. Light short bow, 11 money, 191,192. The hero smiles as he scrolls through. "If I sell this, I could make millions. I won't need to worry about sending money home for a while," he thinks. He selects an option in the system menu. "Then let's turn these into cash." Above his head floats a glowing book, the one he got from his mentor. A notification appears. "You have used Apocalypse Invocation, the Book of the Black Covenant." "What's this, owner?" the chicken asks. "I'm going to craft some equipment," the hero answers. The book opens, showing options. Oracle Rune Page Item. Value Judgment. Item Extraction Item. Synthesis Item. Creation Item. Dissection. Item Dissection, Jinsung says with a grin. He begins breaking down equipment excitedly. Notifications pop up one after another. "You have dissected 5 superior Fellions. You have dissected light shortbow. You have dissected hunter's leather armor." "It's nice to sell everything, but I need higher grade materials," he says. He scrolls through his system window. "I saw a good item earlier. Where is it?" A new message appears. "You have earned the title Lonely Hyena." Jinsung blinks. "Huh? I've never seen that title before." Description. Title. Lonely Hyena. Given to those who loot more than 99.99 items from other users. A person leading the environment cleanup movement. Plus 100% chance to detect dropped items within 100 m. Plus 100% chance to detect someone's item. plus 100% chance that an opponent drops an expensive item. Note, too much looting may lead to greed and health problems. Jinsung stares in shock. The chicken hops happily on his shoulder. Holy crap! The condition is picking up more than 99,999 items. Thanks, Jinsung. He recalls one of his past life battles. Makes the sense I've never seen this title before, he thinks. Before my regression, I only fought in huge wars with guilds, so I never had time to pick up loot. He rubs his chin. But these title effects are pretty good, though it's kinda embarrassing. As if you haven't been looting nonstop already, the chicken teases. Shut up, Jinsung replies. He suddenly gets an idea. Wait, if I think about this title, doesn't that mean killing other players is more profitable than hunting monsters? He looks around at the 50 bodies. There were around 50 this time. If they work in day and night shifts, that's over 100 people. That's a lot of loot. He grins. The money I can make from this is insane. He stands on a cliff overlooking a river. After all that loss, Jensen's startup will definitely come after me. I'll have to deal with them anyway. Jinsung folds his hands and smiles. Then I guess I'll work with them too, he says calmly. He places a hand on a tree trunk. This is crazy, the chicken mutters. System message. Playtime. 35 hours, 33 minutes, 23 seconds. We see the commander of another squad sent to this area. His name is Chang Tingbo, leader of Jensen Startup's Night Shift Team 1. Elder brother, how much longer? One of his men asks. There's no sign of any humans, not even an ant. How long do we have to chase this damned Korean? Another complains. Tingbo glares. Just hold on. We only need to get rid of that Korean. Yes, elder brother, the others reply quickly. Frustration shows on Tingbo's face. Why don't we get return spells? It'd be much easier, one soldier mutters. They're expensive, idiot, Tingbo snaps. Stop asking stupid questions. Look around. At this rate, it'll take forever to... He suddenly stops mid-sentence. Something feels wrong. Something's weird, he thinks. I've never heard that voice before. He looks around nervously. The forest has gone completely silent. Why is it so quiet all of a sudden? He wonders. Standing under the tall trees, Tingbo feels a chill run down his spine. His face twists in fear as he slowly raises his sword. I didn't even hear anything happen. What kind of monster is this? He thinks, panicking. Then a calm voice speaks behind him. I wouldn't draw that sword if I were you. Jinsung is squatting nearby, smiling cheerfully. Why don't you come forward? He says softly. The hero clenches his fist, ready to strike. If you won't, then why don't you take a little nap? He adds. A leaf falls in front of Tingbo's face as everything fades to black. When Tingbo opens his eyes again, he's shocked to find himself tied up tightly, hands and feet bound. What? Why am I tied up? He mutters in panic. Even more disturbing, he sees dozens of angry chickens surrounding him. What the hell are these weird chicks? He whispers. The prisoner's awake. Tell the captain. One chicken squeaks. All right, another answers. Hey, are you sure you tied him up properly? One of them asks. Tingbo hears a familiar voice nearby and freezes. That voice. It's the Korean, he thinks, terrified. The hero is working calmly at his system window. You really need to come up with better lines, he says casually. That's because you suck at acting, the chicken on his shoulder snarks. Tingbo trembles violently. Damn it, I need to get out of here. Oh, seems like our patient is awake, Jinsung says, noticing him. Bundle, go pull up the patient's sleeve. All right, owner. The chicken chirps and hops onto the ropes binding Tingbo's arms. Sharp metal spikes appear between Jinsung's fingers, coated with a faint purple liquid. Now, he says with a grin. Don't be scared. We haven't even started yet. He raises the spikes. This is going to sting a little. Moments later, small puncture marks cover Tingbo's arms, legs, and sides. System messages flash. Abnormal status. Your character has been poisoned. HP is slowly decreasing. Tingbo collapses backward, foam at his mouth, groaning in agony. Geez, it doesn't hurt that bad, the hero mutters. Jinsung stares down at him with a predator's gaze. This is just the beginning, he says coldly. Get ready. More system messages appear. You have obtained, Rangers Gators. You have obtained, Old Hinge Belt. You have obtained, 3,888 gold. Jinsung exhales, exhausted, and sits down. I'm tired, he says quietly. He lies on the ground surrounded by glowing enemy corpses. I wiped out all 100 members of Jensen's day and night teams, he thinks. Didn't rest for 48 hours straight. Summoning all those chicks made it even worse. He sighs. I'll check my status window. An information window appears. Necromancy, level 1. Attribute, summoning. Description, summon a corpse with 50% of the dead monster's stats. The number of summons depends on the user's mana. Jinsung smiles. I didn't expect the stats to be this low, he thinks, but there's no limit to how many I can summon. Most summoning skills have a time limit, or the creatures vanish when mana runs out, but this one doesn't. These summons stay until their HP is gone. He sits on the ground, surrounded by a dozen tiny yellow chickens. You guys should go home, we're done here, he says. The Soul Realm is boring, it's way more fun here, one chick squeaks. He looks at the chick resting in his hand. Their stats are basically trash, he thinks, but if I have enough mana and time, I can summon endless numbers of them. They're actually pretty useful when there are a lot of them, like when I use them to find those Jensen guys. Talking to his small pets, he sighs. Anyway, they're all gone now. The guys who were after you? One chick asks. Yes, Jinsung replies, remembering how he hunted them down one by one. It was pretty fun killing and looting them. Their reactions were priceless. What are you talking about, owner? Another chick asks. One kill with just a poison dart, he says to himself. I don't even need to use decay elixir or bloody impulse. It's better to rely on necromancy since avoiding the death penalty is hard. Jinsung clicks on the book icon. Status window, he commands. A notification appears. Apocalypse Invocation, the Book of the Black Covenant. A bright glow shines above his head. Items created with this book cost a lot more, but their stats and efficiency are higher too, he thinks. He studies the book. Where was that formula? Ah, found it, he says happily. Hey, Bundle, chicks, he calls to his pets. Yes, owner, Bundle replies with a smile. Want to try something new? Jinsung asks, showing them a page from the book. A huge skyscraper appears, located in Shanghai. Someone is walking down a corridor. AC? Huh, he mutters. So that happened in AC? That's troubling. The man has a sharp suit and scars across his forehead and cheek. This is Zhang Yi, chairman of the Kirin Society. He lights a cigarette. Jensen startup, he thinks. That's one of my fronts for laundering money. My brother was leading its development, so I invested through him. We see flashes of the massacre, the people killed by Jinsung. It wasn't much money, Zhang Yi thinks, but for one man to kill everyone there, that's concerning. He pulls out his phone. I'll have to get rid of him, he mutters, dialing a number. The call connects. It's me, Zhang Yi says. I have an order. Yes, sir. Go ahead, a man replies. We see several suited men standing at attention. The scene shifts. A man is running through a forest, breathing heavily, eyes wide with panic. A monster, he gasps. It's someone we know, Zhang Yi, a survivor. Dozens of my teammates were killed by just one user, he thinks desperately. I need to get out, fast. A black sphere forms above him, releasing streaks of white energy. They shoot toward him like lightning. A powerful explosion erupts. The young man falls, clutching his shattered knee. A figure stands beside him. I didn't think you'd dodge that, the man says calmly. It's Jang Hyunmin. His tone is cold, menacing. Pretty impressive. The young man trembles on the ground, reaching out for mercy. I guess you're not a captain for nothing, Hyunmin says. Don't come any closer, the man begs. Hyunmin grins cruelly. Why so scared? Isn't this what you wanted? An information window flashes in front of us. +12. Wing of Tetra. Type, staff, mage rank, hero, options, magic attack. Power +7, 880. Wisdom +88, casting speed. +100% additional damage +40%. When using lightning type magic lightning force +50% skill. Delay -50%. Description, a staff filled with the energy of lightning. When used, Tetra's cries echo through the air. The terrified man raises a hand as the glowing staff hovers above him. I like that look on your face, Jang Hyunmin says, smiling darkly. Tell them, if they want to defeat me, King Arthur, they'll need to bring the entire Blood Alliance. He raises the staff high, releasing streams of red energy. The young man screams as the light swallows him. Meanwhile, Jinsung casually cleans his ear. Is someone talking about me behind my back? He asks. The lone chick on his shoulder tilts its head. You digging for gold in there? It's itchy, Jinsung replies. A notification appears. New location information added. Jinsung looks into the distance. We're here, he says. The air feels cool and fresh. He stands above a small village filled with one-story houses. Two notifications appear. Current location, Cornell Village. World. Map information updated. He walks down the main street. Locals frown and whisper as he passes. Where are we now, owner? The chick asks. Our workplace, Jinsung answers calmly. The air feels heavy with tension. Strange vibe, he mutters. He stops before a steep staircase leading up to a house on a cliff. Why's the chief's house so high up? He grumbles. Barely made it in time. I wasted too much time because of Jensen. Sure, I got a ton of loot and EXP, but being late for my first quest isn't great. He knocks on the door. Anyone home? An elderly man opens it. Who is it? I'm from the Adventurers Guild. You requested help from the government, Jinsung explains. A relieved smile spreads across the old man's face. You're finally here, he exclaims. Albert, Cornell Village chief, appears on screen. Come in, Albert says, leading him inside. He raises a wooden mug. Have a seat. You must have come a long way. Let me serve you something. Jinsung notices the man's tired but sincere expression. He stopped being wary the moment I said I came to help. The problem must be serious, he thinks. Outside, rats nibble at scraps on a plate under the window. Our sheep keep disappearing, Albert explains. Everyone's on edge. Please be patient. Things are tense. Jinsung sits at the table. How many have gone missing? About 20 each week, Albert says grimly. I can't imagine where they've gone. When did it start? Jinsung asks. About a month ago, Albert answers. Jinsung studies him. Who usually herds the sheep? Do you take shifts? There's an orphan named Joseph who looks after them, Albert replies. He's a troublemaker, though, always playing pranks. Hard to tell if he's herding or just fooling around. Albert sighs deeply and closes his eyes. He said it was wolves. If 20 sheep vanish every week, wolves would make sense, Jinsung says. We see Joseph shouting at villagers. He used to prank everyone, so nobody believes him anymore. People think he's lying, Albert continues, so they imprisoned him. But the sheep keep disappearing even while he's locked up. Something else is going on. He grabs Jinsung's hand. Please help us. At this rate, the village will starve. All right, Jinsung says. Can I meet the boy? The boy? Albert asks, surprised. Yes, the orphan, Joseph, Jinsung clarifies, smiling. I'll solve this quickly. Jinsung walks with his chicken on his shoulder. Was it supposed to turn out like this? He wonders aloud. Where are we now, owner? The chick asks. They approach a small barn with a boarded-up door. 2 guards stand nearby. That must be the place, Jinsung thinks. A tiny house, and even the door's nailed shut. From inside, someone pounds loudly on the wood. Open up! It wasn't me, cries a young voice. Be quiet, one guard yells back. Chief Albert said no one gets out until the matter's solved. One of the guards suddenly screams in fear. The hero rubs his chin, looking curious. What's up with these people, owner? Are all villagers like this? The chicken asks. They probably think Joseph's the culprit, Jinsung replies. His gaze turns thoughtful. Well, I only really care about getting my reward, but this is a bit unexpected, he thinks. We see a smiling shepherd surrounded by dozens of sheep. Joseph's guardian died recently from illness, Jinsung remembers. He's been taking odd jobs and herding sheep just to survive. He sighs. That's a pretty rough life for a kid. From inside, Joseph keeps pounding on the door, shouting for someone to open it. For a rural village this far out, they seem fairly organized, Jinsung notes. Anyway, I should meet the boy. Hello, he greets the guards. One of them jumps in surprise. Oh, what brings you here? I thought you were talking with Chief Albert. I just did, Jinsung answers. Is Joseph all right? Joseph? He's the same as ever, the guard says with a tired laugh. The pounding from inside grows louder until everyone outside flinches. Open this, please. There's no time, Joseph yells from behind the door. The guard points his thumb toward the cell. As you can see, he's fine. Keep shouting all day. I'm getting tired just listening to him. Jinsung stretches his arms. I see. Well, I don't have much time, he says calmly. I want to meet him. Could you step aside? Before they can answer, he walks up to the door, then punches it. Crack! The wooden boards shatter instantly. The guards jump back, one of them screaming in fear. Joseph, step away from the door, Jinsung warns with a grin. Who are you? Comes a frightened voice from inside. Jinsung steps through the wrecked doorway. You're Joseph, right? Seems so, owner, the chicken chirps from his shoulder. Joseph covers his face with one hand, trembling. I just want to ask a few questions. You got a moment? Jinsung asks casually. Who are you? the boy stammers. Oh, right. Jinsung grins and gives a thumbs up. I haven't introduced myself. I'm Damien, a mercenary from the Adventurers Guild. I'm Bundle, the chicken chirps proudly. Don't mind the talking chick or the broken door, Jinsung adds. Joseph stares at them in shock. What's going on here, he thinks. Jinsung sits beside him on the bunk. I heard wolves are attacking your sheep. Yes, that's true, Joseph says quietly. It was a huge wolf, bigger than a person. I saw it once. It was hunting a bear. Jinsung raises an eyebrow. A wolf hunting a bear? Yes, Joseph says sadly. You might not believe it, but I saw it with my own eyes. A guard rushes over, shouting, Mr. Adventurer, don't listen to him. A wolf bigger than a man? Hunting bears? That's ridiculous. I'm telling the truth, Joseph argues, frustrated. Jinsung folds his arms, thinking, it's not impossible, he decides. There are all kinds of monsters in mountain regions like this. All right, he says aloud. Where did you see this wolf? Joseph points toward the distance. At the peaks of the Califf mountain range. I saw a pack of them there. If you follow the ridge north, there's a wide plain. It's at the forest's edge. You can't miss it. Jinsung studies him for a moment. Really? All right. A notification appears. New quest. Califf Peak wolves created. All right, Jinsung thinks. That's one more quest done. A second window pops up asking him to confirm quest acceptance. We see tracks racing up a mountain path, Califf Peak. I'll get there soon enough at this pace, Jinsung thinks as he runs, smiling. The chick on his shoulder hops excitedly. It's great having good equipment, Jinsung says. Money really is the best. That's true, owner, the chick agrees. I got a full set of witch doctor items using Apocalypse Invocation, the Book of the Black Covenant, Jinsung thinks proudly. A golden bracelet gleams on his wrist. 2 information windows appear. Flame Lizard Bracelet. Type, Bracelet. Vertical bar. Rank, High Defense, plus 25 vertical bar. Wisdom, plus 10 vertical bar. Fire Resistance, plus 15%. Skill, Flame Banquet. Creates flames for 30 seconds that deal continuous damage. Consumes 1 durability point. He looks down at his pants and shoes. Nalu's leather pants. Type, Pants. Vertical bar. Rank, High Defense, plus 100 vertical bar. HP plus 100 vertical bar. Wisdom plus 10 vertical bar. Magic Resistance plus 10%. Skill, Dark Green Blessing. For 1 minute, increases mana regeneration and stamina recovery by 100%. Golden Rabbit Sandals. Type Shoes. Vertical bar. Rank High Defense plus 50 vertical bar. Agility plus 10 vertical bar. Movement Speed plus 5%. Skill, Golden Flash of Light. First step speed increases by 10,000%. Equipment this good can't be bought with just money, he thinks proudly. Jinsung clenches his fist near his face. It took hundreds of thousands of gold to make them, and I had to use ingredients you can't even buy. But from now on, having great gear will matter more than anything. He grins as he keeps running. The place I'm heading is full of monsters above level 30. Soon he reaches the mountains, a rocky area filled with sharp, jagged cliffs. Notifications appear. New location information added. Current location, Califf Mountain Range Peak. World. Map updated. Jinsung looks around, impressed. This does look like a perfect place for a wolf den. What a huge area. From his high perch, he observes the terrain. Boulders everywhere, deep cliffs, and countless blind spots. Thanks, Jensen, he thinks with a grin. But that gap looks too small for a wolf bigger than a man to pass through. Still, he reminds himself that Joseph swore he saw it. Raising his left hand, Jinsung calls out, "Come out!" His fingers spread wide as 3 glowing circles appear before him. Necromancy. Witch Doctor skill activated. Bright magic symbols swirl around. Meanwhile, in another part of the mountain, a young woman's voice speaks softly. We're close, so get ready. We see the lower half of her face. She's the squad leader, Ko Hyun. Several players follow behind her. We'll be there soon, she says. Hold on a little longer. All right, a cheerful young man replies. Hyun climbs the slope, gesturing for her squad to follow. But are you sure no one's here? Someone asks. I haven't seen a single record of anyone clearing this quest, Hyun explains. That means no one has completed it yet. Then we'll be the first, says a confident blonde man. His username, God from Afar. But Can we really beat the Great Wolf King? Another asks nervously. God from afar frowns. Of course we can. That's why we're here. Nearby stands a trembling mage clutching his staff. His username, Selling Heals 500. That might be true, the mage says, but I heard it's insanely strong. Don't worry, God from afar says, placing a hand on his friend's shoulder. I've got a ton of experience and great stats. It's not that scary. The attack patterns are predictable. Just focus on healing us. All right, enough talking, says a knight in heavy armor, his username Gelp Punisher. If we keep chatting, we'll be late. He looks serious. Just because no one's succeeded doesn't mean no one's trying. There could be others up there with the same quest. God from afar scowls. Holy crap, you're so impatient. What did you say? Gelp Punisher snaps, glaring daggers at him. Nothing, just talking to myself, the blonde says quickly, backing away. Watch your mouth, the knight warns. God from afar grits his teeth, muttering under his breath. Yeah, I'll get you back later. The squad leader turns around. You can fight later. Right now we have... She stops mid-sentence. Her eyes widen. Not far ahead, explosions echo between the cliffs. Everyone freezes. Those sounds are people fighting, one of them says. They rush toward the noise. In the clearing, a white wolf paw slams down, missing a tiny yellow chick that squeaks loudly. Dozens of grinning wolves circle the area, growling, teeth bared, and in the middle of them, surrounded on all sides, stands Jinsung, calm and ready to fight. Jinsung raises a clenched fist to his face. There are a bunch of them, he says with a grin. Well, not that I'm complaining. The white wolves slowly creep toward him. Their glowing eyes fix on the hero. That's unexpected, he thinks. This many wolves? Just from those tiny cracks? More of them crawl out from between the rocks and even from gaps in the ground. Do they actually live under these boulders? Then the bottom of this cliff must be like an ant nest, except it's full of wolves. He glances behind him and spots even more coming up from below. So many already, and there are still more, he thinks in disbelief. The wolves bare their teeth and growl menacingly. Ha, look at you guys, Jinsung says. I was just here to investigate. A new information window appears. Califf wolves that live in the Califf mountain peaks. They rarely act alone, usually in packs of 20-30. They hunt in groups of 5-6, move quickly, and never let go once they bite. Species: beast type, normal. Level 30. Traits: Califf wolves. Often work in small hunting teams. Don't be fooled by their tactics. Suddenly, the white wolves leap at him. One lunges from the front, another from behind. A smile spreads across Jinsung's face. He raises his hands. You're still just wolves, he says confidently. He throws a punch. Take this. His fist connects with a wolf's jaw. The beast collapses, dead, its mouth hanging open. That worked great, Jinsung says proudly. Notifications appear. Status effect. Califf wolf's defense decreased. Status effect. Califf wolf's HP is slowly decreasing. He clenches his fist and looks at the flask in his hand. The Flame Lizard Bracelet and the Flame Banquet skill work perfectly with Decay Elixir, he thinks. The synergy's great. Both keep eating away at the enemy's HP nonstop. A status window opens. Name: Damien. Level: 34. Class: Witch Doctor. Affiliation: None. Alignment: 9,999,999,999 titles. Atrocity: the one who defeated the wild boar. Alone. Agent of revenge. Record time: clear. Lonely. Hyena stats: Strength: 35. GP: 15. Agility: 10. Intelligence: 76. Talent: 10. Luck: 10. Remaining stat points: 0. Jinsung grins at the screen. Level 34, huh? I can handle these wolves just fine. My gear's good too. Another window shows his equipment. Weapon: plus, N sashimi, knife shield, Bon Clay's poison-darted rooster helmet, wild boar. Helmet top: beginner shirt. Bottoms: Ninja Woo's leather pants. Shoes: golden rabbit sandals. Necklace: none rings, none. He hears a growl behind him. You guys still there? He says, turning around. His eyes flash with light. All soldiers, get ready to fire, he commands. The wolves circle him, teeth bared. From above, the chicks perch on a cliff, ready for battle. Bundle is here, their commander squeaks. The wolves look up uneasy as the tiny yellow soldiers raise blowpipes to their beaks. Jinsung lifts a small, multicolored bird figurine. As expected, he says with a smirk. It was worth every coin. An info card pops up. Bonclay's poison-darted rooster type. Shield vertical bar class. Witch Doctor, vertical bar. Rank, rare defense. Plus 50. Vertical bar. Intelligence plus 30. Vertical bar. MP recovery plus 10%. Effect, converts chicks' normal attacks into level 10. Poison darts. Description, a totem modeled after Bonclay's beloved rooster, said to mimic its owner's fighting spirit. Jinsung sits cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by dozens of chirping chicks. It's the most expensive item I can craft with the Apocalypse Invocation, but totally worth it, he thinks. It turns every chick's attack into a level 10 poison dart. There's no better weapon for fighting big groups. He looks at the wolves below. Of course, I could handle this alone, but I'm feeling lazy. That's right, owner, Bundle agrees. Jinsung grins and points toward the snarling wolves. And I'm not leaving a single one alive. Bang! He shouts. Thousands of glowing darts shoot down like rain. The wolves drop one after another, their bodies collapsing in clouds of dust. Realizing they're doomed, the remaining wolves howl and growl desperately. Notifications flash. Califf Wolf has been poisoned. You have defeated Califf Wolf. Dozens of corpses lie scattered around him. Wow, damn, Jinsung mutters, shocked. Didn't think I could wipe them all out without even moving a finger. Another information window appears. Bloody Impulse, level 10. Attribute, blood description. For 180 seconds, attack and movement speed increase by 200%. Consumes 1% of stamina per second. The chicks waddle around collecting wolf fangs. If I use this skill on the chicks, I can make up for their weak stats, Jinsung thinks, rubbing his chin. He checks his skill list. Shooting of poison darts, decay elixir, bloody impulse. They were all garbage at first. Big penalties, low power. But once they leveled up, pretty useful. Owner, Bundle calls. A notification pops up. You have obtained Wolf Canine. Good job, Jinsung says, smiling. More notifications follow. You have obtained Gray Eye. You have obtained Gray Fur. There should be an alpha somewhere, Jinsung says. Alpha? The chick repeats. Yeah. Joseph said there was a really huge wolf, Jinsung explains. Let's check the quest again. A quest window appears. Quest, Califf Peak Wolves. According to the Cornell Village shepherd, Joseph, the missing sheep are being taken by wolves. Objective, eliminate all Califf wolves in the mountain peaks. Type, normal goals. Defeat 200 Califf wolves. Defeat the Great Califf Wolf. Progress, 0%. Reward, Adventurers Guild Completion Package. Warning, if you fail and Cornell Village's people die, the Terror Kingdom may hold you responsible. Jinsung studies the screen. This won't be easy, he mutters. I have to kill every single one. A sudden notification flashes. Chick No, 34 has died. What? Jinsung's eyes widen. He spins around to see what happened. And freezes. A massive white paw slams down nearby. Speak of the devil, Jinsung thinks grimly. A towering white wolf steps into view. Notification. A great wolf king has appeared. The beast throws its head back and howls. Smaller wolves rush in from all directions. Warning. The great wolf king has summoned its pack. Prepare for a pack ambush. Jinsung and the chick on his shoulder stare in shock. Holy, there's so many, Jinsung exclaims. What do we do, owner? Bundle cries. An information window appears. The great wolf king ruler of the Califf Mountain Peaks. Its size has grown unnaturally large for unknown reasons. Leader of all Califf wolves. Strong enough to hunt a bear. Species, beast type, elite. Level, 45. Unique traits, unknown. Where did this monster come from? Jinsung wonders. I've never seen a wolf that big. An old hunter's voice echoes faintly in his memory. Even a retired hunter wouldn't believe this. The wolves move in closer. Well, I'll give it a shot, Jinsung says, activating his skill. Skill activated. Bloody Impulse. His eyes glow red as power surges through him. Bundle, he calls. I'll take the big one. You handle the small fry. Okay, owner, the chicken chirps, hopping onto his head. Bundle turns to the others below. Soldiers, prepare! The chicks raise their blowpipes in unison. In position, they squeak. Bundle waves a red flag. Open fire! Hundreds of darts shoot through the air. Meanwhile, Jinsung draws his knife and faces the enormous wolf. All right, he mutters. The minions won't be a problem. He focuses on the leader. Ready? A new notification appears. Defense skill. Golden rabbit sandals activated. Flames burst from his shoes. Go! Jinsung shouts. He rockets forward, leaving a fiery trail behind him. Skill used, golden flash of light. In seconds, he leaps high above the Wolf King's head. The massive beast snarls, red eyes glowing. Where are you looking? Jinsung shouts. I'm your opponent. He raises his knife, ready to strike. A smile flashes across his face. Notifications appear in rapid sequence. Defense skill, Ninja Wu's leather pants activated. Skill, dark green blessing. Casting speed plus 100% mana. Recovery plus 100% stamina. Recovery plus 100%. This is amazing, Jinsung laughs. I feel unstoppable. Below, the Wolf King glares, its eyes blazing crimson. Warning. The Great Wolf King has identified you as the greatest threat. Warning. Beware, the Great Wolf King is about to attack. With a deafening roar, the monster charges at the hero. Jinsung barely dodges, using the wolf's own body to push himself into the air. He pulls out 2 vials mid-jump, glancing down at the massive beast. First, I need to melt that fur, he says. He hurls the vials down. The moment they hit, flames erupt around the Great Wolf King, wrapping it in fiery tongues of light. Notifications appear. The Great Wolf King's defense has been decayed. The Great Wolf King's defense power has decreased. The Great Wolf King has been burned. The beast shakes violently, roaring in pain. Behind it, we see Jinsung gripping his knife. Something's not right, he thinks. It's an elite monster. It should have used some kind of attack or defense skill by now, or at least ordered its pack to attack. But it hasn't used a single ability yet. He studies the blade in his hand. Well, not that it matters. I've already dealt enough damage to kill it before it even gets the chance. He steadies his stance. I'll end this fast. Jinsung rushes at the Great Wolf King, knife flashing. If I analyze its behavior, its trait must be either attack type or leader type, he thinks. Whatever it is, I just need to finish this quickly. A bright flash fills the battlefield. So I'll chop you up before you even react, Jinsung mutters with a grin. Below, the chicks keep up their barrage of poison darts, taking down the smaller wolves. All right, Jinsung thinks. No need to worry about the others. It's just you and me now. He glares at the giant wolf. My turn, right? The alpha wolf roars so loud the mountains tremble. Its jaws open wide, teeth glinting. Jinsung charges, knife raised to strike. Meanwhile, not far away, Hyena and her squad hear the noise of battle echoing through the fog. What's that sound? She asks. Her team rushes toward it. They hear howls, the screech of chickens, and explosions. Are monsters fighting each other? Gelp Punisher asks in disbelief. I saw something moving, yells Selling Heels. 500, pointing ahead. Did someone get here before us? The paladin asks. Damn it, what's going on? God from afar mutters. It's probably not a player, Hyun replies. The quest only popped up recently, and we left first thing in the morning. Right, Selling Heels 500 agrees. Must be monsters fighting for territory. Hyun draws her sword. It's not too late. Healer, get buffs ready. Everyone prepare for battle. Selling Heels. 500 points through the fog. The mist clearing. Look, up ahead. The squad stares, eyes widening. How is that possible? God from afar breathes. It's a person, one of them shouts. They watch as Jinsung leaps high into the air, knife raised, facing off against the enormous wolf alone. He's fighting the Great Wolf King by himself, the paladin gasps. Damn it, curses God from afar. If he kills it, we lose all the loot. Ignoring the others, he sprints toward the fight. Hyun yells after him, Wait, you idiot! Her voice is drowned out by the wolf's roar. It just won't die, Jinsung shouts, standing his ground on the beast's back. As expected from a field boss, he thinks, breathing hard. I've cut its defense and HP with Decay Elixir, plus boosted my power with Dark Green Blessing and Flame Banquet. He glances at the wolf's health bar. It's down to half, still half left. Figures. The Great Wolf King snarls and lunges again. Jinsung barely dodges, rolling aside as its claws gouge the rock. It's getting harder to dodge, he admits. It's closing in fast, but still manageable. He reaches for a blowpipe. I'll switch to ranged for now. The wolf charges again, but Jinsung sidesteps, firing darts in rapid bursts. Holding the blowpipe between his teeth, he smirks. No idea what its trait is, but this way's safer. Is that all you've got? He taunts. The wolf growls, eyes glowing red. What are you looking at? Jinsung asks. The Great Wolf King lifts its head and lets out a terrible howl. Jinsung freezes. What is it doing? Dozens of glowing red eyes appear in the mist around him. Wolves, dozens of them, close in from all sides. His knife slips from his hand. Too late. The realization hits him. Its elite trait, summoning its pack. Two wolves pounce, sinking their teeth into his shoulders. He screams in agony. Notifications flash. Status effect, bleeding. Jinsung's hands shake. Blood drips down his arm. Another wolf leaps at him, fangs aimed for his chest. Is this it? He thinks, his vision blurring. Two more alerts flash. Status effect, muscle rupture. Warning, HP falling beyond standard levels, risk of forced logout. One eye shuts. Blood trickles from his mouth. I'm going to die at this rate. With the last of his strength, Jinsung clasps his trembling hands together. The Wolf King suddenly hesitates, sensing danger. Black energy begins to swirl around Jinsung's legs. A new skill window appears, Zombification. Level 1, Attribute, Corpse. When HP reaches 0, transform into an undead for 600 seconds. HP cannot drop below 1 during this time, while undead, emit plague. AA, nearby enemies within 3 meters are poisoned and bleed continuously. No other skills can be used during this state. Jinsung's skin turns gray. His eyes glow dull and lifeless. He steps forward calmly. Notification. Zombification activated. 599 seconds remaining. The Great Wolf King crouches low, growling nervously. Jinsung's voice is cold. Loud-ass dog, shut up before I rip your snout off. He smirks through the pain. This hurts like hell. I'm going to kill you for sure. He points a finger at the monster. It's been a while since I felt pain like this. A smaller wolf leaps from behind, biting his arm. You bastards, Jinsung growls. He grabs the wolf by the throat and lifts it into the air. You all want to die that badly? He slams it into the ground with brutal force. Notification. Califf wolf inflicted with bleeding. Notification. Califf wolf inflicted with poison. Asterisk. You have defeated Califf wolf. A new window appears. Skill, Plague. AA type, Poison, Curse. Effect. Enemies within 3 meters are inflicted with poison and bleeding. Damage depends on user's mana, and effectiveness varies by enemy level. Facing the Great Wolf King, Jinsung clenches his fists. I don't have time for this, he says. Come at me, or I'll come to you. Black energy swirls violently around his body. Meanwhile, a figure runs up the trail. God from afar. Idiots, he thinks, sprinting. I'm not leaving without loot. He laughs to himself, eyes wild. I can't go back empty-handed. No way, not after coming this far. He bursts into the clearing and stops dead. What the hell, he mutters. Before him, Jinsung, now a gray-skinned undead, pummels the Great Wolf King with his bare fists. The massive wolf roars weakly. Notification. You have defeated the Great Wolf King. Jinsung exhales deeply and lowers his fist. A cascade of messages floods his view. You have gained EXP. Level up. You have reached level 36. You have obtained Essence of Wilderness. You have obtained Great Canine. You have obtained Wolf Head Leather. He crouches beside the fallen beast, exhausted. I killed it. Finally. More notifications appear. You have obtained Token of Heresy. Quest cleared. Califf Peak's Wolves. Return to Cornell Village. Chief Albert to claim your reward. Jinsung spots something gleaming on the ground. A bright yellow crystal. He picks it up, smiling faintly. Essence of Wilderness, he reads. A high-value material. Totally worth it. He closes his eyes and lets out a long, tired sigh. The hero sat down on the ground, surrounded by a flock of yellow chicks. I leveled up a bunch too, he thought with a grin. Thanks to these little guys taking care of the other wolves. They're pretty useful. He stretched, satisfied. Now that the quest's done, I'll head back. Suddenly, something whistled through the air. His instincts kicked in. He turned just in time to raise his hand. An arrow pierced clean through it. Jinsung stared at the shaft sticking out of his palm. A catapult arrow aimed right for my head, he frowned. And from close range, I didn't sense anyone. That means whoever fired this is strong. His undead eyes glowed faintly red. Anger filled his expression. Show yourself, he growled, voice low and dangerous, or I'll make you regret it. A figure stepped out of the fog. You've got sharp reflexes, came a smug voice. Jinsung looked up to see God from afar, holding a crossbow pointed directly at him. Don't move, the man warned coldly, or you die. Jinsung smiled, menacing and calm. He gripped the arrow in his hand, yanked it free, and tossed it aside. Who the hell are you? He asked. Dark energy still leaked from his body, swirling red and black around him. The man didn't lower his weapon. His name floated above his head, God from afar. Jinsung's gaze flicked to the weapon on his arm. That crossbow looks familiar. Same type the Janssen startup players used. Judging by his dual semi-auto setup, he's a ranger class, agile, not brute force. This might not be too hard. An arrow whizzed by, grazing his cheek. I told you not to move, God from afar hissed. Just listen to what I say. Jinsung's skin was still faintly purple from zombification. He gave a lazy thumbs up. He's faster than I thought. Must be at least level 30, maybe higher. His gear's better than the Janssen guys too. The ranger smirked, pulling back the string. That's right. Good. Notification. Remaining. Time 1 second. Remaining time 0 seconds. Zombification is being undone. The dark aura vanished. Jinsung's skin returned to normal. He looked up at his opponent, calm but wary. So he even waited for zombification to end. Definitely no ordinary enemy. God from afar tilted his head. I don't know how you managed to kill the Great Wolf King, he said, but taking down a boss like that as a close-range fighter? Impressive. Jinsung's tone was flat. What do you want? What do I want? God from afar repeated, smiling darkly. You really don't know? He reloaded his crossbow. You bastard. You wasted my time and effort. That wolf was supposed to be mine. He leveled both weapons at Jinsung. So here's the deal. Hand over everything you got from the Great Wolf King. All your equipment too. Do that, and I'll let you walk away alive. Jinsung stared at him. No? The man's face twisted in disbelief. What did you say? I said no. Jinsung lazily cleaned his ear with his finger. Do you think I'm stupid? I worked my ass off to kill that boss. Why would I hand it over to you? Would you, if you were me? God from afar's hands shook with rage. Die. What was that? Couldn't hear you. I said die, you bastard. A smirk spread across Jinsung's face. All right. The provocation worked, thanks. He activated a skill. Notification. You have activated Bloody Impulse. Attack and movement speed plus 200%. Remaining time, 178 seconds. A red glow burst from his body. Jinsung uncorked a vial. 1 healing potion. Now deep green blessing and flame banquet. Bright green crosses flashed around him. Perfect. Buffs active while the impulse lasts. Time to crush him. He dashed forward, lightning fast. The ranger's eyes widened as dozens of arrows flew, but Jinsung weaved through them with impossible speed. You little rat! God from afar shouted, firing wildly. The hero dodged every bolt, laughing under his breath. Reloads take 1 to 2 seconds. Predictable pattern. He's finished. He threw the used beaker aside, grinning. You're wide open. In a blur, he appeared before the ranger. Take this. He smashed a vial into God from afar's chest. Green vapor erupted around him. Notification. Decay elixir activated. God from afar screamed as steam rose from his armor. What the hell is this? 2 system alerts appeared. Status, poisoned. Armor durability decreased. Damn you, he roared, eyes wide with panic. Jinsung stepped closer, calm and smiling. I even have DOT and defense-reducing skills, he said. You really thought I was just a close-range dealer? He lifted another vial. If you can't block this one, you're dead. Wait. The liquid splashed across him again. Notifications. Armor corroded. Status burned. Elite Hunter Bogan destroyed. God from afar screamed in pain, falling to his knees, smoke and fire rising from his armor. Jinsung looked down at him. So are you ready to die? The ranger spat blood, snarling. You piece of... He yanked something from his back, a massive crossbow. I'll kill you, he shouted. Jinsung blinked. That's a heavy hunting arbalist. He frowned. One of the old AC rankers used that. A weapon built for pure destructive power. He crossed his arms. Are you sure about that? What? Can a ranger like you, whose whole thing is speed, actually handle that? The blonde's eyes burned with fury. Let's see how long that smug face lasts. White steam hissed from his boots. A blinding flash tore through the air. Jinsung barely dodged, the blast lighting up the mountain. That was close. The light faded. What the hell was that? He thought. Then, movement. Behind him. God from afar appeared out of nowhere, grinning. This is different from your average heavy arbalist, huh? Jinsung realized. I can't see it, and even the system's not detecting it. Where are you looking? The ranger mocked. Jinsung turned in alarm. dodging as another bolt grazed his shoulder. The man laughed. "Run all you want, idiot. You think it's weird you can't see me?" Jinsung's eyes narrowed. "It's not invisibility, and no potion could hide him like this. There's no alchemist that skilled yet. Then it must be an exclusive skill." God from afar's voice echoed around him. "You should have stabbed me instead of punching me. That's why you'll die here." "You talk too much," Jinsung growled. The man smirked. "Keep talking while you can. Once you're dead, you won't say a word." The smoke around him thickened, cloaking him entirely. "Try to last a little longer, though I doubt you can." System. Enemy using skills. Dark Hunter, passive. Invisible Bowshot, active. Jinsung sprinted across the battlefield, narrowly dodging invisible projectiles. Invisible Bowshot makes him vanish while rolling, and Dark Hunter lets him fire that massive arbalist faster than normal. This is a pain. He clenched his fist, holding it near his face. Only one solution: end it fast. God from afar's laughter echoed through the mist. "Don't waste your breath, you're already—" A shot rang out. The ground cracked beneath Jinsung's feet as he dropped to one knee, glaring into the fog, watching, calculating, waiting for the next move. Notification, skill activated. Golden Rabbit. Sandals, golden flash of light. A dark trail blazes through the fog, leading straight toward the blonde ranger firing his crossbow. For a split second, their faces flash side by side, the hero and his opponent. "What was that?" God from afar shouts, confused. Jinsung rushes past him and stops a few feet away. A strange cut mark appears on the villain's temple. "My sideburns!" the ranger yells, touching his face. "You psychopath!" Jinsung calmly looks down at his hand, where a few blonde hairs are caught between his fingers. "Hey," he says coolly, "I'll give you one last chance to apologize. Think carefully. This is your last shot." The blonde's eyes burn with fury. "Are you insane? Why would I apologize to you?" "Suit yourself," Jinsung mutters. A thin beam of light shoots from his hand and pierces the man's ear. God from afar clutches his chest, gasping. What the hell? My heart?" "Oh, looks like it's working nicely," Jinsung says casually. He's holding a small straw doll, a voodoo effigy, and a thin needle. "Now, where should I stick this one?" God from afar trembles, eyes wide with terror. "What is this? What are you doing to me?" Jinsung smiles and holds up the doll. "What does it look like? This is you." Elsewhere, in the misty mountain pass, Seo Ha-Yun and Gel Punisher walk through the fog with their squad. Selling Heals 500, the team's mage, leads the way, staff glowing faintly. "God from afar was firing a bunch of arrows earlier," Ha-Yun says. "What do you think is happening?" The mage shakes his head. "Not sure, but it's gone quiet now." Suddenly, the group freezes. Their party HUD flickers. God from afar's HP bar is halfway gone. "What's wrong with his health?" Ha-Yun yells. "It's dropping fast." "Damn it, what's happening?" shouts Gel Punisher. "At this rate, he's going to die," exclaims Selling Heals 500. "I'll go check it out," Ha-Yun declares. The knight tries to stop her. "Think about this. You can't just— You want me to stand here and watch him die?" she snaps back. Gel Punisher grits his teeth, eyes wide. Is she crazy? God from afar isn't weak. If his HP is dropping that fast, it means whoever he's fighting is really strong. Notification: hostility detected from user at $%. Propensity, unable to measure. Warning: dangerous user. Proceed with caution. The witch doctor stands over the fallen blonde, purple energy spiraling from his body. Gel Punisher looks horrified. "This is insane. He killed the Great Wolf King alone, and now his propensity can't even be measured." "Prepare for battle," Ha-Yun interrupts sharply, drawing her sword. "Healer, buffs, now!" "On it," says Selling Heals 500. Meanwhile, God from afar slams his head against the dirt, screaming. "What did you do to my body?" Jinsung towers above him, doll in one hand. "Oh, you're wondering why it hurts? You bastard!" The blonde spits. Jinsung smiles, holding up the rag doll. "I used your hair to make this little thing. When I cast a spell, it links to you. This doll is you." "What kind of crap is that?" the ranger growls. "Here," Jinsung says calmly. "Let me show you." He grabs the doll's arm and snaps it. The blonde screams in agony, rolling on the ground. "You felt that too, right?" Jinsung asks, tilting his head. "Good." He raises the doll again, smiling darkly. "Now let's try something else." He flicks the doll's forehead with his finger. "If I hit here, what do you think happens?" Wait, no, please don't, the man begs, falling to his knees. I'm sorry, please, I'll do anything. Jinsung flicks the doll again. Goodbye. The blonde collapses instantly, foaming at the mouth. Huh, passed out that fast? Lame? Jinsung mutters, crouching to poke his cheek. Hey, you dead? Come on, your HP isn't 0 yet. Stop it, a voice yells. Jinsung turns. A group of armed players rushes toward him. Get away from him, shouts Ha-Yun. She kneels beside her fallen comrade. Dark Hunter, are you okay? Selling Heals 500 asks. He's alive, barely, Ha-Yun answers, voice trembling. Intermediate gear. Not bad, Jinsung thinks. So these must be his party members. No wonder he was confident. Are you part of his squad? He asks aloud. The girl looks up at him, sword trembling in her hand. Her system flashes a warning. User at $%. Propensity, unmeasurable. Everyone prepare for battle, she orders. Notification. User Sion has marked you as an enemy. Penalty applies if you die. Jinsung frowns. What's the meaning of this? Damn it, he thinks. They must have realized what my alignment is. This is bad. Green light fades around him. Notification. Dark green blessing effect ended. Stamina recovery paused. Mana recovery paused. I used too much during the fight, Jinsung mutters. I need time to recover. He raises both hands slightly. Hey, let's just talk. Shut up, murderer, Ha-Yun screams. How many users have you killed? Jinsung studies them carefully. They're not the type to listen. Enough, he says aloud. What did you say? Ha-Yun yells. It was your party member who started this, Jinsung says evenly. He demanded all my drops from the Great Wolf King and my equipment. I think I was pretty justified in defending myself. He crosses his arms. In fact, considering what he did, maybe you all should take responsibility. Or did you tell him to attack me? What? We're not those kind of people, Ha-Yun shouts. A loud groan interrupts them. God from afar suddenly sits up, reaching weakly toward his leader. Dark Hunter, Ha-Yun cries. A small glint shines under his hand, the tip of a baby arrow. He's still fighting? Jinsung mutters. The arrow shoots straight toward him. Damn it, he thinks. I can't dodge in time. I'll have to block with my arm. Before he can move, white foam bursts from the ranger's mouth. His eyes roll back. Dark Hunter, Ha-Yun screams. Notification. User God from afar has logged out. You have committed PK, player kill. Jinsung looks at the ragdoll with a grimace. I didn't mean to do that. 2 more notifications appear. Propensity -1. Propensity -9,999,999. Cannot decrease further. The rest of the squad stare at him horrified. I knew it, Ha-Yun yells. You made him kill himself with that cursed spell. You monster, Selling Heals 500 adds. You shouldn't even be called human. Jinsung raises his hands, exasperated. What? That wasn't intentional. It just, shut up, Ha-Yun screams, cutting him off. No need to explain. You can make excuses in hell. She charges forward, sword glowing white. Jinsung sighs and adjusts his helmet. Guess I've got no choice. Activation. Bloody Impulse Flame. Banquet Dark Green Blessing. He clenches his fists. You started this, so don't beg for mercy later. He charges. Ha-Yun braces, her blade shining. Selling Heals 500 raises her staff. Exio. The sword glows brighter, humming with energy. Their blades clash with a deafening crack. Jinsung grits his teeth. She blocked my heavy strike with that thin blade. Ha-Yun smirks. What a disappointment. So you've been killing players with these cheap tricks? Jinsung jumps back as the squad moves together like one machine. Healer, keep the buffs coming, Ha-Yun commands. Divine Aura, restore, Lux Gloria. Jinsung frowns. She keeps stacking buffs on her. I'll never win unless I take down the healer first. Will of Solidarity, Reduction Armor, Shield of Trust, shouts Gel Punisher. Great. The Paladin's collecting buffs too. If I don't end this fast, I'm dead. He steadies his knife. Ha-Yun rushes forward. Where are you looking? She shouts. A small glowing vial spins in the air beside her face. It shatters at their feet. Boom! Smoke and fire fill the area. Fog! She gasps, coughing. Her allies shout her name, unable to see through the haze. Through the mist, Jinsung's silhouette appears behind her. Hello? He says with a grin, knife in hand. He raises his weapon. You're trapped. Ha-Yun glares at him, sword raised. You bastard! Blue light streams from Ha-Yun's eyes. I'll kill you in one strike, she thinks. She lunges forward using counterattack, her blade slicing the air. Jinsung narrowly dodges. The sword flashes right past his face. He immediately tosses a vial of yellow liquid at her feet. A violent explosion follows, blasting Ha Yun high into the air. Ha Yun! Selling Heels, 500 screams. The stunned squad leader looks down in horror as her clothes start to dissolve. Are you okay? The paladin shouts. Ha Yun's face turns crimson. She smacks the knight across the helmet. Don't look! Don't open your eyes, she yells. I said don't open them. Trying to cover herself, she hides behind the paladin, glaring at Jinsung. Why is it melting? She screams hysterically. It didn't melt at all, Jinsung replies blankly. I thought it would. Weird. Scum of society, she screams, shaking with rage. Jinsung just smirks. Hey, I acted in self-defense. He glances around. Anyway, the healer's next. Selling Heels 500 freezes, realizing the danger. Don't shoot. I said don't shoot, he cries. I will shoot, Jinsung says quietly, raising his blowpipe. Several darts hit the healer's back. Notifications. Status, poisoned. HP is slowly decreasing. Then another. Party member. Selling Heels 500 has died. Jinsung exhales through the blowpipe. Next. The paladin stares at him in horror. It's over, he thinks. I told them we should have kicked God from afar. None of this would have happened. He frantically opens his system window. Damn it, I have to log out. Notification. You cannot log out during battle. Why? He thinks, panicking. Countdown. 300 seconds until logout. 299, 298. Jinsung grins darkly. Hey, what are you doing? Gel Punisher trembles. I can't win. This guy's a monster. He falls to his knees, begging. I'm sorry, please spare me. If you want me to strip, I'll strip. If you want me to crawl, I'll crawl. Just don't kill me. Jinsung blinks. What a strange guy. Full plate armor, kite shield, and still begging? Lame? Gel Punisher keeps his eyes on the ground. I'll just give him what he wants and get out of here. Well, not that I'm complaining, Jinsung says. He leans forward, smiling wickedly. Can you give me everything you've got? Sorry, what? Your equipment. All your items. Don't leave anything out. The paladin stares at him, terrified. This demon. Scene change. Cornell Village, Chief's house. The elder's home stands high on the cliff. The enormous hide of the great wolf king lies spread across the floor. Wow, there really was a wolf this big, one villager says. Guess Joseph was telling the truth. Albert, the village chief, inspects the giant tooth. Sometimes people do the most unexpected things. This thing could easily kill a bear, Jinsung replies, standing beside him. Seems we were wrong to blame Joseph, Albert admits. Poor kid, I feel awful about it. You can make it up to him, Jinsung says with a shrug. He doesn't seem like the type to hold grudges. I hope you're right. Thank you. Albert pats Jinsung's shoulder as coins rain down. Notifications? Quest complete. Adventurers Guild mission #1. Return to the guild and report. Jinsung and the chick on his shoulder beam with joy as rewards pile up. Here's the promised payment, Albert says. It's not much. We're a poor village, but I hope it helps. Of course, Jinsung nods. Albert raises a finger proudly. You're always welcome here, hero. You saved our people. Thanks, Jinsung replies. Can I go now? Of course, I'll see you off. The elder smiles, already thinking about what comes next. I'll have to apologize to Joseph, count the losses, call a meeting. I'm busier than ever, but strangely motivated. Just then, Mr. Explorer, a voice yells. Albert and Jinsung turn as a young man bursts through the door, 2 guards chasing behind. You're leaving already? The boy shouts. One guard grabs him by the collar, but he breaks free and runs up to Jinsung. I got rid of the wolves you mentioned. The sheep are safe now, Jinsung says. I'm glad, Joseph answers. Jinsung turns to leave, then pauses. Good luck with the sheep. And quit lying, all right? There's a saying, if you lie, you'll lose your hands. My hands? Joseph asks, confused. Yeah. Anyway, I'm busy. Take care. Mr. Explorer, Joseph calls again. Jinsung stops. The boy bows deeply. Thank you so much for saving our village. Jinsung laughs softly. The chick on his shoulder looks grumpy, but he raises a hand in farewell. Sure thing. Live a good life. He walks off without looking back. Scene: Terra Kingdom. Golden Lark. Lodging. Jinsung lies on a soft bed, arms behind his head, green crosses floating above him. That feels nice, he sighs. 4-star lodging is the best. Notifications. You feel comfortable. Exhaustion greatly decreased. Under the blanket, the chicken stretches out lazily. How are the Golden Lark sweets? Jinsung asks. So soft, owner, the chick mumbles. Yeah, my stats recovered too, Jinsung says. He opens his item menu, scrolling through the loot. Field boss items, quest rewards, and all the party's gear. I really did get a ton. Guess that title's worth it. Title: Atrocity. Given to those whose propensity cannot fall lower. Considered the reincarnation of the devil. Drop rate of items from PK victims plus 500%. Drop rate of gold from PK victims plus 500%. Automatically acquire victims' items, gold, and EXP. Jinsung grins. Not bad. Open Trade Center, he commands. The blue window expands, showing rows of items. Full plate mail, eagle kite, shield plus 8, staff of recovery plus 6, heavy hunting. Arbalist. All of this must be worth hundreds of thousands of gold, he says. Is this everything you stripped from that party? The chick asks. What? I didn't strip them, Jinsung replies quickly. I just took what I earned. Besides, this'll cover my expenses for the month. Notification. You have an unread message. From who? He mutters. He checks the sender. Whiz Entertainment. Whiz Entertainment, he repeats, puzzled. Cut 2. A pale man with a white, expressionless face stares at a glowing window. It's done, he says. Progress? A dark, smoky figure behind him asks. There was some, replies the white-faced man. I couldn't fully conquer the body, but I managed to make him start fighting. Sense exchange works too. The shadow hums. That's worth observing. But without a full link, you still can't create, can you? The monk-robed man shakes his head. Not yet. Then you'll need the authority given by God, the power to create and control monsters, the Black Cloud says. That will be vital soon. This mission is everything. The robed man clasps his hands as if in prayer. We are the true followers of God, he says solemnly. Then let us recite, the voice commands. Both speak together, almost chanting, O brothers, repent and rejoice, for a new era has come. The Messiah will descend soon. Do not fear, for the flames of salvation shall free us from false gods and the lies of this world. The black cloud drifts closer. Aller, the grand plan is near. Our duty is to open the eyes of the blind and expose the truth. I understand, says the man. I've prepared everything for that day. Good. We can't afford mistakes. When the shadow fades, Aller looks uneasy. There's one thing that bothers me, he admits. What is it? The voice asks. The unique explorer. Damien. He pauses. I saw him through the test subject. Cut back to Jinsung. He stares at his message. From Whiz Entertainment Korea. Hello, this is Whiz Entertainment. Can we meet? Whiz Entertainment. Is that the same company I think it is? He mutters. He remembers the past. The company was huge. A global streaming and management firm, a subsidiary of Twitch and Twitter, famous for marketing and partnerships. Before my regression, it was where countless streamers and Korean rankers were signed. Faces flash in his mind. WS Explorer. No. One in New Continent Exploration, 84.22% progress. Meow Meow Teacher, streamed for 126 hours straight. Phoenix TV plus 15, known for insane gear showcases. Basically, every top streamer dreamed of joining them. But why are they contacting me? Jinsung wonders. I've never streamed, never joined a party. I only meet thieves and idiots who want to fight because I'm chaotic. He frowns. Wait, maybe one of the users I fought was affiliated with Whiz. He sighs, leaning back on the bed. This can't be good. Then again, he thinks, Whiz is famous for taking good care of their streamers. Jinsung pressed his finger against his phone screen, his face tight with anxiety. That's why anyone who made an enemy of a Whiz streamer always ended up in serious trouble, he thought. He glanced at the phone lying on the table. Hello, this is Young Sang-hoon from Whiz Entertainment Korea, came a polite voice through the device. Our ID is Damien. A bus idled outside a cafe in Seoul's Gangnam district. Inside, Jinsung sat across from a well-dressed man in a suit. I know this was sudden, the man said. Thanks for agreeing to meet. Is the dessert okay? I hope you didn't have any trouble finding the place. It's fine, Jinsung replied. The man smiled and introduced himself. I'm Young Sang-hoon, chief producer at Whiz Entertainment Korea. I'm really glad you came. I was worried you might ignore my message since the request came out of nowhere. Jinsung stirred his drink with the straw. I agreed to meet you because I was curious about something too, he said. Oh? The producer asked. May I ask what you were curious about? Jinsung gave him a friendly look. How did you know my nickname? Sang-hoon raised his hands quickly. Ah, no, it's a misunderstanding. We didn't find it in any shady way. We analyzed the logs of a streamer named Brian, and your nickname showed up there. Jinsung blinked. Brian, the streamer? Yes, Sang-hoon nodded. He's affiliated with us. He placed a tablet on the table and tapped it. Have you seen this clip before? The video showed Jinsung fighting in a shaman's outfit. It was featured in our Hot Clips of the Week, Sang-hoon said. It's from when Brian and Wendy were struggling to escape Whispering Island after being ambushed by evil users. That moment had over 165,000 live viewers. He smiled and handed the tablet to Jinsung. We got in touch with Brian afterward, and he mentioned you. He even shared his game logs because he wanted to meet you himself. Sang-hoon took out an envelope. The reason I wanted to meet today was to thank you for your help back then, and to ask if you'd like to join us. He slid a contract across the table. If you're interested, would you like to try streaming under Whiz Entertainment? Jinsung looked at the paper in surprise. The producer smiled warmly. A blue door closed behind them. Goodbye, and thank you, Sang-hoon said. Jinsung walked away holding a brown envelope. Thank you, he replied politely. He opened it as he walked. The contract terms, support, and management plans. Everything's perfect, he thought. Way better than any of the other offers I've seen. I'd be insane to turn this down. He took out his phone. All right, one thing handled. Time to take care of the rest. He called someone. Hey, he said. You busy? No, why? Came the voice of his friend Hyena. It's time I repay my debts, Jinsung said. Notifications? Normal full-plate mail has been sold. Eagle Kite Shield has been sold. Plus 8 Staff of Recovery has been sold. Plus 6 Heavy Hunting Arbalist has been sold. Even Branch and another 5,827 items have been sold. Jinsung tapped the final confirmation field. Finally, he sighed. More notifications. Trade Center payment received. 5,975, 1,100 gold credited. He walked down the busy street checking his balance on his phone. All that just from 1 month of playing, he thought. Almost in the tens of millions. No wonder I got addicted before. And ruined my life. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Then the red warnings appeared. Condition 1. If you don't log into the game within 168 hours, you will die. Condition 2. If your character dies, you die. Jinsung clenched his fists. Not again, he muttered. 2 more warnings followed. Condition 3. If your character fails to reach the goal by midnight, you will die. Warning, if you try to remove the system by force, you and your character will die. He glared at the glowing red text. I still don't know what this system is, or how I went back 10 years, he muttered. He slapped his own cheek hard. Forget it. That doesn't matter now. He straightened up, determined. This time, I won't neglect my family. But anxiety flickered in his eyes. I still have other problems to handle. He scrolled through photos on his phone, pictures of his nemesis. King Arthur. Recent activities.jpg. Official fan club. 200,827 members. AOL Weekly. Hot topic. Interview with the #1 Mage King Arthur. Jinsung's expression darkened. Judging by Jong Hyun's updates, his growth rate's faster than I expected. Way faster, he thought. If he's already the top mage, he's ahead of millions. His anger flared. He formed the Blood Alliance only 6 months after starting the game. Within a year, he was top 10. He pictured Jong Hyun smiling with other players, the 6 Masters. He got the hidden class Dragon Mage and became one of the 6 Masters, the Radiant King Arthur. Jinsung clenched his jaw. I need to watch what he's doing, and when the 6 Masters will appear. He looked down at the thick black book his mentor had given him. It's important to learn what happened to me, but with this hidden class, Witch Doctor, and Karen's wish, I also need to track the growth of the 6 Masters. He remembered the past, the winged demon floating in the sky, the final battle, the betrayal. That day, when only Jong Hyun and I survived, when Abraxas, the Demon King, was the last enemy. He could still see the staff glowing in his ally's hands before the blade pierced his back. That betrayal? It wasn't just madness, Jinsung thought bitterly. Had he not regressed 10 years, Jang Hyun would have become a legend, the man who defeated the final boss alone. Reporters would have swarmed him, praising his courage while ignoring the rest of the team he'd betrayed. If I hadn't gone back in time, Jinsung thought, I might have sued Evertail for its no interference rule. But it wouldn't have mattered. I lost everything. I hit rock bottom. He tightened his fist. No matter what, I'm not letting that betrayal go. Later, in an outdoor cafe, a glowing ad scrolled across his screen. VIP premium 5 million gold sale cheaper than market rate. DM me. I'll buy it right away. Don't sell to anyone else. Negotiation possible. I'm with the NR Group management team. I'll pay double. Jinsung frowned. Why are there so many messages? What's up? Asked Heian, sitting across from him, the same friend he'd called earlier. People are spamming me to buy an item I listed in the trade center, Jinsung explained. Oh, Heian said. Does that make good money? There are tons of offers already. I don't even know who to sell to, Jinsung admitted. Notification? Deal complete. Money transferred to your bank account. He grinned and raised a small shot glass. Tastes great, he said, sipping. Now I can pay for Dad's care home, he thought. The rest will go to the family. His phone rang again. Yeah, Mom, what's up? Nothing, honey, she said warmly. Just wanted to hear your voice. It's been a while. I'm a little busy. You know how it is, he said, scratching his neck. She replied. Hearing Mom's voice again just reminds me why I can't repeat my old mistakes, he thought. I'll come visit soon, he promised. Take care of yourself. Love you. Jinsung put his phone down. Oh, right, Hyun. You said you wanted to join AC2, right? Yeah. I'm thinking of quitting my convenience store shifts and going full-time as a gamer, Hyun said. Looks like it pays well. Jinsung smiled, studying his friend over a bottle of beer. Then you'll need a capsule to play properly. A capsule? That's expensive, and you're broke too, Hyun laughed. Jinsung held out a green bottle. Don't worry. Think of it as paying off an old debt. Fine, Hyun chuckled, raising his glass. There's no such thing as debt between us. Enough talk. Cheers? Cheers, Jinsung said with a smile. They sat under a blue umbrella, laughing together. This time, Jinsung thought, I'll keep doing good things for the people who deserve it. Later, in a quiet mountain area, he turned over a strange wooden card in his hand. It had a skull with horns and an inverted star carved into it. Token of Heresy, he read. Description. Type, other. Rank, unknown. A wooden card with an ominous symbol. It seems to carry a curse or ritual mark. Jinsung adjusted his witch doctor cloak. That's suspicious. Probably a collectible or something. He examined it carefully. Rank unknown, huh? Interesting. Might be valuable. I'll keep it for now and use the Book of Covenant later to appraise it. He tucked the card away. Hopefully it's worth something. A voice spoke behind him. Oh ho, what an interesting find. Jinsung turned, startled. It can't be. An old man stood there, waving cheerfully. Been a while, my foolish student, he said. Master Karen, Jinsung whispered in disbelief. What's he doing here? The hero wondered, frowning. He looked at the old man with clear irritation. Huh? What brings you here? Back after running away for your life? What did you just say? Karen exploded, voice echoing. Nothing, Jinsung replied quickly. It's just been a while since we last saw each other. The old man exhaled sharply and straightened his robe. Watch your manners, he said, regaining composure. Anyway, where did you get that thing you're holding? Jinsung looked down at the small wooden tablet in his hand. This? I got it while doing a gold rank quest from the Adventurers Guild in the CFF mountain range. It dropped after I killed the boss monster there. Karen nodded approvingly. I thought you were a lost cause, but that's actually pretty impressive. Jinsung's brow twitched. I can't be worse than you, old man. Whatever. Hand that over, Karen said irritably. He took the wooden tablet from Jinsung and studied it carefully. Oh, I see. So that's the kind of item it is, he murmured, eyes narrowing. Then maybe I should take a look at you too? Jinsung stood stiffly in front of his mentor, a gloomy expression on his face. Karen folded his hands behind his back, scanning his student's status screen. Name, Damen level, 38. Class, Witch Doctor. Affiliation, none. Alignment, 9B, 999, 999. Title: Atrocity. Achievements: The one who defeated the wild boar alone, Agent of Revenge. Record time clear. Lonely Hyena. Stats: Strength 35 vertical bar, HP 20 vertical bar, Agility 20 vertical bar, Intelligence 76 vertical bar, Talent 20 vertical bar, Luck 20. Remaining stat points: 0 equipment, Weapon +9, Sesame Knife Shield, Bonclay's Poison Darted Rooster Helmet, Top Beginner, Shirt Bottoms, Ninja Woo's Leather Pants Gloves, Flame Lizard Bracelet Shoes, Golden Rabbit Sandals. Accessories: None. Karan crossed his arms, smiling faintly. Not bad, fitting for my student, but you've still got a long way to go. Jinsung frowned. Aren't your standards a little too high? You need to be at least strong enough to take 3 punches from me without dying, the old man said matter-of-factly, raising a finger. Until then, you have no right to call yourself a proper warrior. He gestured sternly. Listen, you've still got work to do, not just on your skills, but as a person. You can't even take care of yourself yet. If you don't learn to control what's inside you, you'll be devoured by it. The things inside me? Jinsung repeated, confused. Karan pointed directly at him. The darkness inside you. That's on par with the Demon King, the power that forms your foundation. A faint red glow flickered within Jinsung's chest. He could feel it pulsing faintly. He sees right through me, Jinsung thought. The OVO system I got from Abraxas, the stats from regression. He noticed it all. As expected from my old master. What's important for you right now isn't just getting stronger, Karan continued. You need to renew your body. Renew my body? Yes, Karan said firmly. Either purge everything inside you or make it completely your own. Jinsung looked at his mentor silently. This might help, Karan said, tossing something at him. Jinsung caught it mid-air, a small sign, glowing faintly. This will help me? He asked. Before he could say more, a notification window popped up in front of him. Minjun. Hey Jinsung, am I doing this right? Hyena. Yes, just keep killing chickens for now. And don't skip the villager quests, they're the fastest for beginners. Hyena. Okay, I'll hurry and level up. See you on the main continent. Jinsung. Alright, I'm logging in now. Fighting. Jinsung smiled faintly and closed the chat window. I told him everything he needs to know, he muttered. Time to take a look at this. He turned the wooden tablet over in his hand, remembering his earlier conversation. What's this inscription? He had asked Karan. Rune of Domination, the old man had answered. To be more precise, it's a power similar to yours. It can amplify a spell, or complete one that's unfinished. Now, looking at the rune, Jinsung raised a finger thoughtfully. If the penalty I'm suffering is a kind of curse, then I just need to find its source and destroy it, he thought. I don't know why this curse affects me in real life too, but if Karan says this is the clue, I trust him. Quest received. Heresy traces? A strange aura emanates from an item you coincidentally obtained. According to Karan, it's similar to the power within you. Type: Epic Goal. Investigate the organization behind the token of heresy. Progress 0%. Reward unknown. Warning: Mandatory quest. This might be the key to escaping my penalties, Jinsung said quietly. And maybe, to finding out how I regressed 10 years ago. He and the chicken on his shoulder looked toward the horizon. Ancient buildings stood beyond a stone gate. Well, if it isn't the rookie, someone called out cheerfully. You completed your first mission fast. Everyone in the guild's talking about you. Jinsung scratched the back of his head, embarrassed. His lean, muscular build caught several eyes. That's kinda embarrassing, he admitted. The speaker was Hatson, the local guild head. I hope you liked your reward, Hatson said. The government folks were impressed too. Want to work with them? I'm only a gold-tier adventurer, Jinsung said modestly. But thanks. Hatson raised a finger. Oh, don't sell yourself short. Gold-tier adventurers are rare. If you'd like, I can connect you with a noble family or even the castle. Everyone's desperate to hire talent like yours. Jinsung clenched his fist, smiling to himself. Well, I did go through hell for it. Guess I deserve this. Anyway, Hatson continued, your debut in the guild went smoothly. With skills like yours, you'll have no problem landing high-paying jobs, even the dangerous ones. That's great for me, Jinsung said. Ha ha, as expected. I'm glad I met you, the bearded guildmaster replied warmly. He studied Jinsung carefully. Such potential, battle instincts on par with Maria herself, His swordsmanship isn't the best, but his experience and adaptability make him dangerous. Then Hatson grew serious. By the way, have you heard any news or rumors lately? Rumors? Jinsung asked. Yes, Hatson said. There's one in particular. An expedition team went into the swamps, and none of them made it back. The swamps? You mean the Cororum Swamps? Jinsung asked. Right, the ones lying between the harbor city messes to the east and No Kingdom to the south. Jinsung frowned. That's odd. A whole expedition team gone? The Cororum Swamp isn't that dangerous. Exactly, Hatson said. At worst, there are zombies or skeletons. The team had 20 people, mostly silver-tier adventurers. Some even said I sent too strong a team for a simple expedition. That's strange, Jinsung muttered. Perhaps a dungeon appeared, Hatson suggested. Jinsung's eyes lit up. All big incidents start from small things. What about a new expedition? He asked quickly. That hasn't been decided yet, Hatson said. If we do, we'll need an even stronger team. Jinsung leaned forward, slamming his palms on the desk. Hatson, let me do it. Do what? The guildmaster blinked. Find out what happened at the swamp. I'll take the job. Hatson hesitated, then nodded slowly. New quest to the Cororum Swamp. Something happened at the Cororum Swamp. Find out what caused the disaster. Type, normal progress, 0%. Warning, high difficulty, form a reliable party. Walking down the dirt road, Jinsung stared at the glowing blue window. That's weird, he said aloud. Even the system says it's dangerous and that I'll need a party. The chicken on his shoulder chirped curiously. Well, I have to do what I must, Jinsung said, brushing his cloak aside. He reached out toward the glowing interface where a targeting reticle had appeared. Is this thing even working? Before him stood a blood-splattered archway. Somewhere nearby, a monster collapsed with a final scream. Alert. Lyanthro defeated. Test level 10. Complete. Calculating results. Applause erupted around the victorious warrior who'd slain the beast. How lame, the man muttered under his breath. 3 men bowed deeply to him. Congratulations, Hyang Nim. The crowd whispered his name. Zhang Yu, CEO of Business Kirin Society, also known as the first dragon of the Eastern 5 Dragons. Nearby, a timid youth clutching a clipboard stammered, The test is over. Let me announce the results. But a cold-looking man interrupted him. We can handle that. This was Li, the second in command of the Business Kirin Society. The young clerk gulped. He's definitely high-ranking. You passed the test faster than anyone, Li said calmly. Team effort or not, your leadership and coordination are top class. You can register right away. He pointed to a bald man with an eye patch. You'll handle the certification. Yes, sir, the man said curtly. The bald officer turned to Zhang Yu. Come with me. The certification won't take long. The clerk bowed nervously. We just need to confirm whether you'll be joining our guild officially. They can't possibly be newbies, the clerk thought. Zhang Yu, a skull emblem visible on his coat, opened his system window as the man led him away. Their teamwork is absolute. Every move is disciplined, efficient, deadly. He recalled how they'd fought, their leader showing no mercy, hunting only high-value monsters for experience while his team cleared everything else. That assistant commander's technique, killing monsters barehanded, not normal at all. The bald man disappeared with the youth, leaving the others. How do you feel? Li asked his superior. Zhang Yu clenched his fist, expression hard. Not bad, just like that guy said. He remembered the smiling stranger who'd once handed him a game capsule. A friend gave me this, Zhang Yu had said. I thought I'd try it for fun. At the time, he'd been amused. Now, he frowned, the feeling when I kill these monsters, it's too real. I can barely tell game from reality. He exhaled smoke, his cigar glowing faintly. Ha young Nim, Li said suddenly. There's news. News? Zhang Yu asked, turning. Yes, apparently everyone in the Rising Dragon Assembly is dead. Zhang Yu's expression froze. You mean the Azure Dragon Society's people? All of them, Li said. Zhang Yu turned away, tossing his cigar in the air. So, did the Black Tortoise Society go after Azure Dragon? The 5th dragon can't possibly beat the 4th. I apologize, but I didn't mean in real life, Lei clarified quietly. They died in the game. Zhang Yu blinked, then started laughing. In the game? You're kidding me. The Great Eastern 5 Dragons all dead in a video game? Lei clasped his hands behind his back. A dragon that reached the end of the sky, that's how they're describing the situation of the 4th dragon, and the Azure Dragon Society right now? Zhang Yu's smirk widened. Behind him, a blue dragon shimmered faintly in the air. Recently, the Azure Dragon Society has been very active in virtual reality, said Lee, his tone serious. They created their own force. After cutting off all external activity, they had Wang take over the Rising Dragon Assembly and invested 70% of their funds into their VR division. Lee's expression darkened. But soon after expanding their force, the entire Rising Dragon Assembly was wiped out. On screen, a tall figure with a staff stood among the corpses of fallen enemies. But what would you say, Lei continued, if I told you it wasn't the Eastern Five Dragons who destroyed them, but just one person? A close-up revealed the grinning face of that single killer. Zhang Yu's cigar snapped clean in half. What did you just say? He shouted, eyes wide with disbelief. The Azure Dragon Society, killed by just one individual? He repeated, still gripping the broken cigar. Lee nodded gravely. Yes? Zhang Yu leaned back, lighting a new cigar. Smoke curled from his lips as he sneered. Their reputation's at rock bottom now. The image shifted. An elegant emblem. Bodies in white shirts, blood splattered across a hall. Decades ago, Zhang Yu mused, blood was spilled on all sides when the Triad factions fought. Eventually, they regrouped into 5 forces, including business, care, and security. A cheering crowd appeared, roaring approval as 5 fighters stood proudly before them. And that's how the Eastern 5 Dragons were formed, Zhang Yu said. They recovered from the Triad era's collapse and became even more powerful than before. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, eyes glinting. For the Eastern 5 Dragons to fall to some unknown nobody, that's a disgrace. The screen showed a young man with a grim face sitting on a throne-like chair, a cane in his hand. That's the 4th dragon, Chung Bing of the Azure Dragon Society, Zhang Yu said. He must be furious right now. He chuckled. That guy's always wasting money on gambling and entertainment. I'd love to see his face when he heard the news. Zhang Yu smirked, showing Lei the burnt end of his cigar. Interesting, huh? 2 of the Eastern 5 Dragons met the same fate. Now I'm curious about this person challenging us. Don't you agree, Le? Yes, sir, Lei replied quietly. Zhang Yu's grin widened, but his tone dropped cold. The death of the Jinsung startup factory and the Rising Dragon Assembly. I don't know if it's the same person, but I have a bad feeling. I can't just ignore this. He leaned forward, extending his hand. So, who is it, Le? The scene shifted. A billboard towered over Shinsadong, Gorosu-gil Road, trees shedding yellow leaves behind it. Cut! Okay, someone shouted. A movie clapperboard snapped. On set, a young man and woman in coats turned toward the crew as people called out, "Good work, great job today." It was the final day of filming for the hit Friday-Saturday drama, Why Am I the Only One Not in Love? The production had become a national success, making its cast household names. The male lead turned toward the camera, flashing a smile like a true movie star. Jang Hyunmin. His name was everywhere. I love you, Jang Hyunmin, fans screamed from the sidelines. Nearby, the drama's director, Kang Manik, and assistant director, Jang Ya, were chatting. Damn, Kang said, chuckling. I don't know whose kid he is, but he's ridiculously popular. Right? And so good-looking, too, Jang Ya added. The film crew gathered for a group photo. Fans whispered to one another behind the barriers. Look at the director grinning like that. He's usually terrifying. Of course, this is his only chance to cozy up to the Ian group. 2 crew members passed by talking in low voices. Impressive guy. How can he be that energetic after filming 15 hours a day? I heard he used to be a pro gamer, and now he's an actor with a rich family. Handsome, talented, rich, and kind. Life's unfair. Tell me about it. Let's grab drinks and die trying to forget it. Meanwhile, the photographer wrapped up. That's a wrap. Great work, everyone. Hyunmin and his co-star smiled at each other. Good work, Hyunmin, she said warmly. Will you come to the after party? The after party? He asked. When is that again? I'll text you, she said with a shy smile. What's wrong with me, she thought. I've never felt this way about another actor before. Hyunmin rubbed his chin, smiling playfully. Then I guess I have to go, though, I don't know if my schedule will let me. Ah, really? She said, flustered. He stepped closer, his tone teasing. Why? You want me to come? She blushed. Don't joke around. I'm not joking, he said smoothly. He handed her a card. Call me anytime. Even if it's not about the party, that's my personal number. Wait, your number? Really? She gasped. Yeah, he said, smiling. If it's too much, you can just ignore me. No, I love it, she blurted out. Good, he said with a wink, pressing a finger to his lips. It's only for you, though. As he walked away, he noticed an older woman, perhaps in her 60s, watching them with a frown. She looks fun to mess with, he muttered under his breath. He climbed into a sleek black car. You're here, said his driver, Kim Wung, his personal secretary. Yeah, Hyunmin replied. What's next? You have a contract signing with Sunai Group, a talk show appearance, and a brand shoot later, Wung said, checking a tablet. Hyunmin sighed. And a fan meeting? In 15 days at Sangam-do, Wung replied. An entertainment program requested you as a guest too. Great, Hyunmin muttered. He pulled out a sleek ring-like device. I'm logging into AC. Message me when we arrive. Don't wake me. Yes, sir, Wung replied. Before putting on the headset, Hyunmin frowned. Did you find the guys I asked about? Wung hesitated. They're called the Rising Dragon Assembly. They've got connections to the Triad. Not directly, but some parts are funded by them. He kept his eyes on the road. They're aggressive, ambushing players to steal valuable items. They attacked me because my gear was expensive? Hyunmin asked. Exactly, said Wung. They wanted to boost their strength. Hyunmin chuckled darkly. Idiots. They came at me like wild dogs without even knowing who I am. They might come for you again, Wung warned. Hyunmin's smile turned sharp. Let them. He imagined their twisted faces, their arrogant sneers. A triad-linked gang, huh? The Ian Group's influence won't scare them off, but that makes it even more interesting. He lifted the device in his hand, grinning. This is why I can't quit the game. He slipped on his VR glasses. Load Forest Zone, he ordered. Confirmed, replied the system. A flash of green trees filled the view. Then, on another screen, Hi guys, it's Damon, the hero greeted cheerfully. This is my first live stream. Smiling, Jinsung stretched his fingers toward the camera. Today, we're heading to the Cororum Swamps. It's a great hunting spot for anyone under level 50. Let's go together. What are you doing, owner? His chicken companion asked from his shoulder. See this? Jinsung laughed. People all over the world are watching us through this screen. The world I live in? The chicken asked skeptically. Yep, Jinsung said. Now come on, let's go. He started running. I'll think about the contract details on the way, he thought. He remembered what young Songhun from Whiz Entertainment had told him. Since you've signed an exclusive contract, I recommend streaming at least 40 hours a week and uploading 3 videos weekly. Sounds like I'll be working hard, Jinsung had said with a grin. I promise you the best treatment and full support, Songhun had replied. Your potential is huge. Now sprinting across the open terrain, Jinsung smiled to himself. Getting a deal with Whiz Entertainment was a big step. Time to prove myself. The Cororum Swamp's easy to find, he explained to his viewers. If you have the map from the Academy or Adventurers Guild, just follow the Great Gaius mountain range and go down the west side. You'll find a creepy swamp area to the northwest, he laughed. But don't even think about entering the mountain range itself unless you have a death wish. The footage showed jagged cliffs under dark clouds. The Great Gaius mountain range is called the roof of the continent. The deeper you go, the worse the weather, and the stronger the monsters. Even before my regression, this place was one of the deadliest zones in Aria, Jinsung thought. They even found an ancient dragon's nest here once. Owner, where are we going? I'm scared, the chicken said nervously. Relax, Jinsung said, chuckling. We're not going anywhere too dangerous. He stepped forward and soon reached a misty marsh under old twisted trees. Notifications, new location data created, current area, Cororum Swamp, world map updated. We're finally here, Jinsung said proudly. Got here pretty fast using the shortcut. He stepped into the shallow water. Most players get lost here, but once you learn the path, it's the perfect hunting zone. Owner, aren't you gonna drown? The chicken panicked. It's fine, Jinsung replied calmly. It just looks deep. It's an illusion. The lake's light refraction is weird. Anyway, if you memorize this route, navigating the swamp's easy. He walked on, eyes sharp. Still, not many people come here. It's hard to reach, the loot's mediocre, and the monsters hit hard. A sudden roar echoed from behind him. For example, he muttered, spinning around. A dark shape lunged from the water. The hero kicked out hard, sending the creature flying. See? Monsters can pop out of nowhere, so stay alert. A screen description appeared. Swamp alligator level, 40 vertical bar type, beast, normal, muscular, and deadly, with triple the bite force of a normal alligator. Can blend perfectly into its surroundings underwater, leaving no ripples as it moves. The monster burst from the swamp, jaws wide. "Geez," Jinsung exclaimed. A glowing blue handle formed in his hand as he rushed forward. What a primitive beast. He slashed. The alligator screeched. A green flash lit up, the vial in his hand exploding as the creature flew backward. Jinsung grinned, knife raised. "You die if you can't adapt," he told his viewers. The alligator's severed head floated in the water. Notifications. You have defeated Swamp Alligator. EXP gained. Large drops of loot glittered by his feet. Behind him, the carcass was in pieces. "And that's how you hunt them. Easy, right?" he said cheerfully. The chicken on his shoulder sighed. "My owner's a liar. How's that easy?" Jinsung laughed and pointed at the camera. "Okay, warm-up's done. Let's get serious." He charged deeper into the swamp. Meanwhile, somewhere else, cigarette smoke drifted through a cluttered office. A tired man hunched over a desk covered in keyboards and monitors. "This is so damn exhausting," he groaned. His name tag read, Jamie Programmer. "I don't even get a single day off," he muttered. "I'm gonna rot here." He clicked through endless windows, grimacing. There's nothing to watch either. Even when I try to relax, there's nothing good on. Then ping! Multiple messages appeared on his screen. "Jamie, bad news. The client wants to tweak the logic again. Online meeting at 11 o'clock a.m. Don't forget. Also, please prepare a short brief on the pilot project." Jamie, the man holding the cigarette, looked exhausted. "I'm going to lose my mind," he muttered. "How long do I have to live like this?" Notification. Jinsung. 123 has started streaming. Jamie blinked and pushed his glasses up. "Jinsung 123, he repeated. "Doesn't sound like anyone I'm subscribed to." He leaned closer to his monitor. "Wait, he's on the platform's main banner? Is he a new streamer?" His hand dropped lazily to the mouse. "Why are they recommending me someone I've never heard of? I should just turn off these stupid recommendations." Suddenly, a monstrous face appeared on screen, a snarling creature lunging toward the camera. "What the hell?" Jamie yelped. The beast roared, shaking the speakers. Jamie's chair spun backward, and he collapsed to the floor, completely unconscious. When he came to moments later, he was panting, trembling, staring wide-eyed at the monitor. Was that a zombie? He rubbed his eyes and looked again, unable to believe it. There's no way a stream like that exists. And he's got 23,400 viewers already? Jamie frowned. If he's that big, I would have heard of him. Who the hell is this guy? On screen, the witch doctor raised his finger and smiled. That's all there is to it. Not hard, right? Covered in blood, Jinsung grinned brightly. Ah, that's Jamie, the programmer whispered to himself, still staring. The camera cut to Jinsung, reading through the live comments with surprise. I don't get it. How's that possible? That's insane. I can't do that either. Who is this guy? Jinsung blinked in disbelief. Why do I have so many viewers? Did someone DDoS me or something? He laughed awkwardly. Welcome everyone. Honestly, I'm a bit overwhelmed having this many people here for my first ever stream. To give some context, he continued, I'm currently in Cororum Swamp. There are these small islands. Before he could finish, his pet suddenly shouted, Owner, behind you! A disgusting zombie lunged from the mist. Thanks for the 6-month sub, Akirkano Jangaing-sensei, Jinsung called cheerfully, then summoned a glowing knife. With a grin, he cut the monster down in a single movement. The chat exploded. Holy, what was that? His physicals are insane. Blue light surrounded Jinsung. Notification. You have defeated Swamp Zombie. EXP gained. Coins rained around him, but his expression remained serious. From level 30 onward, monsters get a lot stronger, he muttered. With potion and equipment prices rising, this area isn't even worth farming for most people. Before him stood another monster, blue-skinned, fanged, enormous. That's why fighting elite or named mobs with just items is tough, Jinsung explained. But I can make up for that with my physicals. He smiled darkly. The camera zoomed in on his opponent. Swamp Skeleton. Type Undead, Normal, Vertical Bar Level, 38. A cursed being that has haunted Cororum Swamp for centuries, resummoned by residual mana and dark magic seals. Unique traits. Attacks may inflict weakness or darkness status. A whole squad of undead emerged, zombies, skeletons, and more. Swamp Zombie type, Undead, Normal. Vertical bar level, 36 humans who drowned in Cororum Swamp, twisted by resentment. Unique traits, attacks may inflict overdose or bleeding status. Jinsung cracked his neck. All right, I'll start with these. The first zombie swung. Jinsung ducked smoothly. Dodge low, he instructed his viewers, then countered with a punch to the head. Then strike right away. The skeleton flew backward, its skull shattering. The others screamed in rage. By the way, Jinsung continued calmly, undead aren't affected by most status effects, except burn. He dodged another swing and smirked. Now that I think about it, my sixth sense has gotten sharper. I can spot weak points easily now. This'll come in handy. He lunged forward. So unless you're using divine spells, just go physical. It's faster. He grabbed one zombie by the throat, lifted it effortlessly, and crushed it. That's how you kill a swamp zombie, he said with a bright grin, blood dripping from his knife. He raised the weapon to the camera. Now, time for the mad move to celebrate the new subs. Like and subscribe, please. Notifications, EXP gained, level up, you've reached level 40. He drank from a glowing flask, standing waist-deep in swamp water full of protruding skulls. That's basically everything, he said. 200 minutes of farming, 300 per term. He gestured over his shoulder. If you go back to where you started, the monsters will respawn. Just repeat the cycle. Other islands exist too, but they've got alligators. Better to avoid them. A zombie hand broke the surface nearby. More undead crawled from the water, snarling. Damn, his time precision is perfect. You'd need a ton of attacks for all those regenerating mobs. Jinsung smiled at the side screen. Not bad. The reactions are great. Most streamers blow up by showing monster patterns or exploring new zones. If I keep giving hunting tips, my views will only rise. With a sharp flick, he decapitated 2 more enemies. Heads rolled through the water as he raised his arms triumphantly. Jamie stared, jaw hanging open. Holy, if I don't subscribe now, I'm losing money. His control's unreal. What time's the next stream? Cochin has subscribed for 1 month. More alerts followed. TST has subscribed for 3 months. Daichair has subscribed for 8 months. Jinsung smiled proudly. Perfect place to show off my hunting performance. Owner, are you done yet? Asked Bundle, his chicken companion, holding a small measuring cup of green liquid. I found some useful stuff with my siblings, Bundle said proudly. Good work, Jinsung replied warmly. Ah, that's cute. Are those his pets or summons? Show them closer. Jinsung laughed and turned the camera toward his tiny companions. Having chicks like these lowers farming efficiency a bit, but they're great for the chat, he said. 2 birds, 1 stone. He glanced at his system clock. Ah, time to log out already? That was fast. Still, item farming went great. He smiled at the camera. Pretty good for a first stream, right? Raising his hand, he waved. That's all for today. Thanks for watching, everyone. See you next time. The stream faded out. The trees of Cororum Swamp reappeared behind him, eerie and still. Jinsung sat down, breathing heavily. I'm exhausted. It's a great hunting spot, he muttered, but monsters here are stronger than usual, and they regenerate in the mud. 2 notifications blinked before him. Unique trait. Weakness, darkness, on hit. Unique trait. Overdose, bleeding, on hit. A severed zombie head bobbed in the murky water. Their normal attacks inflict status effects too, he said to himself. I'll have to be careful using Bloody Impulse next time. Bundle perched on his shoulder, smiling sweetly. Owner, you tired? Why didn't you give us weapons? Your attacks wouldn't work on these guys anyway, Jinsung replied. Besides, no need to show all our skills. It's a scary world. We need to keep some aces hidden. He frowned, checking the system window. I can't let anyone know I'm a hidden class, he thought. Not after what happened before my regression. Still, he smiled faintly. Didn't expect this much. 2 level ups and tons of good items. Loot obtained. Swamp alligator leather. The Dead's energy. 38,154. Gold, pretty good compared to other dungeons, he said, scrolling through the item menu. He rubbed his chin. Still, how did that expedition team Hatson mentioned die? If he could just meet a few conditions, he could farm this place solo. A quest window opened. To the Cororum Swamp. Find out what happened to the missing adventurers. Type, normal progress, 0%. Warning, quest difficulty is high. Form a party for safety. Jinsung frowned. Huh? If it's not a dungeon, then what is it? Was I wrong? He took out a wooden tablet engraved with an inverted star. This token of heresy and Karen's warning. Maybe they're connected, he wondered. Red energy began to swirl around his face. Did I come here for nothing? No? Let's at least check. He suddenly heard strange whispers, an unknown language, and blue light filled the swamp. Screeching skeletons rose, surrounded by ghostly blue flames. "What the?" Jinsung gasped. "I didn't see these before." Even Bundle cowered. "Something's wrong, owner." The wooden tablet pulsed in his hand, red waves spreading through the air. "Wraiths," Jinsung whispered, eyes wide. "Owner, what are those?" Bundle cried, staring at the glowing relic. "As soon as I took this thing out, everything changed," Jinsung realized. Then, shockingly, the ghosts began to swirl into a vortex instead of attacking. "What is this?" He watched the blue wisps get dragged deeper into the swamp. Usually, wraiths attack anything alive, but they're being pulled toward something. Their shrieks echoed, their hollow mouths open wide. "Something's definitely off," Jinsung murmured. "Before I returned, I spent plenty of time here and I never saw anything like this. There weren't even ghost-type monsters in this zone. This is suspicious. I'll have to track them." He raised his knife, eyes sharp. "Let's move, Bundle. Stay alert." "Got it, owner." They charged ahead, wraiths swirling far behind them. Now that I think about it, Jinsung remembered, Hatson did mention something. The adventurers who went on that expedition didn't die to monsters or traps, Hatson had said. It was like they were possessed, vanishing one or two at a time. The survivors said they blacked out like they'd been drugged. That's why the Adventurers Guild still doesn't know what happened, Jinsung thought grimly. And what Karen said back then? A vision of his mentor appeared, raising a finger. "For this task, be extremely cautious," the old man had warned. "Evil is like the angle of a fish. If you can't swallow it, it will swallow you. If you ever face something you can't handle," he'd said, spreading his fingers wide, "run. If you hesitate even a moment, evil will open its jaws and consume you entirely." Jinsung sprinted at full speed. If he said that seriously, it's no joke. He checked his inventory mid-run. Plenty of potions left. And what's this? A wooden card appeared. Beside it, a swirling black vortex. Notifications. Token of Heresy is glowing. The dead's energy is reacting to the token of Heresy. The black energy evaporated before his eyes. It disappeared, Jinsung murmured. He followed its trail and realized he was standing at the edge of a shimmering blue lake. "The Lake of Oblivion," he whispered. The hero looked around. The green water stretched out again, filled with hundreds of skeletons and zombies. At the edge of the swamp, a girl with long hair ran to the shore. "Found it," she said. Her eyes burned with anger. This was Kanoi Juma. It was definitely here, she thought, crouching by the water. Good thing I came right after watching his stream. I can still feel that bastard's energy. She brought 2 fingers to her nose and sniffed the air. It hasn't even been 30 minutes since he left, I'm sure of it. I can smell him clearly. But then her rage twisted into fear as old memories surfaced, memories of that day. In her mind, she saw Jinsung, standing before her with a sword. "You still don't get the situation, do you?" he'd said coldly. "If you don't shut up, this won't end nicely." He'd stared her down, threateningly. "If you give me everything you own, I'll make it quick and painless." "Everything I own? Are you deaf?" Juma had shouted back, gritting her teeth in fury. "He humiliated me," she remembered. "I'll never forgive him." She clenched her fist. "Human!" she screamed, her voice echoing across the swamp. Glowing marks appeared on the surface of the water, footprints made of light. Juma's eyes followed the glowing trail. "I see it. He went northwest to the deepest part of this swamp." She clenched her fist tighter, trembling with rage. "Just wait, you bastard. I'll kill you this time." Meanwhile, Jinsung rubbed his ear. Is someone cursing me out? My ears are itchy," he muttered. He ran through the water, index finger raised. "How far do I have to go? It feels like I've been walking for over 30 minutes. Bundle, the sleepy chick on his shoulder, yawned. "Owner, Bundle's tired. How much longer?" "Wait a sec, I'll check the minimap," Jinsung said, opening the interface. "Notification. You cannot see your location. Please try again after exiting the current area." "What?" Jinsung frowned. "How can my minimap not work?" He glanced around nervously. "Something's wrong. Where am I?" He stood beneath old, twisted trees. Everything looked darker, like a forest at night. "If I walked this much, I should have seen the island by now," he muttered. Bundle leaned against his helmet, exhausted. "I should figure out where I am," Jinsung decided, staring down at the flowing water. "The current? It's going the wrong way." He followed it along a small waterfall. "If this leads to the Lake of Oblivion, the water should flow in, not out," he said, frowning. Bundle suddenly jumped onto his shoulder. Owner! Above us! Jinsung looked up. Blue ghosts were circling overhead again. I hear them too, he whispered. Quiet for now. He tapped 2 icons on his menu. Let's try this again. A wooden tablet and a small red-black vortex appeared in his hands. Notifications. Token of Heresy is glowing. The dead's energy is reacting to the token of Heresy. A red-black sphere shot past his face, darting between trees. Yes, Jinsung smiled, raising a clenched fist. It's moving backward. My guess was right. He stood ankle-deep in the stream between massive roots. I wasn't heading to the Lake of Oblivion, he realized. I was going toward the Forest of Death. He grinned. It's been a while since I've seen magic like this. Whoever set it up really knows their stuff. Then he warned, Bundle, close your ears. Tears welled in the chick's eyes as he obeyed. Why do I have to close my ears, owner? Shouldn't we be thinking of how to— Ow! Jinsung pinched his tail. If you don't close them, you'll fall asleep and fall off my shoulder. He covered his own ears too. That song earlier, he thought. It didn't have enough mana for a barrier or illusion spell, so it must be mental magic. He raised his left hand high, taking a combat stance. That's the only way to bypass my 6th sense and confuse me, he reasoned. The longer I stay here, the worse it'll get. I need to move now. With a shout, he rushed forward, knife in hand, and attacked the ghosts. Let's see how you like this, he said, pouring a vial's contents into the air. He unleashed Flame Banquet and Decay Elixir. Bright explosions filled the swamp. Blue fire lit up the night. Sounds great, Jinsung laughed. Notifications? You have learned information about a new location. Current location, Lake of Oblivion. World map updated. A dark silhouette appeared in the center of the pond. There we go, Jinsung murmured. I see it now. He crept closer through the trees. The wraith's cries are fading. But who's the bastard behind this? Then he froze. Someone or something was waiting for him. You? It was you, he said quietly. A figure hovered above the water, wrapped in a monk's robe, with glowing red eyes. Now that I see you in person, the creature hissed, I understand. Its voice was cold and inhuman. The body of a heretic, filled with the energy of a false god. Everything inside you insults the living gods. You're a black beast, something that should not exist. Jinsung stared at it, shocked. What is this thing, he thought. A dimension walker? A parasite? The creature raised its skeletal hands. You know too much about things that shouldn't exist in this world, it said. I'll give you a punishment fit for your sin. Dark energy erupted from beneath its robe, twisting into shapes like branches and claws. Regret coming here, heretic, it hissed. The water began to swirl violently, forming a massive whirlpool. Warning. A strong mana reaction has been detected from the Lake of Oblivion. Something enormous is surfacing. The ground trembled beneath Jinsung's feet. What's coming out of there? He whispered. A pale mask rose from the water, marked with 2 red dots beneath its eyes. Monster identified. Modified sirens usually live near deep rocks or lakes, luring men with their sad songs. But this one has changed completely, its body twisted by unknown power. Type, fairy named. Unique trait, far stronger than normal sirens. Extreme caution advised. Siren? Jinsung muttered. How could something that ugly be a siren? The creature's thick serpentine body thrashed through the water. Warning! Modified siren is preparing a powerful attack. Avoid or die. The siren's eyes glowed. Powerful blue streams erupted from its mouth. Hydro pump! Jinsung shouted, dodging the torrents. The water jets missed him by inches, tearing holes through trees. Even for a named monster, this attack pattern is disgusting, he growled. The robed creature raised its trembling hands. Although incomplete, it said, this is proof of my faith, and the result of my research. Its bony fingers twitched. Getting rid of you is nothing. Jinsung watched nervously. He raised both arms. What's he planning? He sprinted away as the siren chased him through crashing waves. Now that I think about it, he hasn't attacked me himself. He's just controlling the siren, Jinsung realized. And when he moves his finger bones, the mana in the air shifts color. He narrowed his eyes. So the siren's movements are linked to his gestures. It's not acting on its own, it's being controlled. That's what he meant by incomplete. He dodged another wave. Not that it helps. This thing's level can't even be measured. The siren's mana kept building, glowing brighter. I've got to do something, Jinsung said. If it's being controlled, my only option is to sever the link. He took a deep breath. All right, let's try this. Skills activated. Bloody Impulse Decay. Elixir, Dark Green Blessing Flame Banquet. A massive torrent burst from the siren's mouth. Jinsung barely leapt aside in time. He smirked. Got you. He shot upward, landing above the monster's masked face. A flask appeared in his hand. Flame Banquet. The explosion rocked the swamp. Notifications. Decay Elixir activated. X22. Modified Siren's defenses corroded. Status, burning. Stamina drastically reduced. It worked, Jinsung grinned. Then he froze. Wait, its face is recovering already? He groaned. Figures. Guess I'll try something else. Bundle leapt off his head, flapping furiously. Got it, stupid master, the chick shouted. Dozens of other tiny birds appeared beside him. Nice, aggro's working, Jinsung said. The robed figure looked at him coldly. Useless, heretic, it began, then stopped, realizing it was surrounded by thousands of chicks. Jinsung's bracelet glowed brightly. Well, let's see if it's really useless once you get hit, he said with a grin. This one's gonna hurt. Skill activated. Flame Banquet. X125. Fire! Bundle screamed. Thousands of darts shot from blowpipes, raining onto the siren. In the distance, the robed monster twitched. What is this? Where are you looking? Jinsung taunted. He lunged, slashing downward. His blade struck the creature's forehead. What the? Why isn't it going in? He gasped. What's under that hood? The cloaked figure jerked back violently. Leave, it commanded. Dark tentacles whipped toward Jinsung. Didn't expect that, he shouted, dodging aside. He landed on the shore, panting. The enemy towered over the lake. Damn it! So he had protection on his real body too, he muttered. Then another warning flashed. Modified Siren is recovering. Eliminate it before its regeneration completes. Jinsung stared at the monster. Its cracks were already closing. It's healing. Way faster than I thought. He looked at his empty wrist. I used up my flame lizard bracelet thinking that last attack would finish it. Without it, how do I hurt this thing physically? The robed creature extended its massive claws toward him. Is this your last struggle, heretic? It sneered. Behind Jinsung, thousands of tiny chicks squeaked nervously. They all stared up at the terrifying siren and the robed being above the water. Jinsung looked up in fear. Damn it, it's almost fully recovered, he thought. The air around him pulsed with mana, enough to cover the entire lake. The siren opened its mouth wide, letting out a horrible gasping sound. Jinsung's eyes widened. Oh no! He clutched his ears and shouted, Cover your ears, now! The chickens scrambled to obey. A swirling blue vortex formed around the siren as its voice grew louder and deeper. The hero and his tiny army tried to run, but the sound shook the air like thunder. Notifications appeared. The modified siren is using Song of the Deceased. Your movement and attack speed are reduced. Jinsung winced, covering his ears tighter. This feels the same as the illusion in the Forest of Death, he realized. Another notification popped up. Your mana is rapidly decreasing due to the Song of the Deceased. One by one, the chickens collapsed. Stupid master, I'm sleepy, Bundle mumbled before falling over. Damn it, Jinsung shouted. I realized too late. More of them fainted than I thought. He gripped his shaking knife, feeling his own body go numb. Me too. Was I too slow? His vision blurred. He forced himself to stay awake. No, focus. If I fall asleep here, I'll die in real life too. I can't pass out. Behind him, the robed enemy laughed. How foolish of you, it said. Did you really think that would save you? The black tentacled figure raised its hand, voice dripping with mockery. Trying something so trivial. How pathetic. A piercing scream echoed through the swamp. Jinsung spun around. What was that? He gasped. Then he saw it. Ghosts with outstretched arms flying above the siren, shrieking like banshees. So that's it, he realized. It's dragging in the evil spirits from the swamp to use as fuel. The robed creature spoke calmly. Spirits are pure energy. Even though this land is corrupted, those who abandon their bodies and repent with their souls will be saved by the Messiah. The siren's eerie song grew louder as the enemy raised its arms to the sky. When the world ends, we will destroy the false god. The Messiah will bring forth a new world. Jinsung clenched his teeth. So he's feeding the siren with the souls of the dead, he thought. The song may have stopped for now, but it's healing too fast. I can't hit it with normal attacks. Then his eyes widened. Wait, there is one thing I can do. The robed figure kept preaching. Give up, heretic. Repent and offer your soul to the Messiah. Salvation will... What a load of crap, Jinsung interrupted loudly. The creature froze. What did you say? Jinsung smiled, holding up a small doll. I said shut up, you bastard. Did you really think I'd just give up and die? The robed figure hissed. You must be mad with fear. Your fate was sealed the moment. Ah! A flash of electricity crackled beside its head. The creature screamed in pain. Jinsung grinned. Oh, perfect. It works here too. He held up the rag doll proudly. Voodoo doll. Witch doctor skill. The enemy trembled. What is that? How did you… How else? Jinsung said with a smirk. Magic. He jammed a needle into the doll. The creature roared, clutching its head as blood seeped from beneath its mask. I took one of your robe's torn pieces and put it inside, Jinsung explained, voice full of satisfaction. He laughed mockingly. Oh, what's this? You're bleeding already? The doll's button eyes gleamed as he spread his arms. I don't know what your body's made of, but this isn't simple sorcery, he said. Don't die too easily, okay? Bastard, the creature screamed, stretching out its arm. Jinsung snapped the doll's arm in half. The robed creature's arm bent at grotesque angles. It howled in agony. Deaf, are you? Jinsung taunted. Told you this wasn't basic magic. And now? You won't be controlling the siren for a while. He turned to his fallen allies. Hey everyone, wake up! The chicks began to stir. Grab your blowpipes. Flame Banquet is still active, right? He pointed straight at the enemy. Shoot! Let's see how tough he really is. Bundles saluted with a squeak. Yes, stupid master. Far away, deep in the dark forest, a girl with a mask on her face ran forward. I already passed this area. Something's wrong, she muttered. Strange singing echoed through the trees. Damn it! Hallucinations? I can't believe I fell for such a cheap trick, she growled. I was too focused on finding him. She raised her hand. Still, this magic is weak. Touching the swamp water, she activated a glowing blue trail. Skill. Grass bug. The trail pointed toward the source of the strange song. So that's where he is, Kanoi thought. She tightened her grip on two knives and ran, vanishing into the shadows. I'll kill him, no matter what happens. Back at the lake, hundreds of chickens fired darts through the air. Bundle shouted, Everyone, fire! Bright streaks lit up the swamp. I found him, Kanoi thought as she burst from the trees. Jinsung turned, startled. What the… A girl with glowing eyes landed in front of him, blades drawn. Who's this? Where'd she come from? He thought, stepping back. He squinted. Wait, I've seen her before. Kanoi rushed at him with rage. He lifted his knife to block. Seriously? You're interfering now? Their blades clashed, sparks flew. You dare show up at the worst possible moment? Jinsung shouted. Kanoi blocked and countered. You bastard! I've waited for this day. What? Jinsung yelled. You pick now to start a revenge arc? He spun, kicking her back. Are you insane? She landed hard, glaring up at him. He blocked it. This son of a… He sighed, rubbing his neck. What's wrong with you? Why now, of all times? I told you, you'll die by my hands today, Kanoi screamed. Jinsung growled. Damn it, that bastard's recovering. Notifications appeared. Unknown has recovered defensive power. Unknown has restored stamina. The robed enemy's eyes glowed red. Pathetic, he hissed. The pain of mortals cannot shake my faith. I, Aller, convict you, heretic, in the name of the Messiah. He raised his clawed hand. With your death, this world shall see his judgment. Jinsung grimaced. Aller? Never heard of that name, even before I regressed. He clenched his fist. I've used all my attacks. My odds are under 10%. But I can't back down. I'll solve this myself, curse or not. His eyes blazed with yellow energy. Even if I die here, I'll fight. He raised his weapon and took a stance. Kanoi pointed at him, shouting, I'll kill you no matter what. Bloody dog, Jinsung shot back. He looked around, calculating. If this keeps up, the siren's pattern will restart, he thought. Hey, crazy woman, he yelled. This isn't the time for this. She glared. What did you call me, brat? I'm serious, he said, plugging one ear and pointing at the monsters behind him. Do you see that? You'd better run while you still can. I told you I don't care, she screamed. Stop stalling and fight me. Notification. The modified siren is using Song of the Deceased. Behind Aller, the siren's body swelled to a monstrous size. Notification. Your movement and attack speed are reduced. Kanoi clutched her head, falling to her knees. Whoa, what? Is this sound? Jinsung crouched beside her, calm and smiling. See? Told you. he said. I covered my ears. Doesn't affect me now. He looked up at the siren, thinking fast. Okay, time to calculate my mana and stack every buff I can. He ran to pick up a knife lying in the mud. I'll use everything I've got. He snatched up another weapon from Kanoi. I'm borrowing this. You're insane, she shouted. Jinsung ignored her, examining a small item in his hand. Oh ho, a time bomb? That's an expensive drop. Guess I got lucky. He smiled. Now my preparations are complete. Time to finish this. Allar's claws stretched toward him. So you've given up? Fine. Then die as you wish. The siren lunged, jaws wide. Jinsung stepped forward into the shallow water, spreading his arms. Hey, he called. Want to know something fun? Allar froze, confused. Jinsung lifted a torn piece of cloth. I've been storing mana inside my body this whole time, he said. Enough to make my mana core explode. He smirked. Normally that'd kill anyone instantly. But what if my mana core is bigger than normal? Allar blinked in shock. What are you saying? Jinsung crouched, pushing off the ground with explosive force. The swamp floor cracked beneath him. Skill activated. Bloody Impulse. Level 99. A brilliant red flash filled the air as a surge of energy shot straight toward the siren. Jinsung held up a vial with a skull and crossbones on it. Take this bomb, he shouted. Skill activated. Witch Doctor. Decay Elixir. 47 points. He threw the vial straight at the siren. A massive explosion followed, shaking the swamp. The siren's mask cracked, and poisonous green vapors spread around its body. Nice. Enough with the setup, Jinsung thought. He held strange items covered in labels with old symbols. Notification, Kenoi skill, Time Bomb, 200 points, activated. Bright flashes erupted all over the siren's body as Jinsung flipped in the air. Behind him, the monster's health bar dropped to almost nothing. Kenoi stared in shock. How can he use Time Bomb? He's not even trained in ninjutsu, she thought. You can't use that unless you're a ninja-type class. Jinsung dove through the air again. Below him, the black-robed creature glared up. You bastard, Allar hissed. It's useless, he said coldly. But the siren screamed, its body trembling. High above, Jinsung smirked like a predator. I knew this would happen, he said. He landed behind his opponent, knife glowing red in his hand. Did you think I wouldn't understand something that simple? Jinsung roared. He struck again and again. Warnings flashed. Durability of sashimi. Knife +9, 11%, 8%, the blade snapped. Notification. Sashimi knife +9 has been destroyed. The broken edge cut his palm, blood splattering everywhere, but he still stabbed the shard straight into Allar's forehead. 2 new knives appeared in Jinsung's hands. Skill activated. Kenoi Kirai X2. His eyes glowed yellow with fury. Damn it, he still won't die. Jinsung's face twisted in rage as he slashed wildly. Die, you bastard! The mask cracked, red light glowing behind it. Even I, who cast away emotion, feel fear, Allar thought. This is pure malice. Jinsung swung again. Damn it! This is my limit, he thought. I've gathered so much mana, my body's about to explode. Under Allar's mask, strange lumps began to pulse. Die! Allar screamed. Black tentacles burst out, piercing Jinsung's body. His helmet flew off. Allar smiled behind his broken mask. Finally! But Jinsung grabbed the writhing black tentacles in his hands and grinned. Checkmate, he said. Kenoi, watching from the ground, stared in horror. What? What is that? That's not a human fight. The swamp shook with their clash. Dozens of black tentacles whipping through the air as Jinsung fought like a wild beast. Blood spilled from Allar's mask as he coughed violently. Bastard! He screamed. Jinsung's eyes shone bright yellow. He clenched his fist, roaring, You think that was enough to kill me? He punched through the black streams, his fist smashing into Allar's head. The creature reeled from the blows. Even after all this, he's still standing. Just what is this man? Allar thought. Jets of dark energy flared around Jinsung's arm. Clench your teeth, he growled. Grabbing Allar by the robe, he prepared another hit. I'm going to crush you before I go. A stream flowed through the crooked trees nearby. Kenoi trembled, watching the terrifying battle. That's not human, she thought. Jinsung's fist shattered Allar's mask. He laughed, readying his knife again. But Allar's tentacles pierced his body once more. Is this really how I'll die? Jinsung thought as warnings flashed red. Warning! Allir is preparing to self-detonate. Yellow light burst from under the mask. What's wrong with him? Jinsung shouted. Notification. Be careful. Massive explosion incoming. Bubbles formed on Alair's cracked mask. What a maniac, Jinsung yelled. A blinding flash filled the swamp. He barely covered his face as a thunderous blast tore through the trees. When the smoke cleared, Jinsung stood in the water, his skin turning gray. Notification. Zombification activating. Alair's faint voice echoed. I underestimated you. Jinsung's eyes burned red as he glared upward. Above, the black-robed creature's form had shrunk into a floating dark cloud. You bastard! Jinsung shouted. Come down here before I tear you apart. I thought he exploded, but he's still alive, he realized, so that wasn't his real body. The cloud's red eye flickered. I admit it. This is my loss, it said. I rushed too much. But with your small power, you cannot stop the coming dawn. Jinsung growled, fists shaking. When the Messiah comes, Alair continued, voice fading, your fate will scatter like dust. On that day, I'll stand beside him and witness your end. A massive explosion erupted in the air, and the dark cloud shattered into fragments. Notifications appeared one after another. You have defeated Alair's other self. You have defeated the modified siren. You have gained EXP. You reached level 44. Zombification deactivated. Jinsung, breathing heavily, clutched his bleeding shoulder. After all that talk, what nonsense, he muttered. Warning. Player's body signal unstable. Please log out immediately. Behind him, the chickens squeaked worriedly. Stupid master, are you okay? Bundle asked. Notifications continued. You cleared the Cororum Swamp quest. Receive rewards from Adventurer Guild. Branch Manager Hatson. You found a clue to Heresy's traces. Find your teacher, Karen, to learn more. Jinsung gritted his teeth. This isn't the time to celebrate. I almost died, he thought. He remembered Alair. That was the strongest enemy I've faced since regressing, and it wasn't even his main body. Blood covered his torso. He and Bundle turned. Juma sat on the ground, crying and shaking. Don't come closer, she screamed. Still holding his shoulder, Jinsung frowned. What's wrong with her now? He asked. Who knows, stupid master, Bundle replied. Juma stumbled to her feet, sobbing. Stay away from me, you monster. She tripped and fell on her stomach. What the hell are you saying? Jinsung asked, half smiling. He reached his hand toward her. Well, whatever. Good timing, he muttered. Juma shut her eyes and squealed. Jinsung's hand stopped above her head. He pointed a finger at her. If you chase me again like that, I'll really kill you. Got it? He scolded. Go home, rest, and stop being annoying. He waved goodbye and walked away. Juma stared at him in shock. That's it? She asked. Yeah, I'm tired, he replied. Notification. Apocalypse Invocation. Book of the Black Covenant. A glowing portal opened above them. Let's go, Bundle, Jinsung said. Got it, stupid master, the chick answered. Juma watched as a pillar of light swallowed them. Return to the village, she whispered, amazed. Then she remembered something. Oh, right, she shouted. Hey, you bastard, give me back my weapon. Tira Kingdom, Golden Lark. Lodgings. You're here, said a familiar voice. Jinsung stepped inside and froze. Karen sat casually in a chair, legs crossed, holding an apple. Master? Jinsung asked in surprise. Come, Karen said calmly. Jinsung frowned. Why did you enter someone else's room without permission? Obviously because what's yours is mine, Karen replied. Jinsung sighed in irritation as Bundle hopped off his shoulder. That's not what I meant. Why are you here? I came because I had a reason, of course, Karen said, taking a bite of the apple. Bundle puffed up. If you eat it all yourself, I'll cause trouble. Karen handed the apple over. Fine, take it. They sure get along, Jinsung thought. Karen's tone shifted. Did you meet them? Who? Jinsung asked. Karen pointed at the rune in his hand. The rune of Domin, he said quietly. Jinsung looked down. In his hand was a wooden tablet marked with an upside-down star. I didn't just meet them, he said grimly. I fought them, almost died. Who was that guy? Karen's face darkened. The one you fought is part of a group called the Crucifix's Dawn. Images flashed in Jinsung's mind, robed figures before a massive cross-shaped throne. Their goal, Karen explained, is to bring the being they call the Messiah into this world. Messiah? So there's some kind of cult? Jinsung asked. A very dangerous one, Karen said. They're fanatics who believe the world ruled by the 6 gods, including the goddess of light, Ara, is fake. They think only the Messiah's world is real. Behind Karen's words, Jinsung imagined a boy with ram's horns. You're a fanatic too, he thought silently. Who's this Messiah they worship? He asked aloud. Karen looked thoughtful. Have you heard of the evil god? Jinsung scratched his cheek. The evil god? He is the embodiment of pure evil, Karen said. A demon known by many names. The hidden monarch, the sinful saint, the six-eyed beast. But in the old tongue he's called Balak. It means the one who annihilates. He continued. Balak is the first evil born from the great god of darkness, Shaka. He's been sealed beyond this world for ages. Jinsung's eyes widened. He clenched his fist. This just got way too big, he thought. An ancient evil, he whispered. Then something clicked. Wait, no, he shouted. You said all the chaos in the world started after Shaka vanished. So the source of that is Balak? Karen smiled slightly. You're not as dumb as I thought, my disciple. Yes. And the thing inside you comes from the same origin. Jinsung stared in disbelief. A dark figure with chains appeared in his mind. The Demon King, Abraxas. A red light flared in Jinsung's chest. But don't misunderstand, Karen said, leaning back. They only worship the beginning of evil that rose when Shaka disappeared. They know only fragments of the truth. He looked Jinsung in the eye. They are Shaka's enemies, and therefore ours. Jinsung blinked, stunned. Didn't he say before that the goddess of light was his enemy too, he thought? Why does Shaka have so many enemies? Karen frowned. What? Are you complaining that we have too many enemies now? Not at all, Jinsung sighed, feigning holy innocence. What a crazy old man. Still, he's quick-witted, Jinsung thought. Karen smiled faintly. You don't need to worry, he said. In the end, they rose using the twisted power of darkness. Filthy vermin who deny the gods and slaughter their creations. Between the old man's ankles, we see Jinsung standing in the doorway, staring. Their downfall, Karen continued, will become your courage, and their servitude will one day become your strength. He suddenly grabbed Jinsung's wrist and raised his other hand over it. As long as Shaka's grace is with you. What? Ah! Jinsung screamed as bright light burst from Karen's palm. What the hell are you doing? He shouted. Bundle, perched on his shoulder, panicked and flapped wildly before flying away. Get a grip, old man, Jinsung yelled. Notifications flashed rapidly. Warning! An unknown force has invaded your body. Veins bulged in Jinsung's neck, sweat dripping down his face. What is this feeling? He thought as his body trembled. Karen barked sharply. Focus! As I said, this is the same darkness they use. You must devour it whole and turn it into your strength. Jinsung's vision blurred, his body flickering with unstable light. You insane old man, he shouted. Electric arcs surged violently around him. Notification. A strong fragment of darkness is permeating your body. Notification. Focus on absorbing the fragment. Jinsung's ghostly form trembled. He screamed as his body discharged wild bursts of energy. Notification. Quest token of Heresy. Cleared. Notification. EXP gained. Level 45 reached. Kneeling on one knee, Jinsung gasped for air. Notification. Items previously disabled due to low level have been unlocked. He glared up at Karen, panting, while Bundle fluttered nervously on his shoulder. New notifications. Oracle has been activated. Rune page has been activated. Oracle? Rune page? Jinsung muttered, eyes wide. Notification. You have obtained Rune of Greed. Extorting hand. His hand began to glow blue. He gritted his teeth and raised it. What is this? A blue magic circle formed on his palm. A pattern? A charm? He wondered aloud. Notification, opening rune page. Above his head floated a luminous circular diagram, elegant, tree-like. Is that Seth's tree? He thought, but then frowned. No, it looks different. Behind him, Karen's calm voice replied, Sephiroth's? I don't know what that is, but you're wrong. He grinned with teacherly enthusiasm. Its name is the 7 Deadly Sins. As Karen spoke, dark silhouettes appeared one by one, 7 figures radiating twisted energy. They are Balak's subordinates, the 7 evils of the beginning. Unlike Balak, who remains sealed beyond this world, these 7 exist here, working through their disciples to bring him back. Jinsung's eyes widened. He recalled the masked man he'd fought. Then that guy, the one in the robe, he was one of them? Karen nodded. Yes, one of the 7 disciples of the Crucifix Dawn, empowered by the 7 Deadly Sins. 7 Deadly Sins, Jinsung murmured, rubbing his chin. I've heard that somewhere before. A memory surfaced. Abraxas. Images of demons filled his mind, even female ones, towering and monstrous. The Lord of the Abyss, Demon King Abraxas. He also had 7 demon dukes, Jinsung remembered. His jaw tightened. No way! Is that a coincidence? Karen, standing at the door, looked serious. From now on, you must defeat them one by one and absorb their powers. Jinsung groaned. The goodness of light is already tough enough. When am I supposed to handle all that? Complaining is useless, Karen replied. If you don't go to them, they'll come to you. Jinsung froze, horrified. What? To them? This was nothing, Karen said solemnly. All you did was make them aware of your existence. Jinsung clutched his head in despair. You've got to be kidding me, Karen added calmly. And remember, that wasn't even his main body. Jinsung nearly screamed. So all I did was drag them out of hiding? The old man nodded. Exactly. Jinsung's face twisted in panic. Then if I keep going, what happens? Karen smiled coldly. You'll gain power equal to the Lord of the other side. He crossed his arms. But be careful not to get eaten by what's inside you. Darkness consumes, and is consumed. To gain power, you must risk the same. He turned toward the window. Ha! You've got a long road ahead, my disciple. Yeah, Jinsung muttered irritably. Thanks to a certain someone who keeps throwing me to death's door. Karen stopped mid-step. Your tongue's as sharp as a snake's, he barked. Are you saying my methods are wrong? Jinsung raised his fists. This time, I won't just suffer quietly, old man. Karen looked at him, angry at first, then smirked. Humph, compared to before, you've improved. He tossed something over his shoulder. Take this. What's this supposed to be? Jinsung asked. An item that detects evil energy, Karen said. If anything impure approaches, it'll glow. You'll know they're coming. A grin crept onto Jinsung's face. Oh? Useful for once. You're actually giving this to me? Don't take it back, old... Hey! Before he could finish, Karen had already jumped out the window. Jinsung leaned out after him, watching his teacher leap effortlessly across rooftops. He can jump over buildings? What a freak. Still, he smiled faintly. Well, he's my teacher after all. Later, Jinsung lay on his bed, turning the ring in his hand. Let's see this thing up close. Item description, Tesser ring. Type, ring, hero rank, defense plus 10, magic resistance plus 35, intelligence plus 66, skill power plus 35%. Effect, glows red in the presence of evil energy. Jinsung blinked. Wait, wasn't that old man broke? How the hell did he get something this expensive? Bundle tilted his head. Is that pricey, stupid master? If I sell this, I could buy a sedan, Jinsung replied. What's a sedan? The chick asked. Don't worry about it, kid, Jinsung sighed. Then he remembered. Oh yeah, I unlocked something, didn't I? A faint humming filled the room as a glowing book floated above him. Rune page, he said. He flipped it open. Rune of Greed, extorting hand. When striking an enemy, absorbs a fixed amount of HP and MP. He examined the design, a magical hand etched into a dark page. From blood absorption to mana absorption, he said. This is just the first ability, and it's already this overpowered. Isn't overpowered supposed to be good, stupid master? Bundle chirped. Jinsung's eyes widened. No, that's the problem. It's too good. Images of the demons he'd seen flashed in his mind. If the first reward's already this crazy, how strong are the next enemies going to be? He buried his face into the book. Can I even take them all down by myself? Then, a soft chime. A message window appeared before him. Manjun, I've arrived on the main continent. Where should I go? In front of us is a fortress wall. Behind it, the spires of tall buildings rise. A voice is heard. The hero is talking to someone and looking at a blue screen hanging in front of him. Did you say John? He asks. Yeah, that's what the system window said. His interlocutor answers. Hyang stands in the middle of an old settlement and describes what he sees. People wander in old-fashioned clothes. He sees Chinese characters and tiled roofs. It looks half like a historical drama and half like a martial arts novel, he says. Amazement crosses the hero's face. The person he's talking to looks a little frightened. Hyang, I think you hit the jackpot, he hears. What's that supposed to mean? The man asks. That's the Eastern continent. You might be one of the first AC users to get there, his friend replies. Hyena, who is walking past some boxes, opens his mouth in surprise. This isn't the main continent? How did you get there? Jinsung asks. I saw a fishing boat and 2 people sorting shells. An old man was picking clams at the dock, so I helped him a bit and he gave me a ride. That's it? The man answers. First off, hurry up and start streaming, Jinin prompts. This is basically a sign from the gods. You should be a streamer. The man smiles and presses his finger to his ear. Okay, I got it for now. Thanks. If you're curious about anything or need help setting up the stream, I can help, Jinin says. Haiyang, holding a tiny shield, smiles. Okay, I'll leave it to you, he replies. The man clutches his head. If I'm the first AC user to reach the eastern continent, isn't that weird, he thinks. How does he even know about this place? Jinsung stands with his back to us. Wow, to think Haiyang would be the first to reach the eastern continent, he thinks. We see a high cliff with buildings around it. It's the land where the sun rises, the eastern continent. It was supposed to be a newly discovered continent in the story. Jinsung remembers a character linked to that place. Lightning cracks around the figure in a rising, thunder-filled sky. Marshal Supreme, rising thunder sky, Jinsung blurts out. He screams, trying to withstand the electrical energy. The discharges flash around him. I was an average hand-to-hand fighter before regressing, Jinsung remembers. But this NPC taught me amazing eternal energy arts and incredible martial skills. He remembers defeating rookies on the original continent thanks to that NPC and receiving a title. Jinsung walks along the pavement. People stroll beside him. That was all in the past, he thinks. The glory of those days is gone. He angrily points at the blue window in front of him. Now some fool is using these witch doctor skills, he says. Those who will succeed will do so no matter what they do. A chicken flies over his shoulder. He's furious. Are you insulting Bundle right now? He squeaks angrily. What the hell? The other guy asks, perplexed. The chicken squeaks back. Don't peck me, you brat, Jinin yells. In front of us stands a monumental building, the Terra Kingdom branch of the Adventurers Guild. Maria sits with a feather in her hand and smiles. Oh my, the pride of the Terra branch is here, she teases. I heard you were injured, but you look fine. Jinsung puts his hand on the table. Where's Hatsun? Why are you here? He asks. Hatsun went on a work trip, the girl answers. I'm acting as his proxy while he's gone. Jinsung waves his hand dismissively. Just give me some work that will pay, he says. Did you already spend all your money? The girl asks, even though recent pay should have been good. Jinsung looks up, tired. I want to rest too, he thinks. An information window floats by, sashimi knife +9, flame lizard bracelet, Ninja Wu's leather pants, golden rabbit sandals. He thinks, I don't have a choice. All my gear got wrecked in my last fight. He rubs his chin. Karen said they might attack again. He needs to recover his gear as soon as possible. He raises his right hand in thought. He has a contract payment from Whiz Entertainment, but he doesn't want to touch it. He needs that money for his father's hospital fees and for his mother and Jin Hoon's living expenses. I can't make the same mistakes as before, he thinks. Maria watches him closely. She shuffles papers and sighs. Since it's a request from our ace, I guess I'll have to do it, she says. I thought about this before. This person is a bit scary. She hands him a sheet of paper. Jinsung looks at it and his face brightens. Maria sticks out her tongue playfully. It's not easy work, but if it's you, my darling, I think it's possible, she says. We cut to a snowy area called Vita's Highlands. A purple portal stands ahead, a path leading to it, and a dozen people gather nearby. Jinsung, almost naked, shivers from the cold. This has to be the place she mentioned, he says. This reminds me of the past. Damn it, stupid master. Have you been here before? The chicken asks. Not here, the man says. He remembers a soldier with a helmet and a machine gun from Chorn-Gangan province. There's a similar place in his world. An announcement sounds. Those who volunteered for the defense of Aldian Fortress, please gather at the central square. In 30 minutes, Commander Mail will give instructions. Those present, including Jinsung, shudder in surprise. In front of us stands a knight with a spear, calling volunteers again. Many strong men stand by the portal. At the foot of a huge cliff sits a fortress under constant attack by terrible monsters, Aldian Fortress. Monsters appear almost every day. The place has a high rate of people running away or dying, so most ranked mercenaries avoid it. From the kingdom's view, it's also vital. If monsters cross over, it could be a disaster. Back at the guild table, Maria explains the job to Jinsung. "It sounds hard," he says. "Is the pay good?" he asks. Maria pinches her fingers to show him. "The basic pay is 200,000 gold. You get bonuses depending on achievements. Among current quests, this one pays the most. I'll say it again. This won't be easy," she warns. Jinsung, in torn pants with a chicken on his shoulder, walks down the street. "There's nothing easy in this world," he says. "I just have to face what comes my way." Someone points at him. "Hey you!" they shout. A girl stands before him. He recognizes her. "You're that pervert from back then," she screams. Jinsung remembers fighting the squad she led at the Great Wolf King raid. The girl looks at him with hatred. "How could scum like you come here?" she spits. "Are your words really necessary?" Jinsung asks calmly. "You got new gear? Looks like you spent money." The girl trembles with indignation. She tries to convince herself not to be scared. She remembers her harsh training and how a teacher in a red cloak told her she still lacked training. A blacksmith told her the gear would be hard to repair without money. She remembers the shame and insults she suffered because of Jinsung. Her hatred burns. "If I think about the shame because of this bastard," she mutters, then draws her sword and points it at him. "Prepare yourself. Today is the day you die." Jinsung calmly clears his ear with his finger. "You'll regret it," he says. "What?" she asks, puzzled. Suddenly the guy's eyes begin to glow menacingly. "If you don't put your sword down, you'll regret it," he repeats. The girl rushes to attack. "Chevalier!" she cries, using the name of her skill. Hyena lunges forward with her sword. "Attack! Composi!" she screams. She looks stunned when he dodges. Hyena refuses to give up and attacks again. "I won't let you go," she screams. "You've lost your mind," the hero says. Hyuna cries out as the strike lands and flies backward. She hits her knee and collapses, coughing up green liquid. She lies on her back, trembling. Jinsung stands over her with his arms crossed. "See? I told you you'd regret it," he says. Jinsung stares. It's him, the man he's been thinking of, a frontline defender of Aldian Fortress, the Night Crow Knights. A warrior stands with one leg raised, and Jinsung remembers the rules here. Those who fight at Aldian Fortress and break rules are executed on the spot. "Do you want to die?" the man asks. We see his face close up. Giorno Dajif, 6th Platoon Commander of the Night Crow Knights. He wears a cloak trimmed with crow feathers and dark armor. Giorno looks stern. Several determined warriors stand beside him, the absolute defense line of Aldian Fortress. Each of them is known to be stronger than the Royal Guard commanders of most kingdoms. Giorno's face is scarred. He glances at the fallen girl and notices a red gem set in golden swirls, a mark of the Ursa family. "It seems the Ursa family's numbers have dropped," he says. "How dare you!" Hyuna shouts. Giorno passes the girl, looking back over his shoulder. "If you belong to one of the families that represent the Terra Kingdom, act like it. If you weren't Ursa, I would have killed you on the spot," he says coldly. Hyuna glares with surprise and resentment. From behind her, Jinsung steps forward. "Wow, looks like you have a strong backer," he says, smirking. "I wouldn't draw their swords in a situation like this." "Consider yourself lucky," Jinsung adds. "Looks like your class saved you." Hyuna screams in rage from the ground. Jinsung yawns, acting indifferent. "I know you have feelings for me, but focus on the job. We're not on vacation," he says. Hyuna stares at him with hatred. He grins. "No time to focus on me. You'll be busy trying to stay alive," he says and walks away. "Good luck. I'll go first." Hyuna sinks with shame and fury. "What's up with him?" she cries. We see Jinsung's new gear, plated gauntlets enchanted with Hastasi magic, boots that maintain body temperature and restore stamina, built for long recon and marches. He pulls a new helmet down over his forehead. "Highest defense I can use at my level," he thinks. He's wearing the Chaser of the Night set. Excellent quality for common fortress supplies. He checks himself. "No matter how cold it is, I'll be fine." The chicken on his shoulder also got a helmet and a wool cape. "Warm too, stupid master," it squeaks. Jinsung smiles. "Looking good. Are you a crow now?" the chicken asks. "Like I'm a night crow," Jinsung answers. Giorno approaches from behind. "You've taken a liking to the supplies," he says with a smile. But when you die, it's all worthless, don't you think? Jinsung smiles back under his helmet. Of course. If you die, everything's useless. Jinsung remembers Giorno. Giorno de Gief, eldest son of the Gief family. He survived a purge and devoted himself to Aldian Fortress. Now no one knows his past. He uses Nightcrow swordsmanship, Gief style. His profile would read, Human, Nightcrows, level 99, titles, Last Survivor, Shadow Sword, One Who Overcame Their Limits, Monster Slayer, Boss of Steel. Giorno studies Jinsung. Judging from your energy level, you're not a rookie like that woman, he says. But don't forget, this is a deadly place. Even experienced warriors die overnight. If you die, monsters will eat you. Jinsung, chicken on his shoulder, replies, How pretentious. Giorno nods. Go outside. You're the last one. Commander Mel's instruction will begin soon. Jinsung snaps a salute. A crowd gathers by the portal. A man walks up the stairs, hands folded behind his back. He's slightly hunched but determined. He begins to speak. Welcome, soldiers, he says. I am Mel, the commanding officer here. I praise your courage for coming to this cursed place on your own feet. Some of you are here for advancement, some by circumstance, and some from duty. Hyun looks closely. The commander's voice booms. This land is cursed. It is the monster's home. From today you will follow fortress regulations and prepare for the coming day of the twin moons. Protect the border with absolute defense. He shouts that the coming half-month will be a hard fight. It might be the last for Aldian Fortress. Young men exchange anxious glances. Jinsung stands calm, arms crossed. Don't forget, you must protect yourselves first, the commander says, his gaze hard. After today, you'll be busy. If you have questions, ask now. A young man raises his hand. What do we need to do from now on? Mel points to an old map. Aldian Fortress sits at the edge of Vita's highlands, at a fan-shaped summit. Our geography helped block monsters so far, but it's also why the fortress gets invaded periodically. You must prepare for the Twin Moons invasion and be classified into Annihilation, Reconnaissance, or Pioneer teams. 2 red moons hang over the map, painting the land in blood. On the day of the Twin Moons, throw all your power into stopping the monsters, Mel warns. Another voice asks, what kind of monsters will we face? We've fought them a long time, but we don't fully know them, Mel answers. They're irregular, different types with no set shapes or abilities. One thing they share, they are specialists in killing. A bearded man snaps his gauntlet. Now I'll organize you into teams. A huge warrior appears behind the crowd. Move according to Peterson's orders, Mel says. The giant approaches. A gold-ranked adventurer in the crowd sneers and yells that the others are just tools for users to level up. The giant towers over him. Keep talking, the giant says calmly. The young man continues, and the giant hits him. An alert flashes on the young man's screen. He died and logged out for inappropriate language. His account is suspended. The crowd watches the giant's huge fist in horror. The giant shouts the rules. If you go against commands, you will be executed. Resist, executed. Retreat, executed. All acts against Aldian Fortress lead to immediate execution. The warriors around the giant listen carefully. If you want to end your life now, it will be less painful than being torn apart by monsters, he warns with a wild expression. Jinsung smiles. Should we run? He asks the chicken. The chicken closes its eyes and squeaks. Mel explains the teams. Pioneer, supplies and repairs. Annihilation, stop monster invasions on the fortress walls. Reconnaissance, analyze monster trends outside the fortress from afar. The recon team is most exposed to danger. Of course, Jinsung is assigned to recon team, and neither he nor the chicken is happy about it. A short-haired man approaches. You're the last member of Group 6, he says. Jinsung looks surprised. The man introduces himself. I am Amoeba King. He points to the other squad members and then fakes a cheerful greeting. Welcome, I love Choco. The old enemies exchange cold looks. The girl from before recognizes him. What the heck, she's here too, Jinsung thinks. The squad leader steps forward. Giorno de Gief. I am the leader of Group 6 of the reconnaissance team in the Nightcrow Knights. Giorno de Gief. Our task is simple, listen. Giorno explains. First, analyze monster trends, fighting style and habits outside the border. Second, follow search paths to check damage and camp conditions. A quest description appears. Night at Vita's Highlands. Class, normal. Details. Recon team. Search outside Aldian Fortress. Progress 0%. Warning: if you fall out of line or cause discord, you may be executed by the Night Crow Knights. Jinsung smiles as he looks at the glowing system window. Finally, a quest window, huh? It's simpler than I thought, he says. He scrolls through the status window. There are a lot of modified monsters here, he thinks. But if I hunt carefully and wait until the day of the twin moons, I can level up a lot and earn plenty of money. Giorno de Jeef stands before his squad. Now we'll carry out our tasks at the 3 bunkers along the search paths, he orders. In groups of 2. We leave in 5 minutes. Get your gear ready. At the foot of a tall cliff, the squad gathers near a wide gazebo. This is the second western bunker, the report says. Jinsung leans back, trying not to fall asleep. I'm so tired, he mutters to Hyun, who stands nearby. Not only are we in the same squad, but we're on the same team too, he sighs. Hey, that's my line, Hyun snaps. Do you even know what I went through because of you? Jinsung grins innocently. Like what? Hyun blinks in disbelief. What do you mean, like what? Jinsung chuckles. Honestly, shouldn't I be the one complaining about what I went through? He remembers the fight with the Great White Wolf. How he was exhausted when Hyun's squad ambushed him. Hyun crosses her arms. You're talking about when we were catching the Great Wolf King? You're the one who tried to blackmail and gang up on me. Jinsung smirks, showing sharp fangs. Whatever. What's the point of talking about that now? You came to me first, so you should have won. Don't you think so, Miss Ko Hyun? Hyun glares at him angrily, gripping her weapon. You... But Jinsung suddenly notices something behind her. A shadow dives toward them. It's a winged creature swooping down fast. He narrows his eyes. A ghoul, but it shouldn't be here. He draws his dagger, smiling with bloodlust. Don't move, he warns Hyun. The creature dives. But before it reaches them, a man appears above them, swinging a huge mace. The strike sends the monster crashing into the ground below the cliff. The man lands beside the gazebo and asks, Are you okay? Hyun looks up, surprised. Sir Amoeba King, she gasps. Jinsung eyes the man suspiciously. Why is someone from a different bunker showing up right when the ghoul attacks? Amoeba King checks Hyun for injuries. You're not hurt, are you? I'm fine, she says, turning to look at the creature. But what is this thing? Amoeba shrugs. Who knows? Looks like a vampire. It's a Verita ghoul, Jinsung says. One of the most annoying monsters in this area. A ghoul? Hyun repeats, shocked. It's not dead yet, Jinsung says calmly. Hyun raises her sword. No way! A warning appears. Verita ghoul is about to transform. The monster roars and grows larger, its muscles bulging. A card appears. Theus. Ghoul vertical bar. Demon type vertical bar. Level 65 vertical bar. Trait, rapid power increase during transformation. You're right, Hyun says, stepping forward. Move aside, Jinsung tells them. Don't make it mad with weak attacks. The ghoul opens its mouth and lets out a deafening roar. Jinsung draws both blades. Watch closely. I'll teach you how to kill a ghoul properly. He kicks off the ground and strikes hard. First the head, he says, slashing. Then the shoulder. He bends low and kicks its leg. Achilles' heel. He slashes the monster several times, cutting through its joints. Notifications flash. Verita ghoul has taken severe damage. Defense decreased. The monster falls to one knee, trembling. Jinsung smirks. That's the move it uses right before spitting projectiles. The ghoul spits a swarm of spikes, but Jinsung is already gone. He jumps high, red energy swirling around his fists. Checkmate, he says coldly. Skill. Witch Doctor. Bloody Impulse. 99 units used. A violent explosion follows. The ghoul's head is obliterated. Verita ghoul defeated. XP gained. Jinsung stands on the corpse, his new helmet covering most of his face. He stomps the fallen monster. Did you see that? If you're trying to kill a ghoul, go for the head first. The chicken on his shoulder squeaks, agreeing. Amoeba King stares in shock. My God. Jinsung walks toward him and Hyun. Just how did you? Amoeba starts, but Jinsung presses a knife to his throat. I'll make this simple, he says. How did you know when the ghoul would appear? Amoeba glares. Hyun shouts, Hey, why are you threatening him? He helped us. Amoeba gently pushes Jinsung's knife aside. Calm down. I just saw a herd of ghouls from afar. One of them turned this way. Jinsung narrows his eyes. A herd of ghouls. He gets ready for battle. Verita ghouls don't travel in groups, he says, unless someone's controlling them. Hyun stares at him amazed. Who? Who are you? Jinsung twirls his knife. Do you want to get hit before I answer? A sound echoes from above. What's that noise? Hyun asks. Giorno de Jeef appears on the cliff. Why are you trying to fight your allies? He shouts. Perfect timing, Jinsung thinks. Giorno looks furious. Amoeba King, you're supposed to be at the third bunker. Why are you here? He demands. NPCs get strict when quests are interrupted, Jinsung notes. Amoeba tries to explain. I saw a monster coming this way, so I came to help. But Jinsung cuts in. This man left his post without orders. He also knows too much about ghouls. I think he's a spy trying to harm Aldian Fortress. Amoeba's eyes burn with anger. You're really annoying, he growls. He lifts a red glowing orb in his hand. The quest rewards were good, so I thought I'd kill you and make it look like monsters did it. A warning flashes. The Tesser ring senses a dark presence. The ring on Jinsung's finger glows. Why is the ring reacting? He mutters. Suddenly, dozens of winged ghouls appear in the sky, drawn by the orb's energy. Amoeba laughs maniacally. You'll never survive this. Even if you kill one ghoul, you can't kill them all. Jinsung moves faster than anyone can see. One clean strike. Amoeba King's head falls. Amoeba King has logged out. The red orb drops to the ground, pulsing. Jinsung wipes his blade. He sure talked a lot, he mutters. Warning. Ghouls are approaching, drawn to dark energy. Giorno realizes the danger. Ghouls incoming. Everyone return to the fortress and take battle positions, he shouts. Quest. Mysterious Rage, vertical bar type. Epic vertical bar. Goal, escape to Aldian Fortress. Vertical bar. Warning, monster levels are high. Jinsung clenches his teeth. Damn it, that orb's attracting them. Run if you want to live, Giorno shouts, taking off. Jinsung and Hyun follow him along the rocky path. As they run, Hyun asks, What did you even do to make Amoeba King want to kill you? Jinsung laughs bitterly. How should I know? Everyone's always trying to kill me. He glances back at the monsters closing in. They'll catch up soon. I'll need to slow them down. He looks at Hyun. Didn't you say you wanted to show your skills? Get ready. When I give the signal, attack. What signal? She asks. Jinsung pulls glowing vials from his belt. Skill, Decay Elixir. Healer class, 99 units used. He hurls them at the monsters. This kind of signal, explode them, he shouts. The vials burst in midair. Hyun's sword glows pink as she activates Balra skill, then Rose skill. She slashes through the air, combining her strike with the explosions. Several ghouls crash to the ground like burning aircraft. Jinsung grabs her hand and pulls her aside. Captain, we'll leave the rest to you, he shouts. Giorno, his sword glowing with purple light, lifts it high. Skill, Nightcrow, Shadow Sword. He slashes, creating a storm of purple trails that cut through the sky. You have defeated Verita Ghoul. XP gained. You are now level 47. Nice, Jinsung says, grinning as he holds Hyun by the waist. A free level up, can't complain. Giorno lands beside them, slain monsters behind him. You two are talented, he says. Hyun blushes as Jinsung smirks. We need to move before more monsters come, Giorno orders. They spot a narrow passage in the rock leading toward the fortress, and run for it. The hero and his companions dash along the rocky path. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoes ahead. A blonde girl in a magician's hat sits dazed on the ground, her staff held out defensively. I love Choco, Hyun mutters, confused. A figure appears in front of the four fighters. You sure took your sweet time, he says, his face familiar. I thought I'd fall asleep waiting for you. Jinsung pulls his knife over his face, glaring. Was it you trying to kill me? He asks. The villain throws aside the corpse of a fortress defender blocking the path. Thanks to you, we've lost the favor of the higher-ups, and Jensen's startup is about to disappear, he declares. A red gemstone glows on the villain's chest as he snaps his fingers. So don't you think I deserve revenge? He sneers. Dozens of fighters now line the rocks above, each holding dim red spheres. Their smiles are predatory. Hyun frowns. Isn't that what Amoeba King had? She whispers. Jinsung's Tesser ring glows, sensing a strong wave of dark energy. Is he summoning more monsters with those balls? He wonders, holding his knife at the ready. An eerie red-black glow appears behind the villain. A notification appears. Stitched Predator Demon Type Vertical Bar. Champion Vertical Bar. Level 95 Vertical Bar Trait. Body composed of multiple monster heads. Danger level, Champion. Jinsung smirks. I thought I'd have to search for this quest, but a champion-level monster appeared all by itself. Meanwhile, at Aldian Fortress, Giorno's group hasn't returned. Male Sinister and Peterson stand over a map. All other reconnaissance teams reported no unusual traits, Male Sinister says. But Group 6 hasn't returned. That's strange. Peterson nods. Defense is 85% ready. We could handle an attack now, but this delay worries me. Male Sinister frowns. It must be for a reason beyond what we normally prepare for. I have a bad feeling. Back on the mountain pass, hundreds of sharp teeth and tentacles erupt from a massive purple monster. The hero and his companions stare in shock. What is that? Jinsung asks. The stitched-together monster, a stitched predator, holds a fortress defender in its monstrous grip. Blood gushes as the victim is swallowed whole. Giorno steps forward, gauntleted hand ready. Leave this to me. Return to the fortress, he orders. Jinsung grits his teeth. Even Captain Giorno can't face these monsters alone. And they're flanking us. Escaping won't be easy. He steps in front of the captain. Even if we leave, I don't know if everyone will survive. We have to fight together. Hyun and the others gape, mixing fear and awe. The villain lifts a glowing black ball. This is a destruction orb, he shouts. I brought it here to trap you. Are you an idiot? Jinsung sneers. The villain laughs. You have no idea where that key item came from, do you? It's an experimental weapon linked to your lifeline. Do you know who gave it to you? Why they gave it to you? He continues, glaring at Jinsung. No. You just run around excited thinking it's safe. Magic always requires balance. Your failed company won't revive by attacking me. Jinsung smirks. Let's make them lose their cool first. Then they'll act predictably. The villain lifts the orb higher. Doesn't matter what risks this has. I, Mion, can handle it. But first, I'll tear out your tongue in front of everyone. The stitched predator moves forward, heads and tentacles writhing, making terrifying noises. Tentacles erupt from the ground. One grabs Jinsung, lifting him into the air. Giorno reacts instantly. Nightcrow. Skill, sun, moon, stars. He slices the tentacle, holding Jinsung, freeing him. As expected of Captain Giorno, Jinsung thinks. Leave the monster to him while I analyze its patterns. A projectile flies past Jinsung, leaving a yellow trail. He looks up at the enemies on the cliff, red spheres in hand. These weaklings are so excited. All they're doing is making themselves targets. Stuck in his concentration, Jinsung crouches and charges. Hyun! Watch my back! Everyone else, spread out! He shouts. The villains on the cliff mock Hyun, giggling. Where's your hero now? He ran away! One yells. Hyun snarls. Damn bastards! She gathers her focus, jumps, and flies toward them, pushing off the cliff slope. Above the villains, Hyun swings her sword in a chevalier skill strike. A flash of pink energy erupts. A second villain aims a crossbow. Hyun uses Beaster Rose skill, slicing cleanly through the air. Turning to Jinsung. You have a plan, right? Jinsung glances at the system window. She disrupted them perfectly. They're nothing one-on-one. The stitched predator grows more heads and tentacles the more it's attacked. Completely abnormal, Jinsung notes. Only one group could orchestrate this chaos. Thanks, Jensen. He draws a rare dagger. Purani type. Attack speed. Very fast. Vertical bar bonus plus 104. Vertical bar 50% chance to cause bleeding vertical bar. Hemorrhage curse. Target loses level over 180 seconds. Mic test. Jinsung calls out. Anyone here fought a champion monster before? No? I'll take the lead. Black energy streams from his daggers. Skill. Witch Doctor. Bloody Impulse. 99 units. Hyun watches in amazement. Giorno nods. We have no choice but to trust you. Jinsung kicks the villain Mion in the stomach. The orb wobbles but stays in his hand. The stitched predator keeps gaining more heads and tentacles with each strike. The orbs only show one mastermind could control this. Crucifix Dawn, Jinsung realizes. Hyun yells, "Keep attacking. The more it uses its powers, the harder it is to control. Make it focus on us." She flies around, striking the monster with glowing pink energy as Jinsung attacks from below. He shouts to the chick on his shoulder, "Red flag! Fire the blowpipes!" The small army of chicks shoots a massive volley of projectiles. The stitched predator thrashes wildly, accidentally hitting its own allies. Notification: party member Liang King has died. Notification: party member Liang King has logged out. Jinsung smiles. Looks like they can't control it anymore. From above, Hyun leads the monsters toward the cliff. "Run! The monster is only focusing on us now!" Jinsung shouts into the comms. Two other squad members watch the system windows. "Dandy man, I love Choco. Ready the trap?" Jinsung calls. "Yes, understood," they respond. Jinsung, Hyun, and Giorno run, leading the stitched predator toward the trap, preparing to finish it in one coordinated strike. The trio splits as they flee the monster. Jinsung looks back. Trap activation in 14:13, he thinks. Suddenly an arrow pierces his side. Minkin, holding a crossbow, laughs with glee. "I caught you!" he shouts, aiming again. "Did you really think I'd let you escape?" Jinsung falls backward. The stitched predator looms over him. His comrades shout warnings, but he grins through the pain. "I've still lured it to the cliff for the trap," he thinks. He twists to his team, shouting, "Continue the plan. Don't stop now." I Love Choco spreads her hands, activating a skill. "Okay. I don't know anymore," she says, visibly worried. From the cliff, a blue glow spreads. The rocks tremble. Dandyman leaps into the air, wielding 2 daggers. Stalker skill, multi-rate force field. Impact, trap. The cliff collapses, sending massive boulders tumbling down. Dust fills the air. Hyun and the squad watch in amazement. "Damien!" Hyun calls to a comrade. She turns to the captain, anger in her eyes. "We can't wait for him. More monsters are coming. We need another route," the squad leader says. The fighters obey and follow. Hyun looks back one last time, eyes lingering on the collapsing rocks. He's definitely alive, she thinks. Across the battlefield, countless notifications appear about slain users, their names seemingly random. Above the dust, Minkin stands, red ball in hand. "Why didn't you die?" he screams. His insane laugh echoes. 2 horrifying monsters appear. Boomers, vicious creatures from Vita's highlands. Boomer demon-type vertical bar, level 71 vertical bar leaping several meters to slam down. Jinsung, transformed into a zombie-like state from his injuries, glares at the enemy. "I won't die because of an industry secret, but that doesn't mean it doesn't hurt," he thinks. He kneels, placing a hand on the ground. Energy flows, forming a blue magical river. Witch Doctor skill, Corpse Creed. The ravine floods with energy. Jinsung smirks. "Think you're the only one who can summon monsters? Let's fight on equal grounds." Winged horned monsters attack. Terrified, Hyun and others join, clashing with the creatures. Jinsung tramples a slain monster underfoot. "I never once thought of losing," he thinks. A massive highland predator raises its fist toward him, but winged allies strike, though their wide motions leave gaps. Jinsung throws vials of green liquid at enemies. Decay elixir. 99 units. Green flashes light the sky, severed limbs scatter across the battlefield. Ahead, the boomer leader descends from the cliff. The dagger in Jinsung's hand glows red. Time to end this in one blow, he thinks. Witch Doctor skill. Bloody Impulse, 99 units. The dagger drives into the monster's forehead. It breaks, leaving only the hilt in Jinsung's hand. "Maybe I overdid it? Okay, this will do," he mutters. Notifications appear. "You have defeated the named boomer. XP gained. Obtained Obliterator Skull. Rune of Greed. Extorting Hand activated." Jinsung kneels on the monster's corpse, absorbing HP and MP. He gazes toward the fortress in the distance. Time to chase them. Seen Aldian Fortress arrival. Jinsung, alongside Giorno, reports, "Recon Group 6 has returned to Aldian Fortress." Male Sinister and Peterson nod. "Need our forces?" Male asks. "Yes, this is an emergency equivalent to the Day of the Twin Moons," Giorno replies. Male sinister gestures, issuing combat orders. Soldiers line the fortress walls, snow falling around them. The army readies itself. A blue-haired character with a thick braid greets them from the wall. "Good day, everyone," a streamer announces. "Defense of Aldian Fortress has begun. The force gathered is impressive." Comments pour in. "Crazy, wild, insane." Peterson raises a huge sword. "Go to your positions, prepare for combat. Monsters are approaching." I Love Choco glances upward. "Daman needs to see this too," she says. Hyun looks sad. "He probably logged out to watch the stream," she mutters. A horned girl reports, "Monsters approaching. Front line about 798 meters away. Now 791 meters. Peterson orders, "Night Crow Knights, descend first. Special strike force ready." A maid shouts, "Something's moving at irregular speed. 650 meters. 580 meters. Giorno glances at him. "Are you sure? There are no monsters in the highlands that move this fast." A huge, hairy monster, a giant monkey-like boomer, leaps toward the fortress. Giorno's eyes widen. "The leader! Boomer!" he shouts. The captain takes off with glowing wings, Nightcrow skill, new moon, flying toward the enemy. He strikes, cutting the monster in half. Jinsung, standing atop the creature's back, lands and places his hand on the ground. "How can you attack without a care?" he teases. The squad welcomes him back. "Welcome, soldier." Jinsung calmly rubs the back of his head, unconcerned about his exposed shame. He draws a dagger in each hand. "Shall I go again?" he asks. Giorno smiles. "That's what I was hoping for?" Jinsung straps his chicken to his shoulder. Streaming interface pops up. "Time to show the fortress battle to everyone," he thinks, smiling. Male Sinister screams as the monsters enter range. "The Nightcrow Special Strike Force descends," Jinsung observes, smiling. Unlike the others streaming from above, the live reactions will be insane. A tentacle monster leaps toward them. Jinsung and Giorno prepare to meet it. "Wow, you won't even let me greet the viewers." He laughs. He raises a blowpipe. A chicken takes flight from his shoulder and unleashes streams of yellow energy. Witch Doctor skill. Night Crow, shooting poison darts. Karen joins, casting Thunder Tempest. The first monster falls, but an entire army is advancing behind it, perfectly organized. Giorno, behind the hero and Karen, advises, "Hold out, soldiers. A bomb is coming soon." The captain fires a massive pink wave of energy. Night Crow skill, Full Moon, blowing back everything in its path. Jinsung's cheeks are pushed back from the force, teeth exposed in a wide grin. Jinsung opens his eyes with difficulty, looking up in shock. "Wow, New Moon was nothing compared to this," he thinks. Another creature approaches. "I can't lose either," he mutters, striking with his daggers. He lunges again, the monster's torso splits in half. Over his shoulder, he sees a bomb about to go off. One of the warriors strikes a monster in front of him, cutting it in half. "There are so many night crows here," Jinsung notes. He watches two warriors fighting some lizards effectively. Suddenly, the chicken on his shoulder squeaks. "Look forward, stupid master." Jinsung follows its gaze. A swarm of monsters is rushing at them, hissing with long tongues. He jumps into action, daggers flashing, slaying a group of them with deadly precision. They're going to deploy a large-scale bomb, he thinks, noticing the top 11 Night Crow warriors nearby. White smoke swirls around him. Viewer comments flash across the screen. "Your moves are insane." He's on the same level as the Night Crows. Jinsung's eyes glow yellow as he prepares for battle. The explosion hits. He kneels, hands braced against the ground. Notifications. XP gained. Level 60 reached. Almost died, he thinks, holding his side. He checks on his teammates. They're alive, huddled in a shallow pit. Giorno asks if everyone's okay. "All 11 of us," one replies. "No one missing." Outside the pit, 3 terrifying monsters linger. The captain sees 2 approaching, Peterson and Mel. "Didn't you save them for this moment?" he asks, smiling. An entire army has now arrived to protect Aldian Fortress. Peterson roars, charging ahead. "I'll kill you all, monster bastards!" Videos and live streams appear, showing the explosion and heroics of the fortress defenders. Jinsung, still naked with daggers in hand and a chicken on his shoulder, is front and center. Viewer comments explode in excitement. Jinsung sits in a chair, cleaning his ear with his little finger. "Is someone talking about me? Why do my ears itch?" he mutters, then wipes his head with a towel. He checks social media. Notifications flood in. Messages from teammates, fans, and fellow players. "It's amazing being on the same team," one says. "Can I send you a friend request?" He smiles, glancing at his phone. The views, comments, and fan engagement are staggering. A friend appears nearby. "What are you staring at?" "AC News," Jinsung replies, lying back and picking up a dumbbell. His friend Hyena lifts a weight easily. "You monster, that's nothing to you." Hyena's training is intense, pushing him toward legend rank. Jinsung notices a girl on a treadmill, familiar. "It's you," he shouts. She stumbles, falling face first, holding her head. Jinsung recognizes her as Kanoi from AC. "Did you follow me here?" she asks angrily. "Relax. I'm not interested enough to stalk anyone," he replies, folding his arms. "I came here to exercise and meet someone I know," he explains. She hesitates. "If it's about AC, let's settle it there," Jinsung says. "Fine. What happens in the game stays in the game," she mutters, blushing slightly as she hands him her phone. "Give me your number, so we can meet in AC," she says. Jinsung walks down the street with a bag, rubbing his head in confusion. "I'm seeing all sorts of things," he mutters, remembering Jumor chasing him with a phone. The girl from before pursues him into a store. "Are you ignoring me?" she shouts, raising her phone. Jinsung presses the intercom, sighing. "She's weird," he mutters. The hero, exhausted, drops his bags on the floor. "What a day," he sighs. Jinsung pulls off his t-shirt. "Finally, I can rest for a bit," he says. A warning pops up. Time left. 11 hours, 49 minutes, 57 seconds. If you do not enter the game, you will die. Jinsung glares at the red window. "Damn it! They won't even let me rest," he shouts. Irritably, he walks to the gaming machine. "Are they telling me to die while playing this game or what?" He sits, closes his eyes, muttering, I'm going. Transported to Arya. Jinsung, in his underwear, lies on a luxurious bed with a red bedspread. Notifications flood the screen. You have cleared the defense of Aldian Fortress quest. You have cleared the mysterious rage quest. Title obtained. Survivor of the battlefield. Title obtained, narrow escape. Jinsung stretches. "It's good to finally have a room," he says. Another notification. You have received a message. If you don't come here right now, I will. Maria. Jinsung recalls the girl, Maria. She did tell me to come immediately, but I was wrecked after Aldian Fortress. This is much better than crawling to her while exhausted. He checks his personal card. Daman, level 60. Class, Witch Doctor. Alignment, 9. Titles, Atrocity, Agent of Revenge, Survivor of the Battlefield, Narrow Escape. Stats, Strength 50, HP 40, Agility 40, Intelligence 101, Talent 40, Luck 30. Skills, Shooting of Poison Darts, LV 10, Control the Dead, LV 10. Bloody Impulse, LV 10. Corrupted Elixir, LV 10. Voodoo Doll, LV 5. Zombification, LV 1. Phew, worked hard to finish these quests, Jinsung mutters. He checks his equipment, tattered as ever. Weapon, Nun Shield, Poison Darted, Rooster Helmet, Chaser of the Night Set, Top, Bottom, Shoulders, Gloves, Boots, Rings, 1. Tess, a ring. Necklace, none. Aside from my crappy equipment, my level's the bigger problem, he groans. A system notification flashes. Due to an unforeseeable wall blocking you, you cannot develop further. Find the related quest to progress. Jinsung's face twists in anger. God, these vague, stupid messages keep happening. Suddenly, his inventory glows brightly. A sharp-edged shard floats before him. Item, Destruction Orb. Fragment Piece. Rank, Common. Description, a fragment of an item with the power of the original 7 evils. Absorbs mana endlessly. Tough but fragile. Unsettled energy may endanger the user. Jinsung picks it up. So this is from the Shattered Destruction Orb. Why did it appear now? Black energy jets from the fragment. He remembers his previous battles and enemies. A book appears floating above him. The Book of the Black Covenant. Notifications pop. Oracle is being activated. Would you like to activate Oracle? The book opens, glowing. The chicken on his shoulder jumps in alarm. Why is this coming out, stupid master? I don't know either, Jinsung replies. He raises the shard, examining the glowing book. Suddenly, he's lifted into the air, then lands hard on the bed. Oof! Motion sickness. I thought I'd die, he groans. Notifications flash. Oracle has been activated. Current location unknown. You cannot leave until the Oracle is complete. Jinsung walks forward, noticing a fire in a clearing. Chickens are running around, and he hears faint human-like voices. A boy with a skull-topped staff runs up. Friend! He screams. Jinsung recoils. The boy jumps onto his back, laughing joyfully, waving his staff. Shaka, Jinsung thinks, recognizing the child god of the apocalypse. Why did that old man knock me unconscious if I could enter this space? He mutters, holding Shaka's legs. Shaka continues bombarding him with questions. Why haven't you visited all this time? Jinsung smiles. Sorry, I'll come more often. No matter how strong a god, no one is an island. Shaka pouts, then starts smiling. Did you bring presents? He asks. Quest activated. Condition of reconciliation. Goal: resolve negative emotions toward each other. Nothing's better than a genuine gift when reconciling. Use all your heart. Jinsung frowns at the system. They're really trying to rip me off this blatantly. He opens his inventory, and Shaka excitedly rummages through it. Jinsung screams in horror. Shaka, stop! You're robbing me! Notifications appear. You have been robbed of frozen ghoul's meat. You have been robbed of G's red poison dart. You have been robbed of swatcher tongue. You have been robbed of stitched predator's spine. Jinsung clutches his head. If you know it's robbery, stop it. Jinsung tries to catch up with the child, who is sprinting around the fire like a whirlwind. Hey! How dare you just take things as you please, he shouts. It turns out they're running in circles around the fire. Stop right there, the hero yells. A notification appears. The seventh god, Shaka, likes your present. Would you like to give him a present? Jinsung freezes, fuming. Give him a present? Me? What? A drop of sweat runs down his face. I thought this quest was mandatory. That must mean he has to press yes. Stars sparkle in the boy's eyes as he happily reaches for the system window. What are you taking now? Jinsung asks, concerned. Shaka beams, showing the destruction orb fragment. Friend, are you giving me this too? That? Jinsung rubs his chin, thinking. No? Wait, let's think. Maybe this robbery is just part of the Oracle. There must be a reason for this. Reluctantly, he clicks yes. Damn, giving him that like this, he mutters. Notifications appear. You have given a present to the seventh god Shaka. You have cleared the quest, condition of reconciliation. Favorability of the seventh god. Shaka has risen to 100%. The boy runs around the fire in endless laps. Is he a track athlete? Jinsung wonders, perplexed. Shaka finally stops in front of him, absolutely radiant. Friend, since you gave me a present, I'm giving you one too, he shouts. Streams of pink energy wrap around Jinsung's body. Hey, what are you doing? He yells, fear in his eyes. A purple vortex with a white core spins in his chest. What? Is this feeling? Shaka smiles and points at him, pink energy floating in the air. An open book appears and Jinsung screams in terror. Suddenly, he's back on his bed, head down, next to a closed book. The chicken flaps around him. Am I back? He asks. Stupid master, where did you go? The chicken squeaks. How much time has passed? Jinsung asks. Only 10 seconds since you vanished into the book, the chicken answers indignantly, pecking at him. Jinsung touches his chest and sees a small white sphere glowing purple. That can't have been a dream, he thinks. Notifications flash. A strong surge of darkness has filled your body. The seventh god. Shaka's power is reconfiguring your mana hall. Pain surges in his chest as he grits his teeth, enduring it. Progress notifications appear. 14%, 39%, 68%, 99%, Jinsung screams, throwing his head back. 2 more notifications. Success. Your mana hall is now complete. You have broken through the unbreakable wall and developed to a higher stage. Pain fades. The chicken hovers, worried. What's wrong, stupid master? Even if they don't tell me, I can feel the change in my body, Jinsung thinks, clutching his chest. He checks his personal card. Damon. Level 70. Class, Witch Doctor. Stats, Strength 100, HP 100, Agility 100, Intelligence 200, talent 100, luck 100. He smiles. The chicken sits proudly on his shoulder. This is a new beginning, he thinks. A notification appears. Class change, witch doctor. Jinsung grabs his staff, horned skull on top, and tests his power. I can feel the mana flowing. And my punch, he thinks, using his one-in-punch skill. This is absurd. S rank? Maybe even SSS. 2 translucent circles appear in his chest. I've basically formed a new circle. If my 6th sense activates, I might even surpass my old limits. The chicken flaps indignantly. Stupid master, what are you doing? You're almost naked. Yeah, but my body is amazing, Jinsung laughs, lying back on the bed. Now I just need some gear, he thinks. A pigeon with a scroll lands on his window, cooing loudly. Jinsung opens the window and retrieves the letter. It reads, To Daman. Come immediately or I'll kill you so that no one can even find your corpse. Maria Jones. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about this, he mutters. Before him towers a massive building, the holy theocracy of Arya's capital, Upal. Inside, on a golden throne, sits Ara, goddess of light. Her eyes are closed, but she opens them to a black star in the sky, a star of darkness swallowing everything. How is it? A black star? She murmurs. Anxiety flickers on her face. The star disintegrates, scattering smaller spheres. There's nothing more to see, she sighs, lowering her eyes. Streams of white energy rise from her hands. A book floats above her head. White pledge book, calling the creation of the world. Meanwhile, Jinsung leans out of his window, stretching his hand. I am B, he shouts, though his words are cut off as a projectile, like a fountain pen, flies at him. He dodges just in time. Hatson, an employee of the Adventurers Guild, stands nearby. Figure it out yourself, I don't know what's going on, he laughs. Maria approaches, hugging a piece of paper. You're here, she says. Jinsung flies into the room, a dart still lodged in his neck. Where are you looking? She demands, grabbing his jaw. Yes, ma'am, he answers, obedient. You didn't contact me. I thought you were dead, she says angrily. I'm sorry, Jinsung apologizes. I was going to, but you sent me to Aldian Fortress, so thanks. Maria smiles, relieved. Then let's balance the mission accounts. Follow me, she says, pushing the door open. Jinsung follows her through long, lamplit corridors, realizing this must be the heart of the Adventure Guild, the safest, most important place. Maria smiles at Jinsung. It's your first time here, right, dear? She asks. Yes, he answers. Since regressing, this is my first time. He thinks to himself. Normally it's called a vault, where each department keeps mission rewards and commodities. Maria leads him down a corridor. This way, only mercenaries who've earned above a certain amount can enter, she says. Jinsung's eyes widen. In front of him is a massive vault door with a complex lock. Vault 1492. It's yours, Maria points out. He recalls his past life, wearing fancy armor and a black cloak. Ah, this reminds me of my devoted days before regressing, he thinks. Maria rubs her chin thoughtfully. But what did you do? She asks. Jinsung looks puzzled. What do you mean? What did you do for those fussy nerds at Aldian Fortress to earn their favor? She explains. Nerds, Jinsung mutters, thinking to himself. Maria places her hand on the glowing terminal of the lock. Curious? Put your hand here. Once the vault opens, you'll understand. Jinsung puts his hand on the terminal. Notification. Your mana is resonating with the safe's magic technique. The vault door swings open. Notification. Success. You can now use the safe's vault function. The light is so bright that Jinsung shields his eyes. Gold is piled everywhere. Whoa, I could swim in this, he thinks, grinning. Bundle, perched on his shoulder, chirps indignantly. This isn't a dream, right? Stupid master, your eyes look weird. Nope, it's real. Look at all this, Jinsung replies. Maria hands him a paper detailing his rewards. Fortress Defense Mission, 200,000 gold. Tracking the traitor, 1 million gold. Discovering a new artifact, 2 million gold. Dealing with rank 1 monster and bonuses, 2 million gold. Fortress Defense Contribution. Bonus, total 7 million gold. Jinsung pumps his fist. As expected, I have an eye for people. He calculates. 7 million gold. Converted to cash, that's around 80 million. He throws his head back, ready to scream with joy. Bundle squawks. Stupid master, get a grip. Jinsung notices a suit of knightly armor with a fur cloak. Wait, who sent this? There's a letter tucked under the armor's belt. He reads it aloud. It was an honor to fight with you on the battlefield. He realizes it's from Joro Deef, the captain, who gives him a thumbs up. This old man, I'm kinda touched, he thinks. Maria claps her hands. Okay, last thing, she says, smiling. She hands Jinsung a hexagonal box. Inside is a hexagonal badge. Holy, platinum tier. I'm in the top 20% of mercenaries. Notification. Platinum tier achieved. Jinsung straps the badge to his chest and sits by the fountain. I'm platinum tier now. The difficulty will increase, but as a mercenary, I can diversify my missions. Descriptions of his titles appear. Survivor of the battlefield, survived impossible battles. Plus 5% critical hit for 30 seconds, plus 5% resistance to status effects under attack. Narrow escapist. Escapes death repeatedly. HP, 50%, plus 10% attack, movement, casting, stamina recovery. HP, 1%, plus 100% attack, movement, casting, stamina recovery. HP, 1%, plus 400% attack, movement, casting, stamina recovery. Jinsung smiles thoughtfully. This might be enough, he says. Bundle asks, enough? What do you mean? I've done everything I can here. Slowly we can leave, Jinsung explains. A small squad passes by the fountain. Jinsung checks the system window. Farming here is limited. Nothing good will come from staying in one place. Let's go to the central part. A young fighter trips over a stone near him. Furious, he shouts at Jinsung, cursing. Another fighter, Koharu, yells at him too. Jinsung notices the insignia on their armor. Wait, that crest. Emperor Blood Alliance? Zhang Humans Group, he realizes. He remembers his past life. I want to tear them to shreds, but I don't have the equipment yet. I have to hold back. Calming himself, he tells the bully, You tripped on the stone yourself. Let's not start anything. The bully's comrades cheer, but Jinsung remains calm. Just go on your way, he quietly advises. Koharu, frustrated, tries to drag him to the hall for a duel. Jinsung smirks. Huh, the hall. Bluffing won't work. Excited onlookers whisper. Because of the war with the Azure Dragons, many are watching. Jinsung stretches and sighs. I don't want to make this embarrassing. Let's finish quickly. Koharu's face twists in rage. Follow me to the roof. You're dead today, he yells. Jinsung smiles. So this is the kind of bastard he is. Like a high school bully. He casually follows Koharu, ready for whatever comes next. Jinsung walks through the portal ahead of his opponent. This isn't even funny, he thinks. Notification. You have been warped. Current location, Fighter Street, Endless Hall. New location information has been created. Before him rises a massive tower that disappears into the clouds. Both Jinsung and Bundle stare in awe. Where are we, stupid master? The chick asks. Jinsung's eyes light up. A neutral zone for adventurers. With a battlefield where strength decides rank, just like in my previous life. Spectators swear and shout as two warriors face off in the arena. A figure atop a mountain of corpses raises a hand. This was the place that made Jinsung devoted in his past life. Koharu emerges behind him through the portal. You rude fool! Going first without me, he shouts indignantly. Jinsung calmly ignores him and approaches the massive gate. Koharu huffs angrily behind him, trying to get his attention. Notifications. The Endless Hall is divided into 7 modes, including free mode. You will be warped to a selected location. The hall follows the edicts of Emperor Kha Delicia von Wallcraft and maintains neutrality for all individuals and groups. Koharu shouts at Jinsung to hurry. Notifications. All actions belong to the participant. Ripley Store takes no responsibility. User Koharu is invited to free mode. Do you agree? Irritated, Jinsung thinks, You talk too much and have a foul mouth. Out loud, he says, Yes. Notifications. User Koharu has entered the field of honor. User Damien has entered the field of honor. User M. Shake has entered. User Yang has entered. Jinsung, wearing a cloak and raven mask, smiles at the broadcast interface. I'm filming this, just in case you go back on your word, he says. Koharu erupts in rage. What kind of insane bastard are you? Are you scared to lose to a newbie? Jinsung taunts. The crowd murmurs, astonished. Koharu charges, dual sabers ready. A red vortex tornado spins around him. Fatal Storm, a dual blader skill. Jinsung dodges effortlessly. Even an assassin class like him can't hit me now. He decides to use his new skill from his job change, Blood's Craving, LV1. Attribute: Blood. Effect: causes bleeding for 180 seconds. Increases attack and movement speed by 300%, stamina consumption at 1% per second, absorbs target blood to activate Bloody Shield. Koharu attacks. Furious, cursing loudly. Spectators are shocked as mirror images of Koharu appear, substantial, unlike regular clones. Jinsung smiles calmly. His Blood's Craving hits Koharu squarely in the nose. Yellow sparks mark the strike. Koharu spits blood, stunned. Notification: absorbing HP. Bloody Shield activated. Koharu's comrade shouts, "Get up! Don't embarrass us!" Spectators gasp. Wait, that's the Chaser of the Night set. Teacher from Aldian Fortress. Streams explode with the news. Platinum Tier Adventurer crushes Emperor Blood Alliance member. Jinsung readies another strike. "Hey, I thought you were confident. Done yet?" he shouts. He lands a powerful slap on Koharu's cheek, leaving a pink mark. Koharu trembles, grabbing his sabers. He activates his lethal skill, Chain Ascension. Chains crash into the arena, destroying parts of the floor. Jinsung jumps acrobatically, dodging debris. Koharu burns his mana to enhance his physical abilities, invoking Ira. 4 extra hands, each holding a saber, appear above him. The crowd murmurs in horror. Jinsung's fist glows purple. "I get it. Your lethal move. Let's see how it fares," he says, firing a bright beam while dodging Koharu's yellow energy attacks. The arena is a blur of energy, flames, and clashing weapons. Koharu wields 2 sabers, his 100% ignore defense mode active. His face glows red with white energy, making his attacks nearly impossible to react to. Jinsung punches relentlessly, forcing Koharu to counter with all his strength. "You still have more in you," he shouts, landing one precise blow after another. Spectators tremble, some covering their eyes. "I can't watch this," one girl says. Koharu's comrades are equally worried, seeing their leader overwhelmed by a single platinum-tier adventurer. One of the spectators clutched his head in horror. "That demon-like bastard!" he exclaimed. Jinsung raised his fist again, streams of yellow energy flowing from his eyes. "More!" he shouted at Koharu, delivering a decisive blow. Koharu flew high into the air and crashed heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Notifications. Player 1 wins. User Damien has won the duel. Jinsung, victorious, raised his hand. Translucent pixels shimmered around him. He cheered, waving his arms. "My blood boiled for the first time in a while. I fought with everything without even realizing it." "Good job, stupid master," Bundle cheered. Jinsung glanced at the system window. "Can I even use this video?" A preview of the fight appeared with a button to play. "I guess I beat him mercilessly," Jinsung said. Bundle squeaked in surprise. "That was a bit too much." Jinsung smiled, reaching out to the system window. "If I upload this on Audu, my image might get worse. But whatever." The comments rolled in. "If you get caught, every bone in your body will be broken." They started it, but still, this is unsettling. "Welcome to the Emperor Blood Alliance, noob." Jinsung looked at the blue screen, surprised. The video had already gone live. Streamers in the stands had uploaded it. "What I worried about was meaningless," he said, smiling. "Whiz Entertainment might have a problem, but if they do, they can edit it for educational purposes." He walked toward a portal, a bright light shining beyond it. "This place, it's like my heart's hometown," he thought, staring at the huge tower hidden in the clouds. "I wish I could challenge it now, but the timing isn't right." Koharu's lifeless body lay against a split emblem. Even a common knight with smeared honor would provoke the Emperor Blood Alliance. Ahead, Zhang Yum held a glowing staff. Jinsung realized it was too early to challenge him. "I'll have to prepare," he murmured, stroking Bundle. The moon shone above. A sports car was parked by a fence. A girl sat inside, shyly lowering her eyes. "I had a lot of fun today. I've been your fan since before your debut," she admitted. Jinsung smiled. "Oh, really?" "Yes," the brown-haired girl said. He glanced at her sideways, thinking, "You look naive, but to think you'd be this easy." "It's late, hurry up," he said. The girl ran her hand through her hair, embarrassed. "I need to go, don't I?" "Have a safe trip," he said. She closed her eyes, pursed her lips, and leaned in. He kissed her. "It's done," he said. She opened her eyes wide, smiling. I think you forgot to undo your seatbelt, he teased. She blushed. I see. What's wrong with me? She muttered, looking back worried. See you on set, he called, watching her run away. Get back safely, he added. Jinsung's phone vibrated. A message from Lee Rawson popped up. Urgent matter regarding the Emperor Blood Alliance. Please check this link. Surprised, Jinsung tapped the link. A video played. Him punching Koharu, yellow energy flying from Koharu's body. What a bastard, he muttered, gripping the steering wheel as the car took off. Meanwhile, he continued working on the system in the mechanical horse carriage. Wow, there's really nothing to buy, he said. The usage fees for warp gates and carriages had been so expensive. I'm already sad about using this outdated robotic horse carriage, he muttered, frustrated. The notifications kept coming. Searches for rare items showed millions of results, or none at all. Jinsung frowned but became determined. If there are no goods, I'll make them myself. Sunlight streamed through the trees. A young man with a muscular chest and hoodie appeared. Is it around here? He asked. Ahead were 3 fighters. Ahan, the youngest, eager and impatient. Young, the eldest, respected and calm. Leek, the middle one, loud and humorous. They were part of the E-trio from the Holy Theocracy. The youngest used temple monk skill, 6 fists, sending streams of yellow energy upward. I'm so hungry I could die, one yelled. Another complained about not getting food from a slain monster. The eldest laughed. Now you can eat, he shouted. The youngest proudly held up a spider's tail from the slain monster. The best, he exclaimed, salivating. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Bundle grew bored on Jinsung's shoulder. How much longer, stupid master? I'll starve. Around 36 hours and 27 minutes, Jinsung replied, thoughtful. Bundle squawked angrily and pecked him on the cheek. I'll kill you, stupid master. Stop it. It tickles. Jinsung laughed. Bundle flew around his head, chirping fiercely. In the distance, the hero and his pet spotted the faint outline of a city perched on a cliff. Are we there? Bundle asked. Not yet, Jinsung replied with a smile. But something should be popping up around here soon. Something like what, stupid monster? Bundle asked. Definitely not a dragon or a giant, the hero said, scanning the horizon. As they drew closer, a massive spider appeared in front of the cart. Its eyes glowed menacingly. Monster, description. Name, ungoliant. Habitat, valleys, bogs, rare coastside caves, kingdom culverts. Personality, terrible, stubborn, gluttonous. Will relentlessly pursue prey. Level 72, traits. Reflects damage from close-range attacks. Recommended to use long-range magic. Jinsung raised his hand. Long time no see, he shouted. Now is not the time for greetings, stupid master, Bundle scolded. Jinsung smiled confidently. Don't worry, this will be our first and last greeting. His hand glowed with red energy as he activated Blood's craving. Suddenly something flew past him. He froze. What the hell? Traces of blows marked the ground near the cart. One of the hits had struck the huge spider. Jinsung knelt on one knee, staying safely inside the cart. Are you serious? He muttered. A vague figure approached, a hammer slung over his shoulder. My pet almost got into trouble, the man said, waving apologetically. Sorry, I didn't know someone was here and accidentally sent my carriage flying. Jinsung studied him. He's the same type as me, and he can hit at least 500 for the big 3. Then he noticed the man's weapon, the legendary warhammer. Weapon description. Name, Ogre-born Crusher. Type, Hammer. Attack speed, very slow. Rank, Hero. Bonus, plus 500 strength, plus 10 attack power, high chance of armor. Break notes. Nearly unbreakable, blessed with ancient magic. I can't believe I'm seeing this with my own eyes, Jinsung exclaimed. A national treasure-level weapon anyone would recognize. The man smiled. I've been using it well. Many tried to buy it, but I refused them all. Jinsung reflected on the man's reputation. In his previous life, he had been Great Commander Kim Chu-nam, Master Blacksmith and leader of the Iron Guard, one of the top-ranked manufacturing worker alliances. This is incredible, Jinsung thought, clenching his fist. I can't let this chance slip by. He fell to his knees. Uncle, please accept me, he begged. Why are you acting like this, kid? Chunam asked, amused. Bow, I greet my uncle, Jinsung declared. Chunam laughed. Nephew, huh? All right, I'll guide the way. Jinsung jumped up, pulling Chunam along. White energy jets sparked in front of him. This man will later create a mythical class weapon, Jinsung realized. Since the way there is rough, let's form a party, he suggested. Chunam nodded. System notification. User Damien has requested you to join his party. User Kim Chunam has joined your party. Okay, let's prepare, Jinsung said. The hero set off, Chunam following closely. Sunlight filtered through the dense tree crowns as they ran. What's wrong, nephew? Chunam asked. A spider's approaching, Jinsung shouted. The spider appeared, massive and terrifying. Chunam raised his warhammer. Perfect, I finished my preparations. He struck, the hammer crashing down on the spider's head. Notifications. You have killed an Ungoliant. Another monster struck, killed. Jinsung watched in awe. Wow, he's a monster. He one-shot them all. Chunam rubbed the back of his head, smiling. I was feeling a bit stiff, so this is perfect. Nephew, you're doing great, he said. Jinsung, holding a knife, beamed. All thanks to you, uncle, Bundle chimed in. Trophies falling everywhere, stupid master. Jinsung gathered the items, now brimming with materials. Angolian canine. Angolian skin. Strong, acidic, corrosive body fluids. Thanks to this connection, I'm basically making money while doing nothing, he thought. Bundle pointed to a red window of stats. Look at that, Jinsung nodded. With my tendency, I'd never be able to team up with others otherwise. Chunam pointed at a badge on Jinsung's chest. What's that? He asked. My adventurer certificate, Jinsung explained. Platinum rank. Chunam's face showed disbelief. No certificate? I just worked with friends and medals, Chunam said, smiling. Working without a certificate? That's tough, Jinsung mused. You needed to create a blood alliance easily, he explained. Chunam laughed joyfully. My friends are waiting. I need to create the blood alliance first. Jinsung squinted, considering his future plans. What matters right now is hunting, he decided. He raised his fist. Let's catch a bigger spider, to prove my worth to Uncle and earn his favor. The duo advanced along the winding mountain path of Sloth Valley Rocky Zone. Darkness pressed in. Bundle, light, Jinsung ordered. Got it, stupid master, the impudent pet replied. A glowing light appeared above the chick's head, illuminating the path ahead. Jinsung and Chunam continued along the trail, ready for the challenges ahead. A series of notifications appeared. New geographical information. Current location, Land of the Black Rock. New location created. Bundle hopped onto Chunam's shoulder. Isn't this enough? The man asked. Yeah, stupid master is mean, the chick replied. Jinsung sniffed the air. What are you doing? Chunam asked. It's hard to see in here, so I'm using my sense of smell, Jinsung explained, moving ahead following the scent. Don't worry, it's in this area. I'll find it soon. Chunam laughed, narrowing his eyes. I'm sure my nephew has a reason. Suddenly, a pungent smell hit Chunam, forcing him to cover his nose. What is that smell? Warning. You feel a strange gaze from your surroundings. Warning. You feel hostility from your surroundings. Jinsung called back, grinning. Nephew, I found it. The stench of rotting corpses. He remembered his squad from before. They had entered this place together. But now only he and Chunam remained. Let's get ready slowly, Jinsung said, drawing his knife. Chunam raised his massive hammer. Got it, he replied. Notification. A strong feeling of death sweeps this place. They entered the cave. Hundreds of spiders covered the ceiling. Bundle, ready? Jinsung asked. The chick's brethren lined up, blowguns at the ready. Skill activated, reviving the dead. Level 1. O summons beings at the user's level. O attack and defense increase by 25% at level 1. O higher levels grant magic resistance, berserk ability, and resummon upon death. Okay, all forces, aim at the ceiling, Jinsung commanded. Darts flew, hitting spiders. Green liquid splattered as dead monsters fell. Chunam swung his hammer, crushing more spiders. Jinsung slashed with his knife and stomped on the fallen monsters. What kind of spiders are these? Chunam asked. These are the grunt soldiers, the babies the queen laid to guard this place, Jinsung explained. Red soldier spider info. Soldier spiders that protect the queen's refuge. Level 32, weaker than wild Angolans. Move strategically in groups via innate signaling. If too many die, the queen may appear. The spiders organize themselves, ready to attack. I think they can communicate, Jinsung noted. They look very angry. He raised his knife. Are you the one in charge? Curse me all you want. He fired his blowgun. One dart struck a large spider. Nephew, duck! Jinsung shouted as Chunam's hammer flattened another spider from above. If I didn't have my sixth sense, my head would be gone, Chunam admitted, smiling. Jinsung called out, They'll keep coming. Cover my back. Chunam nodded. Jinsung spread his arms wide, firing Vengeful Spirits arrows. Skill: Vengeful Spirits. Arrow. Level 1. O shoots arrows that chase targets, dealing 300% magic damage. O targets hit are poisoned and confused for 30 seconds, dealing 600% magic damage. O can summon up to 100 spirits, scaling with intelligence. Arrows struck many spiders, killing dozens instantly. Notifications flooded in. You have killed a red soldier spider. But the spiders continued to charge, filling the cave. There's no end to this, Jinsung realized. Bundle, assume formation and cover me, Bundle called his brethren, forming the third formation. Thousands of darts rained down, decimating the enemies. Jinsung smiled. This is definitely doable. Good thing I trained Bundle with strategies. Chunam swung his hammer again, activating Hammer Fall, smashing enemies with explosive force, leaving the cave floor scarred and slick with spider fluids. Suddenly, a strange sound and smell reached them. Nephew, be careful, Chunam warned. The spiders were no longer disorganized. They had formed neat rows. Jinsung realized the queen herself would react if too many subordinates were killed. Notification: the forgotten spider queen is revealing herself. Prepare for the master of the refuge's wrath. Ahead of them, crawling from the shadows, was a bizarre creature. The body of a spider, the head of a woman. Monster info: Spider Queen. Alana once led the ancient spider kingdoms. O defeated by Princess Ared. Most of her lineage lost. O remaining instincts, strong acidic fluids and obsession for prey. O level 85, noble blood, high physical abilities and techniques. O extremely dangerous, exercise caution. Jinsung and Chunam faced her with grim determination, ready for the ultimate battle. Chunam looks at the strange monster in front of him, confused. What's this, nephew? He asks. Think of it as a free pass to get the venture certificate, the creature answers. Jinsung smiles and looks at the Spider Queen. She looks the same as always. Now we have to be extra careful, he thinks. Alana is much bigger than normal spiders. If we move even a little, she'll rush at us fast, he thinks. Notification: a group chat has been created. Jinsung smiles at the system window. But I have a plan, he thinks. Chat messages appear. Damien: Uncle, can you see this chat? Kim Chunam: What is this? Why aren't you talking? Damien: When facing Alana, we can't move carelessly. If she moves, prepare your strongest attack. The blacksmith looks at the system window in surprise. Damien: We just need one strong blow. Kim Chunam: Is that all it'll take? Damien: Yes. The blacksmith turns to his companion. Electricity sparks around the man's hammer as he looks at the young man. What is he thinking? Chunam wonders. Judging by what I've seen, nephew must have a plan. One blow, enough to defeat that monster? We see a hand with long, sharp nails. A purple vortex spins in front of it. Kerala fills the space with green streams. A notification says she's using a skill. From Jinsung's eyes, he recognizes the skill. Blood explosion. The Spider Queen's face is focused. A vortex swirls in her palm, releasing green streams. Bright flashes fill the cave. Jinsung spreads his arms, generating energy of many colors. The Spider Queen glares at him, her mouth twisted. Red energy flows from Jinsung's hands. How unfair. Attacking without even saying a word, Jinsung says. No morals at all. Stupid master, Bundle complains. Chunam looks worried. When did she get so close, he thinks. Did nephew see that attack? Jinsung turns to the blacksmith. Uncle, whatever I do, focus on that one blow. I'll stall her. Electricity sparks around the blacksmith's face. Got it, nephew, he says. The Spider Queen bares her teeth. Thick red energy pours from Jinsung's hands. Hey, stop glaring while I'm asking nicely, Jinsung demands. The queen towers over him. Before I pluck your eyes out, Jinsung threatens. A power scale appears showing the balance on the battlefield. Alon opens her mouth wide, purple swirls spinning. How dare you, Jinsung growls. A notification says he's using the Witch Doctor skill Blood's Craving. The purple flashes grow stronger. Something strange happens to Jinsung's hands. It's the same attack pattern as before, he thinks. A normal user would fall for this easily. The cave is too dark. Bright flashes appear above him. But thanks to my sixth sense, I can see everything. He turns to his pet. It flies up and signals it understands. Blue energy shines around Jinsung. We see the arrows he used earlier. Bundle shouts to his troops, Everyone ready? All forces, fire! 1,000 arrows shoot at the Spider Queen. A notification says Jinsung is using the Witch Doctor skill, Vengeful Spirit's Arrow. Ordinary spiders rush forward. One takes 2 hits, another takes 1 but still dies. The spiders surrounding their queen fall one after another. Jinsung looks at the queen. She's using her children as shields, he thinks. I need to trap her legs before Uncle finishes preparing. Jinsung raises his right hand. He's about to use the healer skill Epidemic Rage. Mosquitoes burst from his hand and fly toward the queen, an entire cloud of them. Skill description, Epidemic Rage, Levies 1. Attribute, Poison, Curse, deals 50% magic damage per second. Lowers defense, magic resistance, and status resistance by 1% per second. Radius grows with intelligence. If an enemy is outside the radius, it won't be affected. Clouds of mosquitoes climb up her purple legs. Behind Jinsung, the blacksmith calls out happily, Nephew, I'm ready. Oh, perfect timing, Jinsung says. He looks right and freezes. Incredible. Is that really Uncle's power? Scarlet aura surrounds the warhammer. If he hits a vital point, no monster could survive, Jinsung thinks. A mischievous smile forms. Let's go, Uncle. Okay, nephew. Chunam raises his hammer high. Electricity bursts around it. A notification says he's using the blacksmith skill Unnatural Death. The Spider Queen looks shocked and in pain. Warnings appear. Forgotten. Spider Queen Alon is howling. Alon has released a highly acidic aura. Jinsung grits his teeth. Damn it, Poison Nova uses an incredible amount of mana. She's using it already? He turns and shouts, Uncle, if you get hit by that, you'll die. Dodge it. The blacksmith glares at the queen. Dodge it? Damn it. Change of plans. Chunam lifts his hammer again. A notification. Blacksmith skill. Gravity pose. He slams it down. Pink lightning explodes from the point of impact. Another notification. Blacksmith skill. Downward blow. Huge boulders fall. Dust rises. The Spider Queen's leg sticks out from under the rocks. Chunam rests his hammer on his shoulder. Shoot, did I try too hard to kill her? He asks. Jinsung runs to him excited. Uncle, that was no joke, Chunam asks. Nephew, what do I do now? I'm terrible at dodging, so I use my one blow. Behind Jinsung, the queen staggers. It would be a lie to say I'm not disappointed, Jinsung thinks. The queen looks miserable. If Uncle hit her head, she'd be dead. Thank goodness for me, he thinks. His allies look sad. It's fine, Uncle, Jinsung says. Focus on surviving. Just be ready for the final blow. He turns to run. Your nephew will take care of the rest. Can you do it? The blacksmith asks, smiling and tapping his hammer. Of course. Thanks to gravity pose, most of the red soldier spiders are dead. The cave floor is covered with their bodies. But this will push the Spider Queen into a rage, Jinsung thinks. He spreads his arms and activates 2 skills at once. Blood's Craving plus Epidemic Rage. The queen unleashes purple waves of energy. Warning. Spider Queen Alon is enraged. Jinsung stares at her. Yeah, let's slowly finish this. A notification. Using Witch Doctor. Skill Compress. A whirlwind of 2 different energies forms. A dense blue drop appears in the center. The ground cracks under Jinsung's feet. He smiles. He fires 100 Vengeful Spirit's arrows. Alon opens her mouth. White light blasts from Jinsung's eyes as he screams, "Die!" Energy waves collide in the air. Blows strike the queen. She has lost most of her bloodline skills and has limited options. She can't use traps or domain expansion. Jinsung notices. Alon screams. Now I'm curious, he thinks. Can I also use domain expansion? He runs toward her. Now you're not a free pass for uncle. He pushes off the cave floor, clenching his fist and guiding it with his left hand. You're just a puppet for testing my skills, Jinsung thinks. A notification says he's using epidemic rage again. Black dots pour from his fist. If I change my method slightly and build the area. He flies above the queen and prepares to punch. Skill used, domain expansion. He hits the spider queen. Skill, expand darkness. Spiritual food, fruit. Purple, black, and green energies explode. A sphere forms. Black dots float above it. Jinsung smiles. Wow, so this works. Even if it's not a normal domain expansion, I can use epidemic rage this way, he thinks. A message appears. Kim Chu-nam. Nephew, are you okay? Please respond. Were you logged out? Jinsung stares. Uncle must be panicking. I didn't know this would work, so I didn't warn him. He replies, Jinsung. No, I'm fine, don't worry. Just prepare the final blow. I'll do the rest. He smiles and looks around. The Spider Queen opens her mouth wide and loses her human-like shape. Notification, Alon is poisoned. Jinsung grins at her. You feel like dying because of all the debuffs in someone else's domain, right? A series of notifications. Alon's defense decreased. Alon's magic resistance decreased. Alon's abnormal status resistance decreased. Alon looks furious and miserable. Jinsung, covered in dark energy, sighs. Yeah. I don't have time. Let's finish this. He jumps right hand forward. I'm curious how much I can handle you with only my body. The queen grits her teeth and uses a skill. Jinsung plants his feet, resisting. You bastard. Wait. This is different from her earlier blood explosion. Green liquid shoots everywhere. She has no spiders left to use as materials. She's using her own blood. A blood explosion like this is basically tearing her own body apart. Notification. Blood explosion used. Explosions erupt around Jinsung. You think this can stop me? He shouts. He raises his fist. Let's fight properly. Her sharp-nailed hand appears inches from his face. How dare she use such petty tricks, he thinks. Their hands collide. Jinsung jumps, swinging with his free hand. If I hit here, I can lessen our size difference. He strikes and sends her flying. Her health bar drops to half. Jinsung lands, teeth clenched. If it's here, I can do this. He rushes in again. A powerful blow leaves a deep mark. Notifications. Alon is poisoned. Title Naro, Isapi, activated. Alon is bleeding. She screams. Notification. Survivor of the battlefield activated. A green formation appears in Jinsung's hand. I can feel the thrill. Notification. Rune of Greed. Absorbing hand activated. Absorbing Alon's HP and MP. Jinsung tilts his head back as the formation sucks in energy. All the effects I've collected until now are activating at once. Power bursts from his hand. He strikes the queen with devastating force. Jinsung drops to one knee. Is it over? But red warnings appear. Notification. Alon is about to release a powerful attack. Energy gathers in her throat. Jinsung's eyes widen. A huge explosion erupts. The black sphere seemed to be collapsing in front of them. Chunam put his hand out, trying to shield himself from the intense radiation. Ugh, some light, he started, then suddenly screamed, Has the barrier been released? He saw the Spider Queen lying belly up before him. What? Why is she the only one coming out, he thought. Notifications appeared. Alon is emitting acid breath. Alon is entering a groggy state. Chunam turned, trying to find his companion. Nephew, where are you? If you hear me, respond, he shouted. Jinsung saw the queen in front of him, her legs thrown high above her head. Through the green haze, Chunam and the chicken on his shoulder spotted the smiling hero. I hear you just fine. I'm over here, uncle. The blacksmith and the pet were thrilled to see him. They each called out in their own way. Next to Jinsung, the Spider Queen's head trembled slightly. It's really good to see you, but let's deal with this bastard first, Jinsung said. Bodily fluids of various colors flowed from all openings on the queen's face. The hero raised his leg and brought it down hard onto her head. Let's finish this damn insect, he shouted. Alon lay on her back, legs flailing. Jinsung jumped off her and appeared in front of the blacksmith, smiling. "She's not that strong, but she's acting up," he declared. Chunam looked at him with concern. "Are you okay? I thought you died from the light earlier." Jinsung met his gaze seriously. "Oh, I was lucky to have the perfect skill to use at the time," he explained, smiling. "Even though it was my first time using it." Chunam asked, "What was the skill called again?" They again saw the source of powerful energy in the Spider Queen's throat and the hero's frightened, teeth-clenched face. Skill description appeared. Ghost Level 1. Attribute, Spirit. Transforms your body into a spirit state and moves it to the spirit world. A puppet occupies your place. Your body moves to a designated location within a 10-meter radius. When time passes or the puppet is attacked, it disappears. Items and skills cannot be used in spirit form. They saw Jinsung's ghost separate from his body when the queen fired her accumulated energy. Jinsung smiled happily. "Ghost, huh?" he said. He looked at the blacksmith. "Uncle, it's not over yet. There's still something left." Chunam asked, puzzled. A flask of green liquid appeared in Jinsung's hands. "Yeah, the most important thing," he said. The blacksmith looked at him in surprise. What is it?" Horror crossed the man's face. "What are you doing? She'll die if we leave her like this." Jinsung poured the flask onto the Spider Queen. It was a healing potion, and her health bar began to rise. He stopped pouring. "Okay, that's good," he said. He turned to the blacksmith. "Uncle, your one blow is ready now, right?" Chunam, still confused, gripped his hammer. "My one blow?" he asked. Jinsung smiled. "You need to land the last hit." The two stood opposite each other by the Spider Queen. "You did all the work. Is it okay if I do the finishing blow?" asked the blacksmith. Jinsung grinned. "Yes. This is a present I've prepared for you." "You'll die at this rate," the chicken squeaked. "Hurry up and hit her, stupid human." Chunam looked at the defeated queen and raised his hammer, electrical discharges sparking around it. He delivered the finishing blow. Notification: You have defeated Spider Queen Alon. Chunam raised his hammer. "Nice shot." "Feels exhilarating," Jinsung praised him. Notifications: You have obtained Alon's core. You have obtained Alon's blood. You have obtained Awakening Bead. You have obtained 100,000 gold. Jinsung and his pet were thrilled. "Oh, the rewards are crazy," the hero exclaimed. "Stupid master, this is amazing," Bundle squeaked. Notification: You have reached level 71. Jinsung thought carefully. "I didn't just get items from killing a Leon." He remembered generating blue energy with his arms and knees for Vengeful Spirit's arrow, creating an area with epidemic rage to make Expand Darkness spiritual food fruit. He recalled the powerful blow he dealt to the Spider Queen. "I've basically obtained a new skill," he realized. Black streams made of tiny dots also appeared in his memory. The blacksmith placed his hand on Jinsung's shoulder. "Good work, uncle," he praised. "You did most of the work," Jinsung replied, laughing. Chunam reached into his pants pocket. "Oh, right." He pulled out a red crystal and showed it to Jinsung. "This entered my inventory," he said. Jinsung understood immediately. Description appeared. Bloodstone, type, ingredient, rank, hero. Transparent gem that shines with an ominous light. Contains blood abilities of the ancient Spider Kingdom. Most abilities were destroyed over time. Mana of the Queen accumulated over hundreds of years, still powerful, captivating, and beautiful. They saw the artifact up close. Bloodstones came from boss monsters ranked hero or above. They contain the inherent abilities of the boss, Jinsung thought. He remembered alchemists in labs using rare ingredients. These aren't artificial, they're rare creations from highly intelligent beings. That's why they were so expensive in my past life. I had a lot of fun with them. Jinsung pointed to the red crystal. "I think if you take this to the Adventurers Guild, you can get a free pass to the gold tier," he said. Chunam looked at the treasure in disbelief. "You'll get a lot of money from selling it, but the free pass is way more useful," Jinsung explained with a smile. "If that's what you say, that's what I'll do," replied the blacksmith. Jinsung, with the chick on his shoulder, looked at his ally. "It took longer than I thought. Your friends must be waiting," he said. Chunam laughed, patting Jinsung's shoulder. "Don't worry about that. Those old men are probably fine on their own," he said. Jinsung looked at the smiling blacksmith. The whole raid was so fun I didn't notice the time, he thought. Thanks, Chunam, he said. The man stroked his thick beard. All thanks to him guiding me well with his talent, he realized. They continued their conversation. Nephew, want to keep playing with me for a long time? Asked the blacksmith. Pardon? Jinsung asked. Chunam smiled, holding out his hand. I'm asking you to join my clan, he said. Jinsung hadn't done it yet. A series of notifications appeared. User Kim Chunam is showing favor toward you. User Kim Chunam wants to become friends with you. Will you agree? Yes or no. In front of them was a large, beautiful city, the Principality of Pharma. Ahead was a weapon shop. Come again? Someone called. Jinsung and a new companion looked around. This is pretty good, Jinsung said about his outfit. Stupid master, did you buy new clothes? Asked Bundle. Yes, my old clothes became rags after fighting a Leon, Jinsung explained to his pet. He smiled. Still, the raid was fun. The biggest reason, Uncle. He remembered the blacksmith laughing happily. I don't have a reason to deny his offer. He gave me the best memories I wanted. I feel grateful for everything he's done, he thought. Jinsung, in his old suit, shouted, Are you really not taking this, Uncle? Behind Chunam were many artifacts. What am I going to use this for? He asked. Take them all, Jinsung said. Chunam laughed. Do I look like someone who would take these? If you insist, I'll call it Blood Alliance funds for later, he said. Jinsung, in a new suit, looked back. I should buy him a gift later. The sun shone brightly above the city. The hero approached the blue portal along a shallow mountain pass. It's almost time to arrive, he said. How much longer are we walking, stupid master? Asked Bundle. Jinsung looked at the system window. We're almost there. Look ahead. The chick cried. There are so many towers, magnificent buildings everywhere. Jinsung went through the portal and onto a busy street. We're finally here, he said. The street was called Mage Tower Street, Ivory Tower of Truth, home to rare items unavailable even at the trade center. The first tower was black and yellow. Mage Tower of Wisdom, research on mana and enhancement. The second had a sharp spire. Mage Tower of Vision, researching magic, scrolls, and enchantments. The third was thick with fancy orbs. Mage Tower of Dimension, researching other worlds and parallel dimensions. The fourth had a dragon figure. Mage Tower of Traits, monster research and evolution theory. Jinsung walked along the street. Many towers, but I have only one place to go, he thought. The chick noticed something. Stupid master, what's that tower? Jinsung looked. Bright sparks flashed near his eye. Why is that tower all gold? Asked Bundle. It's so bright I could go blind, Jinsung said. The tower shone blindingly. Mage Tower of Alchemy, holding the world's treasures. He remembered it from before his regression, called the Gold Tower. Only money-obsessed ghosts obsessed with alchemy gathered there. Rumor had it entering could empty your pockets. Notification. Would you like to enter Mage Tower of Alchemy? The gates were slightly open. This is the place I'm looking for, he thought. Jinsung went inside, amazed by the splendor. At a table stood a young man in round glasses and fine clothes. Welcome, otherworld adventurer searching for the truth, he said. I am Arwen, he introduced himself. Jinsung was surprised. A probationary alchemist, but dressed fancier than priests. What brings you to our mage tower? Arwen asked. I want to meet Sir Renos, Jinsung said. The blond man seemed surprised. Sir Renos, you mean? He tried to clarify. Yes, that's right, Jinsung said, fist to chest. I want to meet Sir Renos, the Hand of Gold. Arwen looked away, fingers on his chin. Is that so? He appeared awkward. Better than most supporting actors, Jinsung thought. Arwen's eyes narrowed, expression serious. I'm sorry, but Sir Renos is busy. General guests cannot meet him, he said. Jinsung smiled under his brows, imagining what the man really thought. He's not some beggar who can meet him. Jinsung saw a black silhouette before the Golden Tower. Sir Renos ran the Mage Tower of Alchemy. Only VIPs could meet him. Arwen extended his hands, trying to stop Jinsung. Sir, we don't accept solicitations or lobbying, he said. Jinsung crossed his arms, defiant. Open it. Arwen trembled. They untied the lace and gasped. Precious stones scattered inside. One big bill, Jinsung said ironically. Arwen, shocked. One big bill, 1,000,000 gold? Jinsung nodded seriously. Glad you understand. Guide me to Sir Renos. A strange smile appeared. Hold tight. We're rising to the top floor. The golden tower was crowned with a gazebo, blue crystals and streams of energy visible. Jinsung approached the low railing overlooking the starry sky. It's moving. Stay still, he warned. Bundle landed on his shoulder. Amazing. You can make whatever you need here, stupid master. Yep, that's the most important, Jinsung said. He saw countless identical balconies floating in empty space. Even just seeing 100 floating stones shows how advanced magic engineering is here, he thought. The chicken sat upright on his shoulder. Each floating stone contains embedded high-quality moonstones. Just one is astronomical. This is the 50th floor. Master class achieved, a notification announced. Jinsung got off the platform. We're here. Passengers, be careful. He stood before a strange structure surrounded by large balls. A golden object emitted light. It was a magic formation. Notification. Entering master room. Hand of gold. Reno's room. Activate the magic circle? Jinsung smiled. Yes. He stepped onto the golden formation and was transported. Looking around, he was surprised. Where are we, stupid master? Asked the chicken. Not sure, Jinsung replied. Next, he found himself in a luxurious office. The owner stood by the window, looking out. Hello. Are you Sir Renos? He asked. The old man with a long gray beard turned around, anxious. You are a pilgrim searching for truth, he declared. Jinsung was surprised. What is with the cult-like fortune-teller vibes? Renos placed a hand on his shoulder. No need to worry yet. I will be your signpost, he said, raising a crystal-decorated staff. I am the Mage Tower Master, the Hand of Gold, representing the Principality of Pharma. Jinsung leaned forward, sly smile. I came to request an excellent opinion from the most outstanding alchemist, so I had to meet you, Sir Renos. The old man closed his eyes. An audience? That would be all right, he said. Behind him were mountains of gold. I heard you gave quite a sum for research funds, Renos said. Jinsung smiled, narrowing his eyes. It's nothing much, just basic etiquette. Of course, he must be bothered. That's worth tens of millions, he thought, noticing the jewels behind the old man. Other than for family or friends, I never waste a dime. That's my creed. Renos eyed him suspiciously. Yes? Did you call me Sir Renos? The hero stood before the table, facing Renos. You seem different from other adventurers, the old man said. Pardon? Jinsung asked. Even how you sit. You are not ordinary, Renos said, studying him. The hero realized he had caught Renos's gaze. Jinsung closed his eyes. I couldn't hide my excitement, he admitted. Renos stroked his beard. Is that so? Thanks. Maybe I overused my energy yesterday, Jinsung added. Renos leaned on the table. What is it you want? Jinsung rubbed his chin. It's not something easy to make. Renos jumped. Do you know who I am? I am the Hand of Gold, the living legend of alchemy. Yes, I am aware, Jinsung said. Do you think I can't make the item? Renos asked. If it's you, nothing is impossible, Jinsung said. Then speak, Renos said, frustrated. You gave me a large sum. I return as much as I receive. Jinsung smiled. Really? Have you heard of the world tree's tears? He asked. Renos recalled. Ah, I see, he murmured, recognizing the yellow crystal guarded by fairies. What do you want with it? Renos asked. Jinsung looked him in the eye. You can do it, right? Advanced alchemy? Renos turned to the window. Even with advanced alchemy, it's very difficult, and we don't have the ingredients. Jinsung raised his hands. A huge sack appeared. Not human, Renos muttered. Open it, Jinsung said. Inside were rare artifacts, Pendant of Light, Marble of Awakening, Fairy Y Powder, CCH of the Abyss. I bought them, Jinsung said casually. Renos clenched his teeth. This kid planned it from the start. The hero handed him a gift. For the Hand of Gold. Now it should be possible, right? Renos, shocked, nodded. The hero left, leaving the sack behind, eyes glowing red. The world tree's tears, he whispered. At the tavern, the hero sat at a table. the chicken on it. You just needed to try harder, didn't you? Jinsung recalled. Yep, stupid master, the chick agreed. Two men whispered at the next table. Child, heard the rumor? About that artist murderer. The hero, in the Brotherhood robe, overheard them. God, he's young, yet dangerous, one said. Be careful too, the other warned. The hero raised his fist. Yeah, same goes for you. Jinsung changed into the wolf totemic set. 2-piece. Vengeful spirits. Arrow transforms into a wolf, causes blood loss. 4-piece. Arrow splits automatically, no mana cost. 6-piece. Extended magic damage. 30. 300 seconds, instant end damage, including the money spent, 100 million in real life? Of course it's this good, he thought. Ahead, the sea and shore brought anxiety. Gosh, I need to remove this curse first, he muttered. The regression curse revealing OVO's identity. That's why I'm pressured to raise my specs, he thought. Notification. Countdown 167, 59, 58. If you don't enter the game, you die. The hero walked toward the gates, determined. It was dark. Stupid master, how far? Asked Bundle. Quiet, the chick warned. Jinsung scanned the grass. It should be here. A howl sounded. Bundle flapped in fear. What if a ghost appears? You're a ghost too, Jinsung said, pointing at him. I'm not a ghost, I'm a chick spirit. Finally, he reached a hole glowing with light. Found it. He climbed down roots into a disconnected, dangerous space. Pillars of flame shot up. Anyone there? He shouted. Notifications. Hidden street discovered. Location. Old Year's furnace. Bundle flapped nervously. I'll become chicken soup here. Jinsung noticed hot mana under the bridge. A blessed space, rich in ley line mana. Noise came from ahead. A figure appeared. An orc with massive fangs. Who's the bastard? Jinsung whispered. Sir Lexar, he realized. Lexar raised a hammer. Jinsung bowed. How could I not know, leader of the Red Hammer Alliance? Lexar's army was behind him. He disbanded the alliance, retired. Why is he alone here? Lexar narrowed his eyes. What gives a human the gall to come here? The hero smiled obsequiously. I have an offer, Lexar roared, hammer raised. If you want to die, speak. Jinsung crossed his arms, bracing. A deafening voice interrupted. You work, bastard. Shut up. Two shadows appeared, the other owners of Old Year's furnace. A dwarf with a blue hammer shouted, You damned orc, how dare you swing that weapon? Medin Ratas II, king of Durin dwarves. An elf shouted too. Lowly orc, your arrogance is sky high. Balak Obran Pera, fairy king, glared. The hero greeted them. Sir Midin, Sir Obran. My only chance to survive, thanks? Midin stared. A human? How did you know our names? I heard an oral story, the hero explained. Roar worked at his anvil, Tubalcain and Midin Wan nearby, Obran with his sword, Vulcanus. The three kings raised their forged weapons, a 1,000-year competition for the continent's greatest blacksmith. Obran smiled. Vulcanus hasn't been said among humans in a while. Midin yelled, He said my name first, you empty-headed elf! Obran yelled back, You stumpy drunkard! The orc joined the squabble. Immature bastards, why are you causing a fuss? We have work to do, Jinsung thought. Aren't they tired of fighting every day? Weapons and jewels littered the room. This was why Older's furnace was coveted. The three kings argued with renewed vigor. You lowly bastard, embarrassed in front of a human, Obon shouted. Are you done? Midan yelled. Jinsung noted their lack of social skills. They were powerful but ill-tempered. I can't stand this, Midan raised his yellow hammer. Me neither, Nuran shouted. In front of them, an enraged orc glared, eyes streaming red. Yeah? Want to die? He shouted. Bundle screamed in horror. Jinsung watched in shock. The orc struck, raising his hammer at the other kings. Jinsung ran. A flash lit the forge. Smoke cleared. Roar sat at a table, the corpses of the kings behind him. So you want to make an offer to me and those bastards? Roar asked. The hero smiled. Yes, Jinsung thought. He's far stronger than them. The kings' bodies were suspended in a cursed covenant. They couldn't die, endlessly repeating this fight. The hero addressed the orc. I know why you three are here, because of the 1,000-year covenant. You know that? Roar asked. Yes, that's why I came, the hero said, revealing a red crystal. Roar examined it. The flame light? Eye of the fire dragon? How did you get this? I have my ways, the hero replied smugly. 2 huge shadows appeared behind the orc. The recently dead kings were resurrected. Elders first, Maidan muttered. You should have offered to me first, Oban added. The hero smiled. I have gifts for all of you. Bundle brought yellow and blue artifacts. Oberon gasped. World Tree's tears? How did a human acquire these? The hero explained. You 3 are the greatest blacksmiths of your species, leaving legendary marks on the continent. You've been competing for 1,000 years but never reached a conclusion. Your standards differ, so fair assessment is impossible. The kings realized the truth. The orc bared his teeth. So that's why my scores were low? Medan and Obon argued again, sparking electrical discharges above the table. This won't end by fighting each other, the hero shouted. What's the solution? Roar asked. I can fairly judge your work, the hero said, dumping a mountain of high-quality materials on the table. Iron ores, sunstones, pyrotechnic stones. Use these to create equipment for me. I'll assess fairly, he promised. The kings stared at the mountain, impressed. The hero walked along a shallow gorge, sitting tiredly. Just talking to these kings drains me. Notifications, hidden place Older's furnace activated, random craft item enabled, achievement unlocked, looming song of fire and iron. The hero looked at the system. Glad we made it out unharmed. 2 more notifications appeared. Quest, terms of the OVO. Jinsung recalled Obon's words. Annoyances break focus, but if one of us catches them, I'll accept the match. Quest description. Epic. Investigate disturbances near Older's furnace, find the cause, and resolve it. Progress 0%. Abandoning disables random craft items forever. Jinsung rubbed his chin. The quest from that elf? How sad. The hero checked the Tesser ring. Its red beam pointed west, not toward the dungeon, and silhouettes of wolves moved among the trees. The target is mobile. Someone might be following me, he said. Bundle noticed danger. Jinsung activated Sixth Sense. Streams of black energy spread into the forest. A young man appeared on one knee, in pain. Red energy waves surrounded him. Sioan used Christ Ellison to heal him. Without the holy spell, I'd have been incinerated, the hero thought. The ER trio rushed over. What happened? Yong asked. I missed the target, the young man admitted. The tracking spell was destroyed. He was skilled at avoiding both magic and holy spells. Ian emitted yellow energy, praying. Fierce Dragon's mighty power struck the monsters, creating electrical explosions. Eong used anti-demonic progressive illusion, fiery fists striking monsters. Black blood flooded the forest. The trio stood over the corpses. Servants of the false god? A voice asked. A huge black block appeared. You weren't my targets, but I'll entertain myself, the creature said. A vile entity with a white mask approached. Notification. Opponent's identity unknown due to high-level special magic. Red glow emanated from the entity's eyes. Repent and confess, servants of the false god. Accept me or perish. The entity loomed, body forming a whirlwind, masking the sky. Notifications. Target approximately 849 m away. Energy increasing. Tesser ring glowing stronger. The hero walked through the forest. How strange. Red energy flowed around the trees. Jinsung touched his nose. Why does it smell like blood? The hero froze in alarm. An enormous monster flew toward him, arms spread. Its fist smashed the ground, missing him entirely. Too slow, he thought, smiling. I get it now. The elf blacksmith was testing my skills with this quest. Another group of monsters charged. There are so many, he noted, spotting marks on the ground. He leapt, striking as he thought. Their temperament is similar to mine. He smashed through them, landing between 2 trees. Notification. You have defeated a twisted, modified test specimen. The monsters misread his position. Clearly someone made them, he thought. A monster rushed him. Jinsung placed his hand on the ground. Wolf totemic set activated. A ghostly blue wolf emerged, attacking the monsters effectively. Jinsung stood over the slain. Weaklings, he muttered. Notification. Rune of Greed. Absorbing HP and MP from the twisted test specimens. Red energy swirled around him. Now to find him, he said. Bundle pointed. Stupid master, something strange over there. Jinsung smiled. The black vortex from earlier was before him. I don't need to search anymore. Meanwhile, the ER trio struggled. Yak bled, holding a protective barrier. Ihan carried his exhausted commander. Warnings, strong demonic energy detected. Monster wave approaching. Black hands and a white-masked creature emerged from the vortex. One of your people was lost because of pride, it said, glowing menacingly. Yek summoned a mountain-leading tiger, a yellow spirit beast, to attack. Ihan dragged his commander toward light. Notification, party member Lee HK has died. Streams of black vortex energy swirled around them. A dark star appeared, an encroaching malefic entity. Ihan and Yan stared, exhausted. The hero approached, recognizing Ihan. I knew you'd get tangled with me, he said, smiling. A multi-armed entity in a white mask hovered above. Jinsung extended his hand, helping Ihan to stand. Warnings. Intense magical energy fills the surroundings. Stamina and magical power are continuously decreasing. Summoning circle activates, endlessly producing monsters. You've met me before, Jinsung told Ian. We've fought before. The entity in the cracked white mask stared in recognition. Long time no see, dried-up fish head? Or should I call you Elster Crowley? Energy streams from the monster toward the young men. Familiar ghouls appeared beside them. The hero crushed one with a light movement. Dark apocalyptic harvest activated. Black streams rose around his boots. Notifications. Defense and magic resistance decreased. Status effect resistance decreased. Even combined, the trio struggled against a mere kick from him. Ian started recording. First encounter with such formidable beings. Comments. Sammy broadcasting, why is Yan alone? Who's that strange masked creature? Viewer count record-breaking. The hero formed ghostly blue wolves with rune of greed. The white masked creature recoiled, realizing its power was used against it. Jinsung jumped, charging at the entity. The boy watched in shock. This was a power they couldn't contend with. Aller Crowley sprouted black tendrils lined with teeth. Jinsung dodged, thrown back by the barrier. Trees flew, and he landed against a rock, bleeding slightly. Notification. Demand in the field disappeared. The white-masked entity grew more monstrous, black tentacles writhing. Horned red and blue serpents appeared, Kuru of Nahashon, a champion-level spirit demon summoned by the enemy. Yan thought, even if the elders were alive, we couldn't win. A white-masked entity with these monsters is overwhelmingly powerful. Jinsung wiped blood from his face. Were we really nothing? He thought, eyes narrowing despite exhaustion. Jinsung stood atop the red snake's head, blood trickling down his face. Oh, raising a new idol, are we? He mocked the white-masked entity. Wouldn't this cost tens of millions just for food? Buy lots of nuts and stuff, you miserable owner, Bundle shouted irritably. Aller Crowley extended a black hand. I never thought you'd die so easily, heretic. All three enemies attacked at once. Jinsung landed, bracing his hand against the ground. No, really, I don't get it, he said, smiling. If you think about it, aren't you the one who's fundamentally wrong? Crowley looked sad, confused. What are you even saying? Jinsung smirked. Isn't your worshipped Balak, your lord of the underworld, also fake? Acting like a king among rabbits when there's no tiger on the mountain? Crowley's snakes opened their mouths, ready to strike. That will be the rooster's crow. Our grand plan approaches. I will offer your flesh and spirit as a sacrifice to the coming Messiah. Jinsung, blood trickling from his mouth, grinned. Getting worked up over a cultist? Notification. Phantasm activated. Jinsung teleports behind the white-masked creature. Crowley spun around in confusion. Where do you dare go? Just a stepping stone, Jinsung said, blue energy spears biting into the enemy's black body. The mask trembled. Its owner was in trouble. Above him, the red snake Nahashan roared, using death echoes, disrupting spells and stunning targets. Jinsung readied himself, flowing red energy around him. I don't fall for the same trick twice, he said, unleashing a powerful attack. Skill, Bloodlust. Level 1, continuous bleeding, berserk state, 300% attack and movement speed, 1% health decrease per second with a chance to absorb blood for a shield. He pushed off the creature's black body, activating healer's skill Kong Cannon, sending a red beam into the enemy. Striking the main body first is key, he told his chicken. Even if the summons are strong, without the core, they're useless. Two massive snakes hung overhead, preparing sulfurous breath attacks. The forest lit up with a flash of white, trees broke, and a deep crevice formed. Jinsung sat on the ground, catching his breath. What kind of crazy eels are these? He screamed in rage. Notification. User Cohen has died. He peered into the crevice. Countless corpses with bald heads and sharp teeth. What kind of prank is this? He muttered. Bundle commented. Did you flip a graveyard or something, owner? Jinsung mused. One of the monsters he fought wasn't merely dominating creatures, he was summoning and enhancing them. Balak, the lord of the underworld, must have been involved. Above him, the black vortex swirled. Crowley spoke. You are different. You contained my power, and made it your own. Truly, a vile greed worthy of the sovereign of darkness. Crowley loomed. Even with your power, it is feeble. Merely a star that once died? Only the Messiah can save the world. With your vessel, we will rise and form an army. Jinsung clenched his fists. Get ready, Munchie, he told Bundle. Black and red energy streams swirled around his feet. Plague aura and blood cravings activated. The enemies struck. Energy trails and explosions filled the air. Jinsung gritted his teeth. He had to face two massive snakes and Crowley simultaneously. Streams of red and black energy surrounded him. Notification. Mon's defense decreased. Magic resistance and status effect resistance lowered. Critical hit. Revenant of the battlefield activated. Spirit arrows generated automatically. The blue snake opened its mouth. Jinsung jumped off its head, avoiding sulfurous breath from the red snake. He hung in the air, electrified, screaming in pain as his sensory limits unlocked. Striking with almost invisible fists, he landed a devastating blow on the blue snake. Notification. Rune of Greed. The grasping hand absorbed HP and MP. The tidal effect Narrow Escape activated. The hero surveyed his foes. The snakes were resilient, but their powers seemed more innate than natural. He activated blood cravings again. Crowley's black hand trembled. The snakes intertwined, striking simultaneously, but Jinsung dodged with precision. He signaled Bundle. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The 8-pincer creature arrived to aid him. Is that really what you should be saying right now? Jinsung shouted, landing a blow on Crowley's mask. The plague and blood-craving effects spread to the snakes, weakening them. Jinsung recalled his past life. Kuru handled thousands of Nahashon and demons. This level is manageable. He raised his fist at the white-masked entity. This is the Cross-Dawn Society, linked to the 7 great demon lords. Balak's followers, the 7 sins, still exist. My mentor Karen warned me. Defeat them one by one, absorb their power, and only then can I rise. The black vortex above the hero swirled. Crowley threatened, Your body will be a living sacrifice for the Messiah. His appendage grew, covered in countless sharp teeth. Jinsung stood, resolute, surrounded by swirling red and black energy, ready to confront the snakes and Crowley simultaneously. Smoke and blood stained the battlefield, but he faced the enemy unflinchingly. A red beam shot upward. The white-masked creature looked on in shock. Who? Says Jin. Crowley was utterly confused. Jinsung's eyes glowed eerily. Hurry up and open your mouth, he said, activating Blood Curse. Bolts of red energy erupted, piercing Crowley's body from within. What are you doing, you bastard? Crowley screamed as red spikes erupted across him. Jinsung calmly stepped back. Really? This thing is troublesome, he muttered, rubbing his shoulder where his pet tried to land. Munchie was startled, master, the chicken squawked. Well, anyway, Jinsung glanced at the system window, reading the Blood Curse Level 1 description. When the target's health is below 25%, half of the caster's mana can bind the enemy's body, restricting movement and controlling them for a short time. Additionally, blood thorns sprout, dealing damage proportional to health and absorbing HP for the caster. Excess damage becomes a blood shield. Jinsung approached Crowley, spikes jutting from his body. Thanks to you, I don't need to make a doll. Crowley raised his head in disbelief. You bastard, don't move, Jinsung grinned. One spike pierced the white mask's throat. The black arm was riddled with spikes. How much did you consume to survive this? He asked casually. Notification. Absorbing HP from Crowley. Crowley lay bleeding, trying to speak. Long dawn. Broken. Even if your vessel is large. Don't be arrogant. Pools of blood spread beneath him. The great plan is complete, Crowley gasped. We shall rise and form an army. Your petty faith will bring destruction to this world. Red fire blazed from the mask's eyes, and his body twisted into countless black streams. Jinsung frowned. This thing's up to something again. Notification. A powerful magical remnant approaches. A red and black sphere spins above him. A massive explosion erupted. Jinsung was on one knee. Notification. You have defeated Allah's clone. Another series appeared. You have defeated a remnant of powerful magic. Experience gained. Level 72. Quest cleared. Return to Fairy King Elbrun for your reward. Jinsung clenched his fists. Serious. Level up and quest cleared, but I can't celebrate. He remembered the snake's attack, the power granted by Sakar. Despite this, he was only slightly stronger than Crowley. He called Munchie. Got it, master, the chicken replied. Standing on all fours before a deep crevice formed during the battle, Jinsung faced 3 items crafted by the Smith Kings. What are you doing? Obon asked. Hurry and judge. Yes, Jinsung said, opening the system window. Notification. Random craft item completed. Evaluate which is most outstanding. Sweat ran down his face. I just got back from battle. And now this? The blacksmith urged him. Better give up tricks, human, Roar said. Miden punched the ground in frustration. I managed to persuade them last time, but now, they want me to choose? Jinsung took a deep breath. Stay calm. It's different now. He picked up an elegant purple dagger. Twilight Starlight Cucker. Category, dagger. Rank, heroic. Attack, speed, very fast. Options, attack power, plus 3,740. Strength, plus 33. Health, plus 33. Agility, plus 33. Intelligence, plus 33. Additional damage, plus 10% fire. Indestructible. Special, explosive skills. Trigger additional explosions spreading to nearby enemies. Jinsung's mouth opened in amazement. Incredible, Roar smiled. Surprised? The dagger's fire attribute and stats impressed him. This is perfect for both physical and magical classes. Next, Jinsung evaluated a yellow ring engraved with all 12 zodiac signs. Zodiac ring. Heroic. Magic resistance plus 25. Defense plus 10. Intelligence plus 45. Elemental damage plus 10%. Attack power plus 25%, stacking to 12. Defense plus 25%, stacking to 12. These ancient runes are incredible, he thought. Runes are the origin of magic, transcendent scripts capable of absolute force. Finally, he examined the last item. Iskar's Deep Roots Necklace. Heroic. Intelligence plus 99, magic recovery plus 50%, cooldown reduction plus 25%, generates 1% ether per cast. At 100% ether, activates Iskar's Blessing. Critical chance plus 100%, critical damage plus 400%, lasts 300 seconds. Meriden fumed. What is this? Am I seeing this wrong? Oberon reached for the sword on his back. I can't stand hearing my masterpiece compared to this trash. Jinsung smiled, unfazed, ready to make his verdict. The orc didn't stay out of the quarrel. I shall adjust the judgment I made of you, he growled. You're not just a mere human. You're comparable to the black lizard whose skull I once crushed with this hammer. Jinsung's heart raced. He grabbed the items he had been appraising. Damn, it's over, he thought, realizing he had to flee. Run, he screamed, darting through the forest. His breaths came in ragged gasps. Every step felt like survival. I could have died if I'd stepped wrong. Lucky the Smith Kings couldn't leave the forge, he mused. He glanced at the dagger from the orc, its blade gleaming. I need to become stronger. Much stronger. Collapsing onto the ground, he opened his status window. Level 72. Class, Witch Doctor. Titles, Utterly Ruthless, One Who Hunted a Boar Alone, Agent of Revenge, Fastest Breakthrough, Lone Hyena, Survivor of the Battlefield, 9 lives, Stats, Strength 100, Health 100, Agility 100, Intelligence 200, Dexterity 100, Luck 100. Remaining stat points, 10. Skills, Wind Spirit Arrow, LV1, Plague Arrow, LV1, Lion's Resurgence, LV1, Blood Curse, LV1, Phantom, LV1, Saint of Death, LV1. Remaining skill points, 2. Equipment, Twilight Starlight Cucker, Dagger, Wolf Totemic Set, Armor, Iskar's Deep Roots, Necklace, Tessa Ring, Zodiac Ring. Jinsung sighed. Before regression, I would have calculated stats meticulously, pushed every skill to the limit. Now I wander without purpose. Looks like you understand that well, you foolish disciple, a voice rang out. Jinsung flinched. Master, Karen appeared, his torso gleaming, raising a leg to kick him. Long time no see, my disciple, he declared. Jinsung jumped back, taking a defensive stance. Notification. Apocalypse Priest? Skill black and white full night reported. Save me, master, Munchie squeaked. Karen clenched his fists and rushed forward. You've got nerve lying down in front of me. No, I was greeting you, Jinsung protested, but a strike from Karen sent him flying. Landing painfully, he looked up, anger and respect mingling in his gaze. Why are you doing this now, after all this time? Jinsung demanded. I'm teaching my foolish disciple what strength truly is, Karen replied, a faint smile on his face. Jinsung staggered to his feet. Even now, he realized, his recklessness hadn't changed. But Karen's power was overwhelming. A mark on the rock beneath him reminded him, even before regression, victory against him wouldn't have been assured. Karen studied him. Your outfit is bizarre, but you've changed. A lot, he said. Jinsung scowled. Not the words I expected after so long. Karen gestured. Stop talking. Show me your full power. Jinsung gripped the dagger. The items from the forge weren't wasted, he thought. I won't back down, even now. Red and black streams of energy coiled around him. Notification. Witch Doctor. Skill blood. Cravings activated. Karen smiled. Bring it on, he urged. Jinsung leapt into the air, bouncing off rocks, dagger aglow with orange light. Here I go, he shouted. Plague AA was unleashed. Hooded, sickly faces swarming, but Karen's yellow energy shield blocked every strike. You're predictable, Karen said calmly. The hero tried again, striking with multiple phantom fists. Notification triggered. Iskar's deep roots filled with ether. Zodiac Ring Taurus activated. Bloody Shield created. Spirit Arrows generated. Critical hit. Title, Survivor of the Battlefield exerted. Jinsung unleashed hundreds of yellow spirit arrows, ghost wolves soaring toward Karen. Notification. Zodiac Ring. Pisces activated. Attack power plus 300%. Earth shattered beneath him. Jinsung squatted, breathless. Even with Iskar's blessing and 12 stacks, I'm wasting time, Karen shouted from the cliff above. One of your tricks is worth noting. It has some strength. He traced a figure in the air with his hand. Blue energy smashed against the yellow shield again. This level of defense? I can't bind him yet, Jinsung realized. Black energy swirled above Karen. Is this all you've got? The master asked, smiling. A huge, white core, red and black energy sphere appeared above him. Jinsung grinned. If he's reading my attacks, I must read his in return. Like a meteor, Jinsung hurled himself at Karen, fist raised. Try everything you can, Karen advised. Notification. Aura of Apocalypse engulfs the battlefield. Gravity intensified, visibility blocked. Status slowed, engulfed in darkness. You have 5 minutes, Karen said calmly. If you can't defeat me, you die. Jinsung clenched his teeth, staring at the black spheres slowly growing above the battlefield. This is far from over, but I won't lose. Jinsung struggled to stand, realizing even that simple action consumed a massive amount of Mei. Fire away, he ordered his pet, perched atop the cliff. Got it, master, Bundle responded, brandishing a blue flag. Are you ready, my younger brothers? Jinsung called to the other chickens. A veritable rain of darts descended on Karen. Save the master, the eldest chicken cried. Karen raised his left hand. Now you're showing promise, he told Jinsung. Only 3 minutes left. Jinsung leapt again. The chickens fired relentlessly. He raised his dagger above his head, diving from above and behind to strike the back of Karen's head. Notification. Witch Doctor skill. Blood cravings activated. Karen's eyes followed him calmly. As expected, a skilled guy does as a skilled guy should, planning to use that thing in reverse to amplify its strength. Notification. Title 9 lives exerted. Jinsung's HP warning flashed. Below 10%. He glared at Karen. Trying to collapse me with mere tactics? Karen asked, delivering a brutal punch that sent Jinsung flying again. Nothing more to see, the master declared, walking forward. This is a method to end your life before dying. Bundle watched from the cliff, anxious. Karen approached Jinsung, trembling on the ground. Even if you've shown tenacity as an adventurer, thinking it will always work is arrogance, is Saiso. Shaisiu said. Jinsung jumped, rushing once more, hand nearly grazing Karen's face. The master's calm voice rang out. Time's up. Jinsung spat out a vile liquid, falling weakly to the ground. Karen walked away. Wasn't bad, all things considered. Your opponent just happened to be me, he said, closing his eyes. You won't die. The power of apocalypse is with you. Jinsung heard a strange quacking sound behind him. Rising slowly, he bore his teeth and chuckled ominously, yellow glow surrounding him. He leapt above Karen's head. Karen's anger flared for the first time in the fight. Jinsung's black energy jets swirled, forming a monstrous visage. Karen's eyes reflected the creature. Your body, surely Shock's power has made it nearly immortal, he said. But what's inside is a vile beast. Karen raised his left hand, fingers poised. No choice. I must revert it. Try to withstand this, though I'm not sure what will become of that fine body of yours. Runes burst from the black spheres, surrounding Jinsung. Notification. Apocalypse Priest. Skill Earth's 4 wheels of emptiness activated. Sharp rocks emerged beneath him. Jinsung gasped, clutching his head. Did I faint? He wondered. He remembered Karen's blow and flying away under the terrified glances of the chickens, but everything after that was a blur. Karen struck him on the back of the head. Munchie flew from his shoulder. Jinsung held his bruised neck, dazed. What are you doing? If you're awake, see your master immediately, Karen ordered. I was hit perfectly well, Jinsung said weakly. How was your level, in my opinion? He asked cautiously. Trash, Karen replied, displeasure written on his face. Jinsung's jaw dropped. Trash, he thought, recalling all the techniques he had used, every trick meant to prove himself. Karen continued. True power is using limited resources to suppress your opponent efficiently. You wield what little strength you have like a bull's hind kick, flailing blindly. They sat across from each other. Karen pointed to the ruins around them. Without understanding the darkness within you, your current state is like a castle built on sand. A sandcastle falls with a single touch. Honestly, everything he says is true, Jinsung thought. Karen leaned in. Your power is far from insignificant, and your ruthlessness more than enough, but not contemplating how that power works is fatal. Strategic thinking is more important than brute strength. He gestured to a scene from Jinsung's recent battle. It's not just about output. It's about efficiency, the minimum resources for maximum effect. Use your power smartly, or you'll become a monster while fighting monsters. Jinsung recalled the horned demon from the override system in Abraxas. Something tried to take over my body, he thought, his mind racing through the sequence of blows and consciousness loss. He stumbled from the capsule, gripping the gaming chair. If only I could understand what all that means. Notification. You have been logged out. Be wary of the beast within you. Jinsung opened a refrigerator, grabbing a drink. At least the Cross Dawn Society or Chiron aren't causing trouble in reality. No restrictions here. A strange voice echoed in his head, speaking in an unfamiliar language. He grabbed his head, annoyed. Pulling his ringing phone from his pocket, he fell unconscious. When he awoke, he was in a hospital bed. A girl with blue eyes leaned over him. Jinsung, are you coming to your senses? She asked. Where am I? He croaked. Hospital. You've been unconscious for 2 days, she said. I was on my way to the convenience store and ran into the paramedics. Hyun peeked from her room, concern etched on her face. The doctor said it seems like a vasovagal syncope. Further tests are needed. Jinsung thought, I must have played the game too long. Luckily, no one else is causing trouble here. I'll make sure to compensate for any trouble, he promised. Hyun blushed. If it bothers you, maybe buy me a coffee later, she said. Sure, coffee is no big deal, Jinsung replied. She slung her bag over her shoulder. If anything happens, contact me. But we don't have each other's numbers, he said. Hyun extended her hand. Give me your phone. Blushing, Han fixed her hair as he handed it over. She dialed her number. Saved, she said. And your phone was ringing a lot earlier. I'll check it. She left and Jinsung sat up. Minutes later, the door burst open. Why aren't you answering your phone? I came to check on you, yelled Minjin, his brother. Bro, this is a hospital, Jinsung laughed, rubbing his head. Shut up. Do you know how worried I was? Minjin shouted. I thought a professional wrestler broke into your apartment. Jinsung smiled. Nothing serious. I was immediately taken to the hospital. Limit your gaming, man, Minjin said, hands on hips. A friend handed Jinsung his phone. A video played, Fans of the famous gamer and streamer Damien worried because he hadn't logged in for days. Jinsung frowned. All this? Just because I didn't play for a few days? The phone rang again. Why am I suddenly getting calls, he wondered. Jinsung looked at his phone in confusion. He brought it to his ear and answered the call. Yes, he shouted excitedly. Minjun, sitting beside him, frowned. What? What are you saying? Jinsung blinked at his friend. Bro, I think I'm really screwed, he muttered. Why? What's going on? Minjun asked. Jinsung scratched his cheek. He trailed off, muttering a meaningless word. Hello, Damien. Are you feeling better? I heard you were hospitalized, a voice said through the phone. Jinsung laughed. News travels fast, he replied. Just to be safe, it might be best to move with a dedicated security team for a while, the voice continued. Jinsung's eyes widened. A security team? He asked, bewildered. They should be arriving soon. I'll explain more when we meet face to face, the voice said. Jinsung hung up, clearly shocked. What's arriving? He wondered. On the phone screen, a map appeared with a red marker. Hello, this is Yuna from Wiz Korea's security team. Team 3 will arrive in about 10 minutes, a message displayed. He showed the screen to Minjun. Bro, I'm screwed, right? He asked. Soon, Jinsung found himself in a sleek skyscraper belonging to Wiz Company. A man sat across a huge table, papers spread before him. So this is all scheduled? Jinsung asked. Yes, the man replied calmly. I'm young Singhun. It was urgent, given the importance of this, so we brought you directly from the hospital. Take your time to think it over. Jinsung shuffled through the papers. Honestly, I'm not sure I'm the type to receive an offer like this, he said. The offers were filtered by me, Singhun said. You're seeing only the top third, and the contract conditions are well above industry standards. Jinsung's eyes widened. Should I really sign an exclusive partnership so easily? You don't need to worry too much, Singhun reassured him. You just have to wear the brand's official products at events. You'll be treated well. You'll become the brand's muse. He handed Jinsung a folder with a visible logo. Moreover, the chairman of this group is the younger sibling of the CEO of Under Army, Singhun continued. Jinsung froze. Wait, the chairman of Under Army is Wiz's president's younger sibling? Yes, Singhun confirmed. And they're a passionate fan of yours. Jinsung imagined a muscular man and woman representing Under Army, beloved by fitness enthusiasts. The co-owner is a hardcore fitness fanatic, hitting 3,500 pounds in the gym. And a fan of mine? He reached for the folder. If only the partnership restrictions were a little lighter. Your trajectory seems to match their tastes, Singhun added. I see. Well, I'm specialized in that, Jinsung said. Singhun stood. Please take your time to consider, and let me know. Yes, thank you, Jinsung replied. Later, Jinsung watched a briefing on a tablet. Have you heard? Singhun asked. For the 100-day anniversary of the open beta, Evertale is preparing a new event. Although the game is designed by a hyper-AI, users are officially endorsing it in communities, which is unusual. Jinsung frowned. A lot of named characters were produced during AC's first event. Do you know the event's name? He asked. Yes, Singhun said. Island of Fierce Battles. It's a survival-type event. The homepage will provide guidance soon. Jinsung felt anxious. I don't know what's going on, but this is going to stir things up again. Meanwhile, Alan Jacob sat in front of his tablet, frowning. Evertale surely cannot control the Akashic records, yet no accidents have occurred since Act X. The AI's intent is unknown. He pressed his stylus. Is it observing the variables generated or aiming for them? One thing's for sure, this isn't just a simple update. He called out through his smartwatch. Gordon, can you check something for me? Back at a tavern, Jinsung sat eating scrambled eggs while watching a system update. Island of Fierce Battles is here. Survive against the primeval giants Umbala and Targan, explore Auror West, the highland city of Pakara, and uncover primordial mysteries. He opened the system window, frowning. These subtle differences, everything is new compared to before my regression. Jinsung focused. I need to dominate the content quickly and secure my position on Switch and YouTube. Things are moving faster than expected. He remembered his mentor's warning. Be wary of the beast within you. Jinsung picked up a piece of bacon, reflecting. I have to be careful, or I'll end up back in the hospital. He opened the game interface. Well, I'm not about to die immediately, so let's try to control it gradually, he muttered. A glowing blue sphere sat on the table next to his plate. Jinsung held it up. Can you hear me? He asked. A muffled response came from inside. He pressed the sphere to his ear. I hear something. Oh no. The sphere emitted crude curses mocking Jinsung. He smiled. Maria, he said, recognizing the voice. Inside the sphere, Maria appeared, veins bulging. Finally, you've called, she said, glaring. Why didn't you contact me all this time? I really missed you. Yes, it's me, Jinsung replied. Maria held the sphere threateningly. It would be wise to answer carefully, she warned, eyes glowing. So, you want to know about the recent anomalies being observed? Came her voice from the sphere. Yes, Jinsung replied. She adjusted her glasses. Twisted warp gates. Newly established gates have surged simultaneously across the continent, causing unknown dimensional rifts. Eliminate the monsters pouring through and close the gates to protect Arya. Notification. Quest Twisted Warp Gates activated. Jinsung checked the system. Exactly the same as before my regression, but the locations and monsters are entirely new. Maria continued. A total of 355 warp gates surged across the continent. The Adventurers Guild handles 172 of them. The rest are divided among kingdoms, knight orders, and other organizations. By imperial decree, all must share information and cooperate until the gates are sealed, regardless of creed or doctrine. Jinsung stared at the glowing sphere. The stakes just got higher. And the timeline is moving faster than I expected. Before him, representatives of different fighting classes coordinated to fight monsters together. Maria, what's the situation inside the guild? Jinsung asked, peering into the glowing blue sphere. Inside the sphere, Maria examined a report. There are reports of entire squads of gold-tier adventurers being wiped out, she said, marking the phenomena occurring at each dimensional gate. It's making personnel allocation extremely difficult. Jinsung rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The overall difficulty is expected to be high on the eastern and southern continents. Near Terrara, maybe silver-tier adventurers could push through, but I wouldn't recommend it. Maria looked at him curiously. How do you know that, dear? Don't tell me you have a separate information network. I have my ways, Jinsung said with a cheerful laugh. He remembered running through dimensional gates weekly before his regression. Naturally, I came to know these things. It's nothing to boast about. He tapped the blue sphere. For the eastern side, at least platinum-tier adventurers will be necessary. In the southern regions, like the Orani Plains and Todo Forest, diamond-tier adventurers are needed. Maria put her hand on her waist. Is that information reliable? The decree was issued less than half a day ago. If you can't trust it, feel free to check for yourself. I'm only telling you, Jinsung replied, and the girl seemed flattered. Pink hearts briefly floated around her. Then I suppose I have to believe it, she said, smiling. By the way, Jinsung continued, do we have any personnel dispatched to the ancient castle Adilante? Maria frowned. You mean the Forgotten Tower? As far as I know, no one's been assigned there yet. Gold-tier adventurers guard the exterior, but penetrating the interior is extremely difficult. Jinsung tapped his finger on the table. That place is bound to be tough, more dangerous than the other locations I mentioned. Maria added, the Aurora Kingdom branch has already requested manpower. They said even newcomers from Whispering Island would do. Jinsung frowned, alarmed. Sounds like they're planning to use them as cannon fodder. Maria tilted her head. Are you interested, dear? She asked hopefully. Notification, new geographical information acquired. Current location, abandoned estate. Fireballs rained down on a rocky cape at the end of which the castle stood, leaving black tails across the landscape. Jinsung twirled the tail of his wolf suit and raised his hands. Thanks to Maria, getting here was easy, he said. But he frowned, unsure of what the fireballs meant. Smoke rose, and loud explosions echoed. Looks like they've already had a round of fighting, he murmured. Ahead, a brunette in a white cloak leapt into the air. Monsters attacked from all sides, the seventh wave. Magic Squad, second row! Get ready, someone shouted. A bright blue whirlwind with a white core appeared high above the cape. White pillars of light erupted, striking massive toothy monkeys. Some leapt back in surprise. One fell from the sky. The huge monkey raised its fist toward the clearly inferior fighters. One unlucky adventurer looked up in horror and was sent flying across the battlefield. The brunette struck with precision, leaving 2 bloody marks on the monster's chest. The beast roared deafeningly and hurled her aside. "We need to retreat," the girl thought. She ordered the remaining fighters to fall back. But then a new threat appeared. Mounted warriors, one raising a sword. "It's time to sweep these vile creatures away and save the kingdom of Aurora," the warrior shouted. The cavalry charged toward the forgotten tower, but a girl with a staff stood in their path. "Move aside," shouted the lead rider. The horse's hoof pressed through the chest of the confused girl. Chaos erupted. Horsemen were forced to defend themselves while avoiding collisions with allies. A scoundrel screamed at a frightened fighter, "You're useless! Die!" The brunette stepped in. "Stop right now," she ordered. The horse reared, throwing off its rider. The commander knelt, furious. "How dare you? Using people as bait? Are you out of your mind?" she shouted. Suddenly, something flew past her and struck the cavalry commander. She looked closely and gasped. A monstrous figure with glowing eyes, a werewolf, stood. The bastard who fell from his horse stands behind the brunette and tells her she is very lucky. He reaches for the sword lying on the ground. He turns to fight the werewolf, but warns the girl that she is next. The brunette watches as the fighter's sword begins to glow with red energy. To use magic so easily, he must be a sword expert, she thinks. The warrior grabs the hand of the corpse lying beside him. The brunette sees the dead hand start to move. "What the hell?" she shouts. The fighter throws the corpse at the werewolf. The monster swings once and slices the flying body into pieces, but the distraction works. The guy attacks with his sword and lands a strong hit. The monster loses a lot of blood. Kneeling on one knee, the fighter sheaths his sword. "As usual, adventurers are no help," he says. He turns to the brunette. Between them lies the dead werewolf. "Now, what should I do with you?" asked the commander of the cavalry. The girl's fists tremble, long sharp blades sticking out from them. "For a mere adventurer, you're pretty impressive," he says. "And quite beautiful, too." The brunette looks at him seriously. Is he insane? Is this really the time for that? Should I abandon the quest now? The guy steps closer and stands on the huge corpse of the werewolf. Most of the expedition members have logged out anyway, the girl thinks. Cavalrymen gather around her. Above all, I don't want to succeed with help from scoundrels like these, she thinks. Her expression grows tense. The situation is getting worse. She tries to think clearly and remembers the monster waves she fought. They had come once every hour. She remembers the cavalrymen trying to break through the monsters at the third line of defense. They could hold until the 7th wave, but now that it collapsed, there is no chance of winning. She realizes this. She sees the cavalry commander approaching. Yeah, if we're going to retreat, now is the time, she thinks. She looks toward the mounted warriors. One of them shouts loudly that they must order a retreat. The commander in front of her looks shocked. "What? Who decided to retreat?" he demands. Suddenly, a villain appears, held in the hand of a terrible armored monster shaped like a reptile with a human body. A description appears. Armored lizard. A lizard man mutated by unknown power. Skin tough as steel. Grip strength of hundreds of kilograms. Tail length 2 meters, able to strike harder than a full-speed cavalry lance. Species: lizardmen. Type: elite. Level: 87. Be careful. Some individuals can use breath-type skills. The brunette stares, confused. "What is this? What's happening?" she screams. The lizard leaps over the werewolf's corpse and attacks the girl. Now the scene shifts. A knight with blue hair yells at his subordinates. "What in the world are you doing?" We see his face up close. He stands and slams his palm on the table. "You are dragging my reputation through the mud," he shouts. "We will fix this immediately, Your Highness," the fighters respond. The hero, Jinsung, pulls back the tent flap. "Wow," he says. "This is a complete mess. No wonder you haven't made any progress with the command center like this." The fighters point their swords at him. "Who the heck are you? How dare you enter?" Jinsung casually picks his nose. "Strange. With your skill level, you should be on the front lines," he says. "Are you saying even the first knights are expendable? Reveal your identity now," one demands. Jinsung tosses them a folded sheet of paper. "Seriously, who else would it be?" The fighters read the document in shock. Adventurer Guild Official Certification. This confirms the identity of Damon, a platinum-tier adventurer, sent in response to Prince Iron of Mollywood's request for reinforcements. The Empire has decided to increase forces at Crescent Cove and improve troop quality. Issued under the authority of His Imperial Majesty Adilante von Wirefors of the Great Khan Empire. Adventurers Guild, Aeror Kingdom Branch, Chief Clint. Prince Iron's hands shake with anger. "What the heck?" he shouts. "But your highness," one subordinate says, "this is clearly the seal of the guilds of Aurora and Terra." Iron points at the hero. "Are you all the reinforcements? Equivalent to the first expedition?" Red and black energy swirl around Jinsung. "Now isn't the time to worry about that," he says. "What does that even mean?" the prince yells. The tent walls rise from the force of the swirling wind. Iron and his men stare in horror. A fortress near the cape is covered in eerie red smoke. "When did this happen?" someone shouts. Lizard men covered in blood stand before them. The brunette screams. A notification appears. Use of Vampire Lord skill detected. Use of Blood Massacre detected. She tries to stand. Even a lizard man would have fallen by now, she thinks. She smiles weakly. No matter how armored it is, it can't withstand my damage. But the lizard hits her with a strong blow. She flies back. Notifications appear. Status ailment. Armor break. Kaza blade. Durability below threshold. No! My finishing move, she thinks in fear. The lizard raises its fist for another attack. Armored lizard uses destruction aura. A bright flash, the lizard clenches its fist again, but the brunette catches the attacking limb. "Got you," she says, smiling. A white mask with glowing eyes appears. Vampire Lord skill activated. Blood sprays from the monster's arm. Blood explosion used. The monster's body explodes. The brunette drops to her knees, exhausted. "I barely managed to kill it. We need to retreat before another one comes," she thinks, standing shakily. But then she sees something frightening. The monster's body rises again, blood flying upward. "Damn it! I thought the attack worked," she thinks. The lizard, still alive, sticks out its long tongue. Blood drips from the girl's mouth. "Didn't it die?" she thinks. The monster grabs her and throws her high into the air. As she falls, an arm catches her. Jinsung. "Oh, nice timing," he says. He jumps into the air with her. But the armored monster appears again, right in front of him. Jinsung smiles. "Long time no see, you lizard bastard." He sets the unconscious brunette under a tree. "You should log out while you can. Don't die here and lose all your gear." The monster attacks. Jinsung blocks its limb with his fist. "I was being nice, and you still attack me?" he says. "Fine, let me teach you some manners." He punches the monster and the two separate. "Be careful," the brunette yells weakly. "You're still alive?" Jinsung asks, surprised. He looks back at the monster. "Well, vampires don't die easily." A small chick on his shoulder speaks. "Master, worry about yourself." The girl blinks. Talking chick?" The lizard roars and charges at Jinsung. He raises his finger. A bright blue sphere of energy appears. "All this from a mere lizard?" he says. Yellow energy swirls around his fingers. Witch Doctor skill. Haunt arrow. Bright yellow arrows shoot forward. The lizard brushes them aside and jumps at him. "Oh, really?" Jinsung smiles. Ghostly yellow wolves appear and attack. The monster roars and fights them off. Another wolf strikes. A blinding flash. Dust settles. Jinsung stands in the center, smiling. "That's it," he says. He walks to the girl. "You managed to hold on, huh?" The trembling brunette stands. He warns her not to strain herself. "Looks like you drained more blood than I expected." Suddenly the girl shouts a warning. Jinsung turns. An entire army of armored lizards is behind him. "These lizard bastards," he mutters. "This is getting annoying." He faces the girl. "Enough talking. Can you fight?" "Here I go," she answers. People and lizards run toward each other and the battle begins. A huge yellow ball rises above the castle. "No way!" a fighter says from afar. Prince Iron stares, shocked. Crescent Cove is pitch black. "What is that man's identity?" Iron asks. On the mountain ledges, adventurers cheer. "We survived! The Grand Fire Mage appeared!" "Stop joking," the prince shouts in rage. "Our survival is thanks to the Knights of Satan." He pushes adventurers aside. "Now some guy wants to take our glory?" he yells. He turns to a subordinate. "Targo." "Yes, your highness." The prince's expression grows dark. If those adventurers steal our glory, all of you better be ready. Not far away, Jinsung raises his hands joyfully as notifications appear. Armored Lizard defeated. Experience gained. Level up, 73. Jinsung inspects a piece of monster spine. The EXP is crazy, and the drops are great. They must have stuffed themselves full, the chick says. Jinsung smiles at the vampire girl. You okay? Yes. Thanks to you, we managed, she says. Jinsung looks ahead thoughtfully. If that armored lizard was an elite, the difficulty must have increased. The girl walks up beside him. Most of Satan's forces are dead, and the Forgotten Tower looks empty. Jinsung smiles at her. The remaining quests will be tough. Should we start them here? The girl smiles nervously. Well, actually. She looks at Jinsung, her expression turning hopeful. If you're not too busy, can I ask a favor? 4 people step forward. So, Jinsung says, you want to finish the quest with these guys? That's the favor? He looks surprised. She nods. Yes, these are the only survivors. She introduces them one by one. A young man with long hair. This is Vile, level 85 ranger. A brown-haired man fixing his hair. This is Grodic, level 77 alchemist. A nervous girl with round glasses. This is Uin, level 82 arcanist. Vile shakes Jinsung's hand. Thanks to you, we lived. I thought the expedition was over. No problem, Jinsung says, pleased. Are you all from the Arnor branch? Vile nods, looking ashamed. Yes, but most members are gone. After the Satan family betrayed us, all adventurers below gold tier died. The rest quit and logged out. We barely survived ourselves. Gramick joins in. There's nothing we can even do now. Those idiots couldn't handle even the 7th wave. Uin raises her map. It might be safer to give up, unless you want to end up like this card. Everyone stares. What the? That's creepy, Gramick shouts. It means death, Uin says. The brunette rubs her forehead. Sorry. Everyone here has a strong personality. Jinsung laughs. It's fine. Then something clicks in his head. These people look familiar, he thinks. He studies them. Vile, pioneer of full-power rangers, a walking siege weapon. Grodic, founder of combat alchemy. Uin, rising star of Arcana. Jinsung remembers himself watching them on live streams. Top 1% platinum tier adventurers. Average level 80. He grins. This could be useful. He raises his voice. Okay, everyone, calm down. They watch flying monsters dive at distant fighters. Your mission was stopping monsters from escaping the abandoned estate, right? Jinsung asks. Grodic scratches his head. That was the original goal. But when the Satan family joined the fight, reclaiming the Forgotten Tower became our side mission. A secondary mission, huh? Jinsung thinks. Blocking monsters and breaking twisted gates are totally different things. If we don't deal with the gates, this won't stop. He raises a finger. Here's my suggestion. Vile narrows his eyes. Suggestion? The obvious, Jinsung says, smiling. Everyone looks toward the massive castle. The ancient castle of Adilante. Want to clear it with me? Grodic and Uin stiffen. You mean, go now? Just us? Against the source of the monster waves? Jinsung folds his arms. I can go alone if needed, but since I came as reinforcements, I'm offering this to all of you. They study him carefully. He explains. The 8th wave just ended. The Forgotten Tower should be empty. If we wait, we'll have to fight through all the monsters again. He continues. If we quit now, we get no rewards, and we might even be forced to pay damages to the Satan family. What? That far? Uin asks. Twisted dimensional gates are a continental problem, Jinsung says, and this includes an imperial decree. For players, it's a simple update, but for the people here, this is war. The brunette nods. I agree. After the Satan family used adventurers as bait, this is our only chance. Vile rubs his chin. True. Quitting would hurt our platinum ranks. Grodic objects. Wait, hold on. Suddenly, an enraged knight charges in. Antonio de Marella, commander of the Knights of Lavengro, level 88. He screams, "How dare you gather and whisper like traitors? Seize them!" Horsemen surround Jinsung's group. So the reinforcements stole the spotlight, and now he's furious, Jinsung thinks. Vile shouts, "We didn't do anything wrong." "Sir, this is unreasonable," another adds. "Silence," Antonio roars, drawing his sword. "By the will of Prince Mollywood, I will punish this traitor myself." Jinsung looks bored. "Blah blah. So annoying." "What did you say?" Antonio yells. Jinsung stays calm. "Go on then, if you're so confident." A young knight whispers in Antonio's ear. "That guy. He's on the level of the first wave. Treat him politely." "What nonsense," Antonio snarls. A purple whirl of mana forms in Jinsung's hand. "These idiots are keeping me busy," he sighs. Mana drains from the horseman. "My mana, it's being sucked." "What trick is this?" Antonio leaps into the air to strike Jinsung, but Jinsung vanishes, using Ghost Walk. Antonio misses completely. "Destroy them," he commands. Horsemen rush in. Sir takes a stance. "No turning back now." Graddock and Uin prepare. "We do our part," Vile says. "Let's go," Uin adds. The horsemen charge. One yells, "Strike down the mage girl first." Sir throws red blasts of energy. They explode among the riders. "Vile, ready?" she shouts. "Yeah." He draws his bow. He uses charged arrow. A massive pink arrow shoots forward. It decapitates one rider, hits another, then explodes, wiping out a group. He smirks. "Nice hit." The horsemen panic. "All troops, charge!" Attack before he fires again. Vile fires another exploding arrow. But still more horsemen rush in. "There are too many," Uin cries. "The shield is breaking." "Damn it, is there no way out?" Graddock shouts. "We might need to drop the shield," Uin says. "If we use the Emperor's card, I'll push with Sir," Graddock says. "We have to try." He tosses flasks at the riders. Sir charges in with him. "Let's go," she yells. A yellow liquid bursts from a flask as the battle begins. A huge creature with thick yellow tentacles appears above the riders' heads. "What is that?" one rider screams in fear. Uin looks up. Now is the time," she shouts. Long ribbons of cards appear around her. She is using her Wheel of Destiny skill. Gritting her teeth, Uin looks at the card in her hand. Please not this one," she begs. Her eyes widen in shock. The card is opened, and it's the devil. "Why did it have to appear now?" she cries. Jinsung watches with a small smile as the horsemen fight the tentacled monster. "Oh? You're holding up better than I expected," he says. Antonio de Marella tries to strike Jinsung with his sword. "Right, Munshi?" Jinsung asks casually. "He's still much better than this fool, master," the chick replies. The old man shouts angrily, "Who are you talking to? Focus on the battle." He swings again. Jinsung dodges. "You think Antonio's sword is a joke?" the knight roars. Jinsung studies him calmly. "I'm getting tired of this guy," he thinks. He looks around at all of his allies fighting. If he can handle this many sword-expert knights, maybe he can handle a dark spirit consumption, Jinsung thinks, but I should at least test it. Antonio swings again, shouting insults. His face shows pure outrage. "How dare you treat me, Antonio de Marella, like this? I am the commander of the Satan family's knights." Jinsung suddenly punches him. "Found an opening," he says with a cheerful smile. His fist lands cleanly, and Antonio is sent flying. Antonio lies on the ground in a twisted pose. "He's all brawn and no brains," Jinsung says. He looks down at the old man. "Judgment, leadership, strategy, tactics, strength, agility. You lack everything. How did you become a commander?" Antonio looks dead, but Jinsung doesn't believe it. "Hey, are you awake?" he asks, poking him. "Looks like he's not dead yet." Jinsung scratches his head. "What a nuisance. Even when he's almost dying." "Well, if he won't get up, nothing I can do." He grabs Antonio's leg. "I'll just drag him along." Above the squad, the giant yellow tentacles swing wildly. One enemy slashes with his sword, full of confidence. "We are the best! Cut them all down!" he shouts. An arrow flies past a helmet. Vile is firing rapidly from a distance, raining arrows on the swordsman. He's using the ranger skill piercing arrow. The cavalry charges. "Insolent!" one soldier shouts. An arrow flies toward him. but he smiles and cuts it in half with his sword. You thought that would work twice? He mocks. He raises his sword proudly. This time I'll tear you apart from my fallen comrades. So it doesn't work a second time? Vile mutters. Suddenly, red liquid splashes under the horse's hooves like a fountain of blood. What? A rider screams. Sir has stepped in, using the Vampire Lord's skill blood field. People and horses slip across the ground. Elliot! One fighter shouts. Provide footing! The soldier kneels, forming a platform with his hands. His comrade steps on them and launches into the air. Go, Elliot! He cries. Braddock, seeing the enemy flying toward him, panics. Are we still far? Are we really going to die here? He screams. Uin grits her teeth, gripping her staff with both hands. The devil card can only hold them back for a short time. I need to draw again, she says, but she notices something strange. What is that? She gasps. Before them is a strange scene. A fighter flying upward. A huge tentacled creature falling. A massive arrow heading for the ground. Sir spreads her fingers. Try to dodge, she shouts. The enemies panic too. Move, spread out, they yell. The tentacled creature crashes into the ground. Everyone turns in fear. What was that? One fighter cries. Wait, hold on, another says. He finally understands. It's Antonio, the old knight who was knocked out. Captain, someone screams. The young warriors rush to him. It's Captain Antonio. Protect the captain. They lift the old man, glaring with hatred at Jinsung's group. How dare they do this to the captain? These cowards, what have they done? Bram, Todi, and Uin stare in confusion. What are they talking about? One asks. I have no idea. Have they gone insane? Sir glances at her allies. Everyone get ready. This might be our chance to break out, she says. The encirclement loosens, but then a strange weakness spreads. Everyone drops to the ground, exhausted. What? Well, what's wrong? My body won't move, someone says. Vile checks his system window in confusion. What is happening? Notifications appear. Defense decreased. Magic resistance decreased. Status abnormality resistance decreased. Warning. More blue windows float around them. Some of your skills are sealed by an unknown force. Your HP and MP are being drained. Jinsung looks at everyone in surprise. You all look terrible. How much did you get hit? He approaches two young fighters. You over there, he calls. One stares at him. Oh? A sword expert and still standing? Jinsung says. The knight turns to him, glaring. Do you think you'll be unharmed after this? Aren't you afraid of the Satan family? Even the king won't forg. Green smoke pours from the knight's mouth. His eyes freeze. He clutches his chest and collapses, screaming. Jinsung stands over him calmly. Are you finished now? He asks. The remaining knight stares at him like he's a monster. Anyone else want to die? Jinsung asks casually. A soldier stands before Prince Mollywood. He delivers the message. 1. The Satan family will withdraw from the restoration. 2. Do not blame adventurers or guilds for retreating. 3. If you break these terms, it will threaten your family, kingdom, and personal safety. This is the message from that guy. Prince Iron stares darkly. That's all? He asks. Yes, the soldier says. The prince slams his gauntlet on the table and stands, trembling with rage. You swine! Can you even call yourselves knights? Why did you return alive? He draws his sword. 100 sword expert knights were defeated by a single adventurer, and you bring back only threats? The knights cower. Sir, maybe we should think. Silence. Iron raises his sword. Did I not make myself clear? He slashes one knight, wounding him badly. The moment we lose honor, I will kill you all. The wounded knight collapses. His comrades try to stop the prince. Sir, please, let go. I'll kill every one of you before I kill myself. The knights restrain him with all their strength. Meanwhile, a rider sits nervously near Jinsung. If it were me, I'd just run now, Jinsung says. He smiles. I'm telling you this because I know people. That madman won't spare you after you deliver the message. Jinsung waves as he walks away. You'd better start packing. The boy who disobeyed Jinsung earlier lies bleeding on the floor, whispering, Oh, goddess Arya. The party stands by the fortress wall. Notifications appear, new terrain info acquired. Location, Forgotten Tower. Jinsung puts his hands on his hips. That took longer than expected, he says. Those nights wasted so much time. He looks at the castle. Something dark and ominous flows around it. Warning. Unknown energy detected in the castle. Enter Forgotten Tower? Briionac stares at the system window nervously. This looks dangerous. Sir looks at Jinsung. Is it really safe to go in? No instant death, right? It should be fine, Jinsung says. We delayed too much already, but it shouldn't be too hard. Vile steps forward to speak, but someone cuts him off. Yes, it might be life-threatening, Briionac says, scratching his head. The difficulty will go up after the 8th wave, but it's too late to quit now. He squints at Jinsung. And wait, you look familiar. Are you the streamer Damien? A magazine cover appears showing Jinsung as Streamer of the Month. Uin gasps. So that's why you suddenly became cooperative? Briionac grins. Opportunities to play with a big streamer like Damien don't come often. Sir raises her fists. Well, since he's famous, maybe we should trust him. Let's do it, Vile agrees. Jinsung checks the system. Should I send the party invites? User Damien has sent a party request. Join the party? The sun rises over the castle. You have entered Forgotten Tower. A strong monster presence fills the tower. They move through the interior. Be cautious. Monster wave arriving in 344. Jinsung opens his stream. Hey, can I start streaming now? He asks. I haven't streamed much lately. Briionac beams. I can't believe I'm on Damien's stream. Jinsung waves to the camera. Can you hear me? It's been a while. Today we're doing a collab. He gestures to Briionac. Introduce yourself. Briionac waves. Yes, I'm Briionac. Jinsung lifts a finger. Today we're showing one of the new areas from the latest update. Behind him, the audience sees the castle's tall spire. This place is where monster waves keep spawning, Jinsung explains. Remaining time 2, 1, monster wave emerging. A purple glow rises from behind the wall. Strange, bald creatures with sharp teeth appear. You see this, Jinsung tells his viewers. This is the first phase of the Twisted Dimension Gate. Comments appear. Those monsters look strong. Damien, are you sure you're okay? Vile knocks an arrow. Damien, it looks dangerous, he says. More comments pop up. The master doesn't even blink. He must be confident. Briionac holds a vial. Firepower is crazy, and we've got almost 150k viewers watching. We can't mess up. The monsters charge. A description appears. Twisted Plague. Parasite creature from another dimension, infused with raw energy and deadly toxins. Rank Class 1, 5. Class 1 parasites have high intelligence and power beyond humans. The monster screeches, jaws wide open. The hero jumps into the air with a monster behind him. He smiles and tells his viewers, luckily this one is a Class 5 parasite. It's weaker than an armored lizard, but its poison is very annoying. The guy suddenly puts his bare leg forward. He jumps and flies toward the enemies, lifting his dagger to strike. When facing it, just aim for its eyes and its core, says Jinsung. With one clean blow, the guy kills the monster. His allies stare with their mouths open. If it's hard to find the core, you can burn it or freeze it before destroying it. The hero continues, still broadcasting. He looks very pleased. Pretty simple, right? More comments appear. What was that? Did anyone see how fast he moved? Is that a bug? Can a player really move like that? Trust in God, Damon. I always believed in him. The allies still look amazed. How did you find the core's location? Asks Suin. I told you this guy is really special, Briionac says, admiring him. The hero faces his squad. All right, that's enough demonstration for our first collab content, he tells his viewers. Jinsung smiles. Let's bet on who can kill the most parasites. Betting starts now. Bright flashes appear under the fortress wall. Someone is counting. 121, 1,022, 1,023. Jinsung kills one monster after another. Bundle, sitting on his shoulder, shoots his blowgun. The dart hits a monster's head and blows it apart. Jitich appears next to the hero. Wait, Damien, using summons? Isn't that cheating? Didn't I tell you I'm not holding back? We judge only by results, Jinsung answers. Briionac smiles slightly. Really? No going back on your word later, okay? The guy picks up colorful vials. Better think about the prize. he shouts to the hero. He throws the vials into the crowd of monsters gathering under the walls. I'm already in first place, Gerdic declares. He uses his alchemist skills, flame sulfur bomb and acid corrosion bomb. Green liquid spreads everywhere as monsters crawl slowly. The yellow flask works even better. Notifications appear. Class 5. Parasite afflicted with burn. Class 5 parasite's armor corroded. Class 5 parasite poisoned. Class 5 parasite's health decreasing. A monster covered in green liquid is barely breathing, down on one knee. Grotodic smiles. All right, I marked that one, so hands off. But a huge pink arrow suddenly pierces the monster. Where is the rule for this? Gramic yells from below the wall. Vile silently chuckles. You're really going to do this? The alchemist shouts. The archer pulls his bowstring again. You heard him. We're not restricted by anything, he says. The arrow flies into a cluster of monsters. The girls smile. Looks like Arctic might end up last, doesn't he? Asks Ewan. You know the bet has a penalty for last place, right? Sir adds. The alchemist grits his teeth as he watches his squadmates fight. He holds 6 beakers of green liquid. Even if I end up last, I don't know anything, he says, laughing. He throws the poison containers. Mind your own business, he shouts. A huge explosion erupts in the sky. Fireballs fall to the ground. It's the alchemist's skill Hellfire Sulfur Acid Corrosion Bomb. The girls stare at the fiery rain. This is crazy, Ewan says. Grok laughs like a madman as the fireballs fall. You guys made me do this, the girls whisper nervously. Isn't this insane? Ewan asks. Feels like his personality changed a bit, Sir says. The hero watches his squad and smiles. Not bad. Their teamwork and firepower are really connecting. Seems so, boss, Bundle says from his shoulder. Jinsung rubs his chin. Still rough around the edges, but they're connecting well. He sees Sir glaring at an ally, and even the reckless Graham Niddick isn't abandoning his role. The archer stands above the squad. Sir and Yin use Vile's strong skills instead of attacking blindly. You can tell they've synced for a long time, Jinsung thinks. He runs forward, as if worried he might be late. Gar Totake looks at another flask with a wild expression. Great! Since I'm going to win first place, get the prize ready, he shouts. A huge crowd of screaming monsters rushes toward him. Fear shows on his face. What? What's happening? He shouts. A wave of yellow energy flies toward the monsters. People jump from the fortress wall. A voice shouts, It's Munchie's turn now. A powerful explosion goes off above the alchemist. Gertodik falls to the ground in shock. I just dodged a bullet. You're alive thanks to Munchie, Jinsung says, walking up behind him. Standing next to the alchemist, Jinsung says, All right, Gredtick. I'm deducting 25 points. What? Why? The guy says, shocked. Because each life is worth 25 points. If Munchie hadn't saved you, you'd be dead, Jinsung explains. Sweat runs down the alchemist's face. Wait, if my life isn't just 1 point, then each parasite isn't 1 point either. A bald monster with curved claws charges. Yuin stands in its path. A pink whirlwind forms around her legs. Behind her, a huge winged knight rises with a sword. He strikes the ground, creating deep cracks. Skill, Judgment card. The 20th Major Arcana. Summons the knight to strike for 1000% magic damage in a 5-meter radius. But the monsters are still standing. What? It's still alive? Is this a bug? Yuin says in confusion. The monster charges. Yuin screams, unable to block. Sir saves her, cutting off multiple heads with fast, deadly strikes. Breathing hard on one knee, Sir explains, even if their limbs are blown off, they keep moving unless the core is destroyed. If you don't kill them in one hit, they pile up fast. Another monster runs toward them. Sir's eyes glow red. She slashes and blows off its head. Notifications. Critical hit. Destroyed parasite core. Defeated Class 5 parasite. Gained experience. Yuan watches, surprised. So that's the core my sister mentioned. Another monster rushes her from behind. She turns around swinging her staff. She uses quick draw, killing it. Here it is, Yuan exclaims. Viewer comments. Isn't Arana overpowered? Our Yuan did it. Graham Totaki charges with a vial. Getting cocky after one win, he says. He throws it and causes a strong explosion. I'm going to be number 1, he shouts. More comments. Is Madak working this hard? He's trying so hard this is precious. Sir stands behind them. Jinsung looks at her and smiles. What are you doing? Giving up the bet? He asks. No, it's not that, she says. Jinsung smiles. Miss Sir has good senses. Is it different from a legendary class? What are you talking about? She asks. Graham Todik and Yuin continue fighting. Fighting these parasites isn't that hard, Jinsung says. This bet is just a warm-up. Sir looks surprised. Does that mean... What are you two talking about? Vile interrupts, walking up. Suddenly, Graham, Tick, and Yuin run away screaming. Save me, the guy shouts. What's happening? The girl screams. What scared them is a giant monster with strange appendages growing from its back. Description: Leader of the Twisted Plague. Higher rank than Class 5 parasites. Huge but moves fast. Commands other parasites. Level 99. Very dangerous. The purple monster towers over the party. So that's the main target of the bet, Sir says. That's right. For Phase 1, Jinsung replies. The monster stands on the wall, a purple vortex forming around it. Warning. Dimensional energy is thickening. Dimensional energy is infiltrating. Vile and Sir cover their faces. Jinsung stays calm. Status: poisoned. Jinsung smiles like he's happy. I'm streaming, so I should explain. His viewers see an image. As you can see, the Twisted Dimension Gate evolves based on its environment. The Plague Guide should appear in Phase 3, but he lifts one finger. We took too long, so the Phase 1 monsters evolved. Comments: What are you doing? This is not the time to explain. Even you can't solo this. Gerda, Tick, and Yuin run from a huge crowd of monsters. The monsters from Crescent Moon Cape are part of the same phenomenon, Jinsung explains calmly. G-Tree and Yin reach him. So now, a time attack doesn't matter. If we reach Phase 3 like this, something stronger than that will appear. A monster filled with purple energy chases Gramic. Shells hit the ground around him. What the heck are you doing? We're going to die. Yuin runs next to him. Why are you suddenly charging ahead? Who told you to follow me? He yells. Their allies look worried. It's time for us to help, Vile says. I agree, Sir adds. Their health is dropping fast. Bundle now sits on Sir's shoulder. Come out, humans, the chicken says. They look down and see a sea of chicks holding blowguns. Shoot them all, little brothers, Bundle orders. The chicks fire darts at the monsters' heads. They're targeting the parasite cores, Sir notes. Jinsung walks up behind them, yellow energy swirling around his arms. Munchie is doing well, he says. He studies the battlefield. All right, let's see what I can take. Ghostly yellow wolves appear. Jinsung uses Vengeful Spirit Arrow, Haunt. Bright yellow flashes hit a monster. A ghost wolf bites its head. Then, a powerful explosion erupts. Sir and Vile shield themselves from the shockwave. Gertie sits among rocks, staring at the notifications. Defeated Twisted Plague. Parasite. Defeated. Plague Guide. Acquired Dimensional Key. Gained experience. Is this real? The guy says, unable to believe it. The young man hears something and suddenly screams in fear. In front of us, Uin is trying to crawl out from under the stones, crushing her. She and Grok look at each other. This is a mess, the guy says. Why are you looking at me? Uin replies. Both of them sit beside the fallen stones as new notifications appear. The unrefined dimensional energy has dissipated. The intense monster energy has dissipated. Time remaining: 59 minutes, 37 seconds. We see the fortress wall from above. Notification: the Forgotten Tower is wary of you. Jinsung appears, clapping his hands. Oh, you survived, he says. I'll give each of you 10 points. Seriously? Gramic complains. This wasn't a bet. It was a scam. Jinsung smiles happily. Now let's tally the scores. In front of us stand the alchemist and the girl with round glasses. Mr. Gramic got 66 kills, and Miss Uin got 57, Jinsung says. Then he looks at the remaining two members. Miss S got 37 kills, and Mr. Vile got 43. He adds the life loss penalty. With that included, our grand loser is Mr. Gerdic. Congratulations. The alchemist is horrified. What did you just say? You should exclude that near death with the boss. Jinsung raises his index finger. Come on, be honest. You were in more danger than anyone else? The girls smile. Well, it does seem fair, S says. Tough luck, Vile adds. You traitors! The alchemist screams, face turning purple. Hundreds of chickens suddenly surround him and start tying him up. Why are you tying me? Gramek screams. What kind of punishment is this? Jinsung walks up to the tied-up man. Mr. Gertie, did you pick up any drop items from the monsters? Drop items? The young man repeats, confused. Then he remembers. Oh, I got a dimensional key. That's exactly what we need to move to the next phase, Jinsung laughs. Then untie me. No need, Jinsung replies with a sly smile. Just hold on to it. The alchemist sits helplessly among the chickens. What is even happening? And what are these chicks? Jinsung laughs. Please remain like that, Mr. Gramek. Let's continue. The party gathers in front of him. From now on, you won't be able to open the exchange. Dimensional equipment would help, but you can only get it by clearing the twisted dimensional gate. He raises 2 fingers. You'll need at least 200 advanced HP potions or other continuous recovery types. Buy them even if they're expensive. You'll earn much more from clearing the quest. The group nods. All right, let's move. Everyone walks together. Vile and Uin look nervous. Warning: the unrefined dimensional energy is thickening. Your character has been exposed to dimensional energy. Bundle points a wing toward the tied-up Gyurti. Sir looks back anxiously. We would have died by now without these potions, she says. Vile and Uin drink from their beakers. How does he even know all this? Has a player cleared this before? The girl asks. That's impossible. The method changes constantly, the boy replies. Gratotic moans through his gag. Stay still, human. Save the first for later, the chicken commands. Sir approaches Gramek as green liquid is poured onto his face. But navigating dozens of split paths without getting lost, and keeping Mr. Gramek's stamina under control, she says. You're definitely not new to this, Damien. We're almost there, Jinsung answers. Turn left. New terrain information acquired. Current location, Forgotten Territory, Abyss. They stand on a wide platform. Jinsung smiles. I was a bit confused, but it looks like we arrived correctly. You can save your potions now. Gertik is still tied up. I mentioned the twisted dimensional gate has 3 phases. This phase has a rare gimmick. He glances back. That's why we added a penalty to the bet. Doing it alone would take too long and be unreliable. He looks forward. It's important to proceed safely. Something shoots from the ceiling corner. A purple arrow strikes the tied-up alchemist. Gramek screams in pain. The squad watches in shock. The first gimmick of Phase 2 is simple. Everyone must survive and reach the lowest floor of the castle, Jinsung explains. Then we use the dimensional key to open the hidden street. He smiles. And to do that, we must fight an opponent cursed by the gate. Another scream. The dimensional energy drives Gramek insane. The gate curses the key holder and pulls him toward the target location, Jinsung says, smiling slightly. So please accept your penalty, Mr. Gratotic. Meanwhile, in another place, a guy with glasses stares at his monitor. Wow, this is insane, he says. His screen shows Jinsung, the streamer he used to watch, now a 1 million subscriber celebrity and an advanced instructor. They upload clips and guides all the time. Must have too much free time, he mutters. An interview with Mr. D would be amazing. His friends' voices echo in his memory. So you quit being a programmer to make videos? Such a waste of your talent. Get a grip. He sighs. They really expect me to code in a room forever. A message notification appears. New message from Alan Jacobs. He clicks it. What's this guy up to? He's been quiet for ages. The message reads, Jamie, how have you been? I'd like you to work with me. The terms are good, and someone like you is hard to find. Please reply soon. Gordon. Jamie leans back. Doesn't he know I retired? And this much flattery, it must be something nasty. Classic security programmer bait. He types, Mr. Gordon, I'm satisfied with my current life, so please don't contact me again. Suddenly, his computer glitches. What did that crazy Gordon do to the message? Jamie shouts. Back in the gate, the audience comments fly. Wow, is this for real? Sensei is clearing the twisted gate like this? So what are you doing now? Jinsung pours 2 vials together. Just monitoring, Is this the correct mix for the corrosive solution? He crouches in front of the tied-up Gramick. Oh? You're tougher than I expected for an alchemist. Bundle shouts, Grab him properly, little brothers. Gramick's face is furious. Munchie, he's angry because you called him food, Jinsung says. A glowing blue sphere appears above Jinsung's hand. Let's see. Hermes' Trismegistus Wave, destructive alchemy formation technique. A rift tears open in front of him. He uses flame sulfur bomb and acid corrosion bomb, the alchemist's own skills. Audience comments explode. Real-time human alchemy, LOL. How is he using someone else's class skills? Gertie can barely breathe. Party member Gertie has entered critical status. Be careful to prevent party member death. Jinsung smiles. Oh, looks like we succeeded. Did we really have to go this far? Sir asks. Jinsung crosses his arms. Good question. Without explanation, it does look like torture. Tears roll down the tied-up boy's face. This gimmick fails if the keyholder dies. And if a party member kills the keyholder, the curse doubles, Jinsung explains. He points at the nearly empty health bar. The keyholder must only take damage from their own skills, and we must lower their HP to 10 or less. He continues. The simplest method is reflection magic, but we don't have that, so we restrained him and put him into critical state. A stream of white energy erupts. The curse on Grotodic has been lifted. The dimensional key is tracking the curse. The stream shoots toward the sealed door. Use the dimensional key to open the twisted gate. Gramick clutches his neck. Is this guy completely insane? He yells. Jinsung lifts his hand. I can't memorize all the Orana cards yet, but I'm getting better. Audience comments continue. Your class skills are so good, LOL, how did you copy it? Gramick screams. Why even have class distinctions if you can just do everything? Jinsung touches the gate. What matters now is clearing Phase 3. He turns toward the alchemist. Mr. Grotodic, do you have any time-stop potions? The ones you can make with 5th grade alchemy? The alchemist thinks for a moment. I can probably make 4, maybe in 5 minutes. Jinsung brightens. Great, then please go ahead. The alchemist freezes. 5 minutes? The party forms a circle. Uin, draw the hermit card if you can, Jinsung says. Vile nods. You're asking me to do 5th grade alchemy 4 times in 5 minutes? Are you insane? Gramick screams. You've been pushing me non-stop just because you're a famous streamer. Jinsung calmly grabs him by the neck. As you know, I can't guarantee what comes next. Without those potions, giving up might be our only option. He smiles. And since this is a live collab stream, killing the mood would be bad. Your giant fandom is watching. Trying your best would make great content. Sir whispers to Vile. What are they planning? They're the only crafters among us. They must have a reason, Vile answers. Gramick fumes internally. They're all insane. Jinsung stands before the gate. All right, let's assume we're ready. He smiles brightly. Time to move to the next phase. The Forgotten Domain of Chalice reveals its hidden location. The Dimensional Key's effect has expired. They enter the gate. Time remaining, 4 minutes 43 seconds. Objective: enter Hidden Street and purify the Twisted Gate. They stand atop a tall stone column. New terrain information acquired. Current location: Shantala Ruins. A portal swirls in the center of a circular stone structure. Sir and Uin look around in awe. I can't believe a place like this exists under the ancient castle, Sir says. How did all this fit beneath Crescent Moon Cove? Uin wonders. Bundle thinks only of fish. Shantala Ruins, Jinsung explains. An ancient aqueduct system built before the high castle of Adilante. It served as a breakwater and a maze-like fishing structure. They see a huge portrait of Archduke Araya. You expanded these ruins and built the castle above it, Jinsung narrates. That's why the castle's architecture looked different. He points toward the swirling vortex. And at the heart of all this lies our goal. He claps his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, you've done well to come this far. Thankfully, we managed to keep the party together. Purple energy surged from the portal. The twisted dimension gate trembled, its structure unstable. The time we gained in Phase 2 must have dealt it a serious blow, Jinsung observed. Scattered around the portal were several magic crystals. As you can see, the final phase involves disabling the magic stones on both sides of the gate, he explained, smiling at his allies. Even though they have high HP, this should be straightforward if there aren't major interruptions, he added. Any piercing-type skills will make destroying the stones much easier. Vile knocked an arrow. They're not too far, he said, drawing back his bowstring. Using his ranger skill, piercing arrow, he fired. A blinding flash erupted, yet the stone barely showed a scratch. What the? It hasn't lost any HP, Vile muttered in disbelief. Jinsung chuckled. I forgot to mention, long-range attacks rarely penetrate these stones. You need massive area spells or extremely powerful attacks to make an impact. The party's attention shifted. Wait, look, Sir shouted. A purple whirlwind burst from the portal. Is that a specter or a ghost? He asked. They're different, but function similarly to spirit beings, Jinsung explained. Getting too close won't help. Above the pillars, black whirlwinds swirled, and notifications popped up. Twisted Dimension Gate is wary of your presence. Jets of black energy shot toward the squad. It's coming, Vile yelled. The team scattered. Only Jinsung stayed atop a pillar. Black ghosts are chasing us. Why us? Gramek screamed. From above, the chase unfolded. Uin gripped her staff tightly. We can't just run forever. It'll never end, she cried. She summoned a powerful purple vortex, activating her anti-spread field skill. I'll hold them off. Use this time to attack the Twisted Dimension Gate. Sir appeared beside her. Yin, are you okay? The brunette shouted. Spread out. Launch a full attack. We'll handle the shielding. Lyle readied his bow. All right, let's try this, he said, firing an Expel Evil arrow. Another pink whirlwind appeared, and the girls spread out to draw the enemy's attention. Jinsung analyzed the scene. The gate continues attacking aggressively because it's trying to replenish its depleted energy, he noted. A massive creature swooped upside down toward him. Mealtime, he muttered, jumping between columns to avoid its attacks. The unrefined energy was far denser than earlier phases. Facing this head-on is like throwing eggs at a rock, he warned. Uin raised her staff. We have about 10 minutes before the dimensional energy consumes us. Suddenly, a black hand emerged from the ground near the portal. Notifications popped up. Twisted Dimension Gate is going berserk. Ultimate Guardian Rhaegar Noxus has appeared. The party froze. Jinsung remained calm atop his pillar, ready to assess. The monster, Rhaegar Noxus, roared. Its information card revealing, Guardian protecting the Dimensional Gate, Champion level 125, Parasite type. Cannot fall until its link to the dimensional energy is severed. Streams of purple energy shot toward Jinsung. Persistent little creatures, he muttered, leaping across the poles. The monster's tail lashed, forcing him to jump again and again. Each strike was defensive, attempting to prevent him from approaching the gate. Jinsung activated his skills. A white arrow flew toward Rhaegar Noxus. Going to push through with sheer numbers? He asked, smiling. He signaled his pet chickens to attack. Hundreds of darts flew, striking the monster. He followed up with his Witch Doctor skill, Kai Cannon, a massive red energy projectile aimed at the Guardian. Critical hit. Notifications flashed. Jinsung absorbed Rhaegar Noxus's HP and MP. Pink whirlwinds swirled around the monster, sealing some of its abilities. Your abilities are mine now, he said calmly, reading the in-game notifications. The monster roared and entered a rampaging state. Its speed and attack rate skyrocketed. Uin, watching the broadcast, exclaimed, Why are you buffing it? Sir looked on in shock. Jinsung smirked. Sometimes you need to show them who's really in control. Despite the Guardian's chaos, Jinsung's plan was clear. He timed his jumps, attacks, and skill activations perfectly, using both strategy and his mastery of the game mechanics. Rhaegar Noxus's HP dropped steadily. The dimensional gate, now unprotected without its barrier, became vulnerable. Got it, master, the young man shouted to his pet. Hundreds of darts and arrows launched simultaneously, hitting the monster relentlessly. The ultimate Guardian roared, but the tide had turned. The party, under Jinsung's precise command, was finally gaining the upper hand. A powerful flash erupted, and a beam struck the air. Bundle, the chicken, fired its blowgun. A bright light illuminated the sky. That's the signal, Gramek shouted, holding a vial of green liquid. This is what we've been waiting for, he yelled. Uin stretched out her staff. Don't mess up, be ready, she ordered, activating her skill. End of fate. Vile drew back his bow. I'll drain the energy from the twisted dimensional gate all at once. Using his skill, full-charged arrow, he fired. Sir spread her arms wide, while Jinsung held down Briionac, preparing to use Lance of Longevity. Briionac mirrored the stance with his dual blades. I'll strike with enough force to blow the dungeon away, he declared. Briionac poured his green potion over himself, activating Golden Giant Punishment. A blinding flash erupted around Jinsung as electric discharges sparked from the purple sphere. Notifications appeared. You have successfully neutralized Rhaegar Noxus, the final guardian. Rhaegar Noxus failed to absorb energy from the twisted dimensional gate. The portal shimmered. Magic stone of the twisted dimensional gate failed to resonate with Rhaegar Noxus. Unrefined dimensional energy retreats beyond the otherworld. I almost got caught up in that myself, Jinsung said, standing behind the fallen monster. He kicked its side. The creature bounced twice, then collapsed, but it quickly rose again. Ah, crisis evasion, Jinsung muttered. One of the Guardian's traits allowed it to revive once after dying. Jinsung didn't hesitate. He swung his fist. A bleeding scratch appeared on his cheek as purple spikes erupted from the monster. Thorns of Vengeance reflected 1000% damage back at the attacker. Of course, I'm not taking the hit, he shouted, activating his Witch Doctor skill, Blood Cravings. Red energy flared around him as he leapt into the air, striking the monster. A red grid appeared around it. Viewers commented in astonishment. How did they dodge an instant counter? Is this even possible? Is this an MMORPG or a bullet hell game? Dozens of Jinsung's doppelgangers descended on Rhaegar Noxus using 99 Ghost Walk. Red jets struck the Guardian, followed by a massive explosion. Notifications appeared. Warning. Final Guardian Rhaegar Noxus is preparing a powerful strike. Its roar echoed through the ruins. Now it's time to die, Jinsung shouted, smiling as he struck again. Notifications confirmed. Successfully neutralized Rhaegar Noxus. Rhaegar Noxus failed to absorb energy from the twisted dimensional gate. Vile watched in awe. As expected of Jinsung. He handled that all by himself. The broadcast showed the hero's flawless execution, ending one of the Guardian's patterns alone. The magic stone shattered, and unrefined dimensional energy dissipated. The twisted dimensional gate was purified. Jinsung raised his fists in victory. Good job, everyone. An old man approached. Indeed, your skills surpass those of green rookies, he said. This was Hildebruda Garcia, one of the 5 swords of the Empire and a legendary wizard. His information card appeared. Grandmaster, taught at Alicia von Wallcraft, Guardian of the Empire. Jinsung and his allies received praise, though the old man quickly teleported away after issuing instructions. Are you all right, young master? Asked a bald assistant. Jinsung, still catching his breath, nodded. The scene shifted to the Empire's hidden hall. Plans were discussed about the southern continent's expansion and securing the Iron Guard. Jinsung's focus, however, remained on the dungeon. The screen broadcasted his every move, and viewers were captivated by the hero's strategy. Everyone, get ready, Jinsung instructed. Sir and Briionac held red and green potions, preparing for the final phase. Just trust this potion, Jinsung said, holding the glowing red sphere. He poured the energy over the columns. Vile and Sir did the same, while Briionac applied it to his face. The columns cracked and water gushed from the fissures, forming a violent whirlpool. The stormy stream washed away the ruins, the Guardian, and the dimensional gate simultaneously. Social media exploded with news. Forgotten Tower cleared. Southern Continent raid justified. Top-tier instructor streams live update. Jinsung, exhausted but elated, stretched and raised his arms. Thank you all for watching. Hundreds of donations and gifts appeared on the screen, bringing the hero to tears of joy. He saluted his viewers with Bundle, his pet chicken, who saluted in turn. Finally, the stream ended. Notifications appeared. Dungeon cleared. Goang Adilante. Quest complete. Twisted Dimensional Gate. Claim rewards at the Leaf Guild. Jinsung grinned, reflecting on the journey. The reason we risked everything, even facing Rhaegar Noxus, is all for the rewards of being first to clear an unsealed dimensional gate. In the distance, the old man in uniform, the divine spear Arcasia, watched the broadcast. And with that, Jinsung's epic adventure in the twisted dimensional gate came to a close, at least for today. Pilier asked Ma Jinsung how much farther they had to travel before reaching their destination, calling him Master Bastard, as he hopped from one rock to another above the roaring ocean. Jinsung assumed they must be close, especially since the historic site they were searching for was somewhere beneath the water. Besides, he was fascinated by the effects of the ancient place, despite it being completely submerged underwater. Soon Jinsung located the exact spot. He stared at the massive whirlpool swirling deep within the ocean and immediately pulled out the Elquicia's water droplet, an item that allowed him to breathe underwater for only 5 minutes. Without hesitation, he dove straight in. Pilier screamed in shock, claiming Jinsung had gone completely insane. Yet once he followed him underwater, he quickly understood the significance of what they had discovered. Jinsung urged him to hold on a little longer, even as constant notifications warned them that their remaining time was rapidly running out. After pushing through the underwater turbulence, they finally reached the Patreon Sea. Jinsung exhaled in relief, grateful to still be alive, admitting that a moment earlier he had genuinely thought he was about to die. Catching his breath, Pilier questioned him, asking whether he had chosen such a dangerous route simply to avoid spending money. Jinsung admitted that he had. The continent's shipping lines didn't travel all the way to the Patreon River, and he didn't want to waste money hiring a boat and a crew. Pilier called him a cheapskate, and Jinsung simply replied that the more money a person has, the stingier they tend to become. Just then, Pilier noticed a massive door before them and asked what it was. Jinsung explained that it was the gate leading to the resting place of Arcasia Yu, the man known as the God Spear or Ghost Spear for wielding his weapon like a ghost. Hundreds of years earlier, during the battle between the 7 demons and the mortal realm, Arcasia Yu had performed an extraordinary feat, standing alone in the carved valley and fighting off thousands of demons. Though originally a Margrave from the south and a friend of Leo Lexiant, the Khan Empire's renowned hero, there had always been whispers that Arcasia Yu's true legacy had been sealed away. That was why so few people knew the location of his resting place. In some ways, Jinsung felt that this secrecy might actually be a good thing. As they approached the gate, Jinsung placed his hand on its ancient surface. Instantly, the structure began absorbing his mana. A notification informed him that the ancient runes were responding to the Nahinir language, and another message revealed that the Forgotten Hero barrier had recognized him. Before he could react further, he felt himself being dragged into the gate. Meanwhile, in the Blood Alliance's headquarters, Chun Sam sat in thought. Recently, an unusually large number of people had been seeking to join their alliance. Because their guild was made up mostly of blue-collar players, many others looked down on them, just like that boy who had mocked them earlier. Still, Chun Sam believed that once the guild gained momentum, everything would change. It also seemed that someone influential might be supporting him from the shadows. A man entered the room and announced his arrival. As soon as he stepped inside, he asked Chun Sam whether he had made a new enemy again. Chun Sam insisted he had done nothing wrong. The man then pressed him, asking what all the commotion was about, and claimed he now understood who had been behind the disturbances. Chun Sam told him to watch his words, demanded to know what disturbance he meant, and urged him to reveal who was responsible. Back at the historic site, Ma Jinsung received another notification stating that he had discovered a hidden street and entered the Forgotten Hero's legacy. Realizing this, Jinsung knew without a doubt that they had reached the correct location. When Pilier asked whether Arcasia Yu's grave truly lay beneath the ocean, Jinsung answered that such a place seemed fitting for someone who had once saved the mortal world. He was then notified that a mana reaction of unknown origin had occurred. The slumbering historic site's barrier had awakened and was wary of their presence. Jinsung told Pilier that even after centuries, the barrier still reacted instantly, proving just how remarkable Arcasia Yu had been. At that moment, Jinsung finally spotted the legendary hero's legacy. After spotting Arcasia Yu's legacy, Jinsung approached it, only to find himself blocked by the historic site's barrier. Countless razor-like beams spread across the space, forming a deadly defense mechanism. Pilier, startled, asked what it was. Jinsung explained that this was the defense system crafted by Hildebrand de Gracia, the architect who built this place alongside Arcasia Yu. Hildebrand had once lived as a hermit, but after much persuasion from his son and his friend Arcasia, he emerged from seclusion and fought as one of the great heroes against the seven demons. He had been the only survivor among them, so a man of his skill would never create a careless or half-hearted security system for this sacred site. Jinsung further added that only someone who understood Hildebrand by heart would be able to break the barrier. That was why the entire system had been secured using the Nahunir language, as it had been a long-forgotten language. Fortunately, Jinsung had learned it before he came back in time, and he silently thanked the heavens for that. He then began chanting the necessary lines. "O hero who protected the light from darkness, your noble sacrifice shall become the light of this land, and just like the rising sun, you will deliver us from darkness. May you be praised." As he completed the chant, the historic site's barrier, which had been wary of him, finally deactivated. When he stepped closer, a staircase appeared before him leading downward. Without hesitation, he began to descend. Elsewhere, a woman received a letter. When she looked at the sender, she realized it was from Mallywood Satan, who had written a complaint regarding compensation for damages caused during the Forgotten Tower subjugation mission. The letter stated, "Despite the fact that you were ordered by the Great Emperor's decree to conquer the Twisted Portal, your mercenary incited chaos on the battlefield. Besides, the mercenary also caused damage to my family's Order of Knights, so it is the guild branch's responsibility for not properly taking care of guild-affiliated mercenaries." The woman was instantly enraged by his audacity. Looking again at the sender's name, she realized that Mallywood must have sent the letter without his father's knowledge. Guru would never dare to write something like this. Furthermore, the letter didn't mention the mercenary's name, which made it clear to her that it must be about her darling. So many people were jealous of him. As she prepared her response, she thought lovingly of him and murmured in her mind, "Darling, just come back and see how much trouble I will put you in." At that exact moment, Jinsung suddenly shuddered. When Pilye asked what was wrong, Jinsung said someone must have cursed him just now. Pilye remarked that there could be more than just a few people who would curse him. Even so, after an hour of climbing downward, Jinsung still hadn't reached the end. The blank white space around them seemed to swallow his magic, turning it into nothing. He felt dehydrated and exhausted, convinced he might die at this rate. When he finally stopped to catch his breath, a notification appeared. He had passed the test. As he looked around, he realized they had been moving in circles the entire time. They had been tricked. This greatly angered him, yet he had no power to change what had already happened. At that moment, another notification appeared. Arcasia U's resting place, the Forgotten Hero's Legacy, has been opened. Upon entering the newly revealed location, Pilya trembled in fear at what he saw. He asked Jinsung what it was. Before them stood a towering statue of Arcasia U, holding his legendary weapon, the Light Spear. Briionac. It's a two-handed weapon which attack speed was very slow and of grade legendary. To describe it, Arcasia U, the God Spear's weapon and legacy, is the weapon that if it does not acknowledge the one who touches it, it can lead to that person's instant death. It is extremely difficult to control. It pierces through enemy defenses when thrown and hones in on the enemy for a guaranteed hit. Besides, it inflicts 100% critical damage on hit and returns to its owner. Damage increases based on the distance thrown. When equipped, 5% of total magic is used every second, and 1% of total mana is recovered with every hit. As they observed the statue, it suddenly began to speak. It said that after such a long era of silence, a visitor had finally arrived. Anyone who awakened its slumber must bear its weight. It addressed Jinsung. "O pilgrim who has traveled through the Forgotten Hero's pilgrimage, do you have the resolve?" Jinsung gently placed Pilye down and instructed him to return to the spirit world if anything went wrong. A flash of light burst from the statue, and in the next moment Jinsung found himself transported into an entirely different realm. At first he wondered if it might be Shaka's realm, because the surroundings looked somewhat similar, but he quickly realized it was not. The warm wind brushed against him, yet it didn't feel like he had been sent into outer space. He sensed no presence other than his own and wondered who could possibly own such a quiet place. Then a voice echoed, commenting on his sharp nerves. It said that one needed such grit to take this pilgrimage. When Jinsung turned around, he found himself face to face with Arcasia U. Shocked, he asked Arcasia what this place was, But instead of answering, Arcasia attacked him. Flustered, Jinsung barely reacted. Arcasia declared that he would now see whether Jinsung truly deserved his legacy. Arcasia Yu challenged him immediately, declaring that Jinsung must have come all this way merely to lay hands on his Briionac spear. Now, he would see whether Jinsung was worthy of it. He warned him that touching the spear before it accepted him as its master would throw him into a world of unimaginable pain. Moreover, he needed to test that dark thing residing inside Jinsung, pointing directly at his heart. Jinsung thought to himself that Arcasia was exactly as old records had described him. After slaying Navarka, the demon of gluttony, Arcasia went on to kill hundreds of thousands of other demons, eventually becoming known as the demon-catching Rakshasa. But Jinsung had a different plan in mind. He told Arcasia that he was only curious about the spear and simply wanted to take a closer look. Besides, Arcasia would have to wait a long time before the next spear wielder ever showed up. Reading his tricks instantly, Arcasia Yu asked if that was how he intended to play. If so, then so be it. Casting his legendary spear aside, Arcasia snapped a branch from a nearby tree and told Jinsung to begin. Jinsung felt secretly elated that he had managed to mislead him at least for a moment. But as soon as Arcasia attacked with the wooden branch infused with powerful skill energy, Jinsung was forced to summon his Voodooist skill, Bloodlust. His counterattacked, surprising Arcasia Yu, who acknowledged that Jinsung certainly knew a few basic tricks. This time, Arcasia struck more seriously, pushing Jinsung to the edge. Jinsung tried to retaliate with another magical technique, Phantom, but nothing worked. Blow after blow landed, and before long he was badly injured. Then, observing his surroundings closely, he realized that the entire area was saturated with Arcasia's aura. Using that moment, he activated his Voodooist skill, Spiritual Dark Awakening. With it, he successfully managed to weaken Arcasia Yu's defenses, resistance, and HP. The shock was evident on Arcasia's face. "How dare you emit your energy in my domain?" Arcasia roared. "It has been ages since I have felt any sensation. Very well. I shall also hold nothing back." Going all out, Arcasia unleashed his shattering spear technique. Jinsung narrowly dodged and countered with the Voodooist skill, Qigong Cannon. Arcasia dodged it expertly, stating sharply that Jinsung would not be able to keep this up much longer. Ignoring the warning, Jinsung launched yet another Voodooist technique, Plague Outbreak. Arcasia barely managed to evade it and commented that although the way Jinsung altered the shape of his magic was messy, it was still surprisingly entertaining. However, he told Jinsung to pay close attention now because he was about to witness something that existed in the blink of an eye, something that showed how he was different from him. Then Arcasia Yu summoned the horrific advent of 6 refined demons. Immediately, he attacked Jinsung with the first demon, its presence radiating sheer destruction. The real trial of worthiness had only just begun. Jinsung was thrown a great distance, crashing violently across the ground. Arcasia Yu asked him how he found it, adding that in his time this ability had been known as the Fiendish Demon. Jinsung realized he could no longer hold back. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his skull as if his head were splitting apart. In the next moment, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Confused, he wondered where he was, what he was doing there, and where Arcasia had gone. Then he felt it, something tightening around him, strangling him from within. Panic rose in him as he feared he was falling into yet another nightmare. He could not allow himself to revert into the same monstrous state. He had to escape. But at that moment, Abraxas appeared before him and declared that this restraint was useless. He told Jinsung that it was time to let go of it completely. Abraxas said he would finally overcome him now. In the blink of an eye, Jinsung was back within Arcasia's domain, standing once again before the great hero. Arcasia sensed something drastically different in him and told him that he carried far more within than he revealed. It was better for him to break free of this husk of consciousness and reach his true self. Jinsung was overflowing with energy, so much so that even Arcasia found it startling. Summoning the Briionac, Arcasia felt as though he were confronting one of the fiendish demons of the past. The energy emanating from Jinsung was entirely different from what it had been moments earlier. Brandishing the Briionac, Arcasia attacked him with a technique so powerful that even the demon Navarka had been unable to block it. Yet, to his shock, Jinsung subdued the Briionac with his bare strength. Arcasia froze in disbelief. Aside from Hildebrinu, Jinsung was the first person ever to subdue the Briionac. The weapon was a holy item protected by divine-level enchantments, capable of independently seeking and destroying enemies. It was a holy instrument of doom that rejected its owner's mana, essentially a demon-sealing spear. To force it into submission was unimaginable. Recovering quickly, Arcasia summoned the third demon, Cycling Heaven. Chanting in the Nahinir language, he cast a spell meant to banish the dark beast. He reminded himself that he had never used such a powerful technique before and hoped Jinsung would not do anything foolish. The skill was powerful enough to drain Arcasia's own body. Abraxas, however, blocked it effortlessly. Jinsung himself was astonished by such overwhelming resistance. Was this truly the power of Abraxas? The realization shook him. Abraxas addressed him coldly, saying that the old wraith had interfered with him. So this was what he was after, a demon seal spear. Humans were all the same, he remarked. Then Abraxas reminded him of something far more disturbing. Had Jinsung forgotten that they shared the same half-soul, the same fate? No matter what happened, Abraxas would remain with him until the day this world reached its end. He would be with him forever. In the real world, Hyun received a call from Minjun, who anxiously asked her to check on Jinsung since he had been unable to contact him. He apologized for troubling her even though she was busy, but she reassured him that her shift was nearly over. Besides, she understood why he was worried, especially considering what had happened the last time something went wrong. After ending the call, the cafe owner asked her whether it had been from her boyfriend, noticing how serious she looked. Hyun quickly denied it, but the owner still appeared suspicious. Finishing her shift, Hyun left the cafe and headed out, thinking to herself that it had been quite a while since she had logged into AC, and perhaps she should check on things there soon. Arriving at Jinsung's apartment, she rang the bell. When he didn't answer, Minjun's warning echoed in her mind that Jinsung might have fainted again. Concern tightening around her, she entered the passcode Minjun had given her and stepped inside. Meanwhile, inside the game, Jinsung finally succeeded in subduing Abraxas. Arcasia congratulated him, telling him he had passed the test. Since Briionac was now awake, Arcasia warned that powerful people would soon come seeking its power. It was time for him to leave this imaginary world, as staying here only burdened his friend who has created this world. He reminded him that the true strength of his body lay within his heart, and only by protecting his heart could he protect himself. And even then, Arcasia promised that he would continue to help him. The next moment, Jinsung heard Pilya's voice calling his name, while slapping him repeatedly in an attempt to wake him up. Jinsung groaned and asked how long he had been hitting him. Pilya explained that he hadn't been responding, so he panicked and kept trying to awaken him. Just then, a system notification appeared before Jinsung. Arcasia U's mind has seeped into you. Light Spear. Briionac, the demon-sealing spear, acknowledges you as its master. Forgotten Legacy's will is now responding to your own, and Briionac belongs to you. Pilye stared in shock, completely unable to process what was happening. Jinsung also struggled to understand the situation until he heard Arcasia's voice echoing around him, calmly observing that Jinsung had quite a rowdy friend, but he didn't mind, since he rather liked animals. To clear up the confusion, Arcasia manifested into a visible form before them, explaining that he would appear like this from now on. He reminded Jinsung that he had already promised to help him and that he was here precisely to keep the darkness inside him at bay. Then he reaffirmed that Jinsung was now the rightful master of Briionac. Even though the spear disliked its master's mana, it would still come when summoned. Once Jinsung acquired the proper skill to wield it, he would... But Arcasia abruptly stopped mid-sentence, startled by what he was seeing. Jinsung was already wielding Briionac perfectly. He remembered how, before regressing in time, he had learned to handle it from Martial Superior himself. The proficiency he gained then, enough to earn the title Grand Weapon Master, was still intact even now. Though the spear's tremendous weight and mana consumption posed challenges, Jinsung controlled it with natural ease. But as he processed it all, dizziness washed over him. He told Arcasia that he needed to rest, and the world suddenly plunged into darkness. The next thing he felt was reality pulling him back. When he opened his eyes, Hyuna was standing in his apartment. Startled, he demanded to know what she was doing there. But she was even more shocked because he was naked. With a horrified squeal, she hurled a shirt at him and spun around. Jinsung quickly threw on the shirt and asked again why she was in his apartment. She ran out the door calling him a dumbass and insisting she had only come because she was worried. He muttered in frustration, wondering why she was thinking him the pervert when she was the one who barged into his apartment. After showering, he checked his phone but found no calls or messages, which confused him even further. Why hadn't Minjun been able to reach him when his messenger was on? The community board was working too. He remembered how issues inside the game had once affected reality itself, and unease stirred in his chest. He dressed quickly just as a massive system alert appeared before him. OVO system countdown has begun. Time remaining, 119 hours 48 minutes 11 seconds. Final goal, Demon King Ascension. He remembered how he had nearly been boiled to death inside the game. Was he going to die like that again? No, if it had come to this point, then he would do whatever it took to survive. Whatever awaited him, he was ready. Bring it on, he muttered, determination hardening his resolve. If this is how it's going to be, then I'll face it head-on. D-Rank Administrator Gong Hana received the notification of her newly assigned location the moment she stepped into Main Street of Cape Crescent Moon. Her D-Rank administration qualifications were formally recognized, and her system began synchronizing with Thousand Eyes. Immediately after, the anti-user field centered around her D-Rank administration code activated, cleanly separating the operational space from the ordinary users nearby. Just then, her communication device rang. It was the director. He asked whether she had detected any traces of Akashic Records activity. Hana reported that the system was scanning for it, but nothing had appeared yet. Still, the logo had manifested in the vicinity, so they would be able to reach it within 30 minutes. The director then informed her of a major change. From this point on, he would serve not only as the overseer of Hyper AI, but also as the leader of the top-secret Oracle department. He was no longer merely a director. They could not afford to show any more weakness. Akashic Records had been rapidly deleting the traces of Adilante the Old Castle, an event they were created precisely to monitor. The Akashic Records were attempting to interfere with Thousand Eyes, aiming to corrupt the replicated records stored within it. Hana suggested that this must be related to Mainstream. The director confirmed it. Someone had conquered Adilante the Old Castle, provoking the Akashic Records directly. That individual was tied to Mainstream, the dream of Akashic Records itself. Moreover, after the Black Code was triggered during the open beta, Evertail had lost control of the Akashic Records, forcing them to create the administration codes and forcibly embed them into its system. He himself had done everything possible to force compliance, including constructing the Thousand Eyes observation system, yet now Akashic Records was tapping into that as well. Time was running short. The administration code's stability wouldn't last long. The director ordered Hana to gather as much intel as she could. He had opened several more administration codes for her, but stressed that she must escape if things went wrong. It wasn't worth sacrificing her life. Hana reminded him of who she was, one of the individuals selected and trained rigorously to handle situations exactly like this. She belonged to the Anti-Akashic Records Special Forces, a group created solely to suppress and control the Akashic Records. Confident, he initiated the 167th Mainstream operation. With that, the director transferred full control of the mission to her. Meanwhile, outside the game, Jinsung waited for his brother beside the car and greeted him warmly when he approached. Jinsung asked him to help unload the items from the trunk. Curious, his brother asked what they were. Jinsung explained that they were gifts for their father and for the nurses taking care of him. As they carried the bags inside, his brother felt a surge of pride. He recalled everything Jinsung had done for their family, how he had dropped out of college without a word of complaint and had taken on burdens no young man should have to bear. In that moment, it felt like Jinsung had aged 10 years in maturity. Inside the hospital, Jinsung handed small gifts to the nurses and asked about his father's room number. One nurse told him it was 1103. He entered the room and found his mother there. She lit up happily at the sight of him, saying it had been too long. When he gave her the gifts, She scolded him gently, asking why he kept buying expensive things. He brushed it off, insisting they weren't that costly. Tears welled up in his mother's eyes at the sight of her son caring so deeply for their family. He wasn't surprised. He remembered how he used to work late nights at a chicken shop during school days. He would come home at 3 or 4 a.m., clothes soaked in grease, only to find his mother, exhausted and suffering from thyroid issues, lying in pain. They had struggled immensely back then, and later he had to leave for Seoul, leaving their home in Jin-hoon's hands. But now, seeing his mother healthier and in better spirits brought him comfort. At that moment, his father woke up. His mother pointed it out, and Jinsung immediately went to him. His father's face brightened at the sight of his son. Jin-hoon remarked quietly that their father must be in an unusually good mood, since he rarely responded so warmly. After spending some peaceful time together, Jinsung told his parents he needed to leave soon, explaining that rush hour would start shortly. Even more pressing was the notification he had received. The OVO system countdown had begun. He had 99 hours, 11 minutes, and 7 seconds left. He told his father that he would visit again soon, at least once a month. But as he turned to leave, his father suddenly grabbed his wrist, sitting up sharply despite his condition. His eyes trembled with urgency as he forced out the words, "If you go now, you will die." After returning home, Jinsung immediately logged back into the virtual reality game, almost as if he were fleeing from the unease lingering in his mind. The moment the system began synchronizing and reconnecting him to the game world, his father's earlier warning resurfaced in his thoughts, repeating with chilling clarity. His father, a man who had hardly spoken a meaningful sentence for years, had suddenly urged him not to leave, insisting that if he walked out the door at that moment, he would die. The words had come out of nowhere, yet they felt disturbingly sincere. It was almost as if his father had somehow seen or sensed what Jinsung was experiencing inside the game, a notion that should have been impossible. Still, no matter how unsettling it was, Jinsung had no time to dwell on it. He had to return. If he wanted to survive, if he wanted to finally break free from all the burdens weighing him down, he needed to confront what was waiting for him inside the game. Perhaps, if he succeeded this time, freedom would finally be within reach. Inside the game realm, Jabir approached Alistair, who sat weakly before a glowing magic circle. The circle pulsed with faint energy, yet Alistair himself looked as though he had been drained of all vitality. Jabir scoffed sharply, commenting that he appeared frail. Had he suffered another defeat at the hands of the ominous star? How much longer would he remain in this pathetic state before the lingering effects of that battle finally left his system? Alistair quietly asked if Jabir was doubting his devotion to the Messiah. Jabir quickly denied it, but the tension between them was palpable. The situation, in truth, was dire. Every vessel Alistair had attempted to create up to this point had failed miserably. Although the divine gift of crafting vessels had been bestowed upon him, none of the summoned beings brought from the other world managed to retain their intended forms. Each one emerged malformed, shapeless, unstable, incomplete. Worse still, the defense systems of their enemies had advanced dramatically. Even Arya, who had originally been nothing more than an expendable pawn, had now grown into a formidable force. Something fundamental was wrong with Alistair's vessels. Jabir muttered bitterly that perhaps this sacred gift should never have been entrusted to him in the first place. The truth was undeniable. It was too late for Crucifix Dawn to intervene directly. 700 years ago, the 7 deadly sins had led a massive invasion of Middle-earth. Following this conflict, the Great Ones established Crucifix Dawn before departing from the world entirely, ordering their apostles to prepare a vessel capable of housing the Great One's body in the distant future. Crucifix Dawn had succeeded in creating a vessel to slow Arya's domination, but the ultimate fate of the world had already been written. The primordial evil, Great Balak, was destined to rise again. This monumental responsibility had been placed in Alistair's hands. After the last vessel had been destroyed during its confrontation with the ominous star, Alistair resolved to construct a new vessel atop Mountain Yuta. However, the true threat lay elsewhere, the ominous star himself. He had obtained power capable of shaking the god of darkness and even threatening the sacred forces of the Forgotten Star. This made him a danger not merely to light or darkness, but to everything caught between them. Still, Alistair assured Jabir that he had devised a new plan. Exhausted and irritable, Jabir responded that this next plan had better be far more effective than the previous failures. Back in the game world, Jinsung, now acting as Demian, returned to the historic site of Shantalia. Arcasia Yu immediately approached him with an irritated expression, demanding to know why he had taken so long in the real world. It was embarrassing, he complained, that the wielder of the legendary Briionac spear would faint and collapse after wielding it only a few times. Demian smirked teasingly and asked why Arcasia was pouting. Was it possible that Arcasia actually missed him? Flustered and defensive, Arcasia retorted that such an idea was completely absurd. How could the savior of this world possibly miss someone like him? Ignoring the denial, Demian asked whether he wanted to know what had happened to his descendants. When Arcasia's curiosity flickered in his eyes, Demian opened a book and transported both of them back to the village. Arcasia immediately immersed himself in enjoying the local drinks and admiring the peaceful world his descendants had built. He marveled at how lively and beautiful everything seemed. Demian pointed out that all of this had been achieved without leaving behind even the smallest trace of Arcasia's existence. Arcasia explained that he and his companion had intentionally erased every record of him. They had chosen to safeguard the legacy of the Briionac spear by making sure no one could track it back to him. It was never meant to fall into the hands of the unworthy. Then he added quietly that Demian, too, must have endured his own share of hardships. Demian reflected inwardly on the powers he had gained. Not only had he inherited Briionac, but he had also earned the titles Artist of Carnage and My Way or the Highway. Artist of Carnage was bestowed upon those who could obliterate armies of enemies in a single devastating strike, so efficiently that counting the number of fallen enemies became impossible. My Way or the Highway was granted to players who could single-handedly reduce a champion monster's HP by more than 80%. Those who earned this title were warriors who needed no support from others. They were at their absolute strongest when fighting alone. These titles were the result of the brutal monster waves, twisted dimensional portals, and relentless challenges he had survived. Leveling up was far more difficult for him than for most players, yet gaining more than one level in a single day was still a noteworthy achievement. Just then, a man approached Demian and asked if he was the vice commander of Black Rose. He explained that Maria had sent him. Recognizing that the matter was likely sensitive, Demian suggested they speak in private. Once they entered another room, Demian noticed the man carrying a peculiar device emitting a faint hum. When he asked what it was, the man explained that it was designed to prevent any form of eavesdropping. He introduced himself as Ronan Philip, a senior member of the Adventurer Guild's Kingdom of Arno branch. Demian politely returned the introduction. Seeing that Ronan had traveled such a long distance just to find him, Demian asked whether the situation had become that dire. Ronan confirmed it grimly. The conflict at Crescent Moon had grown increasingly complicated. Garu Saiton had returned early from his mission. He had abandoned his original assignment because of a twisted portal incident and had rushed back upon hearing rumors that his son had brought disgrace to the family's knightly order and possibly even lost his sanity. Now, Garu had summoned both the guild's treasure and its branch manager. Although the official reason given was an investigation into alleged embezzlement, Ronan explained that in truth, they were being treated as criminals, not witnesses. Garu was widely known for being ruthlessly cold-hearted, even toward his own children, and he refused to reconsider his stance, even though the accusations were clearly baseless. Demian observed that if Garu was as emotionless and calculating as described, he should have realized there was more to gain by cooperating with the Adventurer Guild. Ronan then added that he had heard the twisted portal hadn't been fully sealed and continued to contaminate the surrounding creatures. Demian remarked that this was actually advantageous. As long as the portal remained unstable, the Kingdom of Arno would be unable to pressure or threaten the guild. They would require the guild's help to manage the growing chaos. Ronan nodded gratefully, saying that making the trip in person had indeed been worthwhile. Then Ronan straightened his posture and said, "But let's skip the small talk and get to the main point." Ronan then presented a heavy, worn sack and gently opened it, revealing a collection of Ryerly stones, gemstones that shimmered with an unusual deep blue glow. Their radiance pulsed faintly, as though each stone carried a heartbeat of condensed mana inside it. These stones were said to contain pure mana, far denser than any refined magic stone known on the continent, making them immensely valuable. especially for experiments in arcane research. According to legends passed down among scholars and seafarers alike, Rhyerly stones were once crimson bloodstones that underwent a mysterious transformation. When colossal monsters of the deep ocean died, their remains were dragged into trenches where violent currents, pressure beyond imagination, and ancient, unknown forces reshaped their bodies, and their blood, into these rare, luminous gems. After showing the stones, Ronan explained the purpose behind all this. Kim Chunsam, commander of the Iron Guard Blood Alliance and one of Demian's closest friends, was in dire need of Demian's help. Chunsam had taken enormous risks and spent vast amounts of resources to obtain the Rhyerly stones. As Demian stared at the glowing gems, he felt a knot tightening in his chest. Uncle Chunsam would never go to such extreme lengths unless the situation was truly catastrophic. Something was terribly wrong. Ronan seemed to interpret Demian's expression and voiced what he was already thinking. He mentioned his doubt that someone like Guru would ever allow the leadership of the Order of Knights to fall into his own son's hands. Guru was the type of man who would sacrifice even his own child without hesitation if it furthered his ambitions. That meant he was the one who had orchestrated chaos within the kingdom of Iran, deliberately setting events into motion for his own gain. Ronan continued, adding one more detail. He had heard rumors that King Arthur was preparing for a full-scale war against the Bloodguard, and that, disturbingly, the king was searching for Demian as well. He warned Demian that after crossing the Maynard Fields and passing through the Diaraka mountain range, he must not enter Stacy under any circumstances. Instead, his destination should be Luella. Once he arrived there, everything would be explained. With that final instruction, the message concluded, leaving Demian with more questions than answers. Demian wasted no time and began his journey. Alongside Arcasia, he made his way past Stacy Castle, one of the most prominent cities in the kingdom, and a major trade center bustling with activity. The castle was uniquely positioned, built against the towering mountains, with its walls forming a natural basin that made it both defensively powerful and visually breathtaking. As they approached, Arcasia questioned why Demian had avoided taking the simpler, more direct route. Searching for a single person in such a vast city would be overwhelmingly difficult after all. Demian explained that Stacy Castle fell under the authority of the Satan Knights, one of the kingdom's strongest military orders. Even with Briionac, challenging them would be impossible. Feeling it was time to reappear publicly, he opened his live stream. Instantly, the chat window exploded with messages, viewers eager to know where he had disappeared to. Demian informed them that he was currently near Stacy Castle and was heading straight toward Luella. He also added that he planned to stream for a full 24 hours. Some viewers teased him, joking that he would collapse again midway, but Demian insisted that this time he would finish everything he had planned. A moment later, he received a system notification. The title Lonely Hyena had been activated, a humorous yet rare title granted to players who had collected 9,999 items dropped by others. According to the game's lore, it was given only to players who, in their own way, were protecting the continent's environment by picking up everyone's discarded junk. Demian knew what this usually meant. Whenever the title activated, a valuable item was often nearby. He quickly used his Voodooist skill, Sixth Sense Panorama, to scan the surroundings. Although the area didn't appear particularly dangerous, he decided to apply the skill anyway. Instead of detecting a treasure, however, he sensed something far more urgent. An adventurer was in mortal danger. The signal pointed toward the northwest, or more precisely, slightly west of Luella. Demian couldn't ignore it. Through the system, he sent a message to the endangered adventurer, urging him to hang on. Then he sprinted toward the location at full speed. Meanwhile, deep in the Diaraka mountain range, a young man was running desperately for his life. His breath came in ragged gasps as he stumbled over roots and rocks. He had not expected his pursuers to find him so quickly, and now they were right behind him. Within moments, they overtook him and began beating him mercilessly for joining the Blood Alliance. They taunted him, saying he had no idea how many lives the Blood Alliance had already ruined and how many more it would destroy. Their leader grabbed the terrified adventurer by the neck, declaring that this would be the place he would die unless he chose to abandon the Blood Alliance and serve them instead. Before tightening his grip to finish him, he gave the young man one final chance to reconsider his loyalty. At that exact moment, a brilliant flash of light sliced through the air. Demian materialized in front of them. The attackers halted instantly, stunned beyond belief. They reacted with shock, calling him by a name Demian had never heard before, Silver Wolf. According to the rumors spreading within the Blood Alliance, the Silver Wolf had been sent on a special mission, and none of them expected him to appear here of all places. Demian blinked, puzzled, wondering why they were calling him by that strange title. Seeing his confusion, the adventurers misinterpreted it. They exchanged glances, convinced they had overestimated him. To them, his baffled expression implied that the Silver Wolf was nothing more than an inexperienced novice. Their leader declared that they would kill him quickly. A few of his subordinates expressed hesitation, but he insisted that eliminating Demian would elevate their reputation. Even the Blood Alliance would stop looking down on them after this. Demian, for his part, was actually considering apologizing. He disliked killing players and preferred avoiding unnecessary conflict whenever possible. But the leader stepped forward aggressively, telling Demian that whatever he was thinking didn't matter. No one walked into the Dioraka range and left alive. His killing intent surged as he prepared to strike. Demian let out a soft sigh. If that was the path they insisted on taking, then he had no other choice. "If you wish for death to be rushed," he said calmly, his voice low and steady, "then I will grant it." Inside the headquarters of the Iron Guard Blood Alliance, Jinsung sat restlessly as he questioned Yongsik, asking if any new information had come in. Yongsik responded carefully, asking whether Jinsung was referring to updates about the individuals who had been found dead or the ones with whom they had suddenly lost all contact. His tone revealed the growing tension within the Alliance members. Jinsung exhaled slowly, an inward sigh rising from the weight of the situation. He had never imagined that placing their headquarters deep within the mountain wilderness, chosen specifically for its security and remoteness, would one day become such a suffocating burden. Because of recent orders issued by the kingdom, they had been strictly forbidden from leaving the area unless absolutely necessary. This restriction left them practically isolated, cut off from the flow of information and powerless to act freely. As Jinsung was considering their next move, a messenger bird swooped in, landing neatly in front of him with a scroll tied to its leg. He untied the scroll and unrolled it, but to his confusion, the sheet inside was completely blank. Before he could even question whether it was a mistake, the bird suddenly pressed its beak gently against the paper, tracing a glowing magic circle. The spell activated instantly, illuminating the sheet. A hidden message slowly materialized. Ronan had completed his mission successfully and would be returning to headquarters later that night. A wave of relief surged through Jinsung. The large amount of money, manpower, and resources he had invested into that mission had not been wasted after all. Feeling encouraged, he ordered Yongsik to head to the Kim and O family branches and summon their members on behalf of the Blood Alliance. No matter how events unfolded from this point onward, Jinsung believed it was finally time for their faction to reveal its full power and stand resolutely on the stage of conflict. Meanwhile, deep within the Dioraka mountain ranges, Demian found himself completely surrounded by the adventurers who had been pursuing the hostage. At first, he assumed they had been easily tracked with Sixth Sense panorama, but once he observed more closely, he realized the truth. Every one of them possessed exceptional dexterity and a remarkable ability to hide their presence, allowing them to remain undetected until the perfect moment. Their movements were too precise for ordinary adventurers. Even though Demian had already rescued the hostage, the situation remained far from simple. The adventurers showed no intention of revealing themselves fully. Instead, they lurked in strategic positions, waiting silently for Demian to make even the slightest mistake. They had clearly come prepared. Demian wondered briefly how he should handle them, but rather than hesitate or retreat, he chose to take the initiative himself. With a sharp motion, he unleashed the Voodooist skills Vengeful Spirit and Plague Outbreak, sending waves of cursed, toxic energy surging across the rocky terrain. Several enemies were struck and staggered, but their movements were quick and slippery, making them difficult to eliminate completely. Their evasive skills reminded Demian that these were not amateurs. They were disciplined and coordinated. Deciding the battle would drag on at this rate, Demian shifted his focus to their leader. If he could take her down, the rest would surely falter. but she moved with incredible agility, evading every direct strike with fluid, practiced motions. As Demian continued watching, he realized something important. The directions he had sensed earlier, the spots where he believed the adventurers would appear, were intentionally falsified. They had manipulated his perception from the beginning. At that moment, one adventurer, an executor, seized what he believed to be the perfect chance. He lunged forward with a guillotine blade, fully confident that his attack would land flawlessly. But to his utter shock, Demian slipped out of the attack's path with effortless refinement. The executor stared at him, bewildered, demanding to know how Demian had avoided a move that should have been impossible to dodge. Demian answered with sharp mockery, asking whether the man truly believed he stood a real chance in a fight against him. From Demian's perspective, it was obvious that he did not. Without even exerting much effort, Demian disarmed the executor, snatching the composite sword right out of his grip. It had been a long time since he had wielded such a weapon, and the familiarity almost amused him. With only a few swift, decisive strikes, he cut the executor down, ending the man's desperate struggle. Two adventurers who had been providing support from the shadows watched in horror. Seeing the executor fall, they finally decided to face Demian directly. They stepped forward, determination hardening in their eyes, but before they could complete their preparations, their legs buckled beneath them and they collapsed. Confusion filled their expressions as they tried to understand what was happening to their bodies. Demian calmly explained that the vengeful spirit arrow he had fired earlier had already passed through them. Although their resistance had allowed them to endure better than most, the curse's poison was inevitably going to take effect. In his view, it was unfortunate that adventurers with such capability had wasted their talents on such reckless plans. At that moment, their leader finally stepped out from hiding. Her expression twisted with fury, and flames of anger burned in her eyes as she screamed that she would make Demian regret ever setting foot in the Diaraka mountain range. Demian stared back without the slightest trace of fear and asked whether she truly wished to see the battle carried out to its bitter, unavoidable end. Demian suddenly found himself facing a completely different kind of assault, one far more refined, calculated, and lethally precise than anything he had ever endured from the previous adventurers. The blows coming at him were so sharp, so well-timed, and so overwhelmingly accurate that he could barely keep up. His arms trembled each time he managed to block an attack, and even then, he felt as though he was only seconds away from being overwhelmed. Whoever this new assassin was, he was clearly no ordinary fighter. This was someone who had mastered both skill and killing intent. The attacker finally revealed himself, stepping into view with a cold, unbothered expression. His presence alone was chilling. He told Demian calmly that even though Demian might have fulfilled whatever mission or objective he had come for, the way he had treated his subordinates was something that could not be forgiven. His voice carried a quiet, controlled rage. Meanwhile, viewers watching the live stream erupted with disbelief, filling the chat with speculation and frantic comments. Many began to wonder aloud if this assassin was exactly who they suspected. None other than the Shadow Lord, Kim Woo-bin, the only assassin so feared and respected that even Young-ho acknowledged him. Demian's memory flashed back to the information he had heard before. The Blood Alliance had supposedly formed a secret pact with a mysterious group supported by Chumchurum, known as the Shadow League, about a month ago. If that intelligence was accurate, then what was Kim Woo-bin doing targeting a single Blood Alliance member? The circumstances made absolutely no sense. Something was off, deeply off, and Demian could feel it. Before he could think further, Kim Woo-bin launched another attack, this one even more complex and deceptive than the last. Demian was barely able to withstand it. Each strike felt like it carried not just skill, but condensed masses of pure, lethal magic capable of cutting straight through his defenses. His arms went numb from blocking. Sweat rolled down his forehead. Could he be using Briionac? Demian wondered. If that were true, things would become far more troublesome, especially with so many spectators witnessing this battle unfold live. With his back against the wall, Demian had no other option. He unleashed Voodooist, Plague Outbreak, pushing Woo-bin back for only a brief moment. But the assassin responded instantly, almost effortlessly, countering the attack with Ismail's Death Spear. The force was so overwhelming that Demian was sent flying through the air, his body crashing brutally against the ground. Refusing to stay down, Demian activated Blood Blast and shot upward into the sky. Hovering high above the battlefield, he glared down at Wubin and challenged him openly, eager to test who among them possessed the superior speed. Far away, inside a distant castle, King Arthur turned to Li Rasung and demanded to know how long they had been staying in the town of Luella. Li answered timidly that it had already been 4 days. King Arthur scoffed with irritation, questioning why they were simply lingering uselessly rather than actively hunting and accomplishing their objectives. Li struggled to provide a proper excuse. With a wave of his hand, King Arthur summoned one of his conjured serpents. The snake wrapped itself tightly around Li Rasung's throat, squeezing with increasing pressure. Arthur warned that if this were not within a game world, he would have torn out Li's tongue without hesitation. Strangely, Li Rasung bowed his head and thanked him for the punishment. King Arthur continued speaking with growing annoyance. He stated that both Chum Churum and 7 Stars were already under their influence and control. So why then had they still failed to subdue the alliance? After all, the alliance was merely a production alliance. If they conquered it, their territory would easily fall under the Empire's domain as well. Li Rasung, struggling to breathe, explained that he had heard rumors that the alliance was receiving support from a foreign organization. King Arthur's irritation sharpened even more. He reminded Li that he had been pressured and cornered for nearly 2 months, and he demanded that Li reveal everything he knew in complete, detailed precision, withholding nothing. Back in the mountainous region, the clash between Demian and Kim Wubin reached a new level of intensity. This time, Wubin attacked using the legendary weapon Morning Moon. The sight of the weapon's power stunned all viewers watching the live stream. No one had expected a weapon of such rank and destructive potential to appear in this fight. Demian, surrounded by the glow of the weapon's energy, admitted aloud that if it were not for Wubin's incredible arsenal, he would have already lost. Kim Wubin scoffed at the comment. He questioned what Demian thought he understood about his weapons, then summoned yet another technique, Ismail's Shadow Walk. Demian analyzed it quickly. Everything except the center of Wubin's body was an illusion. His movements were deceptive and difficult to track, but the danger of his attacks remained absolutely real. Demian had only a moment to react before Wubin struck him with immense force. The next thing he knew, he was lying flat on the ground, his body severely damaged, pain coursing through every limb. Kim Wubin walked toward him with calm certainty. He told Demian that it would be quick. He would end everything using a level 5 execution skill, Deathly Impact. True to his word, within a minute, Demian was struck down with overwhelming force, his consciousness fading. After delivering the final deadly strike, Kim Wubin stepped back, fully convinced the battle had concluded. Even if Demian attempted to flee, Wubin believed death was inevitable. His judgment was absolute. But then, to his shock, Demian rose once more. Wubin narrowed his eyes, unsure whether this was Demian's final desperate attempt to cling to life or something else entirely. Without giving any explanation, Demian attacked again, far more relentlessly than before. He declared that Wubin would not be able to counter the technique he was about to use. With a single, devastating strike, Demian subdued him, bringing the battle to its sudden end. He then stared down at Wubin and asked in a cold, steady voice whether he was. Even after successfully subduing the Shadow Wolf, Demian did not immediately move to finish him off. He stood calmly over the fallen assassin, his posture relaxed, his breathing steady, as if the brutal clash that had taken place just moments earlier had been nothing more than a brief interruption rather than a life-or-death battle. "You should give yourself some credit," Demian said at last, his tone even and composed. "Your perseverance is impressive. You lasted longer than most average players would have managed." The Shadow Wolf lay sprawled on the ground, his body battered and aching, every attempt to move sending sharp pain through his limbs. His thoughts raced wildly as disbelief took hold. Who the hell is this guy? He wondered. From Demian's unnatural summoning abilities to his overwhelming physical strength, nothing about him made sense. No matter how many dangerous encounters or brutal battles the Shadow Wolf had survived, he had never faced someone who defied logic to this degree. Meanwhile, the viewers watching through the mainstream broadcast showed no such restraint or sympathy. The live stream exploded with laughter and ridicule. Mocking comments poured in endlessly, jeering at the Shadow Wolf's arrogance and his continued refusal to acknowledge Demian's strength, even after being utterly crushed and left helpless on the ground. Demian tilted his head slightly, as though considering something that had been bothering him for a while, and finally voiced the question lingering in his mind. Why is the Chum-Churum Blood Alliance coming after members of the Iron Guard? The Shadow Wolf hesitated. His jaw tightened as he struggled internally, clearly torn between fear and loyalty. In the end, he had no choice but to answer. I was just following orders, he said weakly. That simple response only deepened Demian's confusion. From what he knew, the Chum-Churum Blood Alliance existed in name only. It had long since lost the authority, leadership, and structure needed to organize operations of this scale. So Chum-Churum doesn't call the shots anymore, Demian realized. It's the leader of the Emperor Blood Alliance. He's the one issuing these orders. Demian's eyes narrowed as the scattered pieces finally fell into place. The plan became disturbingly clear. All Iron Guard members who had fled Luella were being systematically hunted down, cornered, and forced back. It was a carefully prepared trap, one that had been patiently laid and ruthlessly enforced. So that's how it's unfolding, Demian muttered quietly to himself. He then lifted his gaze toward the sky, as though addressing someone watching from far beyond the battlefield itself. King Arthur, Demian called out calmly, I know you're watching. You should already know this, he continued, his voice unwavering. I'm coming for you for messing with my people. Turning his attention back to the Shadow Wolf, Demian's expression hardened, all traces of calm fading away. But before that, he said coldly, I'll be taking what you owe. Without another word, his chicks lunged forward and attacked. The execution was swift and merciless. Within seconds, system notifications began pouring in one after another. You have acquired Morning Moon. You have acquired Camouflage Cape. You have acquired Executor's Kandura. You have acquired Wind Boots. You have acquired 170,000 gold. Along with the items, a surge of experience flooded Demian's body. His level rose rapidly, finally stopping at level 82. Don't think I'm being unfair, Demian said coldly as he looked down at what remained of the Shadow Wolf. My gear was busted too, and it wasn't cheap. Then, once more, he spoke King Arthur's name aloud. Now, Demian declared firmly, I'm heading to Luella. In front of the Luella workshop, tension hung thick in the air, heavy enough to suffocate. Young Chul stood facing Harvey, desperately attempting to negotiate, his words filled with urgency and restraint. Harvey, however, shook his head slowly, his expression rigid and unmoved. There's nothing more I can do, Harvey said flatly. Young Chul reminded him of everything they had done for the workshop, the investments, the protection, the consistent support they had provided. Yet despite all of it, the answer remained unchanged. We're just following orders. The Luella workshop was no ordinary institution. Built under the king's decree and placed under the direct patronage of Count Kohei, the ruler of Luella Castle, it had expanded rapidly with full governmental backing. Even the Iron Guard had poured enormous resources into it, hoping to secure strong and lasting ties. Yet now, the hostility directed at them was unmistakable. Another man quietly approached Young Chul and asked whether the negotiations had failed. When Young Chul nodded in confirmation, the two fell into an uneasy silence, uncertain of what steps to take next. That was when a group of greenhorn adventurers arrived, loud, careless, and openly confrontational. Why are you making such a scene in broad daylight? One of them asked mockingly. The elderly member stepped forward alongside Young Chul, his brows furrowed deeply. Do you not know who we are? He demanded. By now, the people of Luella should know us. But the young men showed no recognition, no fear, and no respect. Instead, they continued provoking them with smug expressions. Young Chul watched them carefully before leaning toward the elder and speaking quietly. These people know something we don't. Turning back to the greenhorns. Young Chul's voice hardened. Don't think you'll return home safely unless you tell us what's really going on, he warned, stepping forward. Inside Luella Castle, King Arthur walked through the grand halls with measured steps. Count Kohei personally welcomed him, though the greeting lacked any warmth or courtesy. Welcome, Emperor of the Blood Alliance leader, the Count said coolly. King Arthur's expression remained unchanged. I go by King Arthur now. When he failed to kneel, the guards immediately bristled with fury, raising their weapons in response. Count Kohei stopped them with a single gesture. I'm not one for formalities, the Count said calmly. Tell me why you're here. King Arthur met his gaze directly. Why did you do this? The Count frowned slightly. Do what? Why did you let the adventurer guilds act on their own? I've been generous with the promise I made to you, Count Kohei replied evenly. Hasn't Luella upheld the agreement? King Arthur responded. The original alliance stated that the Iron Guard would not be allowed to leave Luella Castle. Cutting all ties with them fulfills that condition. I even granted you 1 week. As long as I have full authority over this castle, I do not interfere. Count Kohei reminded him that the anti-magic field created by the City Guardian monocrystal was still active. Luella had suffered heavy losses maintaining it, but it was clear King Arthur had no interest in considering those sacrifices. The one who broke the alliance, Count Kohei said firmly, was you. His patience was clearly wearing thin. I am officially calling off the agreement between the Iron Guard and the Emperor Blood Alliance, he declared. Luella will withdraw from any conflict between you. King Arthur's expression darkened. You're starting to irritate me. As the guards raised their weapons in response to the blatant disrespect, King Arthur moved. With a single magical trick, he sent them flying across the hall like broken dolls. If you want to die, he said coldly, step forward. Count Kohei let out a sharp laugh. This is clearly a coup. Your magic won't work here. It's useless inside my castle. King Arthur turned his gaze back to him. You'd better keep your word about nullifying the contract. In that instant, Count Kohei finally understood. So this was his goal from the beginning. With no hesitation left, the Count openly declared it a coup and launched another attack. But something unexpected happened. King Arthur smiled, almost pleased, and muttered in a boastful tone, So it's begun. Then quietly, as chaos erupted around him, he added, This was my plan all along. Jinmin and Young Chul found themselves completely surrounded by the Greenhorn Adventurers, a group better known as the infamous Druid twins of Chumchurum. From the moment they closed in, it was clear the twins had no intention of allowing either of them to pass. The surrounding adventurers moved with calculated precision, relentlessly shifting their positions to cut off every possible escape route. Their confidence was unmistakable, bordering on open arrogance, as if the outcome had already been decided. Seeing that Jinmin and Young Chul were not backing down, the Druid twins finally made their move. One of the Druids stepped forward deliberately, raising his staff before slamming it hard into the ground. The moment it made contact, mana surged violently outward in a spreading wave, entangling roots. The earth beneath Jinmin and Young Chul responded instantly. Thick vines burst upward from the ground, twisting and coiling with unnatural speed. They wrapped tightly around both of their legs, locking them in place. The suddenness of the attack caught them completely off guard, and confusion flickered across their faces as they struggled to process what had just happened. One of the Druid twins let out a loud, mocking laugh. Just look at them, he sneered. You can tell by their expressions. They've never seen anything like this in their lives. Before Jinmin could even begin to react, Young Chul spoke sharply, his voice cutting through the chaos. Jinmin, stay put. At the same moment, both of them activated their defenses. A shimmering barrier spread outward as the crafter reflection shield deployed, its translucent surface pulsing with protective energy. The incoming follow-up attacks slammed into the shield and were stopped cold, unable to push through. The Druid twins clicked their tongues in open irritation at the sight. It seems you people don't know how to give up, one of them sneered. Jinmin burst out laughing, completely unfazed by the threat or the mounting pressure. Oh, he replied casually. Then go on. What little sneaky trick are you planning to use next? After finishing off the assassin, Demian wasted no time lingering behind. He leapt down from the carriage and immediately rushed toward Luella on foot, his movements fast and decisive. Pilye leaned out of the carriage, shouting after him in disbelief. Why did you jump off, Master Bastard? And how long will it take us to reach Luella? We'll be there soon, Demian replied, not slowing down for even a second. But as he drew closer, his expression gradually hardened. Something was wrong. Even from a distance, he could sense it clearly. The Castle Wall Guardian magic crystal had been activated. There were only two possibilities. Either a full-scale war was on the verge of erupting, or something far worse had already taken place. He didn't have time to hesitate. Notifications flooded his vision one after another, stacking rapidly. 9 lives effect activated. My Way or the Highway effect activated. Dark Star effect activated. Movement speed increased. At the same time, the mainstream viewers watching the broadcast exploded with excitement. The comment section went wild as speculation ran rampant. Everyone was anticipating the inevitable clash between Demian's faction and King Arthur. Demian briefly glanced at the scrolling messages and muttered under his breath, "At this speed, there's no way I can respond." As he sprinted forward, his mind raced. How do I break the barrier? His wolf totemic set was completely wrecked. Vengeful spirit arrows were no longer an option. Even if it draws attention, is blasting through with the Qigong cannon my only choice? That was when he noticed it. The barrier was fading. Back in front of the Luella workshop, the battle continued to rage. Churum's members pressed their assault against Young Chul and Jinmin with relentless ferocity, showing no signs of slowing down. Jinmin stepped forward, his mechanical equipment roaring to life as gears spun and energy surged through his frame. Mechanic's Magnum Cannon. Fire charge! A deafening blast tore through the air. The attack slammed into the advancing enemies, sending several of them flying backward as their formation broke apart. "Did you really think you could just charge at me?" Jinmin shouted. Despite being blown back, the Druid twins gritted their teeth and quickly regrouped. Rather than retreat, they shifted tactics and redirected their focus. Go for Jinmin! They activated another Druid skill in unison. Feral Rage! A surge of primal force rushed forward, slamming into Jinmin and Young Chul and launching them off the ground. Before either of them could recover, the attackers chained their assault seamlessly. Elemental Reversing, Bow Accelerator, Spiral Bolt. Mana-infused projectiles spiraled violently through the air, forcing Jinmin and Young Chul further on the defensive. Jinmin slammed his feet into the ground as he landed, fury blazing in his eyes. Enough with these outdated tricks. He charged forward head-on without hesitation. One of the Greenhorn adventurers scoffed. You'd do the same if you were in our place. That was when Young Chul finally snapped. With a decisive, final swing, he struck down Kim Kola, killing him instantly. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. The remaining adventurers froze, staring in shock, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. At that moment, Kim Chun-sam appeared. You've already killed enough, he said firmly, stopping Young Chul from advancing any further. The man standing beside Kim glanced at the fallen greenhorns and shook his head slowly. You've worked these kids up pretty badly, he said. They don't have any strength left to face you now. Then he turned his attention back to Young Chul. Who are they? Young Chul answered without hesitation. The Churum Druid twins. Kim let out a dry laugh. Hearing that reminds me, he said, Luella was never a stingy place. His gaze darkened as his tone grew colder. That changed when Churum's members started trapping Iron Guard Alliance people in the Dioraka Mountains. The only way they survived was by confining themselves within Luella's walls. He continued, his voice sharp and unyielding. The rulers of Luella ordered them to kneel and surrender if they wanted to live. Then Kim's lips curled into a grim smile. They forgot one thing. He stepped forward. Anyone who stands in the Iron Guard's way ends up running with their tails between their legs. Turning towards the Druid twins, his voice hardened further. Worthless bastards like you should be obliterated. His eyes locked onto them without mercy. Did you even brace yourselves before messing with us? As Demian drew closer to Luella, he sensed it immediately. The anti-magic barrier was gone. For a brief moment, a thought crossed his mind. Did the people of Luella somehow become aware of my presence? But the idea was dismissed almost as quickly as it surfaced. There was no way they could have pinpointed him with such precision, not without first triggering alarms, mobilizing defenses, or initiating a large-scale response that would have been impossible to miss. Then another possibility surfaced. Was it forcibly taken down? That scenario seemed even less plausible. The barrier surrounding Luella was no ordinary defensive measure. It had been constructed by Hildebrand himself, following his legendary battle against the 7 great demons. The system was designed to be absolute. Even transmitting magic-based communication from outside its range required an overwhelming concentration of power. Not even an entire guild, no matter how elite, could generate the energy required to dismantle it outright, which meant there was only one possible conclusion. A conflict had already occurred inside the walls of Luella, and there was only one person capable of causing something like that, King Arthur. Demian's jaw tightened as the realization settled in. The negotiations must have failed completely. The Lord of Luella had likely reached the limit of his patience, or his authority, and could no longer restrain King Arthur. How much more havoc is this man planning to wreak? Demian muttered under his breath as he surged forward, increasing his pace. Back in front of the Luella workshop, the battlefield had fallen into an eerie, unnatural silence. The remaining members of the Chum-Churum Blood Alliance stared at Young Chul and his companions in disbelief. Their level 70 ranger, one of their strongest and most experienced members, had been cut down with a single, decisive strike. "What kind of weapon was that?" one of them finally asked, his voice trembling despite himself. "A +15 weapon," came the calm, almost indifferent reply. Even with that knowledge sinking in, the Chum-Churum members refused to retreat. Fear flickered across their faces, but desperation quickly replaced it. Instead of backing down, they doubled down. The druids stepped forward simultaneously, their mana surging as they activated their skills in unison. "Feral Rage! Stone Shard!" The ground between the Iron Guard members split apart violently. Jagged stone erupted upward with explosive force, sending debris flying in every direction. Yongshik shouted a warning, urging everyone to brace themselves as the battlefield twisted beneath their feet. Young Chul's fury finally boiled over. "You're nothing but a bunch of pathetic idiots," he roared. Raising his weapon, he activated multiple skills at the same time. Crafter Prism Spectrum. Polygon Field. The battlefield was instantly flooded with blinding prismatic light. Structured energy fields snapped into place, overlapping and reinforcing one another. The Chum-Churum members were overwhelmed almost immediately. One by one, they were knocked off their feet, their defenses shattered as if they had never existed. Panic spread through their ranks. Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, the Chum-Churum members began logging out one after another, abandoning the fight entirely. Only two remained. The Druid twins. Realizing there was no escape left, they exchanged a brief glance. If they could synchronize their timing perfectly, they might be able to stall. Just a little longer. Supernatural Evolution. Beast Fusion. Dark energy surged violently as their bodies twisted and merged together. Their combined forms transformed into a single, monstrous entity. The Black Wolf. Fury. Kim Chun-sam watched the transformation closely, his eyes narrowing. "So they're still clinging to their dirty tricks," he said coldly. Even so, he knew this fight would not be an easy one. Far away, inside a sterile, heavily secured director's office, Gong Hana stepped forward. "I'm here to report," she said calmly. The director gestured for her to continue. "What did you find?" Hana hesitated briefly before answering. "Very little, sir." She explained that the character's name, age, level, and even connection codes were missing entirely. Despite having admin-level access, she had been unable to retrieve any meaningful data. "It's as if the information has been deliberately blocked," she said. Then she brought up Demian's image. "Out of all the users who accessed Adilante, the old castle, his records are completely gone." The director frowned deeply. "When I went to Adilante personally," Hana continued, "I couldn't find a single trace of him. It's as though the Akashic records themselves are actively erasing his existence." The room fell silent. "Even the Thousand-Eye surveillance system isn't functioning properly in this case," the director muttered. "That could only mean one thing. The Akashic records are directly managing their actions," he said slowly. "They reflect them into AC's logic and elevate them into critical entities." Leaning back in his chair, his expression grew troubled. "In short," he concluded, "they are irregulars. They don't conform to the standardized system, and their actions actively alter the behavior of the Akashic records themselves." When he asked about Demian's stats, Hana's answer only deepened his concern. "His body skills and brain synchronization are at absurd levels," she said. "And not only that, after user Demian disappeared following the conquest of Adilante, another unknown user appeared." She paused deliberately. "That user's traces cannot be tracked either." The director's eyes widened. "More than one?" Hana nodded. That left only two possibilities. Either these unknown users were triggering system errors, or their numbers were increasing. "If it's the latter," the director murmured, "then this is dangerous. An increase in irregulars would dramatically raise the system's processing load." The exponential strain placed on the Akashic records could spiral completely out of control. He stood abruptly and turned toward Hana. "You need to go to Luella immediately," he ordered. "Demian has declared war. A massive number of users are converging on that location. If the load on the Akashic records increases any further," he continued grimly, "it could malfunction. And if AC collapses while users are synchronizing, their consciousness will be in serious danger." "It's a tug of war," he said quietly, "between the system and the users' minds." He met her gaze directly. "Resolve it, and I will owe you." Hana let out a light sigh. "Then give me a few days off later." Without waiting for a response, she turned and left the room. The director watched her go, thinking to himself that Demian had no idea how crucial he was to the unfolding chain of events, or just how close the entire system was to breaking apart. Jinsung stared at the wolf with two faces and clicked his tongue in open irritation. What a tenacious bastard, he thought grimly. Still, no matter how strange, monstrous, or unnervingly persistent it was, the creature in front of them was ultimately still a wolf. A powerful one, yes, but not something beyond their reach. As long as they worked together and didn't lose focus, it was something they could bring down. Raising his A+15 weapon high, Jinsung stepped forward and swung with every ounce of strength he had. The impact never came. Instead, the wolf caught the attack bare-handed. Shock rippled through the Iron Guard members as the beast's claws wrapped firmly around the weapon's shaft, stopping it dead in its tracks. Before anyone could even process what they were seeing, the wolf twisted its massive body and hurled the same weapon back toward them, perfectly mimicking the original attack as if it had practiced it countless times. For a split second, the scene felt unreal, but young Chul had already anticipated it. "Defend!" he shouted. Almost instantly, massive shields flared into existence. Defensive constructs snapped into place as the Iron Guard braced themselves. The weapon crashed against their barriers with explosive force, shockwaves rippling violently across the ground. Dust and debris filled the air, but not a single person was knocked down. The wolf froze. Not one of them had died. The confusion on its twisted face was unmistakable. Young Chul lowered his shield slightly and glanced sideways. "Jinmin?" he asked calmly, as though this were a casual discussion rather than a battlefield. "Do you still know how to use your weapon?" Jinmin cracked his neck, rolling his shoulders as a confident smirk spread across his face. "It's been a long time," he admitted casually, "but I can still make great use of it." He lifted his weapon with deliberate slowness, letting the motion speak for itself, openly flaunting it toward the wolf as if issuing a challenge. Young Chul let out a slow breath. "It's been years since I got beaten this badly," he muttered under his breath. "My whole body's sore." Beside him, Jinsung tightened his grip on his axe and stepped forward, eyes burning with hostility. "How dare you use someone else's weapon against us?" he growled, his gaze locked firmly on the wolf. Kim Chun-sam also moved into position, his presence alone adding weight to the battlefield. His eyes were sharp, his posture imposing. "If any of you slow me down," he warned coldly, "I'm leaving you behind." A grim smile tugged at his lips. It's a good day for wolf hunting. Inside Luella Castle, King Arthur watched as Demian's image flickered across the screen. The moment he realized that Demian was coming today, his lips curved into a satisfied smile. So the day has finally come. He was genuinely impressed. The way Demian had torn through the Shadow League, the very force Chum-Churum took such pride in, had far exceeded his expectations. "How long will it take you to reach here?" King Arthur murmured to himself. He studied Demian's pace carefully, analyzing every movement. "Less than an hour," he concluded. At the same time, reports continued pouring in without pause. The Druids were struggling badly against the Iron Guard Blood Alliance. Their resistance was collapsing far faster than anticipated. King Arthur turned toward his soldiers. "Is everything ready?" he asked. One of them bowed slightly. "Yes, everything is exactly as you ordered." King Arthur's excitement deepened. Finally, he thought, the moment I've waited for. Ever since the day he had tossed Koharu aside, this desire had never left him. He had even considered killing Demian in the real world, but that would have been dull. Ending someone instantly, burning them alive in a flash, lacked artistry. Here, inside AC, things were different. Ending Demian too quickly would be a waste. That was why he had devoured Chum-Churum and the Seven Stars. Why he had provoked a conflict with Saitan's eldest son and deliberately staged chaos at Cape Crescent Moon. Everything had been preparation. Once the Iron Guard was finished, The stage would finally be complete. Demian was the kind of man who walked across the earth and trampled everything in his path, which meant only one thing. He's a Mun. King Arthur stopped himself. No. He surpasses even that, he muttered. Demian was the perfect opponent, someone worthy of clashing with, someone he truly wanted to fight. I want to be like him, King Arthur admitted silently. I want his life. I want him in my hands so I can crush him completely. Turning sharply, he addressed his soldiers. Prepare the ground, he commanded. This will be the ultimate stage. They obeyed without hesitation as King Arthur walked away, anticipation burning fiercely in his eyes. In front of Luella Castle, the Iron Guard Blood Alliance fought with everything they had. Blow after blow rained down upon the Black Wolf. Fury. Coordinated attacks struck from every direction as the battlefield shook violently beneath the relentless assault. Finally, the massive wolf staggered. That's enough, it said hoarsely. I only did all this to buy time. But time had run out. With a final, perfectly synchronized assault, the Iron Guard eliminated it completely. The massive form collapsed, breaking apart as it dissolved into fading particles of mana. Silence followed. Breathing heavily, the group surveyed the devastated battlefield around them. So, one of them finally said, how are we cleaning this place up? And how long will it take? Another asked. Someone added, maybe we should take a short breather. Kim Chun-sam turned toward them sharply. A breather, he repeated. There's a mountain of work ahead of us. Before anyone could ask what he meant, notifications began appearing one after another. Unexpected great amount of mana detected. The mood shifted instantly. Is it coming from the Lord's castle? Someone asked tensely. No, another replied after checking. It's coming from the Emperor Blood Alliance. Kim Chun-sam's expression darkened. Then someone, he said slowly, is really out to finish us all off. The air around Luella grew heavy, and the true battle was only just beginning. Young Chol and the others stood frozen in place, confusion clearly written across their faces. What was happening in front of them made no sense at all. Could a barrier truly be broken simply by attacking it from one side? Young Chul turned the question over in his mind, considering every possibility he knew. Yet the idea felt fundamentally wrong. The structure of the barrier didn't resemble something that could be dismantled so crudely. Its construction suggested layered logic, reinforcement, and balance. Something designed to endure, not collapse so easily. Before they could think any further, the atmosphere around them shifted abruptly. Figures emerged from every direction. They were suddenly surrounded by a large number of green-robed soldiers, their presence overwhelming and oppressive. Unlike the adventurers they had fought earlier, these newcomers moved in perfect formation. Their steps were synchronized, their spacing precise, their discipline unmistakable. One of the Iron Guard members muttered under his breath, unease clear in his voice. Could these be the same people we fought before? Young Chul narrowed his eyes, studying them carefully. Maybe, he replied slowly, but they feel different. These weren't ordinary fighters or opportunistic adventurers. The way they carried themselves, the way they positioned their weapons, it all spoke of elite soldiers trained for coordinated combat. Without any warning, the green-robed troops charged. The assault came immediately, swift and merciless. Their attacks reached far beyond what young Shul and the others could comfortably counter. Each strike carried carefully controlled force, pressuring them from a distance and forcing them onto the defensive before they could properly respond. Blocking grew increasingly difficult. Maintaining formation became even harder as the pressure mounted. Still, they endured. When the relentless wave of attacks finally slowed, Jinmin turned toward Young Chul, alarm evident in his voice. Are you all right? Young Chul was clearly injured. Blood-stained sections of his armor, and his breathing was rough and uneven, each breath drawn with effort. I'm fine, Young Chul replied firmly, refusing to show weakness. Jinmin frowned. It's okay to admit how you're feeling sometimes, he said quietly. Before Young Chul could respond, a powerful presence descended upon the battlefield. King Arthur appeared before them. He surveyed the exhausted Iron Guard with visible interest, his sharp gaze taking in every detail. I'm impressed, he said calmly. After being drained for so long, you're still able to block attacks like that. A faint smile curved his lips. That means you still have some energy left. Meanwhile, Demian finally reached the outskirts of Luella. He slowed to an abrupt stop. A strange barrier stood before him, something entirely different from anything he had sensed before. Its structure was unfamiliar, alien even, yet undeniably solid. "What the hell is this?" Demian muttered, while Pilia nervously wondered whether it was safe to go any further. Then Demian looked through it. Beyond the barrier, he could clearly see Uncle Chunsum locked in fierce combat, the clash of power unmistakable even at a distance. Without fully understanding how or why it worked, Demian forced his way through. The moment he stepped inside, a tall, imposing man blocked his path. "Entry should have been sealed," the man said coldly. "How a rat like you managed to get in is strange." His eyes narrowed. "But you'll soon learn you arrived at the wrong time." Demian raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. "And what's that supposed to mean?" "You'll find out soon enough," the man replied. "When you're on the ground." Demian's expression hardened instantly. "So you won't let me pass peacefully," he said flatly. Raising his hand, he activated his skills. Voodooist, Bloodlust, and simultaneously, Voodooist, Plague Outbreak. Dark energy surged forward violently as Demian launched his attack. Seeing the range and intensity of the assault, the man's expression finally shifted. "He's stronger than I thought," he realized. Demian, meanwhile, assessed himself quickly. Most of his wolf set and Bentham's rooster totem were already broken. Massive explosive damage like before wasn't an option anymore. At that moment, Arcasia appeared beside him. "The man is focusing on defense," Arcasia warned, "and exploiting openings." "I know," Demian replied without looking back. He charged forward and fired a vengeful spirit arrow. The man blocked carefully, prioritizing defense above all else. "You're reckless," he said coolly. As the clash intensified, viewers watching the stream began reacting loudly. Recognition spread rapidly across the chat. "That's him! The Guardian Knight!" The imposing man was revealed to be the Guardian Knight of the Emperor Blood Alliance, a figure of immense renown. Demian laughed when he heard the murmurs. "Guardian Knight or not," he said lightly, "you talk too much." He activated another skill. Voodooist, Phantom. The Guardian Knight grimaced. "Dirty trick," he muttered. "Trying to overwhelm me with continuous attacks?" Lightning crackled violently around him as he countered with twin skills, summoning Lightning, and simultaneously, Searing Claw. He lunged forward. Demian's heart skipped a beat. "If that hits me directly, I'm finished." He barely escaped, twisting his body away at the very last moment. The two charged at each other again. As they clashed, Demian noticed something strange. The Guardian Knight was focusing almost entirely on defense. What is he planning? Demian wondered. He didn't wait for the answer. Activating his final option, he gathered every ounce of strength he had left. Voodooist Qigong Cannon. If there was even the slightest opening, he would kill this man first. Kim Chun-sam stared straight at King Arthur, his gaze unwavering, his eyes burning with barely restrained fury. The moment their eyes met, a wave of old resentment and buried anger surged within him. "That's the bastard," Chun-sam said to the others beside him, his voice thick with bitterness. "The one giving old folks like us such a hard time." Without waiting for a response, he stepped forward, placing himself squarely at the front. "What's the Emperor Blood Alliance leader doing here?" he demanded. King Arthur met his gaze calmly, as though the tension in the air meant nothing to him. "After politely asking for a merger and being ignored," he replied evenly, "I decided to come here and settle scores myself." Chun-sam let out a sharp scoff. "You call that polite?" he shot back. "You demanded we surrender and pay a monthly quota of high-grade gear." King Arthur's lips curved into a faint smile. "It would have been good for you," he said lightly. He gestured toward the soldiers standing behind him, their disciplined posture unchanged. "These men fought well," he continued, "but after an incident that cost them their leader's life, they learned to listen to everything I say." Chun-sam's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Well done," he said coldly. "Well, you know how to smuggle people quite well." King Arthur nodded slowly, as if accepting a compliment. "I'll admit it, Kim Chun-sam," he said. "You were always a beacon of morality. You set a fine example as a leader." Then his tone shifted, turning cruel. "But the men I sent after your members put them through hell. Their bodies might have recovered, but their souls were crushed. They died again and again in those mountains." That was enough. Rage exploded through Chun-Sam and the Iron Guard Blood Alliance members. They surged forward together, weapons raised, fury overwhelming restraint. Their attacks meant nothing. King Arthur didn't even flinch. "You're just a bunch of hot-headed old fools," he said dismissively. "And you're starting to annoy me." He began chanting in the ancient Nihonir language. The air trembled violently as mana spiraled out of control. Notifications flooded the battlefield in rapid succession. Warning: strong mana reaction detected. Domain expansion activated. Zerna's barrier. Extreme caution. Advised: death may occur under barrier effects. King Arthur looked down on them with cold contempt. "Old fools like you, people who can't be reasoned with, are useless to me," his voice dropped. "I'll finish all of you at once." Outside the battlefield, the fight between Demian and the Guardian Knight of the Emperor Blood Alliance continued without pause. A strange blast echoed from deep within the barrier. Demian's eyes flicked briefly in that direction. "What was that?" he asked. The Guardian Knight scoffed. "Do you really have time to worry about that right now?" In that instant, realization struck Demian like lightning. This man is a decoy. The Guardian Knight had been blocking his attacks relentlessly, yet never once had he truly aimed to kill him. Every move had been defensive. Every exchange had been meant to delay. His purpose was simple: to keep Demian from entering the barrier, which meant there was only one way forward. I have to kill him. Demian shifted his stance, his killing intent rising sharply as he began striking with renewed determination. Seeing the change, the old knight's expression hardened. "So you figured it out," he said. "You're as impressive as they said. I won't hold back anymore." Mana surged violently around him as he summoned Searing Claw. And simultaneously, Lightning Field. He attacked with savage ferocity, lightning tearing through the ground as explosive force rushed toward Demian. The strike came so close that death brushed past him, missing him by a hair's breadth. Still standing, Demian exhaled sharply. The knight stared at him in genuine surprise. "Impressive," he admitted. "You held up against that." Demian didn't respond. Instead, dark energy erupted violently from his body as he summoned Voodooist, Plague Outbreak. A massive wave of corruption surged forward. The Guardian Knight reacted instantly, summoning Lightning Field. The electric barrier absorbed the attack completely. "You don't know when to stop," the knight said coldly. "Let's end this." Demian gathered his power once more and summoned a far stronger spell. Voodooist, Qigong Cannon. The knight shook his head. "It is useless. You won't hold any longer." He raised his hand and summoned Chain Lightning. Bolts lashed out from every direction, tearing through the space Demian occupied. The air screamed as the attack raged. When the lightning faded, Demian was gone. The knight stiffened. He'd better not be dead, he thought. A calm voice sounded behind him. "You should worry about yourself, Mr. Decoy," Demian said evenly. Dark chains erupted outward as Demian summoned Voodooist, Blood Restraint. They wrapped tightly around the Guardian Knight, binding him completely. Demian tightened the grip of Blood Restraint, the dark chains coiling tighter as they wrapped firmly around the Guardian Knight's body. The bindings dug into armor and flesh alike, pulsing faintly with malicious energy. Yet even while restrained, the knight showed no hesitation or fear. With a sudden surge of mana, he forcefully unleashed Searing Claw, heat and destructive force erupting outward. The sudden attack forced Demian to shift his stance instantly, narrowly avoiding the brunt of the strike. Demian let out a soft laugh, the sound calm and almost amused, mockery dripping from his voice. "So," he said evenly, "what do you expect me to do now?" He tilted his head slightly, his gaze locking directly onto the knight's eyes. "Beg you?" he continued. "Is that what you're waiting for?" Before the knight could respond, Demian moved. In a swift and precise counterattack, he redirected the searing energy, driving it back with brutal efficiency. The force skewered straight into the knight's body, the impact sending a violent shockwave rippling across the battlefield. The knight froze in place. His eyes widened in disbelief, his body refusing to respond. Demian stepped closer, closing the distance until his shadow loomed over the restrained figure. His voice dropped low, cold enough to chill the air. "One wrong move," he warned, "and it'll cost you your life." The chains tightened even further, creaking under the pressure. "So stay exactly where you are." Then, almost casually, Demian added in a quiet tone. Wasn't your purpose to delay me? The knight exhaled sharply, pain and exhaustion etched clearly across his face. You're sharper than I thought, he admitted through clenched teeth. Yes, that was the order given to me. He lifted his gaze to meet Demian's. King Arthur ordered me to delay the obstacle until he was done with the Iron Guard. A faint, grim smile crossed his face, one filled with resignation. I've fulfilled that role. He paused briefly before continuing. And there's nothing I can do now. The Iron Guard Blood Alliance, they must have already turned to dust. Demian's expression hardened instantly. Rage and worry surged together, tightening his chest. So that's how it was, he muttered under his breath. Without another word, Demian delivered the final blow. The knight's body went completely limp, the life draining from him in silence. A notification appeared immediately before Demian's eyes. You have killed user, Adilante. EXP acquired. Demian didn't linger to look at it. He turned sharply toward the barrier ahead, his jaw clenched tightly. I won't let King Arthur run wild, he resolved silently. Hidden behind a distant tree, far from the battlefield, Alistair watched everything unfold without blinking. A slow, twisted smile spread across his face. So this is it, he whispered to himself. I've found my vessel. Ever since that day, he had endured humiliation, rejection, and relentless pain. He had rummaged through countless clones scattered across the world, discarding failures one after another, searching with obsessive persistence. For this moment, he could endure the scorn of his colleagues a little longer. Because once the vessel was found, it would inevitably crawl to his feet. Yet during his search, he had uncovered something entirely unexpected, something far more disturbing. An untouchable authority of adventurers from another world. Now, the power of the insurmountable wall between worlds rested firmly in his hands. This is how the cataclysm of this world begins, Alistair thought. Soon, Arya and the adventurers of that other world would witness the collapse of this world and the birth of a new one rising in its place. After all the time spent searching for the vessel, its fate no longer mattered. Adventurers would be cornered in the new world. He would use the vessel to widen the gap between worlds, draining its life force relentlessly until nothing remained. In the end, he would take the vessel's life with his own hands. It would be a glorious sacrifice for the creation of a new world. Far away from the battlefield, Jamie sat in front of a wall of massive screens. A cigarette dangled loosely from his mouth as thick stubble covered his face. His fingers flew across the keyboard at incredible speed, desperately trying to block Gordon from hacking into his system. No matter which angle he approached from, none of his countermeasures worked. Damn it, Jamie muttered, frustration seeping into his voice. Thousand Eyes was built by humans. There has to be a flaw. The pressure mounted with every passing second. Then, a notification popped up. New email received, Gordon. At the same moment, Gordon's face appeared on one of the screens. Jamie frowned deeply. Why the hell are you trying to break into my computer? He demanded. Gordon replied flatly, If I didn't, you wouldn't respond to my email. Jamie coughed awkwardly. That could happen. Leaning back in his chair, he asked, You read it, right? You know Evertail is up to something. Gordon nodded. The Akashic records aren't stable anymore. He continued calmly. Until now, users enjoyed AC, without knowing the risks. But when the system crashes, it won't be just a shutdown. Jamie's expression darkened. The users will be in indescribable danger if they're still logged in, Gordon said. We need to minimize the damage. Silence filled the room, heavy and suffocating. Jamie took a long drag from his cigarette. The only joy I had after retiring has been ruined, he thought bitterly. Slowly, he exhaled. But I'll find a way, Jamie said quietly. I always do. The screens continued to flicker endlessly, unaware that the world itself was already approaching its breaking point. At the headquarters of Adilante Castle, the system began to break down in earnest. Warning signals flooded the control room as cascading alerts streamed endlessly across the central interface. Error notifications multiplied faster than the system could categorize or suppress them. Screens flickered, data streams overlapped, and red indicators pulsed violently. Chloe stiffened in her seat, her fingers freezing over the console as her eyes locked onto the rapidly distorting data. Director, she said sharply, her voice cutting through the chaos, I've detected an intruder. The director's expression darkened instantly. I've found one as well, he replied, his tone grave. Both of them turned their full attention to the main screens. The intruder was actively cracking into the Thousand Eyes system, slipping past security layers that had been designed to be absolutely impenetrable. Firewalls collapsed one after another, authentication protocols unraveling as if they were meaningless. This was no ordinary hacker. If anything, the situation was far worse. Before either of them could fully process that thought, the director noticed something else on a secondary display. "Chloe," he said, pointing sharply at the screen. "There's someone following Demian. 7 o'clock direction within 3 kilometers." Chloe initiated a rapid scan, her fingers moving at blinding speed. "Is he a hacker?" the director asked immediately. She shook her head slowly. "I can't find any traces of him," she replied. "No movement data, no behavioral signature, nothing at all, except polygons, raw program structure, and the Akashic records." The director froze. Alistair Crowley. The name slipped from his mouth in disbelief. Yet something about the data didn't align. "This entity has a username," he said quietly. "Unknown." His brows furrowed deeply. How can someone from inside the game possess a username? The concept defied every established rule of system logic. He instructed Chloe to project the full screen. What appeared made his blood run cold. Alistair Crowley stood beside a mass of corrupted code, its structure warped and unstable, located precisely between the Diaraka mountain range and Luella, the exact point from which the hacker had first breached their system. "So that's it," the director muttered. Alistair had discovered an error code there. He must have mistaken it for some kind of revelation, and now he was chasing Demian, spreading that error along the way like a contagious disease. "It seems," the director continued slowly, "that he acquired a username only after coming into contact with the error code." He stared at the screen, his jaw tightening. An unknown user entering the city, with an error following him. His eyes shifted toward incoming traffic data. Other users are heading toward the central city as well. A clash was inevitable, and more than that, it would be bloody. "If we don't stop this," he said grimly, "the entire system could collapse." But the truth was already painfully clear. They were too late to interfere. At that moment, Chloe drew his attention back to the screen. "Director, look." Someone had landed. "There's no need," Chloe said quietly. On the display stood Gong Hana, an A-rank game moderator. She had descended directly into the corrupted zone. Without hesitation, she requested a system upgrade, and once it was granted, she immediately synchronized with the in-game entity standing before her. The director exhaled slowly. The perfect person is already there. Alistair watched her arrival with unmistakable interest. A slow smile crept across his face. So this is her, he thought. She could be used as a sacrifice. Her power, her ability, her sturdy physique. They were exactly what he needed. She wasn't as perfect as that bastard, but she would suffice. As he muttered quietly to himself, Hana narrowed her eyes. "What are you babbling about?" she demanded. She didn't wait for an answer. Hana attacked. Her strike pierced straight through his body, clean, precise, and absolute. But instead of collapsing, Alistair regenerated. Hana's eyes widened. That was impossible. There was only one explanation. "You're from the other side of the wall," she whispered. Alistair laughed softly. "Does it bother you?" he asked calmly. "It should." He spread his arms mockingly. "No matter how much you struggle, you'll never understand the grand scheme." Hana steadied her stance. "You're just a program," she said firmly. "If I erase all your code, you'll be erased." Alistair's smile sharpened dangerously. "In this world," he replied, "you can never defeat me." He attacked again, this time with far greater ferocity. At the same moment, Hana's code reacted. The system adapted. Her parameters were upgraded instantly, recalibrated to match the escalating threat. She endured. She resisted. Her persistence irritated him. "You're getting on my nerves," Alistair snapped. With a sudden surge of corrupted force, he struck decisively, coils wrapped tightly around Hana, locking her in place and suppressing her movement. "Prepare yourself," he said coldly. "You'll be my sacrifice." Before he could act further, the coils burst apart. Hana broke free, glaring fiercely at him. "What do you think you're doing?" she demanded. At that very moment, Demian, who had been passing nearby, stopped abruptly. He turned toward the disturbance, sensing the violent anomaly unfolding ahead. The corrupted code twisted violently. Reality itself seemed to shudder. And the confrontation that would shake the entire system had finally begun. When Demian noticed a sudden flash of light streaking violently across the sky, bright enough to tear through the thick clouds above, Pillier frowned deeply and squinted into the distance. "Isn't that the place we entered from?" he asked, unease creeping into his voice. Demian narrowed his eyes, briefly tracking the fading afterimage. "It could be another distraction," he replied calmly, already moving forward without slowing his pace. "The barrier is what matters right now." Pillier clicked his tongue in irritation. "You're just being lazy," he muttered, though he didn't protest further and followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Hyena, having just torn herself free from the binding coils, stood her ground despite the pain rippling violently through her system. Error warnings flared across her interface, but she ignored them completely. She immediately contacted the administration handler, requesting full authority access to eliminate the user standing before her. Authorization was granted. She felt it instantly. Her synchronization deepened as absolute authority flooded her code, layers of restriction dissolving one after another. Alistair stared at her in disbelief, eyes widening with sudden alarm. "What are you up to this time, wench?" he snarled. "I'll kill you and turn you into dust." But before he could move, his body began to dissolve. Hyena initiated the elimination process. For a brief moment, it worked. Alistair's form fragmented, his structure unraveling as the system attempted to erase him completely. Then the system faltered. An error message flared violently across Hana's interface. "Unknown user has logged in again. Error detected during elimination. Retry failed. Retry failed." Again and again, the system attempted to erase him. And again it failed. Alistair roared in fury. The next instant, he struck back with overwhelming force. Hyena was hurled violently across the ground, her body slamming into the terrain as her systems screamed in protest. "You really thought," Alistair said coldly, looming over her broken form, "that you could stand in my way with the authority that had been bestowed upon me?" His voice twisted with obsession. "I will claim a physical body," he continued, "and I will rule over the world." Far away, inside the control room, the director was drowned in alerts. Mainstream traffic surged wildly, all access blocked by Akashic records. Intrusion detected from Akashic records. Akashic records encroaching 1,000 eyes. His face twisted with fury. "Damn that user," he cursed bitterly. "This is all because of him?" Inside the barrier, Kim Chun-sam sat slumped on the ground, his body barely holding together. His HP was nearly depleted, his breath shallow and uneven. King Arthur looked down at him with open contempt. "So this is it," Arthur said casually. "Good thing he cut ties with the Blood Alliance so early, seeing you in such a pitiful state." Chun-sam clenched his teeth. There was no denying it. Against King Arthur's power, resistance had become meaningless. The battle had turned into a one-sided massacre long ago. Arthur continued, his tone devoid of emotion. "There's no reason to keep trash like you alive." He raised his weapon. Before he could strike, the sky cracked open. Immense lightning poured down from above, ripping through the heavens like divine judgment. The battlefield trembled violently as notifications flooded the air. Abnormal mana detected. Barrier integrity failure. The barrier shattered. Demian pierced through it, Briionac blazing in his grasp as he landed heavily before King Arthur. His first glance wasn't toward his enemy. It was toward Kim Chun-sam. "Are you all right, uncle?" Demian asked urgently. Kim Chun-sam managed a weak smile. "I'm fine," he replied. "But my HP is completely broken." He exhaled slowly. "I'll leave the rest to you." The system notification appeared instantly. "Kim Chun-sam, party member, has died." King Arthur burst into laughter. "What a fucking scene," he sneered. "Clowns, all of you. Who would be stupid enough to think they could block my path?" Demian slowly turned toward him. Memories surged violently through his mind. 10 years. 10 years of living as Demian, pouring every ounce of time, money, and obsession into this game. He had been narrow-minded, deaf to his family's warnings, blind to everything beyond the screen. Only after losing everything had he finally awakened. The Demon King invasion, the opportunity he had waited for, had been right in front of him. He had planned to sell his in-game wealth, to make amends with his family, to start over. All of it had been destroyed. By this man. There had been a time when Demian had thought of King Arthur as a companion. He had been naive. Now, the time had come to settle everything. Arthur scoffed. I didn't wait this long just to stare at you. Demian raised his weapon, fury burning through every vein. Bring it on, he spat, cursing without restraint. King Arthur stiffened. It shocked him. According to his knowledge, they had never met before. I don't know where all this cursing is coming from, Arthur said slowly, but I know who you are. He smiled sharply. A famous live streamer. Immense skills. Tremendous physical power. His gaze sharpened. You're even more interesting in person. Then his voice dropped. So you're the one who surpassed me. He lifted his hand and summoned Forcemancer, Lightning Vortex X36. The world screamed. The vortex tore through the battlefield with catastrophic force. Demian felt the pressure instantly. One mistake, one attempt to block it head-on, and he would die. His eyes flicked to the weapon in King Arthur's hand. The infamous lethal weapon radiated terrifying power, heavy with the weight of countless lives taken to reach this moment. Demian's gaze hardened. He summoned his strength. Voodooist, Bloodlust. Phantom X36. Dark energy erupted violently as Demian launched his counterattack, colliding head-on with Arthur's overwhelming might. The clash that would decide everything had finally begun. As Demian launched his attack, King Arthur watched him with a cold, amused gaze. Squirm all you want, Arthur said calmly. Just make sure you don't disappoint me. In the same breath, he raised his hand as he summoned. Forcemancer, Lightning Vortex X87. The air screamed. Demian's eyes widened as torrents of lightning tore forward with overwhelming speed. He realized instantly that although Forcemancer was considered a relatively common mage class, the way King Arthur was casting it was far beyond normal limits. The spells were forming almost instantly, as if Arthur were casting them with nothing more than a glance. Before Demian could fully adjust, Arthur spoke again. Don't be surprised too early. The sky darkened as he casted another spell. Forcemancer, Thunderbolt Birds, X100. A storm of crackling lightning birds descended toward Demian, screeching as they homed in on him. His instincts screamed danger. If even a few slipped past his defense, they would chase him relentlessly until he was dead. Demian clenched his teeth and summoned Voodooist, Vengeful Spirit Arrow X138. And then, at the same time, Plague Outbreak X236. Dark, cursed energy erupted outward. The vengeful arrows pierced through the incoming storm while the plague detonated midair, devouring the thunderbolt birds one after another. The sky cleared in violent flashes as the last of them disintegrated. King Arthur laughed. That wasn't bad, he admitted, clearly enjoying himself. Now let's see how you block this. The ground trembled as he summoned Forcemancer, Shockwave. A crushing force rippled outward, warping space itself. In the same instant, Arthur followed it with Static Shield. A shimmering barrier enveloped him, crackling with condensed lightning. Inside the shield, Arthur looked down at Demian with mocking eyes. Is that all you've got? He asked. You might be on par with a commander from a major blood alliance, but you're no match for me. Demian said nothing. Instead, he reached out and called out for Briionac. The air distorted as Briionac materialized in his grasp. For the first time, King Arthur's expression cracked. What the fuck? He muttered. Then he smirked. You really think you can take me down with that? Yet, as Arthur observed more closely, his eyes narrowed. The power radiating from Briionac was unmistakable, but it wasn't the same overwhelming force that had once destroyed the abyss of Zerna. It was weaker. King Arthur enraged as he asked Demian that how dare he mocked him. Not hesitating, Arthur summoned another wave of thunderbolt birds, scanning the battlefield for Demian's position. For a brief moment, he couldn't find him. Then he sensed it. Demian was already moving. Charging at full speed, Demian appeared in Arthur's vision, his voice cutting through the storm. Is that all you've got? He thrust forward with another skill. Voodooist, Qigong Cannon. The blast struck with terrifying force, shattering the static shield around King Arthur. Lightning scattered violently as the barrier collapsed. Arthur's amusement vanished. His expression hardened as fury surfaced beneath his composure. He realized that the longer this fight dragged on, the more dangerous Demian became. This is getting annoying, Arthur thought. Raising his hand again, he snarled, "Know your place. Forcemancer, Thunder Ray." A concentrated beam of lightning tore through the battlefield, scorching everything in its path. Demian barely flinched. "I know exactly where I stand," he replied coldly. "Better than you ever will." Dark energy surged once more as he summoned Voodooist, Vengeful Spirit. The attack struck with such intensity that even King Arthur staggered slightly, his eyes widening in surprise at the sheer power packed into it. At a distance, 2 users had arrived to witness the battle. "At first," one of them said breathlessly, "when I saw the barrier, I thought we were completely screwed." The other nodded, eyes glued to the spectacle unfolding before them. "This fight? It's on a completely different level." "Did you get a good shot of it?" the first asked hurriedly. "I've got everything," the other replied with a grin. "We can squeeze it into 3 videos easily. Maybe even add a weapon analysis on Demian's gear. That'll get us tons of views." The first laughed. "You're a genius." The other shrugged. "I've been doing this for a long time, it's no big deal." Suddenly his body flickered. "What?" he muttered as his form began to fade. Both of them froze. "What's happening?" the first asked. The second grimaced. "I just got a notification, communication problem." And then he vanished completely. Inside the AC headquarters, chaos erupted. Alarms blared as screens flooded with error messages. The entire game program was spiraling out of control. Notifications poured in one after another, reporting users experiencing severe errors and being forcibly disconnected from the system. All signs pointed to one source. Luella. The director slammed his hand on the console. "Chloe," he demanded, "can we stop the source of the error?" Chloe shook her head, her fingers flying across the controls. "I've already tried," she said tensely. "As long as that NPC user is still active and in contact with the system, there's nothing we can do." The director's jaw tightened. "Then at least block the hackers," he ordered. "Initiate security login immediately." He paused, staring at the rapidly escalating error graphs. "If we lose any more ground," he muttered, "we'll have no options left." Behind his glasses, his eyes darkened. The Akashic records were also reaching their limit. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Could it be that in the end, this will be our only choice? Chaos erupted inside the headquarters as alarms blared non-stop, their sharp wails echoing through every corridor. Technicians sprinted between consoles, shouting updates and frantically typing commands as holographic displays flickered with warning signals. One after another, pale-faced analysts rushed to report to Director Kim, each delivering increasingly grim news. The malfunction within the game, originally caused by an external hacking attempt, had now escalated into its 3rd phase. The servers were no longer simply unstable or lagging. They had been completely overtaken. Control had slipped from their hands entirely. If the intrusion was not halted at once, the overload would push the systems beyond their limits, causing the computers themselves to collapse and shut down permanently. Before anyone could finish outlining the possible worst-case scenarios, Kim cut them off with a sharp, commanding gesture. His expression was cold and resolute as he issued his orders. Everyone was to move to the control room immediately and begin logging out all administrators who were currently inside the game. There was no room for debate, no time for hesitation. Chloe faltered for a moment before speaking up. She warned him that such an abrupt action would forcibly eject many admins without proper preparation, likely resulting in the loss of their vitals and severe neurological damage. Kim did not deny the danger. Instead, he responded calmly but firmly, stating that enduring some after effects was far better than losing consciousness entirely and remaining trapped in an irreversible coma forever. With that grim declaration, he rushed forward, pushing the team into motion. His voice echoed down the hallway as he ordered Team 1 to immediately begin operations with the administrators stationed in Sector G13. Once inside the control room, Kim demanded that the system's real-time feedback be projected onto the massive central screen. The moment it activated, notifications flooded in without pause, stacking over one another in an overwhelming cascade of red alerts. Each message was worse than the last. The Thousand Eyes system had been fully encroached upon. Kim stared at the data in silence, his jaw tight and his eyes dark. Despite the severity of the situation, he did not look surprised. He quietly murmured that he had expected this outcome. Thousand Eyes had been designed with a failsafe. Upon complete encroachment, it would initiate a self-destruct protocol, and in doing so, it would lash out violently at the Akashic records. Even an archive as vast and resilient as the Akashic records would not be able to withstand a flood of corrupted data of that magnitude. Kim had foreseen this chain reaction long ago. What unsettled him now was not the event itself, but how much sooner it was unfolding compared to his calculations. Turning toward Chloe, Kim told her that their priority had to be damage control. She quickly reported that 98% of all administrators had already been successfully logged out. However, there was still no confirmed information regarding the admins stationed in Sector F6, nor was there any update on Hana's current status. Kim paused, the room falling quiet as everyone waited for his response. Finally, he told Chloe to leave Hana alone for the time being. Hana would remain inside the game to assist the players who were still trapped, especially those near Luella. The task would be dangerous and exhausting, but she was the only one capable of handling it. He assured Chloe that he would personally save Hana later. They would be the last ones to evacuate. Elsewhere, far from the chaos of the headquarters, Jamie leaned back in his chair after successfully hacking into the system. A faint, satisfied smile crossed his face. It seemed his skills had not dulled with time. All it had taken was a small interference, a carefully placed nudge in exactly the right spot. Curious about the aftermath, he pulled up the player forums to observe how the situation was unfolding. To his surprise, there were no reports of catastrophic failures. Most streamers were merely complaining about players suddenly vanishing mid-game or suffering from extreme glitches. Jamie frowned deeply. That level of disorder did not align with what he had done. Even though he was the only one capable of executing a hack of that scale, the consequences felt far too severe. When it dawned on him that the operators themselves were actively monitoring and interfering with the system, another possibility surfaced. Could this have been Evertail's plan from the very beginning? Still, he could not understand why they would intentionally tamper with the Akashic records. As he continued to think, a chilling realization took shape. Perhaps their true goal was to destroy the Akashic records entirely by dragging the entire system down with it. Inside the game, Hana found herself completely alone. She was painfully aware that her time was running out. By now, almost all of her colleagues had already been logged out. If the servers were fully shut down, her chance of waking up would fall to less than 0.002%. Despite knowing this, she chose to place her trust in Mr. Kim. She would not leave the game until she received the signal. Until that moment arrived, she would save as many players as she could. She did not know how many were still near Luella, but if ordinary players wandered too close to that thing, their survival chances would drop drastically. Even the game itself seemed disturbed by its presence. Back on the battlefield, King Arthur sneered as he taunted Demian, asking whether he truly believed he could defeat him so easily. Without waiting for a response, Arthur summoned a Forcemancer shockwave and hurled it toward him. Demian dodged the attack cleanly, prompting Arthur to remark that Demian was holding out better than he had expected. Even so, Arthur dismissed him as nothing more than an annoying gnat. He immediately followed up with a Forcemancer Thunder Ray, but Demian leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding the strike as it scorched the ground below. As he repositioned himself, Demian took note of how openly King Arthur displayed his emotions. Arthur had been boasting and taunting even before the battle began, a clear indication of his lack of real combat experience. Until now, Demian had only encountered him once, long before the Demon King invasion, at a point much later in the timeline. Even in the present, despite Arthur's superior equipment, Demian still possessed the advantage of experience. If he handled this carefully, victory was still within reach. Summoning Plague Outbreak multiplied 342 times, Demian launched his counterattack. Arthur evaded it effortlessly and burst into laughter, commenting that he liked the fire in Demian's eyes. He mocked him openly, questioning whether Demian truly believed he had any chance of winning. Arthur then summoned Forcemancer. Thunderbird multiplied 476 times. At that exact moment, something unexpected occurred. Demian struck back with a Voodooist Spiritual Dark Awakening, instantly lowering Arthur's resistance as poison spread through his system. The effect sent King Arthur into a rage. He accused Demian of relying on cheap tricks and responded with lightning vortex multiplied 483 times. The overwhelming force of the attack completely dispersed Demian's spiritual awakening. In that instant, Demian grasped the truth. The reason King Arthur had always remained at the top was his infinite mana core. That fact had not changed. Unless Demian destroyed it first, he would never be able to win. Alistair Cowley observed the violent clash between King Arthur and Demian from a considerable distance, his weakened body barely able to keep pace with what his eyes were witnessing. His vision flickered and began to fade like a dying flame on the verge of being extinguished. Still, he forced himself to continue watching as their battle unfolded. As blow after blow shook the battlefield, a single, undeniable thought settled firmly in his mind. This was a vision of sacrifice. Even as the edges of his sight blurred and darkness crept closer, he understood the meaning behind what he was seeing. After witnessing King Arthur fight in earnest, Alistair realized that the adventurer standing against the vessel possessed an enormous amount of power as well. Neither side was insignificant. There was no value in rushing in recklessly. Charging forward now would only waste what little strength he had left. Instead, he chose patience. He would wait until one of them struck the other down. Only when a fatal blow was delivered would he step in from the shadows and claim whatever remained. Moving carefully through the uneven terrain, Alistair suddenly noticed another hole forming in front of him. Its appearance sent a chill through his spine. It looked disturbingly similar to the one he had encountered earlier. A cautious thought crossed his mind. Could this be another source of power? Perhaps one even greater than the last? Curiosity tugged at him, urging him to investigate further. However, the moment he leaned closer and peered inside, his entire body froze. The darkness within was unlike anything he had ever encountered before. It was not an empty void, nor was it simply the absence of light. It felt dense, heavy, and alive. Every instinct within him screamed in warning. Touching it would not merely harm him, it would drag him into an eternal abyss from which there was no return. Worse still, the air surrounding it reeked of a dead star. Alistair recoiled slightly, his expression twisting with unease. His confusion deepened rapidly. First, there had been strange and unnatural traces spread across the mountain range, and now this unfamiliar stench. None of it fit together. The growing sense of dread gnawed at his thoughts, refusing to let go. Before he could dwell on the mystery any longer, Hyena attacked him once again. She appeared without warning, her presence sharp, focused, and filled with resolve. Her voice rang out as she declared that she had finally found him. Before she could press her attack further, however, two players suddenly rushed into the area. Hyena overheard them excitedly talking among themselves, eagerly discussing their plan to go watch the battle between Demian and King Arthur up close. Panic surged through her chest. She immediately shouted for them to stop, her voice filled with urgency. She knew all too well that if they remained there, they would fall directly into Alistair's grasp. Her warning came too late. In the blink of an eye, Alistair entangled both players, restraining them effortlessly. His voice remained calm, almost gentle, yet there was undeniable cruelty beneath it as he told them that even a speck of power would be enough for him. He instructed them to give up resisting and allow him to nourish himself on them. Hyena reacted instantly. She requested A-rank administration authority, her tone sharp as she demanded restricted access. She declared firmly that Alistair was nothing more than a mere program. The last time they had faced each other, she had been caught off guard, but this time was different. This time, she would bring him down without fail. The authority was granted, and with it, she restricted Alistair's position within the game, forcing him to release the trapped players. Alistair's fury exploded the moment his control was broken. His composure shattered as he turned on Hyena, telling her that she had crossed the line. From this point onward, he would no longer hold back. He promised her that he would not go easy on her again. From now on, she would vanish completely. Meanwhile, the battlefield continued to quake as King Arthur and Demian exchanged devastating blows without pause. Arthur raised his shield just in time as Demian unleashed another Voodooist vengeful spirit arrow multiplied 296 times. The overwhelming force shattered the shield instantly, fragments scattering across the ground. Demian did not allow Arthur even a single moment to recover. He pressed forward relentlessly, commanding Arthur to give up already as he followed the assault with a Voodooist Qigong cannon. Arthur snarled in response, his pride wounded. He demanded to know how Demian dared to trick him. He scoffed, dismissing Demian's attacks as useless, and retaliated with lightning vortex multiplied 286 times. The collision of their powers sent massive shockwaves rippling across the battlefield, tearing into the ground and distorting the air itself. Even so, neither warrior stepped back. At that precise moment, Demian issued a command to Pily. Without a second of hesitation, Pily charged forward, gripping his reed-like weapon tightly as he struck directly at King Arthur. Arthur reacted on instinct, reaching out and seizing Pily firmly in his hand, but that was exactly what Demian had been waiting for. In the very next heartbeat, Demian detonated the red ball attached to King Arthur's staff. As the explosion erupted, Demian spoke coldly, telling Arthur that if he did not want to be deceived, he needed to stay 2 steps ahead of his enemy at all times. King Arthur stood frozen in shock. Smoke and energy swirled around him as he stared at Demian, disbelief clearly etched across his face. He demanded to know how Demian could do something like that. Demian replied calmly, almost casually, asking Arthur what he meant by that. He explained that Arthur was overflowing with mana, far more than his outer self could properly handle. The imbalance was obvious to anyone who knew what to look for. Then, with a faint hint of mockery, Demian added that it truly sucked to be him. Those words pushed King Arthur past his limit. His fury erupted completely, no longer restrained in any way. He told Demian that if he truly wished to see things through to the very end, then he would grant him that wish. Raising his weapon high, Arthur summoned the Forcemancer Thunder Dragon. The air trembled violently as its presence manifested, crackling with destructive energy. Arthur declared that playtime was over. This was the end. It was time for Demian to die. With that declaration, he unleashed the attack, and the battlefield itself seemed to brace for the catastrophic collision that would decide everything. After unleashing what he believed to be a fatal attack, King Arthur hovered amid the devastation, his body suspended in the air as his sharp gaze scanned the ruined battlefield below. The explosion he had released had consumed everything in its path, ripping through the land with overwhelming force and tearing the terrain apart until nothing recognizable remained. Cracked earth, shattered stone, and scorched ground stretched as far as his eyes could see. There was not even a trace of dust left behind that could suggest Demian's survival. To Arthur, it looked like absolute victory. He allowed himself to believe that Demian had been completely erased from existence. Deep inside, he scoffed, thinking that the bastard should have known when to quit instead of challenging someone far beyond him. Then, to his utter astonishment, the impossible happened. In the very next moment, Demian emerged high in the air, his figure cutting cleanly through the smoke and lingering energy. His sudden appearance shattered Arthur's certainty like glass. Without hesitation, Demian attacked once again, his presence alone enough to shake Arthur's confidence. Looking down at him, Demian spoke with clear disbelief, telling Arthur that he never imagined someone like him would go as far as sacrificing his own life force. The King Arthur he remembered would never have chosen such a desperate and self-destructive path. That version of Arthur had possessed pride and restraint, but this Arthur was different, twisted by obsession and power, entirely unlike his former self. Before Arthur could even form a response, notifications flooded Demian's vision. Rune of Greed, Extorting Hand activated. Almost instantly, Demian felt the flow of power change direction. A steady surge rushed into him as he began absorbing King Arthur's experience points. Another notification followed immediately, informing him that he was now absorbing King Arthur's mana as well. The transfer was relentless and merciless, siphoning Arthur's strength piece by piece while Demian grew stronger with every passing second. King Arthur roared in uncontrollable fury, his voice echoing across the broken battlefield as he cursed Demian, calling him a piece of shit. His rage boiled over as he snarled that if this was how Demian intended to fight, then he too would make sacrifices of his own. But before he could act on that decision, Demian moved first. He unleashed Voodooist Vengeful Spirit multiplied 137 times. The attack engulfed King Arthur completely, wrapping him in roaring spectral flames that burned with unnatural intensity, gnawing at both body and mana alike. Elsewhere, Hyena had been granted full authorization to eliminate her designated target. She launched herself at Alistair with relentless force, her movements sharp and unwavering. Each strike was precise and calculated, landing with purpose as she drove him closer and closer to collapse. Alistair sneered at her defiantly, taunting her by saying that she should have been skewered long ago. Hannah responded without emotion, stating calmly that she needed to finish him quickly, as she still had other matters that demanded her attention. Alistair could not comprehend what was happening to him. He still believed he had so much left to accomplish, so many plans that had yet to unfold. His confidence wavered for the first time. Then, a sudden notification reached Hannah. City center terrain had shattered. Her eyes widened instantly. Damage of that magnitude could not have been caused simply by the collapse of the Thousand Eyes system. A chilling realization crept into her mind. Could the server room detonation have already begun? It was happening far earlier than she had anticipated. Despite the shock, Hannah forced herself to remain steady. Thanks to everything that had happened up until now, she had already carved out a path through the chaos. Without hesitation, she resumed her assault on Alistair. The accumulated damage overwhelmed him rapidly. Even so, he clung desperately to his arrogance, mocking her and claiming that she truly believed he could not see through her cheap tricks. Hannah answered bluntly that it seemed he could not, and struck him again without a shred of mercy. Suddenly, more notifications poured in. Logan's request for A-rank administration failed. At the same time, Alistair felt his very existence begin to fracture. His form cracked and shattered, his control collapsing beyond any hope of recovery. He cried out in disbelief, shouting that this should not have happened. He still had so much left to do. He wanted to create a world without obstacles, a perfect domain shaped entirely by his own design. Yet all of those ambitions crumbled into nothing, as his existence was finally subdued and erased. At that very moment, Hannah's portal opened. Director Kim reached through it and pulled her out forcefully. The sudden transition made her head spin, and for a brief moment she felt as though she might faint. She wondered if these sensations were side effects of everything she had endured inside the game. Kim steadied her quickly, offering a hurried apology as he explained that there was no time to waste. Chloe approached them soon after and reported that all staff members had been successfully evacuated. Only they remained behind. Kim nodded, then explained that although he did not fully understand how Hannah had managed it, she had removed nearly all players from the area near Luella, including even the unidentified ones. When Chloe asked about Demian, Kim hesitated before answering. He explained that Hannah had been unable to reach him. Because Demian was classified as an unidentified player, they could not log him out through normal administrative means. All Kim could do now was hope that Demian would find his own way out. Back on the battlefield, the clash between Demian and King Arthur continued at a deadly pace. The earlier explosion had not ended the fight, it had only driven it into a far more brutal and desperate phase. King Arthur, enraged beyond all description, locked his gaze onto Demian with pure murderous intent. He shouted that if Demian truly wished to die, then he would personally grant him that wish. Drawing upon his remaining power once more, King Arthur summoned Forcemancer Thunderstorm. The sky above twisted violently as thunder gathered and roared, dark clouds spiraling into place. The battlefield trembled beneath the pressure, signaling that the battle was far from over and that the next exchange could very well decide everything. King Arthur felt his body grow heavy as the aftermath of the skill he just used washed over him. Using such a devastating technique had drained him deeply. It had been a long time since he had been forced to give everything he had. Never once had he imagined that a worthless worm like Demian would push him this far. There was no way anyone should have survived that attack. No one should have been left standing. Yet, to his astonishment, Demian emerged from the devastation and began walking toward him. He moved slowly, calmly, like a saint of death descending upon the condemned. The energy surrounding him was completely different from before. No, it was different from anything King Arthur had ever seen in another player. It no longer felt human. The darkness in Demian's eyes was not mere malice or rage, it was an abyss, endless, devouring, and silent. There was nothing reflected in those eyes except boundless darkness. For a brief moment, fear crept into King Arthur's heart. He clenched his teeth and pushed it down immediately. He would not allow fear to control him. This thing in front of him was still just a worm. He only needed to kill it. But at that very moment, Demian rose above him and attacked directly. The speed was overwhelming. A chill ran through King Arthur's body as instinct screamed danger. Demian felt it too. As he moved, a sharp realization struck him. This was far too close. If he lost focus even for a moment, he would lose consciousness entirely. He steadied his breathing and examined the energy flowing through him. He had tried to shield it with Arcasia's power, but it had not fully disappeared. It was different from Abraxas's power, as well as it was far more stable than Abraxas. It did not resemble the Demon King's energy either. That power had been violent and corrupt. This was too pure. The sensation reminded him of the first time he had met Shaka. The same calm stability, the same overwhelming presence. It did not mean he had full control over it, but that was fine. He had practiced long enough. This was the moment to test it finally. King Arthur stared at him, unable to fully comprehend what kind of power Demian now wielded. It was dangerous, far more dangerous than before. He knew he had to get rid of Demian immediately. Raising his weapon, he unleashed Forcemancer Thunder Ray. Lightning tore through the air with a deafening roar. Demian answered without hesitation. Voodooist Qigong Cannon collided with the attack head-on. The force slammed into King Arthur before he could brace himself. He staggered, barely holding his ground. His eyes widened as he realized that Demian was moving far faster than before. There was no pause, no hesitation. Demian pressed the attack relentlessly. King Arthur summoned Forcemancer Shockwave and released it in desperation. Demian smirked. "This is more like it," he said calmly. "You need to put in at least this much effort. Otherwise, crushing you wouldn't be any fun." The words cut deeper than the attack that followed as Voodooist bloodlust erupted, tearing into King Arthur with savage force. His body trembled violently. He was nearly shattered now. Pain surged through him as his mind reeled. What kind of freak was this? As his thoughts spiraled, memories surfaced unbidden. AC had always been his world, a place where he could do whatever he wanted. He was the fourth grandson of the Yushin Group's chairman, a name that carried absolute authority. Among his siblings, he had always stood apart. Ambition ruled them all. They fought each other endlessly, spreading rumors, scheming, plotting, and stabbing one another from the shadows. He had survived it all. He wore a face no one could read and possessed instincts sharpened for survival. He could betray anyone, including ally, family, or stranger, without hesitation. That was where he stood. Looking down at others as they crawled at his feet had always been his role. That was the world he knew. So why? Why was this bastard standing in his way? King Arthur forced himself upright, fury burning through the pain. He turned toward Demian, his voice trembling with rage as he shouted, asking who the hell Demian thought he was to defy him. The sky above them answered as he summoned his ultimate authority. Forcemancer. Skill, God of Lightning. Power gathered once more, thunder screaming as it descended upon the battlefield. King Arthur attacked again, driven by pride, fury, and the refusal to fall. A deafening crack of thunder tore through the sky, and everything around them was swallowed by an overwhelming blue light. The world itself seemed to tremble beneath the force of it. Yet none of it intimidated Demian. Without hesitation, he charged forward again, attacking with full force. King Arthur stared in disbelief. Demian should have died after the last attack. There was no possible way he should still be standing. This, Arthur thought bitterly, was exactly what happened when a worthless worm dared to oppose him. Still, something did not add up. No matter how he tried to rationalize it, he could not understand why this damn scumbag was pursuing him with such relentless persistence. Demian did not retreat, did not hesitate, and did not show fear. While Arthur was still processing this, Demian struck again. The blow was devastating. King Arthur's arm was torn clean off, and his weapon shattered in the same instant. Pain exploded through his body as he screamed in disbelief, clutching the empty space where his arm had been. Demian looked at him calmly and told him not to overreact. He added, almost casually, that this was only the beginning. Before Arthur could recover, Demian drove his fist into him with crushing force, then followed up immediately by summoning Voodooist Qigong Cannon. Yellow flames engulfed King Arthur completely, burning with terrifying intensity. Arthur's thoughts spiraled into chaos. Who was this bastard? He had survived a direct hit from the God of Thunder's trident. That alone proved that Demian was not some ordinary human. In desperation, King Arthur summoned a static shield around himself. Enclosed within it, he forced himself to steady his thoughts. He had never faced someone like this before. Looking at Demian through the barrier, he admitted aloud that Demian was not ordinary and that no one had ever pushed him this far. Then his pride surged back to the surface. He demanded to know whether Demian truly believed he was the only one who had reached this level. Did he really think he could defeat him just by breaking a measly weapon? Arthur declared that he could still finish Demian with his bare hands. As he spoke, power gathered around him once more. He began summoning Forcemancer skills, Thunderbird, followed immediately by Lightning Vortex. Demian watched closely, his mind sharp and focused. The attack patterns were familiar. Arthur was repeating the same sequences he had used before. Outside the gaming world, reality was unraveling just as violently. Ji-hoon sat in front of the television as the program he had been watching was abruptly interrupted by breaking news. A critical flaw had been discovered in the system of the massively popular VR game Arcasia Chronicle. The reporter's tone was tense as details poured in. Reports exposing the technical dangers of AC were increasing by the minute, and Evertale's headquarters was now facing protests from people affected by the incident. They demanded answers. They demanded the truth. Ji-hoon's phone rang. It was Minjun. Without wasting time, Minjun asked if Jinsung was with Jinsung. Ji-hoon answered that he was not. Minjun cursed under his breath and told him Jinsung was still streaming. He ordered Ji-hoon to go to Jinsung's place immediately and force him to log out if he was still connected. Minjun said he was already on his way. He told Ji-hoon to contact everyone who might know where Jinsung was. On the television, the reporter continued, the Central Safety Response Team had held an urgent press conference advising everyone to disconnect from their VR devices immediately. If any acquaintances were still logged in, they were urged to make them log out at once. Ji-hoon clasped his hands together unconsciously and prayed that Jinsung would be safe. Inside a hospital room, Director Kim stood quietly beside Hana's bed. She lay unconscious, medical monitors humming steadily around her. Kim turned to Chloe and told her that it was all over. When she asked him what he planned to do next, his expression hardened. He said that he could no longer avoid responsibility. He would take full responsibility for everything that had happened and ensure that they were all presented as victims. Chloe shook her head and told him that the incident had been caused by a system malfunction, and that he himself was also a victim. Kim replied softly that they were all too precious to lose. He asked her to take care of Hana and turned to leave. Before he could take another step, Chloe grabbed him by the collar and demanded how he could be so selfish as to leave everything behind. She accused him of trying to act like a martyr. If he truly wanted to do something meaningful, she told him, then he should prove everyone's innocence using his skills instead of sacrificing himself. Kim asked her how he was supposed to do that. Chloe answered immediately. They already had a way, it was Hana. She possessed the most critical medical and operational data they needed. Hana had followed his orders and pushed herself to the limit to make this possible. He had no right to throw away all her efforts now. Kim closed his eyes briefly, then nodded. He said that he would hold a press conference within a week. Until then, he would collect all remaining data related to AC. He told Chloe to look after Hana in the meantime. Chloe informed him that Hana would regain consciousness within 32 hours. Kim said he was counting on her. Chloe told him to leave it to her. As Kim exited the hospital room, his thoughts weighed heavily on him. This was far too early to give in. There was still hope. The situation was not over yet. After all, Demian the Voodooist was still inside the game. King Arthur raised his remaining power and summoned the Forcemancer skill. Thunder Ray multiplied 38 times, unleashing it toward Demian with fury. He shouted at him as Demian disappeared, his voice cracking with rage. Without stopping, he followed it up with Forcemancer Shockwave, pouring everything he had into the attack as he wished for Demian's death. Yet when the smoke and light cleared, Demian was still standing. The sight shattered Arthur's composure. Why would he not die? Why did he keep standing no matter how many fatal attacks were thrown at him? Driven further into madness, King Arthur summoned Forcemancer Thunder Dragon once more and sent it crashing toward Demian. This time, Demian truly felt the impact. His vision blurred, and pain surged through his body as a system notification appeared before his eyes. Saint of Death activated. Upon taking damage that reduces HP to 0, form a pact with the endless darkness that will grant you an immortal body. For 1,800 seconds, HP will not fall below 1, and all status effects and damage are nullified. Demian's consciousness wavered as he stared at King Arthur through half-open eyes. He understood now. Arthur was willing to spill his own blood, willing to destroy himself if it meant victory. That was why he was fighting so recklessly. It was clear that King Arthur had completely lost his sanity. Demian admitted to himself that provoking him this far was partly his own fault. Still, the time granted by Saint of Death was nearing its end. As his final act of mercy, he decided that he would finish this quickly. Far from the battlefield, Jamie watched the screen in silence. The reporter spoke about the growing protests and how critics claimed that it was only a matter of time before Evertail would be forced to take responsibility. The company had yet to release any official statement. Jamie sighed heavily. It was over. Gordon, who was still in contact with him, told him that he had done quite a great job. Jamie shook his head and replied that he still could not believe he had caused such massive disruption. Now, he had no idea what to do with his life. All he asked was to be paid well for his work. Gordon assured him that he would be. Jamie then asked what Gordon planned to do about the chaos that had erupted, and the victims, whose numbers had already reached tens of millions. Gordon replied that he was considering compensating some users by paying them directly from company funds. Jamie questioned whether that would be enough, since people might not see the company as the primary cause behind everything. Gordon answered that some people from his company were involved, and because of that, he had to do whatever he could, especially when it came to the man at the center of it all. Demian required further investigation. He was someone worth keeping a close eye on. Jamie listened quietly, then told Gordon that he had had enough of this mess. He was backing out completely. He hoped Gordon would keep everything a secret and never call him again. He did not want to be involved in trouble anymore. Back on the battlefield, Demian summoned the Voodooist skill plague outbreak and unleashed it against King Arthur. The attack slammed into him with crushing force. Arthur laughed bitterly and told Demian that all his efforts were meaningless. He surrounded himself with a Forcemancer static shield, blocking the attack entirely. But Demian did not stop. He followed immediately with Voodooist Spiritual Dark Awakening, forcing its corrupt power through the defenses. King Arthur cursed him, calling him a piece of shit, and retaliated with everything he had left. He summoned Forcemancer Shockwave once again and, at the same time, released Forcemancer Thunderbird multiplied 87 times. He ordered the attack to find Demian and kill him. The sky screamed as lightning tore through the battlefield. Demian responded by activating Voodooist Phantom, his form slipping into obscurity. From within that concealment, he struck back, launching a vengeful spirit arrow directly at King Arthur. The impact shook Arthur violently. Furious, King Arthur shouted for Demian to stop hiding and come out. He attacked again with Forcemancer Thunder Ray, lightning flashing wildly as he screamed insults, calling Demian a piece of shit and telling him to stop wasting their time. He swore that he would kill him. Just because Demian was a little smart, did he really think he could beat him? Arthur's voice grew louder, more unhinged. He told Demian that he truly thought he could make him give in. He mocked him, saying that countless losers wasted their entire lives on games, taking pride in meaningless in-game achievements. Did Demian really believe he was any different? Did he truly think he could rise above that? Arthur demanded that he give up already. Then, gathering the last of his power, he summoned Thunder Dragon once more and hurled it forward. He told Demian that he had brought this upon himself and wished him to die. But then, out of nowhere, Demian appeared. In a single instant, he closed the distance and unleashed the deadliest attack he had used up to that point. The deadliest exchange yet again erupted between Demian and King Arthur, shaking the battlefield to its core. Power collided with power as the air screamed under the strain. King Arthur raised his weapon and summoned Forcemancer Thunder Ray once more, hurling it toward Demian with unrestrained malice. He sneered as he did so, telling Demian that he would see whether he could still laugh after this attack. Arthur declared that Demian should have given up long ago. There had never been any chance for him. His voice grew sharper, more venomous as he continued. Every human, he said, had their place in the world. Scum should live like scum, and trash should live like trash. A lowlife like Demian belonged crawling on the ground, never daring to look upward. Demian listened quietly. Then he laughed out loud, a clear and unrestrained sound that cut through the chaos. He told King Arthur that he had almost forgotten this side of him. This was who Arthur truly was. Far away from the battlefield, reality was unfolding at the same frantic pace. Ji-hoon called out to Jinsung as he and the others rushed into his apartment. Jinsung was still lying inside the AC capsule, completely unresponsive. Ji-hoon asked him where he was, panic creeping into his voice. Minjun, sitting beside Ji-hoon, placed a firm hand on Jinsung's shoulder and immediately told Hyun to call an ambulance. He pointed out that Jinsung was still connected to the system. Minjun then instructed them to contact Golden Flower's customer support. He was certain that there had to be an emergency shutdown protocol for the capsule. As the others scrambled to make the calls, Minjun turned back to Jinsung, his voice tight with frustration and fear, and demanded to know what the hell he was doing. Inside the game, the clash between King Arthur and Demian continued without pause. King Arthur attacked again and demanded to know why Demian was so strong. Demian did not answer. Instead, he struck back immediately. Arthur raised a Forcemancer static shield and managed to block the blow. But in the very next second, Demian followed up with another devastating strike. The shield shattered completely under the force. Arthur cursed loudly, calling Demian a piece of shit as he hastily summoned another Forcemancer static shield to protect himself from further attacks. Demian looked at him calmly and told him that he would not fall for the same trick twice. Arthur responded by unleashing Forcemancer Lightning Vortex, pouring his hatred into the attack as he wished for Demian's death. Then something strange happened. Demian activated Saint of Death, the Death Aura. A cold presence spread instantly across the battlefield. As notification came up, all targets are afflicted with fear and darkness within a 10-meter radius. Mystic Eyes of Instant Death can be used only once. When activated, deliver a deadly blow that results in instant death. King Arthur froze as notifications flooded his vision. He had been afflicted with darkness. His sight began to blur, the world around him fading into obscurity. At the same time, fear took hold of his mind. A chilling sense of nothingness washed over him, hollow and absolute, as though something was reaching directly into his soul. Flustered and panicked, King Arthur shouted, demanding to know what the hell was happening. Through the creeping darkness, he saw Demian walking toward him. Arthur backed away instinctively and yelled for him not to come any closer. Demian stopped a short distance away and spoke calmly. He reminded Arthur of his own words. Trash should live like trash. He repeated them slowly, almost thoughtfully, and then said that it was too bad. Because of people like Arthur, trash was never allowed to live in the first place. And because of people like him, some of that trash was forced to crawl, claw, and fight its way to the top, just like he had. King Arthur's breathing became erratic as his vision darkened further. Then he saw it. Standing before him was the manifestation of Saint of Death. The mystic eyes of instant death stared directly into him, overwhelming and absolute. The sight alone was unbearable. King Arthur clutched his eyes with his hand and cried out, unable to endure it any longer. He shouted at Demian, asking if he truly believed he had crawled his way to the top. There was no way someone like him could ever defeat him. Something was terribly wrong. In desperation, King Arthur summoned Forcemancer God of Lightning, pouring everything he had left into the attack. Thunder roared, and divine lightning descended upon the battlefield. But it was useless. The blinding presence of Demian's power swallowed it whole. The darkness did not recede, and the fear did not fade. King Arthur stood trembling, his pride, his power, and his certainty crumbling before the Saint of Death that stood before him. Demian spoke to Arthur with a steady voice, telling him that before coming back in time, Arthur had been someone he had always looked up to. Back then, Arthur had been a symbol of hope to him, a shining figure he admired from afar. He had been a kind of light in Demian's life, someone so distant and exceptional that Demian never believed he could ever stand beside him as an equal. Arthur had represented everything Demian once wished to become: strength, confidence, and the power to protect what mattered. Yet the one who shattered that respect, who destroyed that good opinion beyond any hope of repair, was Arthur himself. It was Arthur who had stabbed Demian in the back without hesitation, taking everything from him in a single, merciless act. That betrayal had carved a wound so deep into Demian's heart that even time itself could not erase it. But Demian had been given another chance. He had returned to this world, and he had not wasted a single moment since. From the instant he opened his eyes again, he had lived solely for this purpose. Every step he had taken, every choice he had made, had been driven by revenge. He had shaped his path carefully, ensuring that it would end right here, with Arthur standing before him trembling. Demian told Arthur that if it were not for this world, they would never have met again in such a way. Yet now, the roles had reversed. King Arthur was the one quivering in fear. Demian declared that the time had finally come to bring an end to everything that had begun in this world, right here and right now. Their cursed fate would be severed today. Without hesitation, he summoned his power, launched his final attack, and bid Arthur farewell. At the same moment in the real world, a capsule opened with a sharp mechanical hiss. Emergency alerts flooded the monitoring system in rapid succession. Blood pressure readings spiked far beyond safe limits. Adrenaline production surged dangerously, and heart rate climbed at an alarming pace. Despite the chaos, the personnel surrounding the capsule acted swiftly, immediately initiating the emergency shutdown protocol. The fourth grandson of the Yushin Group's chairman tumbled out of the capsule, gasping desperately for air. Even as his body collapsed weakly to the floor, he repeated the same words he had spoken to Demian just before the fatal attack. "Kill me!" The people around him rushed forward in panic, calling out his name and asking if he was all right. Back in the other world, Demian lay flat on the ground, completely exhausted. His body felt unbearably heavy, as though every ounce of strength had been drained from him. Even breathing felt difficult. Pily shouted excitedly at his side, his voice filled with joy as he declared that Master Baster had won. Hearing those words, Demian released a quiet, shaky breath. Before coming back in time, he had never believed such an outcome was possible. Yet here he was. Ji-hoon and his mother would be safe now. His father's hospital bills would be covered by the insurance money. Everything would finally be all right. He had even cleared all of his debts before returning to this point in time. In the past, he had always been alone, but now he had companions he could call friends. As his thoughts drifted, familiar faces surfaced in his mind. Hyun and the others, all standing beside him. He felt grateful that he had been able to see his family's smiling faces one last time. That alone made every hardship worthwhile. However, before he could sink deeper into those thoughts, his eyelids grew unbearably heavy. Darkness slowly crept into his vision as Pily continued calling his name, his voice sounding distant and increasingly panicked. Just as Demian was about to lose consciousness completely, someone suddenly stomped on his face, forcing him to jerk upright in shock. As his blurred vision cleared, he saw Master Shaka and Antes standing before him. Master Shaka looked down at him with a rare expression of approval. He praised Demian, stating that his disciple had finally accomplished it. Still, he added that the victory had not been achieved solely through Demian's own strength. Antes, standing beside him, leaned forward slightly and spoke in a calm tone, calling Demian a friend and telling him to get up. Still confused, Demian asked Shaka what he meant by that. Before Shaka could respond, Antes explained that the space of power Shaka had once possessed had returned to him. At that moment, realization struck Demian like a revelation. This entire space, the darkness enveloping them, was the power Shaka had once held. So this was the eternal darkness. Hearing those words, Shaka smiled faintly and told Demian that he truly was his disciple. He said that he was proud of him. As his mind cleared, Demian realized something deeper. The eternal darkness had never truly existed inside the AC. It had been more like a crack that lay outside the original mainstream. From the beginning, it had always been about which side would dominate, the replication world or the original one. Now that Arya's world was gone, Shaka's power had finally stabilized. The man standing beside Shaka spoke then, telling Demian that Shaka had finally reclaimed and recognized his authority. Demian let out a breath of relief and said it was good to hear. He admitted that he had truly believed he was going to die. Instead, he had woken up in this strange place. Still, one lingering question remained. He asked what would happen to him now. Shaka looked at him and asked what had made him think so far ahead. Shaka then explained that he and Cororum had prepared a final gift for him. He pointed toward a portal that shimmered quietly in the distance. He told Demian that adventurers from another world had once traveled through a similar path, and so they had prepared this route for him as well. Now, Demian could return to that world. Master Shaka added that it had taken a long time to study and locate the world beyond the portal. While Demian had been busy playing around, they had been working tirelessly to prepare this path for him. When Demian said he had never imagined Shaka would do so much for him, Shaka replied that he had always known Demian would succeed. That was precisely why he had prepared the reward in advance. What Demian had believed to be unconsciousness was actually the manifestation of what he had truly earned, a genuine reward. All of it was what Demian deserved for allowing Shaka to reclaim his authority. Piley then spoke up, saying that he would remain here, since most of his siblings were here as well. If he ever grew bored, he would stop by. Demian smiled weakly and told him that they would surely meet again in the future. He thanked everyone sincerely, bidding them farewell one by one. Then, without looking back, he stepped through the portal. A final notification appeared announcing the termination of the connection. Minjun stood beside the capsule with his hands clasped tightly around Jihoon's shoulders, his fingers pressing in as if anchoring himself. His head was lowered, lips moving silently in prayer, his expression rigid with fear and hope intertwined. Around him, the others shared the same unbearable tension. Their faces were pale and drawn, eyes fixed on the capsule as they waited desperately for even the smallest sign that Jinsung would wake up. The room itself felt heavy, oppressive, as though time had slowed to a crawl. No one dared to speak. Every breath sounded unnaturally loud, echoing in the silence. Then Hyun noticed something different. She leaned closer to the capsule, her heart skipping a beat as her eyes widened. Jinsung's fingers had twitched just barely but unmistakably. Her voice trembled as she pointed it out to the others, barely able to contain herself. His fingers, they moved. At that very moment, Jinsung slowly opened his eyes. His lashes fluttered as he blinked against the harsh light overhead, his gaze unfocused as he tried to make sense of his surroundings. He looked around the room sluggishly, confusion evident on his face. Seeing so many familiar faces gathered around him, staring as if afraid he might vanish again, he asked weakly what they were all doing there. Minjun's expression snapped instantly. The relief he had been holding back transformed into anger in a heartbeat. His face twisted as he demanded how Jinsung could possibly ask something like that. He took a sharp step forward, his body tense, clearly about to lurch at him in a mixture of frustration and emotion. Before he could act, Hyun quickly moved between them. She placed a hand against Minjun's chest and told him firmly to calm down, her voice steady and grounding. The strength in her tone stopped him in place. Jihoon didn't say a single word. Instead, he leaned forward and wrapped his arms tightly around Jinsung, holding him as though he might disappear if he let go. His voice cracked as he spoke, confessing that he truly believed he had lost him, that he thought he would never see him again. All the fear and helplessness he had bottled up finally spilled out in that embrace. Jinsung smiled faintly and reached up, gently tapping Jihoon on the head. He told him softly that he was back. That simple gesture was enough. The tension that had filled the room dissolved all at once. Everyone let out a deep, collective sigh of relief. For the first time since the incident, the air felt lighter, warmer, almost peaceful. After being discharged from the hospital, Jinsung walked slowly outside, carefully taking in his surroundings. The sunlight felt strange against his skin, almost unreal. As he looked around, a distant thought crossed his mind. The past few months felt like a lie, like something stitched together from someone else's memories. The Arcasia Chronicle, Shaka, Eternal Darkness, everything that had happened felt far away now. Before coming back in time, he had never experienced any of it. That entire journey had been a second chance granted to him under the title of the Avenger of Abraxas. If he ever tried to explain it to anyone, no one would believe him. Even he found it difficult to accept as reality. Now, it was truly over. AC had shut down all of its servers with no plans to revive the game. That world was gone for good. He would never return there, never see those faces again. From now on, they would exist only as memories locked deep within his heart. Outside the hospital, his mother and brother were already waiting. His brother mentioned that Minjun would arrive soon as well. Jinsung told him not to rush him, explaining that he was still feeling dizzy from the lingering after effects. Jihoon scolded him lightly, reminding him that he had warned him not to overdo his walking just the day before. Just then, Minjun arrived. He asked Jinsung how he was feeling, concern clear in his voice. Jinsung replied that he felt well enough to leave the hospital. Minjun remarked casually that Jinsung seemed to have been quite busy lately. He explained that he had recently landed a job and was now completely buried in work. Laughing, he told Jinsung not to get him started on it, complaining about how he had to rearrange his entire schedule just to be there for the discharge. Still, he added that he would treat Jinsung to lunch to celebrate. As Minjun placed the luggage into the trunk of the car, he asked Jinsung if he had heard what had happened the previous week. He explained that reports had surfaced, stating that the management team behind the controversial Arcasia Chronicle incident, Evertale, had officially acknowledged the severity of the situation and were working on appropriate responses. Protests were still ongoing outside Evertale's headquarters. Victims demanded formal apologies and proper compensation. Minjun added that Kim Hyokjin, the mastermind behind the incident, had held a press conference where he introduced new technology designed to ease the side effects suffered by users. It was also expected to provide potential benefits across other medical fields. Although many users were gradually recovering, some continued to suffer lingering effects. Investigations had also revealed that several well-known gamers had been exploited as labor. Agencies were reportedly preparing official statements, and due to the overwhelming backlash, all forms of support were being withdrawn. From behind, Kumhwa called out to Hyun. Hyun turned and asked whether she had eaten yet. Kumhwa replied that that was exactly why she had come, suggesting they grab some pizza together. As they walked, Hyun mentioned that she never imagined something like the AC incident could ever happen. Kumhwa replied that she had stopped playing the game after being completely crushed by Jinsung. Hyun laughed softly and said she hadn't played much either due to her busy schedule. Kumhwa then asked how Jinsung was doing. Hyun replied that when she had seen him a few days earlier, he had been completely fine. She added that he had told her he was pretty much recovered before heading off. Not far away, Kim Chun-sam sat with his friends, absorbed in a game of Go. Chun-sam remarked that it looked like they wouldn't be able to finish the match today. One of his friends told him to focus. Noticing his distracted expression, another asked what was on his mind. Chun-sam admitted that he was still thinking about AC. One of them started to say that if he hadn't died earlier in that game, then, before finishing, another friend cut him off and told them to focus. Chun-sam waved it aside, saying he didn't need focus to win. One of his friends suggested betting drinks on the outcome. Chun-sam laughed and said that, while new games were exciting, old games still held their own charm. Minjun later asked Jinsung what he planned to do now that he had lost his AC job. Jinsung replied calmly that he was simply grateful to be alive. He added that he had saved enough money to last him for quite a while. Just then, his phone rang. It was Young Sung-hoon. Answering the call, Jinsung greeted him, noting that it had been a long time. Young explained that they had been monitoring Jinsung's routine at headquarters for some time. Jinsung cautiously asked if he had done something wrong. Young reassured him that wasn't the case. He apologized for not responding quickly during the AC situation, explaining that afterward, they had been reaching out to streamers for support. Young said they were helping creators restart with new content and added that Jinsung's creativity and instincts had always stood out. That was why he had contacted him directly. He then asked if Jinsung would be interested in continuing as an exclusive streamer for Switch. Jinsung answered immediately that he would. Young told him they would see each other at the office soon. Jinsung thanked him and ended the call. Minjun instantly demanded to know what it was about. Before Jinsung could explain properly, Minjun grabbed him playfully and declared that he had always believed in him ever since his days as Demian. At that moment, Jinsung's family joined them. His father asked what they were laughing about. Minjun, brimming with excitement, was about to explain everything, but Jinsung stopped him gently and said he would tell them himself. As the moment settled, Jinsung finally understood. It was truly over. There was no sign left of the mainstream he had once walked alone. He knew he would never see those faces again, but he would never forget them. The memories he carried were his to keep forever. A new world was opening in front of him now. The path ahead would not be easy, but he knew one thing for certain. He would never give up. What he had gained from the people he met was not just experience, but something far deeper. And as he stepped forward into this next chapter of his life, he vowed to keep moving ahead no matter what, under the name of Demian.